History's Strongest Husband Chapter 464 to Chapter 488. What did Xianxia see? Countless sea monsters, an astronomical number, were everywhere within a few hundred miles of the sea. It was almost trypophobia. These sea monsters were ferocious and terrifying, with bulging eyes and barbs all over their bodies. They were covered in mucus, and it was impossible to tell what species they were. At least, Xianxia had never seen them before. However, what was certain was that they were extremely fast. Because of their strong tails, well-developed legs, thick upper limbs, sharp claws, and teeth that were like a row of saws, they were extremely ugly. Every sea monster was more than the height of a human when standing up. Even Xianxia could not find any records of these strange creatures even after searching for countless data in the artificial intelligence system. Of course, this was not enough to shock Xianxia. The strange thing was that they stood neatly on the surface of the sea, motionless, looking up at the sky, looking at this huge mirage. Xianxia could even see tears in the corners of their eyes. What the hell is this? Millions of sea monsters watching a movie. And to the point of tears, Hila, who was at the side, was also completely stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. She had fought countless sea monsters, but she had never seen so many sea monsters at once. There were even more sea monsters than there were fishes in the sea. Just looking at it made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, these sea monsters were completely focused on the mirage. They remained motionless, completely ignoring Xianxia's sailboat that had rushed in. However, this scene was horrifying enough. Once these sea monsters attacked, Xianxia's boat would instantly be smashed into pieces. It was useless no matter how high Hila's martial arts were, because there were simply too many sea monsters. Xianxia, Hila, and the 20 sailors all held their breaths. The sailboat quietly passed through these sea monsters, lest it awaken these sea monsters who were watching the mirage and crying. However, soon, he could no longer hide from these densely packed sea monsters. There were too many of them, and they almost blocked every corner of the sea. Xianxia's sailboat was big enough, so he couldn't hide from them. Excuse me, sea monsters. Xianxia braced himself and let the sailboat squeeze past, pushing the sea monsters to the side. These ferocious sea monsters did not resist at all. They were pushed to the side by the sailboat and remained motionless, looking up at the mirage. Hila was stunned. Just how ferocious were these sea monsters? Her memories were still fresh in her mind. It was more brutal than any animal. It was as if her bones were filled with the desire to kill, and she could not wait to destroy any living creature. But now, they were so peaceful that they were docile. They allowed themselves to be pushed away, but they didn't shift their gaze. They didn't even look at the sailboat. The sailboat gradually moved away from the big light curtain and approached the ruins of the lost kingdom. Xianxia couldn't help but look back. What was there to see? Was it an action movie of the sea monster world? Why are you so engrossed in it? Then, with just a glance, he, too, was completely dumbfounded and motionless. Because he saw Queen Medusa. Of course, it was not the Queen Medusa in the Queen's city, but the real Queen Medusa. This mirage was an incomparably huge city, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the center of the city, there was an incomparably huge statue of Queen Medusa, like a mountain, a queen with a human face and a snake body. Of course, she was extremely beautiful. She was devastatingly beautiful and possessed a magical charm. But that wasn't the main point. Xianxia accidentally stared into her eyes, and then he felt as if his entire spirit was about to be sucked out. It was as if he was about to be hypnotized. His entire person was completely frozen, and he even forgot about the time and everything around him. Little brother, little brother. Hila stepped forward, gently patted Xianxia's face, took out a bottle, and placed it in front of Xianxia's nose. An incomparably pungent smell entered his nose, causing Xianxia to instantly wake up. He quickly shifted his gaze away, no longer looking at the pair of eyes of the Queen Medusa statue, and instead looked at other places on the light curtain. What a magnificent city. Half of it was under the sea, and the other half was above the sea. It was completely beyond Xianxia's imagination. Inexplicably, Xianxia thought of Atlantis, the legendary lost civilization. Of course, this huge mirage city in front of him was definitely not Atlantis, because Queen Medusa was the supreme leader of the city, like a god. And Atlantis was a legendary civilization with very developed humans. Then, what was the relationship between this Queen Medusa statue and the Queen Medusa that Xianlang knew? Xianlang looked at this mirage again and found that it was not a virtual shadow but a real existence. It was a distant city that appeared here through the refraction of light. There were many mirages on Earth, but none of them were as shocking as this one. Not only that, but Xianlang also discovered that the city on the mirage's light screen was obviously a little dilapidated. It was full of traces of wind and sun, and there were no signs of life in it. This was the real lost country, right? Xianlang looked at the countless sea monsters again. They were obsessed with the city on the light screen. Perhaps this city was once their motherland, but it had been destroyed for thousands of years? Perhaps countless years ago, these sea monsters were also intelligent creatures? But because of some upheaval, the lost kingdom was destroyed, and these people became sea monsters, but this didn't seem right. Queen Medusa was an ancient human. The history of the lost kingdom seemed to be only a few thousand years, not an ancient civilization. Xianlang tried to shake his head and put these thoughts aside. There were really many secrets in this world. However, now was not the time to explore the secret. Taking advantage of the fact that these sea monsters were watching the movie, they should quickly leave. When the sun set, the mirage would end. At that time, these sea monsters would wake up, and Xianlang and the others would die without a burial place. Go, go, go. The sails were full, and there were even dozens of sailors rowing desperately, quickly leaving this strange sea and landing. The sun gradually set, and the huge mirage on the sea was getting fainter and fainter. These sea monsters were gradually waking up. Faster, 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 the sun set very quickly, and it almost sank into the sea very quickly. This gorgeous huge mirage disappeared in an instant, and all the sea monsters gradually woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. Countless sea monsters looked at Xianlang and the others neatly, their eyes still filled with a trace of confusion because they had not completely woken up. What is this? No matter what it is, it's going to tear them apart and eat them. Ferocious light gradually gathered in the eyes of these sea monsters. Run. Gila did not say anything else. She hugged her brother Xianlang in her arms and leaped like a cannonball, running at an extremely fast speed toward the ruins of the lost kingdom. In an instant, it was as if a hornet's nest had been poked, and countless sea monsters rushed toward Gila. The speed of these sea monsters was too fast, more than 10 to 20 meters per second, but Gila was even faster. However, there were still many sea monsters in front of them, and they fiercely pounced toward Gila and Xianlang. Gila did not draw her sword. She suddenly gathered all the combat energy in her body, and her whole body emitted a burst of light as she charged forward crazily. Swoosh 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 swoosh. At this moment, Gila was like a crazy tank, directly crushing the sea monsters she encountered along the way. All the sea monsters she encountered along the way died tragically. They were only about 100 meters away from the ground, and Gila hugged Xianlang faster and faster. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second, bang. Gila rushed to the ground with Xianlang in her arms and smashed down like a cannonball. They finally succeeded in reaching the land. Gila hugged Xianlang and lay on the ground, panting constantly. She was almost out of breath. The leather clothes on the back of her back had been torn by the sea monsters, and there was a bloody scratch, but it was not very deep. Although the scene just now was very awe-inspiring, it consumed a shocking amount of energy. She had crushed more than a few hundred sea monsters in one go. However, these sea monsters did not seem to dare to step onto the land. Once Xianlang and Gila stepped onto the land, they stopped chasing and stared at the two of them with bloodthirsty eyes. More and more sea monsters crowded over, and more. Previously, they were lining up to watch a movie, but now they crowded together to watch Xianlang and Gila. Tens of thousands of sea monsters crowded on the narrow shore, looking at Gila with hostility and bloodthirst. Xianlang looked at his sister. Gila reached out and touched Xianlang's body. She found that he was still intact and let out a long sigh of relief. We've been fighting with them for the past decade or so, and we've become mortal enemies. I've killed thousands of sea monsters, so they've all memorized my scent, Gila said. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this time, on the sailboat behind them, the 20 sailors looked at each other. What's going on? Why did all the sea monsters around us disappear? Then, holding their breath, they steered the sailboat, sailing on the empty sea, and cautiously approached the shore. Their movements were very light, afraid that they would wake up the countless sea monsters that were watching Xianxia and Gila. Gila still stood there without moving, pulling aggro for the people on the sailboat. However, this aggro could not be pulled back very quickly. The attention of these sea monsters had already noticed the humans on the sailboat. "Quick, run!" Gila shouted. "Search, search, search!" The 20 sailors on the sailboat ran as fast as they could. Swoosh, 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 countless sea monsters swarmed over like a tidal wave. Out of the 20 sailors, only 15 managed to survive. The remaining 5 had disappeared, not even a piece of flesh could be seen. They had been eaten alive by the sea monsters. Even the sailboat was nowhere to be seen. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of sea monsters completely drowned the sailboat. After about 15 minutes, these sea monsters dispersed, and the sailboat was completely destroyed. Not even a sail was left. Xianxia and Gila looked at each other. There was no ship left unless they found the skeleton party's fleet. "Let's go, I'll bring you guys to find the skeleton party's fleet." Gila stood up and walked toward the depths of the lost country. "Wait." Xianxia took out a needle and thread. The wound on his sister's back was not deep, and it only needed to be disinfected. There was no need to stitch it up, but the torn leather jacket needed to be stitched up. In no time at all, Xianxia stitched up the torn leather coat. Gila stared at Xianxia's forehead intimately and said, "How considerate. Let's go, I'll bring you guys to the skeleton party's camp." "Where's the skeleton party's fleet?" Xianxia asked. "All the ships are hidden in a bay not far from here," Gila replied. "The sea monsters also treat that place as a forbidden area." Gila brought Xianxia deeper into the lost country. There did not seem to be anything different here. It was just an ordinary piece of land, and there were even normal green trees. However, Xianxia could clearly feel that the moment he stepped on this land, his mood immediately became gloomy. At this time, the sun had already set, but it was not dark yet. The sky was still clear, and the weather was clearly very good. Why was there a gloomy feeling in his heart? Looking at Gila, she was already in a lot of pain. She had been tortured here for many years, and if not for Xianxia, she would not have returned here even if she had to die. Xianxia held Gila's hand tightly and squeezed it. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Gila said. Xianxia closed his eyes to feel the source of this gloomy feeling. Very quickly, he felt it. It was like some kind of energy wave released by some kind of instrument. Although he could not hear it, his brain could feel it. In other words, it was like walking in a sunny world with earplugs but hearing the cold and terrifying cries of ghosts. One could not help but feel the cold wind blowing around them. Xianxia collected this energy wave and used the artificial intelligence to analyze it, and he found that it was indeed the sound of a ghost crying. It was like a female ghost, constantly crying, and it was eerie and terrifying. However, this kind of ghost crying seemed to be a kind of ultrasound, which could not be heard with normal hearing, but could be captured by the brain and subtly affect people's emotions. This kind of ghost crying could be blocked by Xianxia. After he absorbed this strange wave, he immediately turned it into a cheerful rhythm. However, Gila and the others could not resist it and could only leave desperately. After walking for dozens of miles, it was completely dark. He finally saw the ruins of the lost country. Even in the darkness, Xianxia was still amazed. This was a real city in a different world. All the architectural styles were different, and it had an indescribable mystery and beauty. However, it was a pity that this city had completely been reduced to ruins, and there were broken walls everywhere. But even so, when Xianxia saw the ruins of the lost country, he was even more amazed than when he first saw Angkor Wat. Even with the broken walls, he could still see the glory and size of this city. A wall that was more than 50 meters tall was simply unprecedented. Standing under the wall, Xianxia felt even more insignificant. Moreover, these were all once piled up with huge rocks. Each boulder was more than a cubic meter in size, and all of them were incomparably sturdy black rocks. Xianxia took out his best steel blade and chopped at it. A series of sparks flew out, but only a shallow scratch appeared on the black rocks. This kind of rock is very hard, stronger than steel, and each piece weighs 10,000 pounds, Hila introduced. Shenlang was shocked. The density of this rock was more than 5 tons per cubic meter, which was completely twice the density of ordinary rocks. How did these 10,000-pound rocks build up in the past? This lost country must have been very powerful, but why was it completely destroyed? There was not even a trace left. Shenlang almost could not help but sigh. Our camp is inside this ruined city, Hila said. You definitely can't imagine it, but many of the underground warehouses in this city are still useful, and there are many rare things stored inside. There are even plants that we don't have, as well as all kinds of mysterious materials. We don't know their uses, so we just collected them. Of course, there are also a lot of gold and gems that we treated as treasures at first, but later abandoned. What you can't imagine is that we also found a lot of food, and it is still in good condition and can be eaten directly. Food that has been stored for at least a few thousand years has not rotted. This was unbelievable. The warehouses of the lost country were extremely advanced back then, and they were practically antibacterial and moisture-resistant. You said that a mysterious force has already come to this island, and the mysterious powerful weapon of the lost country has been taken away. Where are they? Shenlang asked. Hila pointed into the distance. It was indeed very, very far away, at least 100 miles away. There was a super tall mountain. How high was it? Maybe 6, 7, or even 8,000 meters. In short, this mountain seemed to reach the sky, and the mountainside was already covered in snow. But this was not the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing was that the top of this mountain had been cut off, and a pyramid was built on it. Above the mountainside, everything was covered in snow, and only the pyramid at the top was black. Moreover, the top of the pyramid was still shining like a searchlight, able to illuminate very, very far. Have you ever tried to climb that snow mountain? Shenlang asked. We've tried countless times, because we felt that the secret weapon of the lost country must be in the pyramid at the top. But we've never succeeded. Before we even climbed halfway up the mountain, there would be lightning and thunder, killing everyone. Not only that, the snow on that snow mountain is poisonous, and even breathing it will kill you. This was even more strange. So even though we know the existence of that mysterious force, and we've looked up to them for more than a decade, hoping countless times for them to appear and talk to us, or even kill them, we've never done it. This mysterious force has always lived in the pyramid at the top of the mountain, looking down on everything. Shenlang looked at the pyramid at the top of the snow mountain from afar, and for some reason, he thought of a transcendent force in the Eastern world, the Great Tribulation Temple. They had also built the Great Tribulation Temple on the top of the snow mountain. However, this snow mountain in front of him was even taller than the snow mountain of the Great Tribulation Temple. They looked even more mysterious, and it filled people with the desire to explore. Shenlang opened his eyes wide to observe the pyramid at the top of the mountain, and then tried to zoom in the artificial intelligence system. He should be able to see some clues after zooming in dozens of times. But at this time, the top of the snow mountain was covered by dark clouds, and snow flew everywhere. Nothing could be seen. Let's go, Hila said. The lost country should have been a very large piece of land, but there was a huge earthquake, and a large piece of land sank. Many pieces of land became isolated islands. The place we are at should be the eastern part of the lost country. It was originally a large piece of land, but now it has become an isolated island. Its area is about 1/3 of a province. And it's very strange that such a large area is actually all cities, so we can't imagine how big this city was. So this lost country is far stronger than we imagined, but such a powerful empire still perished. This secret is terrifying and fascinating. Hila led Shenlang and the others deeper into the city ruins. There was no danger here, and other than the mysterious pyramid at the top of the snow mountain, there were no outsiders in the huge ruins. None of the sea monsters dared to go on land. We're almost there. We found a relatively complete castle as a base. If I'm not wrong, it should have been the residence of the nobles of the lost country. This castle was indeed relatively complete, and it showed the architectural style of the lost country. It was really mysterious and majestic. When they came to the castle, Hila stopped. She needed some time to prepare because she had not forgiven the skeleton army until now. If it wasn't for Xianlang, she would never meet with the skeleton party again. Go in, Hila said. Then, holding Xianlang's hand, she walked to the castle's gate and kicked it fiercely. Open the gate, I'm here. Hila's voice was very presumptuous. However, there was no sound inside. Open the gate, I'm back. Hila shouted. If you don't open the gate, I'll break the guards. However, there was still no response. Hila's expression changed. She pushed the gate open and rushed in. Second brother, big sister, fourth sister, where are you? Where are you? Uncle, where are you? Who were the second brother, big sister, and fourth sister that Hila was talking about? They should be sworn siblings, because it was normal for the upper echelons of the pirates to become sworn siblings. However, the entire huge castle was empty. Hila's hair stood on end. Where did they go? Where did the skeleton army go? Why was there no one? Could they all be dead? She had only left for 3 months. Could it be that the tens of thousands of people could not hold on and all committed suicide? Please don't, please don't. Hila's head was dizzy. Before she left, the atmosphere in the skeleton army was very gloomy and hopeless, and there were people committing suicide every day. Sister, don't worry. It doesn't seem like they committed suicide. They left, Xianlang said. If it was a mass suicide, they should have left some last words, right? Think about it carefully. If they leave here, where will they go? Hila said. Queen's Bay. Our fleet is there, a few hundred battleships. Then, Hila held Xianlang's hand and ran. After running for a while, she felt that dragging Xianlang was too slow, so she carried him again and ran. This time, they were much faster. Hila kept praying as she ran toward Queen's Bay in the ruins of the lost country. They must be there, they must not commit suicide, the skeleton army must not die. What she said before was just out of anger. Queen's Bay was once a huge harbor in this city, and it could accommodate thousands of ships. What was even more amazing was that there was a huge dam at the exit of the bay, which could completely seal the entire bay at a critical moment. This dam on the sea was more than 15,000 meters long, and it was a miracle of architecture. The skeleton army was about 100 miles away from Queen's Bay, and Hila's speed was too fast. In less than 2 hours, she arrived. Then, Xianlang saw this incomparably magnificent architectural miracle. This bay was much larger than the one in Beijing City, especially the dam at the exit, which was like a giant's arm spread out. However, there was no time to enjoy this beautiful scenery. Hila's guess was not wrong. The skeleton army was in this Queen's Bay. Even though it was very far away, Xianlang could already hear the loud noises. The entire bay was brightly lit. The skeleton army was having a party? A huge party? Hila heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the skeleton army was still alive. Xianlang stood on the high ground and looked down. This bay was really huge, and it was filled with the huge ships of the skeleton army because every ship had a skeleton flag. Because these ships were all lit up with torches, Xianlang could see them clearly. What a powerful fleet. Not only were they all huge ships, but they were also covered in metal armor. All the ships in this world were made of wood, and only the skeleton army was covered in metal armor with shockingly sharp horns. Xianlang did a rough count. This skeleton army had tens of 2,000-ton warships. There were more than 300 other ships of different sizes. This fleet could be said to be magnificent, especially the dozens of 2,000-ton large warships. With a little modification, they could be equipped with dozens of cannons. Although they couldn't compare to the battleships of the 17th century, they could still slaughter and crush the sea in this world. Not only that, these ships were all flying scissors ships, and their speed surpassed ordinary sailboats. This was the invincible fleet that Xianlang dreamed of, and there were also tens of thousands of skeleton pirates. They did not need much training, and they were the best warriors on the sea. 100-year navy was not just for show. If Xianlang wanted to train them himself, he would need at least a dozen years to train a strong navy. However, the strongest navy in the world was right in front of him, and it was truly tempting. Xianlang even opened his palm, as though he wanted to hold the entire harbor in his hands, wanting to possess the entire skeleton army. Ha 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 ha, The celebration of the tens of thousands of skeleton army could be heard by Xianxia even from afar. All the pirates were on the ships, and some were at the harbor, drinking and partying. "There's wine here?" Xianxia was shocked. Gila nodded. "Yes, if we are lucky enough to find a warehouse, we might find a lot of wine. However, every time we find wine, it will be drunk within a few days." They must have found another warehouse with wine. This warehouse was truly amazing. Wine that had been stored for thousands of years could still be drunk, but what exactly was it that made them party the entire night? Gila slowed down and held on to Xianxia's hand as they walked toward the Queen's harbor. She was gathering her aura and preparing her lines. This was because she wanted to conquer the skeleton army for her brother Xianxia. However, she was only the third in line, and there were still two people in front of her. One was her big sister, Sea Dream, and the other was her second brother, Sea Gloom. These two were her mother's adopted children, but they were siblings. Furthermore, their origins were very mysterious, and they were picked up by her mother from a mysterious ruin. "Drink, drink, everyone drink. Let's party, this is our last time. Long live the skeleton army, long live His Majesty Rocky, long live His Majesty Angela. Long live the skeleton army. Long live the skeleton army. Long live His Majesty Rocky." The tens of thousands of pirate warriors cheered and drank crazily. Every pirate's body was riddled with scars, but they were as strong as steel. Every muscle contained great strength. As expected of the best sailors, the best navy, they had already swept through the entire Western Sea 10 years ago. In these 10 years, they had fought against the most ferocious sea monsters, and although half of their men had died, their battle prowess had become even stronger. They were trapped in the cursed seas, and if they were to escape, they would definitely shock the world. What Russo family fleet? What Bloody Baron pirates fleet? The skeleton army could easily wipe them out. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and a firework flew into the sky and exploded. Immediately, the gazes of the tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers were attracted over. Then, amidst the flames, Gila slowly walked out and appeared on the harbor. She held on to Xianxia's hand and said loudly, "Brave warriors of the skeleton army, your savior is here, the true leader of the skeleton army is here. This man beside me is my younger brother, the son of the founder of the skeleton army, His Majesty Rocky, the future emperor of the Eastern world, His Majesty Xianxia. Brave warriors of the skeleton army, why aren't you greeting your leader? Why aren't you greeting your leader?" Then, in front of the countless of skeleton pirates, Gila knelt down on one knee and said, "The third leader of the skeleton army, Gila, greets His Majesty, long live Xianxia." Note, today's 2 chapters cost 17,000. Brothers, where are your monthly tickets? The pastry looked at the lords anxiously. "Thank you Makui, book friend 150523022344035, you can't live without books, book?" Waiting for the reward of 10,000 coins. In front of countless pirates, Gila knelt in front of Xianxia and swore her loyalty. However, it was as if all of this was her one-woman show, and even Xianxia felt a little awkward standing there. "Sister, you are too impatient. You have not even added water or started a fire, and you want to cook a meal? How is that possible?" However, Gila was a straightforward person, and she wanted to settle things directly. If a cow did not want to drink water, she had to force it to drink. She felt that Xianxia was her younger brother and the only son of the founder of the Skull Party, Rocky, so it was completely reasonable for him to inherit the Skull Party. Thus, there was a complete silence. The tens of thousands of pirates looked at Gila and Xianxia quietly. Then, a few female pirate leaders walked over and hugged Gila passionately. "My dear Gila, you are finally back. I knew that you would never be able to leave the Skull Party. My dear Gila, during this period of time, you did not know that I failed to stop drinking because I missed you too much." Many of the pirate leaders came forward, and the men bumped fists with Gila, while the women hugged Gila. It seemed very intimate, but no one bothered with Xianxia, leaving him standing there awkwardly. Gila was immediately angered and said, "Why are you treating my brother like this? He is my father's only son, shouldn't he inherit the Skull Party?" One of the pirates looked at Xianxia and said, "He is an Asian?" Gila said, "So what if he is an Asian? My father Rocky is also an Asian, and he is the founder of the entire Skull Party. The pirate leader said, but what did His Majesty Rocky wear back then? His hair was loose, his makeup was smoky, and he even had a whip tied around his waist. His muscular body was exposed, making all the women drool. But how did this little boy in front of them dress up? His skin is as white as sheep fat, and he is wearing a gorgeous brocade robe. Even his fingernails are neatly trimmed. How could such a person be a pirate? What he said made some sense, but no matter where Xianxia went, he would never change his nature. I am a handsome man, I am a gigolo, is that wrong? Is it wrong that I am so handsome? I can't possibly disfigure my face to protect your pride, right? I do facial masks, manicure my nails, and fix my eyebrows. Is it wrong? Also, what kind of martial arts does he have? Can he beat a goose? The pirate chief asked. Then, a pirate released a goose and rushed towards Xianxia ferociously. Are you joking? How could Xianxia defeat a goose? An ordinary otaku's combat power was at most 0.5 goose. A handsome man like Xianxia did not want to betray his social class. I surrender, I surrender. Xianxia raised his hands and surrendered to the big white goose. Ha 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 ha. Countless pirates laughed wantonly. Immediately, the big white goose became very spirited. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it circled around the crowd, looking down on Xianxia with its arrogant eyes. Look at you, Xianxia couldn't help but go forward and hug the big white goose's neck, rubbing its head. The pirate leader said, look, he even has to curry favor with a goose. Does such a person have the qualifications to become the leader of our skull party? Then, the one-eyed dragon patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, child, we have no ill intentions towards you. We also believe that Gila will not lie. She said that you are His Majesty Rocky's son, so that must be it. We welcome you to be a guest of the skull party, but you are not even qualified to become a soldier of the skull party, much less the leader. The rules on the sea are different from those on land. We do not care about bloodlines, we only care about the strong. So even if you are His Majesty Rocky's son, we will not accept you. Gila, come and drink. The one-eyed dragon grabbed Gila's arm. Scram. Gila said angrily, my brother is a king, he does not need to practice martial arts. Wisdom is his strongest weapon. The one-eyed dragon said, then you can pledge your loyalty to him alone. Gila, please forgive us for not accompanying you. Many of the skull party's warriors patted Gila's shoulder to comfort her, but no one bothered about Xianxia. In fact, their hearts were filled with disdain. This person actually wanted to rely on bloodlines to inherit the skull party? What a joke. Humans were not dogs, how could they be judged based on bloodlines? Furthermore, most of the people who ended up in the skull party were victims of bloodlines. Many of them were bastards, and many of them were illegitimate children. They had no place in their families, so they ended up in the skull party. Now, a pretty boy who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken had appeared, claiming that he was Rocky's son, so they should pledge their loyalty to him? That was too ridiculous. Gila shouted, Sea Dream, CP, where are the two of you? Uncle Jack, where are you? Sea Dream, CP, and Gila were all tied as the third leader. Encourage had two right-hand men, Shalomba and Jack Tang. These two were the second leaders. After Encourage died, the position of the first leader became vacant. Gila could not find any allies, so she called for the other three leaders of the skull party. In a house on the harbor, the door opened, and three people walked out. Jack Tang, the second in command of the skull party, was already in his 50s. He should be an Asian, which was why his surname was Tang. Furthermore, he had broken one of his hands and replaced it with a metal hook. This was the first time Xianxia had seen someone with such a huge nose. It was a super aquiline nose that took up more than half of his face. This kind of person looked like an evil person, but one could not judge a book by its cover. Gila had said that Uncle Jack was her mother's most loyal subordinate. Then there was Sea Dream and CP. Gila had rarely talked about the skull party with Xianxia before, and she only knew that these two were siblings that Encourage had picked up from the ruins. However, with just one look, Xianxia could tell that these two were not simple, and they had bloodlines that were close to ancient humans. The two of them were very tall, more than 2 meters tall. Their bodies were much better than normal humans, especially this Sea Dream. Her devilish curves were comparable to Mulan's, and it was easy to imagine that she had shocking strength and agility. Furthermore, she had a huge bow on her back, and it was obvious that she was a godly archer. Also, the skin color of these two was a bit strange. It was not brown, nor was it white. Gila was already a very wild and beautiful woman, but this sea dream looked even wilder. Her purple eyes seemed to be filled with the desire to fight and explore at all times. This kind of woman was hot to the extreme just by looking at her. This CP, on the other hand, was silent, and her eyes were filled with coldness. These should be the three strongest people in the skull party. Jack Tang came in front of Xianxia, carefully looked at Xianxia for a while, and then went forward to give him a hug. "Welcome, my child." This hug clearly showed that he had acknowledged Xianxia's identity. Xianxia was stunned. "Obviously, I don't look like my father." Jack Tang said, "Everyone's eyes are different, but your father's eyes are especially special. Only his children can inherit similar eyes. Even if you don't look like Gila, and the color of your eyes are different, I can still recognize that you are the sons of His Majesty Rocky." Gila said, "Uncle Jack, Sea Dream, CP, the four of us are the highest leaders of the skull party. Xianxia is my younger brother, and he is the only legitimate heir of my father. Does that mean that he has the right to inherit the skull party?" Jack Tang said, "Gila, I really love and worship His Majesty Rocky. But One-Eyed Dragon is right. The rules of the sea are different from those on land, and we do not use bloodlines to determine who is superior. Furthermore, His Majesty Rocky has never said that the skull party belongs to him. The skull party belongs to everyone, and every generation's leader is elected through elections. Be it His Majesty Rocky or His Majesty Angela, they were all elected by us." Gila said, "Then we can elect my younger brother Xianxia. Believe me, he is the smartest person in the world, and only he can save the skull party." "I am very sorry, but we cannot do that. That is not in line with the interests of the skull party." Jack Tang said, "I love His Majesty Rocky very much, so I also love his son, but I will not recognize him as my master." At this time, Hai Wang, who was also the third leader of the skull party, said, "In fact, we are about to have a new leader. Our celebration tonight is for the election of the first leader tomorrow. Every member will have one vote." As soon as he said that, Gila's face changed. Who? My mother is no longer here. Who has the right to be the first leader?" "It's me, my dear sister." Before seeing the person, the voice could be heard. The door opened, and a strong and handsome Western man walked in. He was only wearing a pair of leather pants, and his body was covered in tattoos like the other pirates. Furthermore, the tattoos on his body were very strange, and they were all the faces of dead people. Many pirates had women's faces and bodies tattooed on their bodies, but this man had the faces of dead people. If she did not guess wrongly, these dead people were the enemies that he had defeated. This strong and handsome Western man opened his arms and wanted to hug Gila. This man's body was filled with an incomparably strong masculine aura, and he had a strong charm to females. "I don't know you, Your Excellency," Gila said coldly. The strong and handsome Western man said, "I am your half-brother. You can't be thinking that our mother was born a pirate, right?" No, she is the daughter of the Xiluan dynasty's Navy Admiral, Duke Dairon. She was once married to Prince Douglas of the Xiluan dynasty, but after 7 years of marriage, she chose to run away from home and become a female pirate. After that, she met Rocky, and the two of them created the strongest pirate group in the Western world, the Skull Party. As soon as this was said, Gila was completely stunned. She had never asked about her mother's background, but she knew that when her mother met her father, she was 9 years older, and a woman of that age would definitely be married. However, her mother had never talked about anything before she went out to sea, as if her life had started as a pirate. Immediately, Gila looked at Jack Tang in disbelief. Jack Tang nodded and said, "Your mother has never been willing to talk about the past, but everything he said is true. Your mother is indeed the daughter of the Xiluan dynasty's Navy Admiral, and she was once the wife of Prince Douglas. However, as she ran away, their marriage broke up. Your mother and His Majesty Rocky had an official wedding, so you are not an illegitimate daughter. Of course, your father will always be Rocky, and not Zhongli, so, this strong and handsome man in front of her was the son of Prince Douglas of the Xiluan dynasty, Hila rejected the hug, and this extremely handsome man extended his hand to Shenlang. Nice to meet you, Your Excellency Shenlang. I am Duke Douglas of the Shiluan dynasty. Of course, I will inherit the position of prince in a few years, but at least I am still a duke now. In fact, Douglas is my mother's surname, and I have taken it as my name, so my full name is Douglas Silan. After coming to the Western world for so long, Shenlang finally met a member of the Shiluan dynasty's royal family for the first time. Moreover, it was a man that made women want to clamp their legs together, and his entire body was filled with an aura that made women scream. Before Shenlang extended his hand, he said, "You wouldn't pinch my hand to show your strength, would you?" As soon as this was said, countless pirates once again expressed their absolute contempt. Was he so weak? He did not even dare to shake hands with others? Don't worry, Douglas Silan said. Then, the two reached out and shook hands. Ah. Shenlang still cried out in pain, because it was really painful. Douglas Silan raised his hands and said, I really just shook hands normally. This kind of person was extremely strong, and every time he shook hands with someone, he used about the same amount of strength, but this strength almost crushed Shenlang's bones. If I'm not wrong, you should be loyal to Emperor Sauron, right? Shenlang said. That's right, Douglas Silan said. Although I'm a member of the Shiluan royal family, I'm more influenced by my mother's family. I've been adventuring in the ocean since I was 5 years old, and my grandfather, Duke Dairon, said that I'm his heir. Hila stared coldly at this brother who popped out of nowhere and said word by word, since mother doesn't admit that she had this marriage, then I won't admit that I have a brother like you. I, Hila, only have one brother, and that is Shenlang. Then Hila said, Uncle Jack Tang, are you going to recommend this outsider as the leader of the Skull Party? He's not an outsider, Hai Wang said. He's mother's son. And he saved us. Then I'd like to know how he saved you, Hila said. Do you still remember the terrifying energy shrouding the ruins of this lost country? Hai Wang asked. Of course, as soon as they landed on the island, they would be shrouded by this strange energy. Although they could not hear it, it made people feel depressed and depressed. Of course, Shenlang described it in more detail. It was a special wave that seemed to be crying ghosts all the time. It was indeed very depressing. If it was like a day for more than a decade, the mental damage would be huge, and it would really make people fall into despair. After Mother Haizong died, you left as well. Our entire skeleton party fell into complete despair and darkness. That kind of inaudible ghost weeping tortured everyone, and at this time our food was completely finished. Shenlang could imagine that it was like the end of the Skull Party. Hila had also said that there were people committing suicide every day. But looking at it, everyone seemed to be liberated, and they were celebrating. Hai Wang continued, at that time, we were about to commit mass suicide, did you hear that? It was mass suicide, and that meant the complete annihilation of the Skull Party. But at this time, Douglas appeared, and he saved us. Hila said, I'd like to know how he saved you. Hai Wang said, didn't you realize that there's no longer that gloomy and despairing ghost weeping? It's no longer tormenting our minds? Hila was stunned. He had not realized it due to the urgency of the situation just now, and there was indeed no more painful mental energy. That inaudible ghost weeping had actually disappeared. Shenlang also felt it, and he even found the reason. Someone had used a large nightmare stone to create a similar barrier, and within a certain range, the ghost weeping spiritual wave was isolated. This Douglas was not simple. He had something from the ancient civilization, so what was his relationship with Adolf? Both of them were loyal to Sauron the Great. Adolf was going to conquer the Amazon kingdom for Sauron, and this Douglas was going to conquer the Skull Party for Sauron. This Emperor Sauron was really scheming something big. Hai Wang said, furthermore, His Highness Douglas found a new warehouse, and discovered countless rations and wines. Hila laughed coldly. Just because of this, you guys made him the leader of the Skull Party? The Skull Party might not be that worthless, right? Hai Wang said, he also carried out a martial arts challenge. In 3 days and 3 nights, he defeated 1,000 of us. Hila sucked in a breath of cold air. See Dream and see Gloom. Were both stronger than her, but both of them had lost to this Douglas. Just how powerful was this person? 3 days and 3 nights of continuous fighting, defeating 1,000 people? This kind of strength was simply despairing. Hai Wang said, not only that, when you first came to the lost country, you should have noticed that strange scene, right? A huge mirage appeared in the entire sky. This caused countless sea monsters to stand there in a daze and not attack again. The entire ocean is completely safe. Our people went out to fish and explore the way, and they were no longer attacked by the sea monster army. All of this is also thanks to His Highness Douglas. At this moment, Xianlang stared at Douglas in disbelief. That huge Fata Morgana screen of light was also created by him? That was a little inconceivable. This Douglas had not only come prepared, but he had also come prepared to the best of his abilities. The moment he came to the lost country, he had created miracle after miracle. He was like a messiah. Previously, Xianlang had intercepted Adolf, and now the other party had sent Douglas to intercept Xianlang. Gila wanted to directly deny that he was her mother's son, but the fact was that daughters looked like their fathers, and sons looked like their mothers. This Douglas looked more like her mother than she did, so there was no way for Angela to refute that. Gila, do you think he has the qualifications to be the #1 leader of the Skull Party now? Hai Wang said. And very soon, he will do something even greater. He will lead us out of the lost country, leave this cursed sea, and return to the Xiluan dynasty. Then, what reason do we have not to elect him as the #1 leader? Without any reason, even Xianlang wanted to vote for this Douglas Xiluan. He looked like the son of heaven, the savior of the Skull Party that the heavens had specially given to them. Gila sneered. He said he can bring you guys out, and you believe him? He said he can bring you guys home? You believe him? Of course we believe him, Hai Wang said. Why else would we believe your little brother? F***CKU, you have a problem with me, Xianlang? Based on what? I haven't even F***ked your sister yet. Jack Tang said, Gila, that's what happened. Tomorrow, we will be electing the #1 leader. After the election, Douglas will think of a way to change the strange energy field here so that we can successfully escape and go home. Tomorrow is the election, and we have to go home, so tonight, we will be having a party. No wonder. Xianlang had felt that it was strange that they would choose to have a big party at this time. It was to celebrate the birth of the new leader and to celebrate being able to escape from the abyss of suffering. Gila's heart was filled with helplessness. She wanted to help Xianlang, but there was nothing she could do. Almost everyone was on Douglas's side. After all, compared to this Douglas, Xianlang was simply too weak. He did not look like a leader of the Skull Party at all. But for some reason, when she found out that Xianlang was her little brother, especially when she saw Xianlang, she was overjoyed and extremely gentle. She was filled with an absolute desire to protect him, treating him as a family member the moment she saw him. However, this Douglas looked so much like her mother, so he should be her half-brother. Yet, when Gila saw him, she immediately felt a sense of hostility. Uncle Jack Tang, big sister. Second brother Hai Wang, Gila looked at the three of them with a pleading gaze, hoping that they would reconsider. Xianlang is really outstanding and really smart. He is the one who saved the Amazon kingdom. Please give him a chance, I beg you. Gila, who had always been tough, almost begged. Sorry, my child. Jack Tang. Sea Dream directly looked away, and Sea Gloom looked at Xianlang with a cold smile. No one stood on Gila's side, and no one was willing to give Xianlang a chance. Gila was about to open her mouth to beg again, but she was stopped by Xianlang. Begging would only make people weak, and it would only make people look down on them. Xianlang said, Uncle Jack Tang, you are going to be the leader of the Skull Party tomorrow, right? Yes, my child. Jack Tang replied. Xianlang said, then can I sign up for it? Jack Tang replied, as long as you are a member of the Skull Party, you can participate. Xianlang, then can I join the Skull Party now? Jack Tang replied, yes, Gila is the third leader. She can directly introduce you to the Skull Party. Xianlang looked at Gila and said, Sister, introduce me to the Skull Party. Gila gritted her teeth and said, Little brother, let's go. We should not have come. If the Skull Party wants to die and fall into the hands of the ambitious, then let them be. Sister, you are saying this out of anger. From a certain perspective, I am the ambitious one. I want to bring the skull party back to the east. Xianlang said firmly, Hila, please introduce me to the skull party. Little brother, are you sure you want to humiliate yourself like this? They don't like us, and we still have to stick our hot faces to their cold butts. Hila said angrily. No wonder she could not become the first leader of the skull party after Angela's death. Her temper was too explosive. I am sure. Xianlang said. Hila said, all right, I will introduce Xianlang to the skull party. Uncle Jack Tang, do you accept? Accept. Jack Tang replied, I agree to let Xianlang become a member of the skull party. Following that, without any ceremony, medal, or branding, Xianlang only needed to bow and become a member of the skull party. This was not considered breaking the rules, as not all the members of the skull party were warriors. There were some who studied the sea routes and the direction of the wind. Xianlang asked, since I have become a member of the skull party, can I participate in the election tomorrow? Jack Tang replied, in theory, of course you can. Anyone can run for the first leader position. Xianlang said, all right, I will officially apply to participate in the election tomorrow. I want to run for the first leader position of the skull party. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. You, who are you? Such a pretty boy could not even beat a goose and was not even qualified to be a soldier of the skull party, and he wanted to compete for the first leader position. What a joke. Just because you are Hila's little brother? But Hila herself could not become the first leader even though she was so strong. Just because you are Rocky's son. But the skull party did not care about bloodline, only strength. Furthermore, Rocky had left them for a very long time. Although he was the founder, the time he spent in the skull party was very short. What right do you, Xianlang, have to compete with His Highness? He is so strong, and he even saved the entire skull party. He is also the son of the leader of Angela. He belongs to the sea, and you cannot even compare to a strand of his hair. Jack Tang looked at Xianlang in disbelief. He actually wanted to choose? That was just asking to be humiliated. The skull party still had about 60,000 people left, and Xianlang could only get one vote at most? My child, are you sure you want to participate in the election? Jack Tang asked. Xianlang replied, yes. Jack Tang said, if you have thought it through, then everything will be as you wish. Following that, Jack Tang stood at the highest point and raised both of Xianlang's and Douglas's hands, shouting, tomorrow, Xianlang and His Highness Douglas will compete for the position of the first leader of the skull party. Is there anyone else who wishes to participate? The tens of thousands of pirates were stunned as they looked at Little White and Xianlang. Who the hell is this? His face was so white, and he was dressed so luxuriously. How did he look like a pirate? He looked more like a prostitute. Jack Tang said, let me introduce, this His Highness Xianlang is the only son of the founder of the skull party, His Majesty Rocky. I have already checked his identity and confirmed it. The tens of thousands of pirates were stunned. This pretty boy was actually the son of Rocky? It was truly humiliating. Who did he think he was? Pirates did not care about bloodlines. If everything was based on bloodlines, then what if the leader of the skull party F** kept a sheep and gave birth to a sheep? Would that sheep become the leader of the skull party? Although the pretty boy, Xianlang, was not a sheep, but he looked like one, white and weak. Huff, huff, huff. Countless pirates gave a thumbs up to Xianlang and cheered. Because he was the son of the first leader, Rocky, none of the pirates dared to insult him. Otherwise, Xianlang would have been scolded to the point of questioning his life. Huff, 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 huff. Xianlang was already familiar with this scene, to be booed by tens of thousands of people. Jack Tang was also a little awkward. He then looked to the right and said, as for His Highness Douglas, there is no need to introduce him, everyone is already familiar with him, and even worship him. Just as he finished speaking, countless of skeleton party pirates raised their cups and cheered wildly. We salute you, His Highness Douglas. Long live His Highness Douglas, long live. Long live Leader Douglas. The tens of thousands of pirates cheered at the same time, hitting their blades with all their might. It was a stark contrast to the booing of Xianlang. Hila, who was at the side, was about to explode. She could not wait to pull Xianlang away to prevent him from being humiliated. Jack Tang then shouted, since that's the case, when the sun rises tomorrow, the Skull Party will officially hold an election, and choose a new leader. Long live, long live. Long live Skull Party. Long live His Highness Douglas. His Highness Douglas, come and drink, drink. Countless pirates invited Douglas passionately, but no one bothered with Xianxia. Okay, coming right up. Douglas Silent roared, drink, I want to fight 100 of you too, ha ha ha. Countless pirates raised their arms and shouted, Douglas, Douglas. Then, this Douglas once again returned to the revelry of the pirates, drinking with them. Gila also followed him. Sea Dream also extended her hand, inviting her to drink. Not going, Gila said coldly. Jack Tang then said, kids, are you sure you don't want to go drink? The alcohol here is not bad. Not going, he disgusts me, Gila said. Jack Tang then stayed behind to accompany Xianxia and Gila. My child, you have to be mentally prepared for the result tomorrow. We pirates are all very rude, and we do not know how to give face to others. For the sake of the Rocky Party leader, they will not humiliate you, but they will definitely embarrass you. They will not accept you, Jack Tang said earnestly. Are you really going to participate in the election tomorrow? Of course, Xianxia said. Alright, Uncle Jack Tang, you don't have to force yourself to stay here with us, Gila said. You can go drink with them and pledge your loyalty to your new leader. This was Gila's temper, and he had been unhappy with the skeleton party for a long time. I'm old, Jack Tang said. I don't like to drink anymore. I have something to say to my brother, Gila said. Then, I'll take my leave first. See you tomorrow, Jack Tang said. The countless pirates continued to party, and only Xianxia and Gila were left on the empty ground, looking up at the stars. Brother, it's all my fault for not being strong enough, and you have to suffer today's humiliation, Gila said. I told you long ago that you shouldn't have come here. The land and the sea are indeed different, Xianxia said. The people on the land desperately protect their bloodline, while the people on the sea break it. The latter is actually correct. You don't know this, but in the Eastern world, when my identity was exposed, countless people came from all directions to pledge their loyalty to me, and countless people were willing to die for me. It's not because I'm Xianxia, but because I'm the son of Zhongli. It's good now, the skeleton party doesn't look up to me just because I'm the son of a pirate. Since you know it's a humiliation, why do you still want to participate in tomorrow's election? Gila said. I'll go find a ship, and we'll leave now. We don't want the skeleton party anymore. Xianxia sighed, sister, I never fight a battle that I'm not prepared for. Do you know what I'm best at? Seducing women? Yes, that's true. Xianxia said. But other than that, I'm best at slapping faces. At my peak, I've slapped millions of people, and millions of people in the capital of the state of Yu had their faces slapped by me until they started to doubt their lives. So this time is no exception. I will slap this Douglas's face, and I will make all the skeleton party pirates kneel in front of me, crying and repenting. Gila turned to look at Xianxia, cupping his face. Brother, do you know what I like the most about you? Xianxia said, you like my shameless way of bragging. That's right. Gila nudged Xianxia's nose intimately. The key is that everything you've bragged about has come true. Xianxia, so, sister, this time is no exception. This time, I will still slap their faces and make them doubt their lives. This time, we will still win. Gila, swear that you will win. Xianxia, I swear that I will crush this Douglas Silent and make all the skeleton party troops kneel in front of me and repent. Gila, how confident are you? Xianxia thought for a while and said, 80%. At dawn the next day, the election for the leader of the skeleton party fleet officially began. Both candidates had to give a public speech, and then all the pirates would vote. The location of the election was at the top of the Empress Dam at the exit of the harbor. This time, Xianxia stood on the dam, and he once again felt the majestic architectural miracle. It was a super dam that was 15,000 meters long, 100 meters tall, and 30 meters thick. It really looked like the arm of a giant, and it was even more majestic than all the walls that Xianxia had seen. More than 30,000 pirates all stood on the dam, but it was still empty. Behind the dam was the vast and boundless cursed sea, and countless sea monsters resided in this sea. The powerful and noble Douglas Silan was the first to make the election speech. Master Lang did not want to hear it, and the rest of you did not want to hear it, so a few thousand words were omitted. But when he made the speech, the crowd was surging, and countless pirates cheered like crazy no matter what he said. Douglas's speech was interrupted more than 10 times by the applause, and the tens of thousands of pirates cheered like they had seen their idol. Even though the election had not started, all the pirates already saw Douglas as the leader of the skeleton party. What Xianxia? He was not even qualified to be a foil. Finally, Douglas Silan finished his speech. Tens of thousands of pirates slammed their blades and shouted with all their might, "Douglas, Douglas! Long live the leader Douglas! Long live the leader Douglas! Long live Douglas! Long live the skeleton party!" Before the election had even started, everyone was already shouting for the leader Douglas. This was probably the most suspenseful election in history. Because the commotion was too big, it had attracted countless sea monsters. Countless, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them stood densely on the sea outside the harbor. It was a horrifying sight, as if they were going to drown the entire harbor. But they did not dare to enter. The Empress Dam in the harbor was a natural sacred barrier that countless of sea monsters did not dare to cross. Therefore, even if the tens of thousands of pirates saw hundreds of thousands of sea monsters outside the dam, they wouldn't find it strange at all. Although the endless sea monsters standing on the surface of the sea were truly frightening, it wasn't the first time they saw them. If not for the Empress Dam blocking the entire harbor, the entire skeleton party's fleet would have been smashed to pieces. Long live Douglas, long live! The countless pirates cheered, causing the sea monsters outside to increase in number, hundreds of thousands, over 200,000, over 300,000, and more. Finally, countless of sea monsters covered the sky, like an army of doomsday. Jack Tang shouted, "Quiet, quiet, please listen to His Highness Xianxia's speech." Instantly, all the pirates stopped cheering, and fell into a dead silence. After a moment, countless pirates started to cheer again. "Scram, scram, pretty boy. You are not qualified to be a member of the skeleton party, you are not worthy to be compared to His Highness Douglas. Scram, you are not qualified to be the son of His Highness Rocky." Countless pirates started to chase Xianxia away. They were not willing to listen to his speech, as they felt that it was an insult for Xianxia to compete with Douglas. Then, countless skeleton party pirates started to boo and cover their ears, expressing that they would not listen to a single word of Xianxia's speech. At the side, Gila was about to explode in anger. She wanted to draw her blade and kill. "Quiet, quiet, don't humiliate the bloodline of His Highness Rocky," Jack Tang roared. Then, all the pirates stopped booing and did not cover their ears, but all of them made a hand gesture, with their thumbs pointing down. "Xianxia, my speech, I did not say a single word. Here, I will teach you a new hand gesture." Xianxia raised 2 fingers at the tens of thousands of pirates and shouted, "This is called F*King. It means F*King all of you." The moment he said that, all the skeleton party pirates were stunned. They looked at Xianxia in disbelief. There was actually such a person who dared to humiliate everyone in public. Xianxia roared angrily, "You all look brave, but you are actually cowards. When His Majesty Angela chose to sacrifice himself to be buried at sea to save you, did any of you stop him? No. You all knew that it was Salombas's rumor, but you still allowed His Majesty Angela to sacrifice himself to be fed to that evil octopus. You all claim to be brave and strong, but you are actually a pile of dog sh*t, dog sh*t that wants to commit suicide every day, dog sh*t that needs others to save you." Xianxia then looked at Douglas and said, "Your Highness Douglas Siluan, the previous leader of the skeleton party, Angela, chose to sacrifice himself to be buried at sea to save the skeleton party. Then let me ask you, do you have such courage, such a heart? Do you have the heart to sacrifice for the skeleton party?" Xianxia suddenly pointed at the countless sea monsters outside and shouted, "How many sea monsters are there out there? 200,000? 300,000? Douglas, do you dare to jump down to be buried at sea? Do you dare to die at sea for the skeleton party? Do you dare to prove that you are the god of the sea? Do you dare to prove that you are the chosen one? Douglas, do you dare to jump down to be buried at sea?" Under the dam, there were hundreds of thousands of sea monsters. They were extremely ferocious, like hell. Shenlang shouted, "Douglas, do you dare to be buried at sea? You don't dare, right?" Douglas' silence face darkened, even filled with murderous intent. At this moment, the third faction Kuei Hai Wang said, "Your Excellency Shenlang, you speak so passionately, do you dare? Do you dare to jump down to be buried at sea?" Shenlang shouted, "Of course I dare, ha 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 ha." Then, Shenlang suddenly leaned back and jumped into the sea behind him. He jumped into the army of countless sea monsters. "I will prove to you that I am the true god of the sea, I am the chosen one of the skeleton party." Shenlang shouted as he fell towards the sea. At the same time, countless sea monsters opened their fangs and claws and pounced forward, drowning Shenlang like a flood. Note, to make everyone happy, this is a huge chapter of over 10,000 words. I will write the second chapter after eating. Pastry is really risking his life. Brothers, give me your monthly votes, don't make me beg so powerlessly, please. Everything happened too quickly. Before anyone on the dam could react, Shenlang had already jumped down. Then, there was dead silence. Shenlang's actions were like a slap to the faces of everyone present, tearing apart their faces. The skeleton party's fleet was very strong, but it was not glorious at the moment. What Shenlang had said just now was very true. At that time, the second party leader had spread rumors that the reason they were trapped here was because they had been cursed by the sea god Poseidon. This was because the ruins of the Lost Kingdom were the legendary sea god's tomb. In order to take revenge for Shenlang, Angela had brought the skeleton party's fleet here and disturbed the peace of the sea god. That was why the curse had been placed on them. Did many people really believe such a ridiculous rumor? He didn't take it too seriously. However, why did it still spread? It was because many people were unhappy with Angela. They felt that she had brought everyone here, which was why they were in this predicament. Angela had defeated the second leader, Salambas, forcefully and exiled him. However, she was an extremely arrogant person. Everyone felt that she should die and be buried at sea, so she should die. Did anyone stop her? Perhaps everyone, but how many people had stopped her? In the end, he could only watch Angela die. They hoped that her death could remove the curse and save everyone. When one placed one's hope on the sacrifice of others, how could there be any glory? If Shenlang was just making empty promises, he would not have the right to blame the skeleton party. However, he had also jumped down. At that moment, he had the right to stand on the moral high ground and slap everyone. Therefore, the moment he jumped down, countless pirates felt their hairs stand on end. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and their bodies went numb. No, however, the one who was the most shocked was still Gila. The moment Shenlang jumped down, she could not believe her eyes at all. Then, she could not move at all. She could not even cry out. Endless pain surged through her body. This made her remember her mother, Angela. She had also jumped down to be buried at sea in front of countless pirates. It was also so sudden, and she was caught off guard. She had left her forever. Do I have to go through the same pain again? The heavens had already taken away her mother. Was it going to take away her brother as well? Gila clenched her teeth and pointed at all the pirates on the dam. I will never forgive you. You bunch of cowards, you bunch of despicable cowards. Even if I become a ghost, I will curse you all. Then, she also jumped down from the 100-meter-high dam. Her mother's departure had already caused her to break down completely. Now that her brother had left, her world would be completely destroyed. There was no need to live anymore. Let's just die together. However, Gila had only jumped a dozen meters before she was pulled back and stopped falling. Because Uncle Jack Tang had also jumped down and grabbed her arm. His prosthetic arm was hooked onto the dam and kept sliding down. Let me go, let me die. Gila screamed and struggled with all her might. Jack Tang grabbed onto Gila's arm and said hoarsely, "My child, even if you don't want to live anymore, wait until Shenlang is dead before you seek death." How? How was he supposed to live? Drowned by countless sea monsters, how can he live? Gila roared angrily. If you didn't mock him like this, if you didn't flatter that trash like this, would he have jumped down? Douglas, you trash, you piece of sh*t. Why don't you jump down too if you have the guts to do so? Do you dare to sacrifice yourself for the skeleton party? You trash. You bunch of trash. Countless people turned to look at Douglas Silin. When someone was willing to use death to accuse you, there was no way to defend himself. Now that Douglas Silin wanted to prove his bravery and that he was willing to be buried at sea, he had to jump down as well. But how was that possible? He still had a good life ahead of him. How could he do such a ridiculous and stupid thing? However, he was an extremely intelligent person. He naturally knew that he couldn't blame a dead person at this time. He took off his hat and bowed towards the boiling sea. Sir Xianlang, although you don't have the strength to truss a chicken, your bravery and fearlessness have still won my respect. This action allowed him to save some face. At least he was still full of grace. Many pirate leaders also took off their hats and bowed to the boiling sea, showing their respect for the sacrifice of Xianlang. The leader of the second party, Hai Go, suddenly said, Sir Xianlang is extremely brave and fearless, but what we need now is a strong and wise leader. Only then will we be able to escape this predicament and bring us home. And this person is undoubtedly His Highness Douglas. This was interesting. It was almost as if he was accusing Xianlang of being brave but extremely stupid. Now that Xianlang is dead, let's continue the voting, shall we? There's only His Excellency Douglas left. Is there still a need to vote? Hai Wang said. Can we directly announce it? Uncle Jack, you can announce the first leader. Gila hissed. Hai Wang, are you so impatient? My brother's corpse is not even cold yet, and you can't wait to push your master to the top. Hai Wang said, what should we do? Kneel on this dam and cry for 3 days and 3 nights? Our skeleton party has no more tears. We have been trapped here for more than a decade, and the one who brought us here is your mother. Gila laughed coldly. You finally said what's on your mind. You finally said it. It was my mother who brought all of you here, so she used her death to repay the debt. But who gave all of you life, especially you and Hai Meng? Is it my mother? Are you all still alive? It's fine if you are indifferent to my mother and my brother's death, but don't ever say that you are a member of the skeleton party. Shameful, shameful. Pooey. Hai Wang said coldly, Uncle Jack Tang, are we going to continue with today's election? Are we still going to leave today? The best time is about to pass. Jack Tang grabbed Gila tightly and said, Child, I understand what you're thinking, and I'm also extremely shocked. I'm old, and I'm no longer afraid of death. But even if I die, I have the responsibility to bring the skeleton party out, do you understand? I understand very well, Gila said. So if you let me go, I'll let you die with my brother in the sea, in the stomach of the sea monsters. I won't let you go. I lost Loki, I lost Angela, I can't lose you anymore. Jack Tang sighed, then he shouted, continue with the election, continue with the voting. Following Jack Tang's order, the voting began. There was no need to write anyone's name. Every pirate held a stone in their hand, and they just had to place the stone in front of whoever they wanted to choose. On the dam, countless pirates walked past silently, placing stone after stone in front of Douglas Silin. Ha 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 ha, however, at this time, a burst of laughter came from below the sea. It was Xianlang. Everyone craned their necks to look, and then saw a truly horrifying scene. Xianlang was not dead. When he jumped down just now, when he was still a dozen meters away from the sea, countless sea monsters rushed up and completely drowned him. Everyone was too familiar with this scene. Every time someone was submerged by the sea monsters, not to mention dying without a complete corpse, not even a finger would be left. They would be eaten cleanly. But now, not only did Xianlang not die, there was an even more horrifying scene. Countless sea monsters acted as if they had seen a ghost and left in a frenzy. The entire sea seemed to boil again, and countless sea monsters retreated like the tide. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of sea monsters all retreated. With Xianlang as the center, everything within a radius of a few hundred meters was completely empty. What was going on? Why did these sea monsters not kill or eat Xianlang? Why did they not eat Xianlang and even seem to be afraid of him? Xianlang wore a special glider and tried his best to float on the water. He had to wear a glider, otherwise, after jumping from a height of 100 meters, even if he smashed into the water, he would definitely die. His delicate body would immediately be smashed into pieces, thus he needed the glider to cushion his fall. But he was overthinking, because before he smashed into the sea, he was already surrounded by countless sea monsters. Come, come, come and eat me, little sea monster, come and bite me, come and bite me. Xianlang beckoned towards the countless sea monsters, and not only that, he even swam towards them. Then, a horrifying scene occurred once again. No matter where he swam to, the sea monsters would retreat like a receding tide. It was as if they had really seen a ghost. They did not dare to let Xianlang get within a few hundred meters of him. Come, let's play together. Xianlang swam towards the sea monsters on the other side, but the tens of thousands of sea monsters avoided him. This was simply too shocking. Xianlang turned around and shrugged his shoulders towards everyone on the dam. Everyone see this? I, Xianlang, am the sea god. Countless sea monsters respect me like a god, and only I can save the skeleton party. Only I am the leader of the skeleton party. At this time, Gila cried tears of joy and shouted, Xianlang, you be *starred, I will kill you. This sentence was said in Chinese, and her accent was a bit strange. Someone come and pull me up, Xianlang shouted. Jack Tang let go, and Gila jumped down, entering the water gracefully like a mermaid. If it were anyone else, they would have long since fallen into the water and died. However, Gila was completely fine. She only had to jump a little further away from Xianlang. Otherwise, if she accidentally killed his brother, it would be terrible. After entering the water, Gila swam towards Xianlang, directly hugged his neck, and then hugged him tightly. Be *starred, I almost thought I was going to lose you. Are you also such a be *starred in the Eastern world? Gila asked. Then, she swam to the bottom of the dam with Xianlang on her back and climbed up with her hands and feet. This was really awesome. This 100-meter-tall dam was like a cliff, and there was almost no place to climb, but she climbed up so easily. Back on the dam, everything changed. Countless pirates looked at Xianlang with eyes full of mystery and respect. This was too awesome. These were the sea monsters of the Cursed Sea. They had been fighting for more than 10 years and paid the price of tens of thousands of casualties. Fortunately, these sea monsters did not dare to go on land, or else the skeleton party would have been annihilated. They hated these sea monsters, but they also felt a sense of despair, because there were too many sea monsters. And they could not kill them all. Now that Xianlang had fallen into hundreds of thousands of sea monsters, not only was he safe and sound, but these sea monsters were actually afraid of him. Xianlang came to Douglas Silent's side and said slowly, Mr. Douglas is really amazing. You actually created a large light screen mirage, making countless sea monsters stare at the light screen every day. But I am different. No matter where I go, the sea monsters all disappear without a trace, because I am the incarnation of the sea god. So, everyone in the skeleton party, if you don't vote for me, when will you? Only I am your savior, only I am your master. Why was it like this? Why did these sea monsters avoid Xianlang like a ghost? Was it because Xianlang was possessed by the sea god? Of course not, it was still his blood. His blood was not too overpowered, but it was too poisonous. After the super goo worms of Stupa Mountain entered his blood, they all died. After the hundreds of thousands of infernal fire bugs injected the mysterious substance into Xianlang's blood, there was no reaction, and in the end, they all died. It was the same for these sea monsters. Before they could tear Xianlang apart, Xianlang cut his own blood vessels and let the blood spurt out. In the end, these sea monsters all ran away. They were filled with extreme fear towards Xianlang's blood. Remember when Mulan's ship entered the Devil's Triangle? There were also countless sea monsters that rushed onto the ship. One of the sea monsters wanted to swallow Xianye's baby. However, before it could even cut through his delicate skin, it froze for a moment. Then, it didn't take another bite. Because baby Xianyi had inherited this strange bloodline of Xianlang. Xianlang's bloodline was not too godly, but too poisonous, so these sea monsters did not dare to touch it. In fact, Xianlang had already discovered this yesterday, when Gila hugged him and ran on the sea, releasing a powerful aura. But there were countless sea monsters. How could Xianlang be unscathed? It was just that before these sea monsters touched Xianlang, they had already smelled the strange aura on him, so they stopped. Gila did not discover it, but Xianlang discovered it himself. This proved that his inference was correct. His blood was like a curse to these sea monsters. Therefore, he staged such a shocking scene, as if he was possessed by the sea god. Helen's heart was also filled with shock. She carefully looked at Xianlang for a while, then loudly said, if you want to escape from here, just scaring away the sea monsters is not enough. The problem of the sea monsters has already been solved by His Highness. The key is how to remove that curse, so that our fleet can leave here, and not return to the starting point after countless voyages, forever unable to leave this cursed sea. Sea's Ghastly had reached the main point. The key to saving the skeleton party fleet was to leave this place. His Highness Douglas, can you bring all of us away from here and return to our home? Hai Wang said, many of your children on Skull Island have already grown up. Douglas Siluan said, I can do it, of course I can do it. I will bring all of you out of here, back to the Xiluan Continent Sea, back to Skull Island, and then I will not ask for anything from you. I will not force you to join the Xiluan Empire's navy. You can still be pirates, you can still roam the entire sea. My only goal here is to save. After I complete this mission, I will leave and return to the Empire. Because I have to answer to my mother, even if you are pirates, you are still the citizens of the Xiluan Empire, I must answer to you. Hai Wang said, did everyone hear that? His Highness Douglas does not ask for anything from you. After saving you, he does not need anything in return, he does not need your loyalty, he will still give you freedom. Then, Hai Wang looked at Xianlang, His Highness Xianlang, can you save the skeleton party? Can you bring us out of this cursed sea? Xianlang said, of course I can. Then we will believe you for the time being. Hai Wang said, then may I ask His Highness Xianlang, once you save us, will you ask for anything from us? Of course. Xianlang said, everything in this world has a price. If a person has no other request, it is not because he is noble, but because his request is too big, he can't say it. This sentence sounds familiar, it seems like someone said it not long ago. Yes, it was in the Amazon kingdom, the high priest said it to Xianlang. Xianlang continued, once I save you, you must be loyal to me, there is no free lunch in this world. Hai Wang said, then may I ask what we will be loyal to you for? Xianlang said, kill your way back to the eastern world, to take revenge for me. He was speaking the truth according to the person he was speaking to, and when he saw the ghost he was speaking to. In the Amazon kingdom, he pretended to be noble, saying that he only wanted to save the Amazon kingdom, without any conditions, he did not want anything. In the end, Queen Ida gave him more. Not only did she give him 8,000 warriors, she even gave herself to Xianlang. That was because the Amazons were noble, they did not want to owe anyone favors. The more noble you were, the more generous their reward. But this group of skeleton pirates was not like this. Do not have high expectations of their character just because they were created by Zhongli. Do not have high expectations of their character just because they were the world's #1 pirate. Have you ever seen a noble pirate? Otherwise, Jiang Li's name here would not be Loki, he was the god of deceit. If you save the skeleton pirates and tell them that you do not need anything in return, then they will really leave and not give you anything. Hai Wang said loudly, now the situation is very clear, His Highness does not have any conditions to save the skeleton, he is willing to give you absolute freedom after the matter is over. If His Highness Xianlang saves you, he will need your loyalty, you will have to fight for him and become his lackeys. Warriors of the skeleton, free skeleton, it is time for you to make your choice. Hai Wang's words were filled with ulterior motives, but Xianlang did not stop her, as it was better to make things clear now. Jack Tang shouted, the voting officially begins. Whoever you choose, place the stone in front of him. Hila was the first to make a choice. She placed a stone in front of Xianlang and stood behind him, staring at the countless skeleton members, as though she was forcing them to choose Xianlang with her gaze. Hai Wang was also the first to make a choice. He placed the stone in front of Douglas and stood behind him. Angela's adopted daughter, Hai Meng, stood in front of the two of them and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still walked in front of Douglas, passed the stone to him, and stood behind him. After Ankaraj died and Salambas was exiled, the skeleton party only had 4 leaders left. Now, 2 of them were standing behind Douglas. Everyone's gaze landed on Jack Tang's face, waiting for his choice. He was one of the most senior members of the skeleton. He had followed Loki from the start, then Angela. No matter who took over, he would always be the number 2 person in the skeleton fleet. As such, his choice was too important, and it would affect a lot of people. Jack Tang closed his eyes, as though he was in a life-and-death situation. He did not know whether to choose Shenlang or Douglas. The entire place was silent, and no one even voted. They were all waiting for Jack Tang's choice. A few minutes later, Jack Dunn opened his eyes and walked towards Douglas with the stone in his hand. Douglas thought to himself as he bowed to Jack Tang, while a smug smile appeared on Hella's face. Hella glared at Jack Tang angrily. This was too disappointing. Wasn't Jack Tang her father's most loyal subordinate? He was also an Easterner, and he should be loyal to his young master. Was this world really so ugly? However, after Jack Tang gave the stone to Douglas, he stood behind Shenlang. Logic tells me that I should choose His Highness. I feel that he can save the skeleton army. As the second leader of the skeleton, I have to place the interests of the skeleton at all times. However, I am willing to follow His Highness Shenlang, even if I have to go through hell. Jack Tang knelt on one knee in front of Shenlang and said, "Your Highness, please accept this old subject's loyalty." This sentence, he said in Chinese. Everyone was shocked. Jack Tang actually made such a choice? He had voted for Douglas, but he chose to follow Shenlang. Continue voting. The tens of thousands of pirates came up to vote. Just as Shenlang had expected, there were more people who chose Douglas. The stone in front of him increased, and the number of skeleton pirates behind him increased. Of course, the number of people who chose Shenlang was about a tenth of Douglas. The situation was clear. Those who chose Douglas had already lost hope in their hearts. They only wanted to be safe and return home peacefully. They were not willing to have any fantasies, and no longer had any ideals or romance. And those who chose Shenlang were still willing to believe in miracles, and were still willing to take risks. Their blood was not cold, although they were few in numbers, but they were extremely precious. After a few hours, the voting had ended. Douglas was still in the lead, and there was no need to count the votes. Shenlang had roughly estimated, out of the 60,000 skeleton pirates, there were 53,000 who chose Douglas, and only 7,000 who chose Shenlang. Hai Wang said, "Uncle Jack Tang, the result is clear. His Highness Douglas has won. He is the new first leader of the skeleton party." Jack Tang replied, "Yes, seems like it. I hereby announce, His Highness Douglas Siluan will be the third highest leader of the skeleton party." If it was in the past, there would definitely be countless people cheering, but now, it was completely silent. "Long live His Highness Douglas, long live the skeleton party!" Hai Wang shouted. Following that, the other pirates also shouted, "Long live His Highness Douglas, long live the leader, long live the skeleton party." Douglas Siluan bowed, "It is my honor. Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise. I will save the skeleton party, bring all of you out of the cursed sea, and bring all of you home. Long live, long live, long live!" Countless pirates shouted with all their might. Right at that moment, the mirage appeared on the surface of the sea once again. A gigantic mirage appeared on the east side of the sea, spanning for 1,000 miles, connecting the sky and the sea. This scene was like a miracle. No wonder countless people trusted Douglas, because the mirage only appeared after he came, and the first time it appeared, Douglas was like a god. He raised his hands up high, as though he was the one holding up the mirage with his own strength. When the countless sea monsters on the surface of the sea saw the mirage appear, they left like the tide, all rushing towards the mirage. It was the same as yesterday. Hundreds of thousands, millions of sea monsters gathered in front of the mirage, looking up, as though they were completely immersed in it, ignoring everything around them. Even when the ships crashed into them, they did not react, and they watched while crying. In the blink of an eye, the sea was completely cleared. Countless sea monsters disappeared. This situation continued until the sun set, for a whole 10 hours. "We have to leave quickly," Douglas said. "Brothers of the skeleton party, I will bring all of you home now. I will save all of you now. Go home, go home." Countless pirates had tears in their eyes. Were they finally going home? They were finally going home. They believed that the new leader, His Highness Douglas, would definitely be able to do it, because he had created one miracle after another. So how confident was Douglas? He was really confident. Because 2.5 months ago, the Nightmare Mountain exploded, causing a series of underwater earthquakes, like a chain reaction. At that time, Xianxia had saved the Amazon kingdom, but he did not know that the ancient energy cores in other places had also exploded, and a series of explosions had spread for thousands of miles. This included the Cursed Sea, which also had earthquakes and tsunamis, because there had been 3 large explosions within 1,000 miles, the energy level of which was equivalent to the Amazon Great Pyramid. And at that time, the energy field of the Cursed Sea had changed, and the scene of ghosts hitting the wall disappeared. Gila had successfully escaped, becoming the only person to leave the Cursed Sea. Thus, Adolf and Douglas concluded that to rescue the Skeleton Party's fleet and bring them out of the Cursed Sea region was extremely simple. As long as they detonated another ancient energy core and caused another earthquake, it would be enough. Furthermore, they could not detonate it immediately, needing to detonate it at a fixed time, waiting for the Skeleton Party fleet to travel 1,000 miles and reach the critical point of the Cursed Sea before detonating the ancient energy core. Then where were the ancient energy cores? There were a lot of them, and there were a few in this lost country, so they just needed to detonate one of them. As for how to detonate it? Others might not know, but Douglas knew. The ancient civilization might be a top secret to others, but to him and Adolf, it was just knowledge. Sauron had obtained the support of the White Capital and the Fire God religion, and these two transcendent organizations had a deep understanding of the ancient civilization. In fact, Xianxia had the same thought. Detonating an ancient energy core would cause an earthquake, and they would be able to break the energy circle of the Cursed Sea and escape from ghosts hitting the wall. Therefore, Douglas was almost 100% confident because the facts had proven it. Go home, go home. Countless pirates boarded the Skeleton Party's battleships. Open the gate of the dam, open the gate. As the mechanism was pressed, the gigantic goddess dam slowly opened 20 giant gates, each 50 meters wide and 30 meters tall. What kind of power could open such a giant gate? It was definitely the ancient energy core. As the gate opened, the Skeleton Party fleet left the Queen's Harbor and entered the sea, opening the path home. A few hundred battleships spread out on the surface of the sea, covering the sky. Go home, go home. Long live Chief Douglas, long live the Skeleton Party. After an entire 4 hours, the last Skeleton Party fleet left the Queen's Harbor and arranged themselves in a powerful formation. They first headed west before heading north, that way, they would be able to avoid a large area of the sea monster army after dark. But there were still 7,000 people who did not leave, and 100 ships that did not leave, as they had chosen Xianxia. Although it was not publicly announced, the Skeleton Party had officially split. 53,000 people chose to be loyal to Douglas, while 7,000 chose to be loyal to Xianxia. Douglas spoke, Sir Xianxia, no matter what, we are still a complete Skeleton Party, your fleet can follow behind us and leave. You make it sound like we are going home by leeching off you. Xianxia replied. No need, thank you. I wish you all a safe journey. Douglas looked at Jack Tang and asked, Mr. Tang, are you sure you are not leaving with us? Jack Tang replied, I choose to be loyal to young Emperor, but I wish you all a safe journey back home, and for saving the Skeleton Party. Douglas bowed. Goodbye, or never again. Douglas silently laughed, then jumped down from the Queen's Dam. Below was the Skeleton Party's flagship, a super-large ship with a displacement of over 3,000 tons, a dreamy ship that even Xianxia drooled over. The bottom of the ship was covered with metal armor, and there were over 100 large holes for shooting, but they were not cannons, but giant crossbows. If this ship belonged to Xianxia, with some modifications, it could be used as a cannon battleship. Goodbye, never again. Douglas waved his hand. Then, the Skeleton Party's flagship sailed to the west, getting further and further away. Xianxia watched as the ships became smaller and smaller, becoming a black dot before finally disappearing. The main force of the Skeleton Party had left, taken away by Douglas, and the remaining 7,000 people looked at Xianxia quietly. They chose to believe in madness, believe in miracles, but they still chose to stay in this place of despair. Their choice might be to face death. This was because the last warehouse that Douglas had found had almost all of the food and wine inside. Most of the food and wine had been taken away, and there wasn't much left. Once they finished eating, they would run out of food. At that time, they wouldn't be able to leave and could only starve to death. Only the bravest and craziest pirates would still follow Xianxia at this time. Gila held Shenlang's hand and came to a corner of the dam for a private talk. You're letting them leave just like that? Gila said, those are our skeleton party, our ships. Without this fleet, how are you going to kill your way back to the east? Shenlang smiled. Gila, do you still remember what I said? Gila said, you want to slap Douglas's face, you want to slap the entire skeleton party's face, but you've already done it today, haven't you? Shenlang laughed coldly. What does today count as? I know Douglas's plan, to detonate the energy core of an ancient ruin and cause an earthquake at the bottom of the sea, destroying the strange energy field of the cursed sea and breaking the wall. I used to think the same thing, but it will definitely fail. The first time was successful, but the second time will be on guard, so Douglas's plan will definitely fail. At that time, after sailing for thousands of miles and happily thinking that they have escaped from the cursed sea, they will still end up back at the starting point. How much despair will they feel? Will they feel that Douglas has lied to them? However, I have a real way to save the skeleton party and bring everyone out of the cursed sea. Only I can truly destroy this strange energy field. Gila asked, is the process complicated? Difficult? Not complicated, very direct, Shenlang replied. Imagine, when they are completely in despair, I will become their only savior, Shenlang said. Those 50,000 people who chose Douglas will have to kneel in front of me to repent and beg for my forgiveness. They will kneel and beg to be loyal to me, becoming my lackeys. At that time, how great will it be? How perfect will it be? I still have to thank Douglas. If not for his cooperation, how could my journey of conquering the skeleton party be so successful? Just wait, very soon, in another 24 hours, Douglas will be in despair, and the 50,000 skeleton party will be in despair. Ha 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 ha, keek keek. At the same time, in a small pyramid at the westernmost part of the Lost Nation ruins. Boom, boom, boom. The small pyramid suddenly burst open, and a huge crack appeared. This was not an explosion, but a large hole that had been pierced through by someone. Then, a figure suddenly drilled out of this underwater pyramid and rushed out of the sea. A head of blonde hair, a beautiful face, and a curvaceous body. She had the face of an angel and the body of a devil. After walking for more than 10,000 miles, killing for more than 10,000 miles, and walking for a few months, I finally made it through. But, where is this place? Could it be that I have walked from one grave to another? Who was this woman? Of course, it was the other sister that Shenlang yearned for day and night, Princess Helen. Note, updated nearly 20,000 words today. My hands are about to twitch. Benefactor, please give me the monthly votes, I am really risking my life. Monthly votes, please give me a hand. Recommend an online farming novel, I am the boss behind the scenes, it is quite interesting. Helen's life was one of true battles. She was the only direct descendant of the Xiluan Empire, but to a certain extent, she was also an illegitimate daughter. Her mother hadn't married, but she was left behind, and there were obvious oriental marks on her body. She had a head of blonde hair, but her eyes had obvious oriental features that could not be hidden. Of course, she had never tried to hide it, so she was even more ostracized by the northern nobles. She had been to the Xiluan Empire twice, but each time it was very unpleasant, and she was ridiculed. She was fed up with the so-called aristocratic etiquette, but her own etiquette was meticulous. After her mother passed away, the palace in the Queen City could no longer hold her back. She even wanted to escape. Without any goal, she just wanted to leave this home where she had no family, so Helen began her wandering life. She was a quiet and gentle woman, her heart full of beauty. Wandering in the outside world, she longed to make friends. She even hoped to wander to the eastern world to find her father. Of course, she didn't have to go in the end, because Jiangli was already dead. She had no family in this world. She wandered even more thoroughly, and disguised herself as she walked through almost the entire southern part of the Xiluan Empire. She had no intention of understanding the feelings of the people, nor could she listen to their voices. But she was still the direct descendant of Queen Helen, and a certain attribute was already engraved in her genes. The more she walked, the more she thought. But the more she thought, the more she couldn't find an answer. She left the Queen City and the palace to find the meaning of her existence, the meaning of life. But as she walked through the villages and towns, and saw the countless slaves and the countless Vader clansmen living in poverty, some ideal in her body seemed to awaken. And she looked like a typical mixed blood. After concealing her identity and beautiful face, she was discriminated against. The Xiluan people looked at her as if she was of a lower race. She began to think, were people born equal or unequal? Just this question almost drove her into a dead end. She began to read a lot of Queen Helen's books, her notes, and her governing strategy. Then, she completely understood Empress Helen's painstaking efforts back then. In the entire Xiluan Empire, the white people of Xiluan, after hundreds of years of reproduction, still made up less than 20% of the total population. However, they were indeed the absolute ruling class. As for the Vader race and other races, they made up 80% of the population, but their status was low, and they almost didn't have any power. 80% of the population owned less than 5% of the wealth, while 20% of the population owned 100% of the power and more than 95% of the land and wealth. It was not impossible for the minority to rule over the majority. However, this would mean a complete monopoly of knowledge, wealth, land, and so on. The productivity of 80% of the population would not be able to be released. This meant that the empire would not be able to progress, and the vast majority of the population would forever sink into ignorance and become gray livestock. Under such circumstances, the Xiluan Empire would be in danger. Once an external force was strong enough, the entire empire would fall apart. Therefore, Queen Helen initiated the reform and implemented a system of racial integration and tolerance. It was imperative to liberate the slaves, but she didn't give the Vader race a lot of power at once. Instead, she released it bit by bit. The key was to facilitate the marriage between the Xiluan people and the Vader race, and carry out interracial marriage. This way, after a few hundred years, there would be no Xiluan people or Vader people. Everyone would be one race. Moreover, while the Xiluan people were still very strong and occupied an absolute dominant position, they could accommodate the majority and assimilate the majority. Otherwise, when the Vader race awakened and became strong, it would be too late. The entire empire would be completely crushed by the confrontation between the two races. After all, the Xiluan people were foreign invaders. After Princess Helen went deep into the southern part of the empire, she discovered that many of the nobles here already had the blood of the Vader race. They had the looks and names of the Xiluan people, but 100 years ago, they responded to Her Majesty's call and began to intermarry with the higher-ups of the Vader race. Now, these southern nobles with impure blood were being suppressed and ostracized by the nobles of the entire empire. The Second Xiluan Empire had already fallen apart, and the throne had been absent for decades. However, this was good news for the entire south, because they no longer had to be squeezed by the northern part of the empire and could develop freely. Therefore, after the collapse of the Second Empire, the development of the entire south became even more prosperous. During the time of the Second Empire, the taxes in the south were more than double that of the north for a long period of time, and there were almost no southern nobles in the imperial cabinet. Of course, although some nobles were in the south, because they opposed the racial integration policy, they were also seen as northern nobles, such as the Russo family of the Jade Wave province. When Helen walked around the entire south, she discovered that countless people were reminiscing about Queen Helen and were grateful for her racial integration policy. This way, many of the Vader race could become mid-level officials, and they could also own large tracts of land and become rich in business. Of course, it had been more than 100 years since Queen Helen passed away, so the so-called reminiscing was more of yearning. The nobles of the entire south, as well as countless higher-ups of the Vader race, all longed for another Queen Helen to continue the racial integration policy. This way, their status and wealth could be preserved. This was because after Queen Helen's death, the Xiluan Empire's policy had already reversed. The intermarriage between the Xiluan and the Vader race was stopped, and racial antagonism gradually began. Moreover, the already banned slave trade was revived. Princess Helen fell into a very contradictory mood. First, she was very disgusted with politics, feeling that it was a very hypocritical and disgusting thing. However, she also had a sense of mission. She felt that the fruits of the empire's development in the south could not be destroyed, and the Xiluan Empire could not return to the previous racial antagonism. In particular, evil things like the slave trade had to be completely banned. With such painful thoughts, her life became even more directionless. Thus, she went on an almost masochistic adventure, going wherever the most dangerous was. It did not seem like an adventure, but more like a form of suicide. However, her bloodline was too high. It was the powerful golden bloodline. Taking an adventure meant fighting, and it meant killing. In these 10 years of her life, she had always been fighting against humans, fighting against the strange creatures in the ancient ruins. She had seen countless evil things, and she knew countless secrets. Places that countless people had not been to, she had been to all of them. In the past 2,000 years, she had explored all of the city-states and the ruins of the fallen empires. With the golden bloodline, she fought every day, becoming stronger and stronger. Stronger and stronger, so strong that she did not know how strong she was. Thus, she prepared to embark on the craziest adventure, going to the world's forbidden areas. At present, there were 3 known forbidden areas in the world: the extreme north, the Devil's Triangle, and the Great Desert of Death. Of course, the Lost Nation could barely be counted as one, but it was not listed as a forbidden area. Instead, it was a secret place with hidden treasures. Thus, Princess Helen eliminated it first. She did not care about treasures at all. She heard that Sauron had already gone to the extreme north, so she did not go. She hated to have anything to do with the Xiluan royal family in the north. However, the Great Desert of Death was too far, so she chose the Devil's Triangle. Then, she went. No ship was willing to take her, so she drove the sailboat alone. However, as soon as her sailboat entered the black fog of the Devil's Triangle, it was directly smashed by lightning. She jumped into the sea alone, and in the countless lightning and storms, she swam hundreds of miles on the sea, passed through the thick fog, and entered the new world within the Devil's Triangle. Then, she lived there for many years, constantly exploring, and constantly fighting. In the end, she simply fought, and killed, and killed, and killed. Before she found that conch, every time she was surrounded by countless sea monsters, she relied on heaven-defying fighting to kill her way out. The more she killed, the more addicted she became. The deeper she killed in the ruins, the stronger the sea monsters she met. Every day, when she opened her eyes, she would fight. She almost forgot about the time. She slept for 4 hours a day, and the remaining 20 hours were all used for fighting. If she had not met Jean Mulan, if she had not met Xianlang's family, Princess Helen would still be in the Devil's Triangle, enjoying herself. This was because she felt that she had not killed her way through yet. There were still many deep ruins that she had not explored, and there were still many powerful sea monsters that she had not met. However, after meeting her family, everything changed. Originally, Princess Helen could fight without any worries every day. However, ever since she met Xianlang's family, she was ecstatic. She actually still had relatives in this world. She really did have relatives? She actually had a younger brother. Moreover, her younger brother's family had entered the Devil's Triangle, including a few cute babies. Therefore, the heaven-defying warrior Helen became the nanny Helen. She had to help Mulan's family settle down in the Devil's Triangle, build a defense line, train Nirvana warriors, and even open up farmland and bring people to fish in the sea. There were also countless sea monsters in the Devil's Triangle. Helen could still fight. She had to clear the monsters everywhere and use the Nightmare Stone to build a safe zone. Then, she arranged all her family members in this safe zone to ensure that there were no sea monsters within a few kilometers of Xianlang's family. Then, she learned that her younger brother Xianlang was also nearby, just outside the Devil's Triangle. He should have come in. However, after waiting for a whole 3 months, she did not see her younger brother Xianlang. At this time, she had already settled Xianlang's family and handed the ancient conch to Shuayin. She left the Devil's Triangle alone to find Xianlang. In the end, she discovered that she could enter the Devil's Triangle, but she absolutely could not leave. She tried countless times, but she could not get out at all. Even if she survived countless lightning bolts and hurricanes, no matter how long she walked in the dark fog, she would eventually return to the same place. She would never be able to get out. She had been caught by tornadoes more than a dozen times and thrown back into the Devil's Triangle, but she was still safe and sound. Therefore, she continued to explore and found an undersea passage under a pyramid. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Although the air was very thin, it was not completely suffocating. However, this undersea passage was too long, and she did not know where it led. Princess Helen was good at trusting her intuition, so she directly entered this undersea passage without saying anything. She walked for a few months, a full 10 or 20,000 kilometers. Normally, with her speed, it would not take her a few months to walk 20,000 kilometers, but this undersea passage was densely packed with sea monsters, and they were all very powerful sea monsters. Not only that, many parts of this undersea passage were broken and destroyed. Not only was there a suffocating area, there was also a poisonous gas area, an underwater magma area, and she even encountered 2 explosions of ancient energy cores. If it were anyone else, they would have died many times, but she walked through it. Therefore, she was definitely worthy of a nickname, the heaven-defying Helen. Helen rushed out of the sea, took out an ancient jade pot, and poured seawater into it. Not long after, the seawater inside turned into fresh water. She had obtained this treasure in some ancient ruins. She had obtained countless treasures along the way, but she had thrown most of them away, except for this one. This gem jade pot could turn seawater into fresh water. This was the most precious thing she had in her adventure in the sea. It could keep her alive. No matter how powerful a person was, if they did not have fresh water to drink, they would die without a doubt. She drank a mouthful of water first, then casually caught 2 fish, cut them into thin slices, and ate them. Next, she opened the base of the ancient gem jade pot. There was snow-white salt inside, and she used it to brush her teeth. Next, she took off her clothes and bathed in the sea. Finally, she washed her body with fresh water and changed her clothes. After she was clean and refreshed, Princess Helen began to explore this mysterious place. This place had the same architectural style as the Devil's Triangle, and there was an undersea passage. What did this prove? It proved that in the ancient world, these 2 places belonged to the same empire. Along the way, many times the undersea passage was interrupted and collapsed. Helen had to drill out of the ruins that piled up like a mountain. Sometimes, she had to walk on the bottom of the sea and go to the surface to breathe until she found a new entrance to the undersea passage. When passing through this undersea area, Helen found many undersea cities with the same architectural style. So she concluded that this should be the legendary Lost Kingdom. It and the Devil's Triangle used to belong to the same empire, but then there was a drastic change. This land collapsed to the bottom of the sea, and this empire also perished. However, the Lost Kingdom only had a history of a few thousand years, and it did not belong to the ancient civilization. Princess Helen quickly determined that the Lost Kingdom thousands of years ago should be the new Lost Kingdom, an empire built on the ruins of the old Lost Kingdom. Helen looked up and saw the pyramid at the top of the Great Snow Mountain, and the huge light on it. Go explore. This was Helen's instinctive reaction. No matter what mysterious place she saw, no matter how dangerous it was, she would go. But after thinking about it, she gave up the idea. It was more important to leave this place and find the whereabouts of Xianxia. And at this time, boom, 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 a loud sound came from a place a few hundred miles away, and then a huge fireball soared into the sky. The entire ground was shaking, and even the surface of the sea started roaring. This scene might not be seen even once in a lifetime, but to Princess Helen, it was a common sight. It was just the ancient energy core exploding. But what would happen if the ancient energy core exploded at this time? Princess Helen could not help but run towards the east wind like a gust of wind. The skeleton party's main fleet. Douglas Silon was very satisfied. From now on, the skeleton party's fleet belonged to him. This was the #1 fleet in the Western world. Adolf failed to conquer the Amazon tribe, but Douglas succeeded. With the skeleton party's fleet, he could be invincible in the entire Western World Sea. The Navy Marshal of the Third Xiluan Empire was definitely him. The empire's prince come cabinet minister, come Navy Marshal. In this Third Xiluan Empire that was about to be established, he would be the minister of the highest rank, second only to one and above millions. Adolf was too arrogant and careless, so he lost to Xianxia in the matter of conquering the Amazon tribe. But Douglas was different. He made the first move and completely cut off Xianxia's path of retreat. Next, he just needed to successfully bring the skeleton party's fleet out of the Cursed Sea region and back to the Xiluan Ocean. Your Highness, we have reached the critical point of the Cursed Sea region, Hai Wang said. Douglas Silon nodded, his face still brimming with an enchanting smile. How to determine that the critical point of the cursed sea region was the island in front? Because there was not a single island in the entire cursed sea region. There was only seawater in all directions, as if it was a copy and paste. And this island was very strange. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary island, but look at its reflection, it was indeed a woman with a human face and a snake body. And as the sea shook, it seemed to be swimming, as if it was alive. When they saw this human-faced snake body island, they knew that they had entered the cursed sea region. Douglas Silence said, "Let's wait quietly, wait for that earth-shattering explosion." The entire fleet lined up neatly and lined up at the critical line of the cursed sea region. As long as the strange energy field in this sea region was broken, they would immediately rush out of this sea region and completely escape. Countless skeleton party pirates held their breath, some even clasped their hands together. They had wanted to escape countless times in the past, but in the end they returned to the starting point. It was always a hopeless ending, their spirits were almost destroyed. But it was different this time. His Highness Douglas had created so many miracles, he would definitely be able to save everyone. Some skeleton party pirates could not even bear the pressure in their hearts and started to kneel on the ground to pray to the sea god, to the sky god. At this moment, many people could not help but have a thought. If they did not follow Douglas and instead followed Xianxia, what kind of ending would it be? "Your Highness," Hai Wang said, his voice was filled with nervousness. Douglas smiled, "Don't worry, everything is going according to plan." Hai Wang said, "Will the despicable Xianxia spoil our plan?" Douglas said, "Even if he has the thought, he does not have the ability to do so. He does not even know which ancient energy core I detonated. And with his ability, he will not be able to go to the bottom of the sea." Hai Wang said, "That's true, I have never seen a more useless man than him." Douglas said, "They're here, they're almost here." This Westluan royal family was extremely intelligent and had a card up his sleeve. Then, he silently counted down in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, then, he suddenly jumped onto a platform on the mast of the flagship and stood at a height of tens of meters, overlooking the entire skeleton party fleet. Tens of thousands of skeleton party pirates raised their heads to look at Douglas. At this moment, the sun shone on his body, causing his entire body to seem to be enveloped in a layer of golden light. Next, it was time for Douglas to perform a miracle. Douglas shouted loudly, "Brothers of the skeleton party, you are about to witness a miracle. I said I will save you, so I will definitely do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it's coming, come. See God protect me." Douglas calculated the time accurately, then suddenly spread open his arms and soared towards the sky. And just at this moment, boom 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 boom, earth-shattering explosions erupted one after another. It was not just one ancient energy core exploding, but 3 in a row, extending for hundreds of miles. Everyone could clearly see that as Douglas's arms soared towards the sky, a shocking fireball appeared behind him. It directly drilled out from the bottom of the sea and soared into the sky. They had never seen such a huge fireball before. Furthermore, it emerged from the bottom of the sea and soared thousands of meters into the sky. It was simply a miracle. Then, there was an earthquake at the bottom of the sea, followed by a small-scale tsunami. It was like 10,000 horses galloping. This scene was truly world-shaking, as if it was directed by Douglas. He was truly like a god. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. The shocking fireball explosion and the surging huge waves all became the background of Douglas's performance. At the same time, the strange human-faced snake-bodied island disappeared. That island disappeared, the boundary of the cursed sea disappeared, the strange energy field disappeared. "We are saved, we are saved." His Highness Douglas succeeded. Countless pirates discovered this point and cried tears of joy. They hugged each other and struck their weapons crazily. Douglas shouted loudly, "At this moment, I am God, I am God. Brothers of the skeleton party, are you worshipping me? Are you loyal to me?" The ecstatic pirates were so shocked that their hair stood on end. They raised their arms and shouted, "Long live His Highness Douglas, long live. We worship His Highness Douglas." Hai Wangao pointed at Douglas and shouted, "I know many of you have wavered and wanted to believe in Xianxia. But now, it has been proven that His Highness Douglas is the true sea god, he is the true savior. And that pretty boy Xianxia, he is just a despicable swindler. Do you really think that he was scared away by the sea monster? That is not the case, because he is cursed. Anyone and anything that gets close to him will be destroyed. He is an ominous being, that is why he was banished by the entire Eastern world and fled to the Western world. I am truly sad for our 7,000 brothers. His Highness Douglas is bringing us home. But those 7,000 people were deceived by the despicable Xianxia. They can only stay in the cursed land and wait for death. Goddamn Xianxia, despicable Xianxia, let us mourn for our 7,000 brothers. This cunning liar should go to hell, he should be dismembered. Heavens, quickly send down a bolt of lightning to strike that liar to death. He was the one who almost ruined the skeleton party. Douglas put down his hands and said slowly, "Brothers of the skeleton party, are you willing to swear loyalty to me?" "Yes, yes. We swear loyalty to the great His Highness Douglas." "Throw the cunning liar Xianxia aside, step on him and spit on him, he is not even fit to wipe His Highness Douglas' shoes." Douglas was extremely satisfied with the miraculous performance, especially the performance of the few hundred shills. "Brothers of the skeleton party, as your master, I will bring you home, home. Home, home. Long live Douglas, long live the Savior, the skeleton party will forever belong to His Highness Douglas." Hai Wang raised his arms and shouted, "Let's go, home." Following Douglas's orders, the entire skeleton party fleet sailed towards the north majestically. The further they sailed towards the north, the more surprised everyone was, because the scenery had completely changed. Previously, the cursed sea region was filled with seawater, there were no islands, but now, there was an island every 50 kilometers, it was verdant and lush, filled with green trees and red flowers, it was filled with life. Success, success, we have truly left the cursed sea region. Throughout the journey, the skeleton party pirates went into a frenzy, countless of them shouted "Long live Douglas." They were eager to return home, they had finally left that god-forsaken place, they could finally return home, return to Skeleton Island to see their children, return to the human world, return to the familiar sea region, they could finally leave hell. All the way north, 5 days passed, 10 days passed, 13 days passed. Along the way, the scenery of the ocean was like a painting, it was extremely beautiful, it was completely different from the cursed sea region. We are about to reach Xiluan Empire. What city should we see first? We are about to reach home, it should be soon. Calculating the distance, they should be reaching Xiluan Empire's mainland, countless of them were waiting anxiously. All the people who sailed longed for land, especially the skeleton party pirates, because they had been trapped in the cursed land for over a decade, their hearts seemed to want to fly to land, fly to their home. Some of them could not endure it and stood at the highest point of the mast, because that was the first place they could see land. Suddenly, someone shouted, "We are here, we are here. Brothers of the skeleton party, I can see land, I can see Xiluan Empire's land, we are home. We have been wandering outside for over a decade, we have been imprisoned for over a decade, we are finally home." Then, countless of them saw land. It was currently night time, why could they see land? Because the surface of the sea reflected light, only the land was dark, and there were countless lights on the land. "Ha ha ha, we have reached land, we are home. We have reached Xiluan Empire. Long live Royal Highness Douglas, he has saved us, he has brought us home. We are loyal to Royal Highness Douglas." Countless of pirates shouted, they were so excited that they cried, cheered, and hugged each other. They were finally going home. They were getting closer and closer to the land. All of the skeleton party pirates saw it, there were countless of people welcoming them at the shore of the city, all of them were holding torches, it looked like stars. "Your Highness, did you arrange this?" Haigu asked excitedly. Douglas replied, "Yes, I have even calculated the time to reach land, this is the southernmost city of Xiluan Empire, White Port. I have sent people to welcome you, you are heroes, you should receive the treatment of heroes." Then, Douglas shouted, "Brothers of the skeleton party, your expedition is over, your adventure is over, we have returned in triumph, we are home." The skeleton party erupted into a tsunami of cheers. "Long live Royal Highness Douglas, long live, long live." Douglas shouted, "Brothers of the skeleton party, prepare to land, prepare to enter the city." At this moment, the people welcoming them on land were also excited, they shouted and waved the torches in their hands with all their might, as though they were shouting, welcome home, welcome home." At this moment, the pirates of the Skeleton Party fleet could no longer hold it in. They all jumped off the ship and swam towards land. As they swam, tears filled their eyes. "We are finally home, thank the Great Royal Highness Douglas, he saved us, he brought us away from the cursed seas." Countless Skeleton Party pirates swam a few hundred meters into the shallow sea, then rushed towards land, towards the people welcoming them. Douglas Sealuin was like a god, he was carried onto land by countless Skeleton Party pirates. From today onwards, he was the ruler of the Skeleton Party. Douglas Sealuin was escorted onto land by countless people, he was extremely pleased. "From today onwards, this invincible Skeleton Party fleet belongs to me. Xianxia, you are just a clown, no matter how good your performance is, it is useless, you can stay in the ruins of the lost nation and die there. There is no more food, you can starve to death there." The 7,000 loyal pirates will feel that they have been cheated, they will definitely tear you to pieces. "Xianxia, you are nothing compared to me, I am the savior of the Skeleton Party." However, in the next second, the Skeleton Party pirates that rushed onto land were stunned. Why did the people welcoming them on land look so familiar? Where have they seen them before? That's right, these are the 7,000 pirate brothers that were left in the ruins of the lost nation. And isn't the person in the middle Xianxia? And Jack, Tang, and Gila. Sea Gloom and Sea Dream were also stunned. Why is Xianxia here? This should be the white port of the Xiluan Empire, can they fly? How did they get ahead of us? Then, they could see even more clearly, the huge city ruins not far away, the 10,000-meter tall mountain even further away, and the light emitted by the lightning pyramid. This is not the white port of the Xiluan Empire, this is clearly the ruins of the lost nation. They did not escape from the cursed sea at all, just like before, they had returned to the starting point. Xianxia stood on the high ground, laughed, and said, "Brothers of the Skeleton Party, I calculated the time to welcome you here, and I even decorated this place to look like the white port of the Xiluan Empire. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Then, Xianxia turned to look at Sea Gloom, Sea Dream, and especially Douglas. He shouted, "Long live your Highness Douglas! You saved us, you brought us out of danger, you brought us home." Tui. "Douglas, don't you just know how to detonate a few ancient energy cores? Isn't it just setting a countdown to self-destruct? Look at your ability, why are you still pretending to be a savior, pretending to be a god?" That's right, during the previous underwater earthquake, the explosion of the ancient energy cores caused the energy field of the cursed sea to be temporarily interrupted, allowing Gila to successfully escape. But success the first time does not mean success the second time, they are already prepared. "Douglas, you idiot. The 53,000 members of the Skeleton Party, you bunch of idiots. If you want Douglas to save you, dream on. In this world, only I, Xianxia, can save you, can truly bring you out of the cursed sea, and bring you home. If you want me to save you, kneel down and repent, kneel down and swear loyalty to me. I, Xianxia, am very magnanimous, and am willing to give you one more chance. Note, dear benefactor, the monthly votes ranking is in danger, please lend a hand, the plot will definitely be awesome. Recommending my good friend's new book Fairy, please conduct yourself with dignity, bulldozer novels are very rare." The last time, when Xianxia jumped off the Queen's Dam, he had already shocked Douglas Sealuin once. But that time, he had quickly recovered and used the miracles he had created in the past as well as the bad habits of humans to win against Xianxia and become the new leader of the Skull Party. But this time, Xianxia had really slapped him in the face. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and he instantly lost all ability to react. Just what had happened? Why couldn't he? The truth had proven that his thoughts were correct. The previous explosion of the ancient energy core had clearly torn apart the energy field of the cursed sea, and Gila had clearly escaped. But at this time, there was no longer any meaning in pursuing the truth. The key was that in the past few days, he had completely played the role of a savior and obtained the support of the entire Skull Party. It was as if he had ascended to heaven. But now, he had been kicked from heaven to hell. The worship he had received previously was now a joke. But the one who had truly fallen from heaven to hell was not Douglas, but everyone in the Skull Party. How happy had they been in this period of time? Every moment, they felt like they were going home. They drank and partied, and they had pushed Douglas to the top. Humans were not afraid of despair, but the most terrifying thing was despair after hope. Thus, in that instant, all the pirates in the Skull Party were on the verge of collapse. Many of them could not take it anymore and directly knelt on the ground, some of them even bawling. Why? Why? Why does God treat us like this? God, you are too cruel. To actually torture us like this, why don't you just kill us? Seeing this scene, Gila felt extremely satisfied. All of you deserved it. When my mother wanted to be buried at sea, none of you stopped her. Although you felt guilty about her death, you still did not do anything about it. When my brother was buried at sea again, all of you still did not do anything and only bowed hypocritically before choosing Douglas, the true liar. Now that you have met such a fate, you truly deserve it. Who is to blame? Who can you blame? Gila shouted. This is the number one leader that you have chosen, this is the savior that you have chosen. Douglas, keep up the act. Keep up the act. Douglas Silent took a deep breath and his body gradually recovered. He felt that he absolutely could not admit defeat now. He had not lost yet. Sir Xianxia, I may have failed, but who can prove that you can succeed? Douglas sneered, you keep saying that you can save the Skeleton Party, then what's your plan? Xianxia sneered and said, you want to trick me and steal the crystallization of my wisdom? Dream on. Gila's adopted brother, Hellas' body trembled uncontrollably. He was in so much pain that he could barely breathe. He was the one who suffered the most because he truly believed that Douglas could save them. However, Douglas' legend had come to an end. However, even if that was the case, he still wanted to protect Douglas and go against the pretty boy, Xianxia, to the end. Xianxia, you keep saying that you have a way to bring the Skeleton Party away, then say it. Hela said sternly. If you don't say it, and you still want to make our brothers work for you, you're really daydreaming. His Highness Douglas only failed once. Don't even think about toppling his position as the leader. Hearing this, Gila looked at Hela in disbelief. Why was this so? Why was his adopted brother protecting Douglas so much? The two of them did not know each other at all, and they had only known each other for a few months. See, this is love. Xianxia clicked his tongue. Your Highness Douglas, are you touched? Even at this time, His Highness Hela is still protecting you. His love for you is deeper than the sea. Hearing this, Hela's expression changed completely, and Gila looked at him in disbelief. All the pirates present stared at him as well. What did this mean? Could it be that Hela and Douglas actually had such a relationship? In the Western world, love between the same gender was not blessed, but it was very tolerant in the pirate world. However, the pirate world was very tolerant, and there were many men who loved each other, including Gila herself, who liked women. But after Douglas came here, he had expressed a strong desire to pursue Hela, and in the hearts of many, the two of them were already a couple. Could it be that Douglas wanted to have both of them? This was a little too much. Furthermore, Hela was usually very normal, and did not do anything like this. Xianxia's words seemed to have completely pierced Hela's heart, and his expression changed as he pointed at Xianxia. Brothers of the Skeleton Party, the reason why His Highness Douglas's plan failed was all because of this Oriental gigolo, it was all because of this shameless swindler. Brothers of the Skeleton Party, we were originally able to escape and return home, it was Xianxia who destroyed everything, his schemes destroyed everything we had. We have been trapped here for over a decade, we want to leave this place, we want to return home, what's wrong with that? It was this shameless Easterner, for his own benefit, to obtain the loyalty of the Skeleton Party, that was why he destroyed Douglas's plan. The moment he said that, Douglas's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea, he could push the blame of the failure onto Xianxia. Your Excellency Xianxia, there is a question that I have yet to ask, and that is, the explosion was a quarter of an hour later than expected. Douglas said, it should have been accurate, so why was it late? I hope that you can give me a reasonable explanation. You are extremely proficient with ancient energy cores, and you had once stopped a large energy core from self-destructing in the Amazon kingdom. Not only that, there should have been 5 energy cores exploding this time, so why did only 3 explode? Your Excellency Xianxia, you have truly disappointed me. Originally, I thought that although you were ambitious, you were at least a fearless hero, but I never expected your methods to be so despicable. In order to win against me, you actually allowed the 60,000 members of the Skeleton Party to die? The 60,000 brothers of the Skeleton Party wanted to return home. What's wrong with that? Why do you want to destroy us? Douglas shouted loudly, why did you destroy my plan? It is because the explosion was not powerful enough, we were unable to break through the energy field, and were unable to return home. Please give justice to the Skeleton Party. Upon hearing that, Gila and Jiaqtang were shocked. They had been with Shenlang for the past few days, and knew that he had not done anything to destroy the plan, but Douglas was actually trying to frame him? Is human nature so despicable? Following that, Gila shouted, brothers of the Skeleton Party, it is all because of Shenlang that we are unable to return home. Let us kill him to vent our hatred. He then raised his curved blade and pointed at Shenlang. Only by killing him can we return home. Kill him. When he said that, countless of the Skeleton Party pirates looked at Shenlang with gazes filled with suspicion and hostility. This was once again the despicable nature of humans, to vent their anger on others. Regardless of whether it was his fault or not, they had to vent their anger and kill him first. Brothers, follow me, let's kill Shenlang. Following Haigu's loud shout, thousands of pirates actually followed him to attack. Forget it, we don't care about right or wrong, we just want to vent, we want to kill. You, Shenlang, actually dare to mock us, dare to step on us? Jiaqtang was enraged, he pulled out his curved blade and roared, protect the Lord. Immediately, the 7,000 Skeleton Party pirates that were loyal to Shenlang all pulled out their curved blades, their fighting intent surging. The Skeleton Party's internal conflict was about to erupt. Douglas's eyes flickered, it might be a good thing, as long as the Skeleton Party fought, they would be completely opposing each other. Even if he failed to save them, the majority of the pirates would have to follow him to the end. Skeleton Party, kill Shenlang, only then can we return home. Kill, kill, kill. Hai Wang seemed to have gone crazy, he led the countless pirates to charge forward. Gila pulled out her sword and stood beside Shenlang, her martial arts were on par with Hai Wang, but Hai Wang came from a special race, he was closer to the ancient humans, thus he had great strength and speed. Shenlang looked at this scene, he raised his right hand and was about to speak, about to start his performance. But right at this moment, a cold and clear voice came from the darkness. Who wants to kill Shenlang? Who said they want to kill Shenlang? Is it you? A figure floated over like the wind, charging towards the few thousand pirates led by Hai Wang. Those who block me shall die. Hai Wang roared, the large sword in his hand slashing down at the figure. Ding! Then, his large sword froze in the air, as it was caught by a Xianxia hand. The woman said, are you the one who wants to kill Shenlang? Hai Wang replied, so what? This woman's hand shook slightly, and the large sword in Hai Wang's hand broke inch by inch. Then, her Xianxia hand lightly slapped towards his head. Hai Wang wanted to dodge, but his entire body seemed to be completely frozen, unable to move at all. Bang, the next second, Hai Wang's head was instantly smashed like a watermelon. At this moment, everyone finally saw her appearance clearly. There was actually such a beauty in this world, such an angelic face, such a devilish body? Who else wants to kill Shenlang? This woman asked. Is it you? The pirate leader stood motionless, and was directly smashed into pieces by her Xianxia hand. Is it you? Then, another person's head was directly smashed. Then, she directly floated in front of Douglas Siluan and said, Douglas? Douglas Siluan showed a bitter smile and said, Your Highness Helen. Although they were both from the Siluan royal family, Douglas and Helen were like heaven and earth. Douglas's father was only a prince. If they were to rank the heirs to the throne, he would be at least a few dozen places, while Princess Helen was definitely in the top 3. Shenlang looked at this woman's extremely graceful back and fell into an unbelievable ecstasy. My sister is here again, Princess Helen said, tell everyone the truth. Does the failure of your plan have anything to do with Shenlang? Remember to tell the truth. As a Siluan royal family, lying is a bad moral character. Douglas gritted his teeth in his heart. Of course, he wanted to say that all of this was Shenlang's plot, but he was really unwilling because it was obvious that he was speaking irresponsibly. Once he lied, Princess Helen would kill him. Douglas's martial arts were very strong, and he defeated everyone in the skeleton gang in a continuous battle. But with just a glance at Helen, he knew that he was absolutely not Helen's opponent. Douglas said, "The failure of my plan has nothing to do with Xianxia." Helen said, "Then you are lying and framing Xianxia, right?" Douglas condensed all his battle chi, but he didn't say a word. He definitely wouldn't admit to this. "Isn't it?" Princess Helen continued to ask. Then Douglas felt an incomparably powerful pressure, causing him to break out in cold sweat. "Isn't it?" Princess Helen once again stretched out her Xianxia lily-white hand. "Yes, I lied. I framed Xianxia," Douglas said. Swoosh. The lancet light flashed and blood splattered. Douglas only felt his face turn cold, and then blood gushed out. His face had been drawn with a cross. "Douglas, you lied and framed. I will first give you a small punishment. Next, I will bring you back to the Xiluan Empire." Princess Helen said slowly, "I hope the Xiluan royal family's court will give you a fair trial." Douglas's face was covered in blood as he stared at Princess Helen for a long time. He had thousands of words to say, but he couldn't say them at this moment. He could only look at her with incomparable resentment. "Why do you have to do this, although Xianxia might be your half-brother? You have inherited the bloodline of the Xiluan royal family. I am your cousin. Why do you have to be so biased towards Xianxia, my dear brother? I finally meet you." A soft fragrance came in front of Xianxia. Princess Helen went forward and hugged him intimately. "Sister, are you an angel?" Xianxia deliberately pretended to be in a daze. "No, you are my angel," Princess Helen said gently. At this moment, Gila also opened her arms to hug Princess Helen. Helen frowned slightly and was a little hesitant. She had memories of this Gila, and they were not very pleasant memories. This was because this Gila had tried to harass her. "Sister Helen, it was my fault before because I have never seen a beauty like you before. Also, I didn't know that we were sisters at that time," Gila said. Gila said. Then, she went forward and hugged Princess Helen, greedily sniffing the fragrance on her body. "This feels so good. This is what it feels like to be a family. I can tell just by smelling it." Princess Helen was stunned. Then, she looked at Xianxia with her beautiful face full of disbelief. "Isn't the founder of the skeleton party called Loki?" Helen asked. "Then, what is father's name in the Queen's City?" Xianxia asked. Helen replied, "His name is Leon." "So, I feel that Auntie Angela's name for father is correct." "He is Loki, full of lies," Xianxia said. "Loki, Leon, Jiangli?" Now there were 3 names. "Lord Father, you're having a lot of fun." However, Xianxia was not bad either. He had another name, Chu Zhongtian. Now, Xianxia was starting to believe that he was Emperor Jiangli's son. From his father's majestic figure, Xianxia could vaguely smell some scum. Father and son were indeed the same kind? "Oh, my God!" Helen exclaimed before hugging Gila as well. However, she let go the next second because Gila said something. "My dear brother, I feel so ashamed. You are even purer than me. When I hugged Sister Helen just now, my heart still raced, and immoral thoughts appeared in my mind." Xianxia was speechless. He suddenly felt that the scum on Gila was the thickest. Helen looked at Xianxia and said, "My dear brother, what good news do you think I have to share with you?" Xianxia's mind flashed, and he said shakily, "Sister Helen, you can't be from the Demon Triangle, right?" Helen said, "Brother, you are indeed as smart as the rumors say." In an instant, Xianxia felt like he could not breathe. The heavens had taken pity on him, and he had finally received news about Mulan and the children. "When we entered the Devil's Triangle, Mulan's mental strength was severely depleted, so she was still in a coma when I left. But don't worry, her life is not in danger. She needs a long time to recuperate, so her coma is just a way for her body to protect itself. When she wakes up, her mental strength will even increase by a level. The babies are all very good, even baby Xianli. His body was originally very weak, but after entering the environment of the Demon Triangle, he became even healthier. Little Princess Xinmi is my favorite. When I left, she had already gotten her first tooth replaced. I was the one who placed the missing baby tooth on the roof while carrying her. Baby Xingyi is too clingy. I think you didn't care enough for him before. That's why every time I carried Xinli and Xinmi, he would come forward and hug my leg. Unfortunately, I don't have 3 hands, so I can't carry 3 babies at the same time. Your family, no, our family, everything is fine. Princess Helen said, but I'm very sorry, I really can't bring them out of the demon triangle. Even I can't come out myself. I tried to drill into the dark fog countless times, but I was thrown back into the demon triangle every time. Because they were very worried about you, they didn't see you for several months. You should have entered the demon triangle to be with them, but you didn't appear. I was also very worried about you, so I left the demon triangle from the bottom of the sea. I didn't expect to actually meet you here, what a great surprise. Princess Helen hadn't finished speaking when she was hugged by Shenlang. Thank you, sister. Thank you for everything you did for me, thank you. Shenlang's cheeks were streaming with tears. Of course, he knew that things weren't as simple as Helen said. The demon triangle was very dangerous, and Princess Helen must have done a lot to protect his family. No need to thank me, because I was also very happy when I did these things. But I'm really sorry, I tried everything, but I couldn't bring them out of the demon triangle. You killed my brother. Sea Dream squatted on the ground, hugging Hai Wu's headless body, and hissed at Princess Helen. I'm very sorry, but at the time, your brother was about to kill my brother. Princess Helen said. Douglas Silence said, Princess Helen, you are very strong, and your martial arts have even surpassed our imagination. But I want to ask you, with your strength, can you leave this place? Princess Helen shook her head, I can't. Douglas said, please say that again. Princess Helen said, I can't leave the Sea of the Lost Kingdom. For the past 10 days, I didn't explore the ruins, but directly crossed the sea to the north. But every time I failed, every time I returned to the starting point. What Helen said was true. The ruins of the Lost Kingdom were very big, tens of thousands of square kilometers. How could she know that Shenlang would be here? So her first instinct was to leave this place to find Shenlang, but countless efforts failed. Douglas Silence said, did everyone hear that? Even someone as strong as Princess Helen failed, and can't leave this cursed sea. Then, Sir Shenlang, how can you say that you can save the skeleton party, and can take us away? Princess Helen, if I'm being punished for lying, what if your brother is lying as well? Should he also be punished? Should he also have his face marked with a cross? Douglas Silence's handsome face was bleeding, and full of resentment. No. Princess Helen said, the reason why I punished you is because you are a member of the Xiluan royal family. As the third in line to the throne of the Xiluan Empire, I have the right and responsibility to discipline you. But although Shenlang is my brother, he is not a member of the Xiluan Empire. Most importantly, I believe that my brother won't lie. If he lied, I won't punish him, but as his guarantor, I will punish myself. I will draw a cross on my face. Princess Helen continued. Hearing this, Shenlang was shocked. My dear sister, you. Are you so pedantic? The rules of nobility, the rules of royalty, you can just say it, why do you take it so seriously? Shenlang looked at Sea Dream, at all the skeleton party pirates, their eyes were filled with despair, confusion, and hatred. This hatred wasn't completely targeted at Shenlang. Instead, it was accumulated over the years. Shenlang took a deep breath. His sister Helen had come, and she had even brought the best news. His family was safe and sound. So he was even more eager to return. But if he wanted to kill his way back to the east, he had to first get the skeleton party fleet. And not the skeleton party that had their backbone broken, but the skeleton party that needed to regain their confidence and fighting spirit, that was the strongest pirate fleet in the world. He slowly walked up the prepared platform, his eyes sweeping across the countless members of the skeleton party. All the pirates of the skeleton party, I, Shenlang, once humiliated you, I used to look down on you, and I still look down on you. Because you have lost your pride, lost your dignity, you have been trapped here for too long, although your fighting ability has become stronger, your fighting spirit has died. At that time, the leader of the Encourage bravely chose to sacrifice at sea to save you, you did not stop him. In order to rouse your fighting spirit, I also bravely chose to sacrifice at sea, you are still numb, you still chose to follow Douglas. Sea Dream suddenly said, is it wrong to choose to follow him? Is it only right to choose to follow you? Xianlang loudly said, well said, General Sea Dream, you've said it very well. Why should you choose to follow me? Just because I jumped off the Empress Dam and used my strength to make the sea monsters retreat? That is not enough, it is far from enough. Why should I look down on you? Because you chose Douglas, because you were waiting for him to save you, that is the greatest humiliation. The Skeleton Party is the overlord of the seas, the strongest pirate fleet in the world. Since when do we need others to save us? Only the weak need others to save them, the strong will always save themselves. This is the reason why I look down on you. I keep saying that I want the loyalty of the Skeleton Party, but I do not want such a cowardly Skeleton Party. I look down on you. Douglas kept asking me if there is a way to save the Skeleton Party. Is there a way to bring you out of here? Yes, I have a way. Xianlang roared, but there is an ancient saying in the East, if people don't save themselves, it is not people who save them. What is trapping you guys? It is the lost demon mother, the cursed empress. She is the highest leader of the millions of sea monsters, and she is the highest ruler of the cursed seas. Anyone who enters the sea will be ruled by her, and they will never be able to tell north from south. Her powerful mental power can cover the entire sea, and she can cause people to hallucinate. Her ghostly cries can cover the entire land, and although the ears cannot hear it, the brain can hear it, and it can cause people to feel depressed, despair, and even collapse. Once you are on the surface, what you see will never be what you really see. It is just what the lost demon mother wants you to see. You think you are heading north, but in reality, you have been going around in circles in this sea. If the heavens had a pair of eyes, they would definitely find it laughable. Why is this fleet always going around in circles? This is the truth of ghosts going around in circles. Gila's mother, the leader of the Encourage party, chose to be buried at sea to save you guys, but was she buried at sea? No, she bravely declared war against the lost demon mother, but she failed. Because she fought alone, she died, drowned by countless sea monsters, and devoured by the lost demon mother. That's right, it is that octopus you saw before, an octopus as big as a castle. She is the cursed empress of this sea. She is extremely powerful, and she commands millions of sea monsters. If you want to leave this place and go home, there is no other way. Only by defeating this lost demon mother and the millions of sea monsters can you leave. Douglas Silent, your method of saving the Skeleton Party has already failed. Try mine now. I will go and create a miracle now, but I will not bring you guys to escape. I will bring you guys to fight. Fight the lost demon mother, fight the millions of sea monsters. Back then, the powerful leader of the Encourage fought the lost demon mother, and she died tragically. Compared to the leader of the Encourage party, I am so weak that I am not even worth mentioning. However, I am willing to try, and I am willing to fight the lost demon mother. I said before, I don't need cowards. Whoever is the real Skeleton Party, follow me. Then, Xianlang said, Uncle Jack Tang, take it out, the relic of the leader of the Encourage party. Jack Tang took out a conch. The red conch was like a ball of fire, and it was filled with the desire to fight. Back then, the leader of the Encourage party blew this conch before she was buried at sea. Everyone thought that she was performing some kind of ceremony, but in fact, she was declaring war on the lost demon mother. None of you know, in order to save the Skeleton Party, Encourage once climbed the pyramid at the top of the snow mountain. At that time, the people in the pyramid also said to the leader of the Encourage party, if you don't save yourself, you won't be saved by others. Then, they took out two conches, one red and one green. The red conch can declare war, and the green conch can make all the sea monsters retreat. They asked you which conch would the leader of the Encourage party choose? Even Princess Helen felt that it was familiar, because she had obtained an ancient horn in the Demon Triangle. It was a green conch, and after blowing it, it could scare away all the sea monsters. She had given this horn to Shuayin, but she did not expect that there would be a red conch. Xianlang said, if it were you, what would you choose? Everyone would choose the green conch, and after blowing it, all the sea monsters would retreat. However, the Encourage queen chose the red conch, because her fighting spirit had not died, and her body was still burning with hot blood. It is this red conch, you should be very familiar with it. Xianlang raised the red battle conch high up. Seeing this red conch, all the members of the skeleton party sucked in a breath of cold air, and endless terrifying memories surged in their minds. At that time, the leader of the Encourage party blew this red conch, and then countless sea monsters appeared, countless of them, and there was no end to them. In the end, an octopus as big as a castle appeared. Not only was it huge, but the energy that it released was as terrifying as hell. Anyone who saw it would be scared out of their wits, and they almost peed their pants. On that day, when this giant octopus appeared, countless members of the skeleton party collapsed to the ground, completely losing all the courage to resist. On that day, the leader of the Encourage party pulled out her big sword and shouted, "Long live the skeleton party!" She jumped off the queen's dam and charged towards that octopus, but no one followed her. Then, she died, her body smashed into pieces, and she died without a burial. This was because all the skeleton party pirates were scared stiff, and from that day on, their fighting spirit was castrated. Previously, they were still constantly fighting with the sea monsters, but from then on, they completely did not dare to go out to sea, hiding in Queen's Harbor all day. After hearing Xianlang's words, Gila cried and said, "Uncle Jack Tang, is this all true? Why do I not know about this?" Jack Tang said with a trembling voice, "All of this is true. Every mother is selfish. Before she decided to sacrifice herself, she locked you up. In fact, she even left you a will." Gila said, "What will?" "I don't know." Xianlang said, "It's that portrait, the portrait of our father. In it is the will that the leader of the Encourage party left for you. She wanted you to see it, but at the same time, she did not want you to see it. But I saw it." Xianlang took out a large portrait, and on it was Jiangli in pirate form. The leader of the Encourage party used this portrait to think about Jiangli every day. Jack Tang replied, "That day, when we saw the octopus, not only the other skeleton party, not only see dream and see gloom, even I was completely frightened, so I placed my hopes on Douglas, hoping that he would be able to bring the skeleton party to escape from here. I am deeply ashamed." Xianlang shouted, "I'll repeat myself, I won't bring you guys along to escape, I'll bring you guys along to fight." That day, when the leader of the Encourage party blew this red conch, all of you fell to the ground in fear and lost all your will to fight. You let the leader fight alone and die a horrible death. Now, I am going to blow this battle horn again. I am going to summon this lost demonic mother again. I am going to summon a million sea monsters again. Do you guys want me to fight alone? Douglas, I am not you. I will not hide in a corner and wait for an opportunity. I will only bring the skeleton party to fight to the end. Only then will I be worthy of being the leader of the skeleton party." Xianlang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he used all his strength and blew this battle conch. Woo woo woo. An old voice sounded. Boom boom boom. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the sky. Then, an incomparably terrifying scene appeared. Countless sea monsters floated out of the water, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Finally, the entire surface of the sea was filled with sea monsters. Even Princess Helen could not help but feel a chill down her spine. She had never seen so many sea monsters before. Boom boom boom. There was another earth-shattering sound. Then, thunder rumbled in the sky and a huge lightning struck down, lighting up the entire surface of the sea. The entire sea seemed to split in half. Then, an octopus the size of a castle rushed out. This was the lost demonic mother, the cursed queen. This was the ruler of this cursed sea region. This was the main reason why no one could escape from this sea region. Xianlang turned and smiled at the tens of thousands of skeleton party members. "Everyone, I am going to fight the lost demonic mother. Do you guys want to follow? Or do you want me to fight alone? Skeleton party, do you want to regain your lost will? Do you want to fight to the end to save yourselves? Or kneel on the ground and cry bitterly?" Then, he walked towards the sea and boarded a small boat. He floated towards the castle-sized octopus. Note, today's update is 17,000 coins. Everyone, please give me your monthly votes. Don't let me fight alone. Thank you Ranran and Ruwerue for your 10,000 coins. I've already tried my best to adjust the update time, bringing it forward by an hour, but it was even later today. Because my sleep was too poor, I only slept for more than 4 hours last night. Today, I went out to do some errands, so I came back late to write. A few days ago, I went to the hospital to get a prescription for sleeping pills, but I went too late because the clinic was closed. I could only prescribe one box in the emergency department, and it was finished very quickly. So today, I went to the hospital to get another 3 boxes and have my hair cut. I finally have time to get a haircut. In the past month, I wanted to get a haircut many times, but I couldn't squeeze any time. I can't ignore my hair anymore. Tomorrow, I have to go to Shanghai, and the day after tomorrow, I will go to Japan to participate in the company's writer's salon. This is what I want to report to everyone. From April 5th to 12th, I won't be at home, I'll be out. But I'm not asking for leave. I'll still seize all the time and opportunities to write. I'll write at the airport, on the plane, and in the hotel. Not only do I keep updating, but I still work hard to maintain a daily update of more than 10,000 words. Writing with all my might seems to have become my mission. If I write less than 10,000 words a day, I feel like I owe everyone. Finally, I still have to ask everyone for monthly votes. Pastries really can't take it anymore, I need everyone's encouragement. Brothers who have monthly votes, don't just wait and see, vote for me. Don't let me fight alone, salute everyone. This was not right. Since when did Xianxia become so hot-blooded? He had never been a hot-blooded person. Let's put it this way. He was a changeable person. When he was needed to be lazy, he would be lazy. When he was needed to be hot-blooded, he would be hot-blooded. Life was like a drama, and it all depended on his acting skills. At crucial moments, Xianxia would definitely be willing to take risks and fight for his life. For example, when his identity was exposed, he dared to talk and laugh in front of Ninghan and Ji Xian. Or, he dared to use himself as a carrier to infect Ninghan and Ji Xian with the Black Plague. He was definitely a deranged person. But was the current situation worth him going crazy? It was worth it. He did not just want the skeleton party, he also wanted to break out of the encirclement, because he was also trapped. But, he was definitely not as hot-blooded as he appeared to be. Before coming to the Lost Nation, Xianxia's thoughts were exactly the same. They had both been misled by Gila's escape. They both thought that saving the skeleton party from this place was very simple, they just needed to detonate a few ancient energy cores. But after coming here, Xianxia knew that things were not that simple. Especially after reading The Will of Encourage, he entered deep thought. Then, he asked many people and analyzed the energy wave of Ghost Weep. Then, he came to a conclusion. The culprit of the cursed sea was on the sea, not on land, and there was no energy field. After that, Xianxia also obtained an interesting result. He asked Jack, Tang, and many others to draw the castle-sized octopus, but he realized that everyone's drawing was different. It was not that there was a problem with their memory, but many people swore that this was what they saw. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not see any ancient books in the ruins of the Lost Nation, but there was a word mentioned in Jiang Li's diary, Cursed Queen. Skeleton party, gather your fighting spirit. Don't let me fight alone. Xianxia shouted and rushed toward the giant lost demon mother on a small boat. He had indeed ignited the blood of countless skeleton party pirates. Many felt their scalps go numb, and they closed their eyes, picked up their machetes, and followed him. It was better to follow him than to say 10,000 times. However, in the next second, the gigantic lost devil mother in the castle let out a shocking roar. Countless tentacles spread out and covered the entire sky. The entire cursed sea region seemed to have turned into a living hell. Almost all of the sea monsters had come, and there were more than several 100,000 of them. Within a radius of 100 miles, the sea was densely packed and boundless. The lost demon mother's huge head had countless eyes on it. Every single one of its tentacles had eyes and mouthparts. This was a monster that could not even be seen in nightmares. It was enough to evoke the deepest fear in anyone's heart. It was extremely cold. Awoo! Following the loud roar, countless pairs of eyes on its body opened. These eyes released a terrifying red light, almost completely illuminating the entire surface of the sea. The boundless fear exploded like a nuclear bomb, completely shocking all the pirates. The pirates who had been spurred on by Xianxia and charged forward felt their bodies turn cold as they sat on the ground. The result was exactly the same as last time. No one dared to rush up to fight. The skeleton party was not afraid of any enemies. They had fought countless of times, and they had also fought countless of times. However, those were all humans. What was this? This was a completely unknown monster. Anyone would truly lose their courage to fight. It was no wonder the fighting spirit of the entire skeleton party had been completely extinguished. Then, Xianlang's small boat rushed towards the lost demon mother alone. There was not a single person behind him. This is simply F*King Dogsh*. This scene was similar to a certain movie that Xianlang had seen before. Killing Shiro, snatching the watchtower, shouting to the heavens. Tens of thousands of people responded, but in the end, there were only a few people who rushed up to fight. All the skeleton party pirates were scared to the point that they could not even stand properly. Douglas's entire body was trembling, but his heart was in ecstasy. This was the most perfect outcome. Xianlang, Gila, and Helen had all foolishly sent themselves to death. This way, the skeleton party would completely belong to him. Of course, how could they escape from this place? Right now, he really couldn't care less about anything else. Watching Xianlang and Helen die was enough for him. Looking at the countless shivering skeleton party pirates, Douglas laughed coldly in his heart. Xianlang, you have truly underestimated the baser nature of human nature. Xianlang stood on the small boat and floated towards the lost demon mother alone. Gila was steering the small boat, and Princess Helen stood beside him with her sword. Last time, the Encourage party leader had only charged towards the lost demon mother alone. This time, Xianlang was slightly better. There were two people following him, Gila and Princess Helen. This small boat was as small as a paper boat in front of the castle. It could be easily smashed with a single claw. My dear brother and sister? I have a feeling that I want to pee. Please tell me that you feel the same. Gila said to Xianlang and Princess Helen as he steered the small boat. Gila was already very brave, but facing this lost demon mother that was like a hellish creature, he still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Even his limbs had gone soft. Helen frowned and held her breath. She had never seen such a super monster before. Even her heart was filled with fear. However, fear was not shameful. Everyone should have respect, but they should not lose their fighting spirit because of fear. I have to protect my family, no matter how strong and terrifying the enemy is, Helen told herself again and again. Xianlang's sailboat entered the sea monster army, and the sea monsters instinctively opened up a path. Then, they neatly stared at Xianlang and the others. This scene was really like a little sheep entering an innumerable pack of wolves. The huge lost demon mother looked at Xianlang with a mocking gaze, as if it was waiting for him to come and die. Xianlang's small boat was getting closer and closer to the lost demon mother. Roar! The lost demon mother slowly opened its mouth. It had never seen such a huge octopus before. In that instant, it was nauseating and suffocating. This was because there were countless teeth in its mouth, at least a few million of them. The entire mouth was spinning continuously. Its mouth became bigger and bigger, until it was more than 100 meters in diameter. It no longer looked like a mouth, but a gate to hell. Not to mention Xianlang, even this small boat was not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of this lost demon mother. Its countless tentacles danced in the sky, completely covering the surface of the sea. Countless skeleton party pirates on the ground watched this scene and almost started to mourn in their hearts. The scene of the leader of the Encourage being smashed into pieces was about to repeat itself. Gila's legs began to tremble, and she said, "Brother, I'm willing to die to protect you, but we really can't win today." Xianlang looked at Princess Helen. Princess Helen said, "I will fight to the end, but I have never met such a terrifying monster before. Everyone's strength is insignificant in front of it. One of its tentacles can easily crush us into pieces." Even Princess Helen felt that this battle was hopeless. "But I'm willing to fight for you, my brother." Princess Helen suddenly pulled out her big sword and said coldly, "Although I'm afraid, I definitely won't lose my fighting spirit." Gila clenched her teeth, pulled out her scimitar, and yelled, "At most, we'll just die. Us three siblings dying together is also a great blessing." Xianlang also pulled out 2 needles, one on the left and one on the right, and injected them into the bodies of his two sisters. Gila and Helen were stunned, then looked at Xianxia. What did he inject into them? But they knew that Xianxia would definitely not harm them. A moment later, Gila and Helen seemed to have opened the door to a new world, as if they had entered another realm. All the fear disappeared, and the scene around them completely changed. It became so real, so clear. That familiar feeling came again. I don't want the sky to cover my eyes, I don't want the ground to bury my heart, I want these millions of sea monsters to disappear. I'm already invincible, and there's no longer anyone like me in this world. Even the cowardly Ningxing could become invincible with this drug, let alone the powerful Helen and Gila. But Helen was different. She had entered a whole new realm, excited and absolutely calm. Gila, on the other hand, had completely entered a state of madness. Then, the two of them looked at the castle-like lost demon mother again, and they were instantly shocked. What is this? Why did the lost demon mother's appearance change? Then, without saying a word, the two of them leaped into the sky like cannonballs, raised their scimitars and big swords, and slashed down at the lost demon mother. And Xianxia was even crazier. He pulled out a black sword and directly rushed toward the lost demon mother's huge mouth. Skeleton pirates, you've already become trash. You're no longer worthy of this title. As the new leader of the skeleton party, I'll fight for your honor. Kill, kill, kill. Then, an incomparably horrifying scene appeared. The battle between the three siblings and the lost demon mother was truly earth-shattering. The tens of thousands of skeleton party pirates on the lost ruins looked at this scene in disbelief. They originally thought that the Xianxia siblings would definitely die, and would be easily crushed into pieces by the lost demon mother. Who would have thought that such a strange scene would appear in the battle? Swoosh, Helen's big sword blossomed with golden light. Her sword aura reached tens of meters long, and it slashed down crazily. The lost demon mother's tentacle was actually cut off by her. Ow! 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 Oh my god! The lost demon mother's tentacle was more than tens of meters thick, and it was as thick as the skeleton party's battleship. It was more than a few thousand meters long, and it was actually cut off by Princess Helen's huge sword. Gila's martial arts were slightly weaker. She stood on one of the lost demon mother's tentacles and was swung around crazily. But she was nailed to it, and the scimitars in her hand slashed crazily. The lost demon mother's dark green blood splattered, and the entire sea looked like it was raining. Ow! The lost demon mother seemed to be completely enraged. It suddenly stretched out another tentacle, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed Gila. Ah! Gila screamed, and her entire body disappeared. Seeing this, Princess Helen's delicate body suddenly leaped up, and the big sword in her hand stabbed into the lost demon mother's tentacle and tore it apart. The tentacle that was tens of meters in diameter was split in half, and Gila, who had been swallowed, crawled out from within and vomited crazily. Then, Princess Helen began her crazy performance again, killing crazily. What about Xianxia? He disappeared directly. He had just rushed out when he was swallowed by the lost demon mother's huge mouth. Ow, ow, ow. This lost demon mother let out a series of earth-shattering roars, and it gave the command to gather. In an instant, countless sea monsters rushed toward Helen and Gila as if they had received the command, protecting the lost demon mother. Xianxia is dead, Xianxia is dead. Douglas shouted, full of schadenfreude. Then, all the skeleton party pirates looked at him in unison, their eyes filled with coldness. At this time, the entire surface of the sea was struck by countless lightning bolts, occasionally lighting up the darkness like it was daytime. Everyone could clearly see that the entire surface of the sea was completely boiling. Even though it was night, the battle was like a volcano erupting. The figures of Xianxia, Helen, and Gila could no longer be seen, and the countless sea monsters completely covered them like a tide. Waves of earth-shattering roars came from the surface of the sea, and those were the screams of the lost demon mother. Countless sea monsters were shot into the sky like raindrops, and they were directly dismembered into pieces. There was also the blood of the lost demon mother splattering everywhere, like a torrential downpour. This was Princess Helen. When facing the sea monsters, she was simply a super goddess of death, cutting them down like vegetables. This scene of battle was really exciting to watch. Jack Tang stood up from the ground, gasping for breath. He closed his eyes, as if trying to calm himself down, and then opened his eyes again. I'm going to fight. I'd rather die than lose the fighting spirit of the skeleton party. His Majesty Rocky's son is fighting for us, the daughter of the Encourage is fighting for us, and even the third in line to the throne of the Xiluan Empire is fighting for us. What reason do we have to stand aside and watch? I'm going to fight, you guys do as you please. Then, Jack Tang pulled out his scimitar and charged forward. Sea Dream looked at Helen's headless body on the ground, and then at Douglas. Brother, maybe you're wrong. Maybe Shenlang is right, the skeleton party can never rely on others to save us, we have to save ourselves. The Encourage chose the red horn, which means she chose to fight. She protected the soul of the skeleton party, but we lost it. Sea Dream seemed to be talking to herself, and then she pulled out her scimitar and charged towards the battlefield on the surface of the sea. I'm going to fight, you guys do as you please. I'm going to fight, you guys do as you please. I'm going to fight, you guys do as you please. One after another, the skeleton party pirates pulled out their scimitars, and with trembling legs, they charged forward. One after another, the skeleton party's warships expanded their sails as they charged towards the cursed sea region, killing countless sea monsters. In this world, momentum was the most important thing. Once momentum fell, it would be like a receding tide, and no one could reverse it. And once momentum rose, it would be like a raging fire that could not be extinguished. More and more skeleton party pirates charged forward, like moths flying into a flame. Only sacrifice was the most shocking. The sacrifice of the Encourage last time did not ignite the flame of fighting spirit in their hearts. And this time, the sacrifice of Shenlang, Hila, and Helen had once again ignited the flame of fighting spirit in their hearts, but it still failed at the start. But the hot-blooded battle that followed, the roar of the lost demon mother, and the giant tentacles that were cut off, seemed to have given them hope of victory. As more and more pirates charged forward, the balance was completely turned. Shenlang is right, the moment we lose our fighting spirit, we will no longer be worthy of being called the skeleton party. Even if we die a glorious death, it is better than living an ignoble life. Brothers, haven't you guys had enough despair? Haven't you guys had enough fear? Haven't you guys stayed in hell enough? Kill, kill, kill. Regain the fighting spirit of the skeleton party. Countless skeleton party members shouted and charged forward, and at this time, the skeleton party that remained motionless had become a form of humiliation, as though they did not have the face to continue living in this world. Humans were social creatures, so at this time, no matter how afraid they were, they gritted their teeth, closed their eyes, and charged forward. Tens of thousands of pirates charged to the surface to fight the countless sea monsters, leaving only a few thousand people in the lost ruins. Their fighting spirit had been completely castrated, and could no longer be picked up. But at this time, the skeleton party had been revived. Even if they were all smashed to pieces, at least at this moment, the invincible skeleton party had returned, and they had risen once again. Then where was Shenlang now? He was inside the stomach of the lost demon mother, the giant octopus. His entire body was wrapped tightly, and he even wore protective goggles. He had even prepared a primitive oxygen tank. Some people might say, how do you make an oxygen tank in this world? In truth, there were many ways to produce oxygen, such as heating potassium permanganate or potassium chloride. Why was Shenlang not crushed by the countless teeth inside the lost demon mother's stomach? Because there were no teeth, everything was an illusion. How could an octopus have teeth? That was not all. Almost everything he saw was an illusion. What castle-sized octopus, it was all fake. This octopus was huge, but at most it was close to 10,000 pounds. If it was really a castle-sized octopus, if it really had tentacles that were thousands of meters long and tens of meters thick, then there was no need to fight at all, it would be directly crushed into pieces. The strongest thing about this lost demon mother was its mental strength, which was to create fear and illusions, causing people to lose all fighting spirit with just one look, and completely paralyzed to the ground. Even if Princess Helen were to see it, she wouldn't be able to win. Therefore, Shenlang injected the two of them with some kind of drug, causing them to enter a different mental state. This way, the illusion created by the lost demon mother disappeared, and they saw the real lost demon mother. It was just an octopus that weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Even if all its tentacles were spread out, it would only be 100 meters long. After defeating the illusion of fear, Gila and Helen began to kill the octopus crazily, cutting off its tentacles one after another. This octopus was very strong, but it was not as strong as Princess Helen, so it was suppressed by her, and had to summon countless sea monsters to surround Helen. It was clearly a tentacle that was dozens of meters long, but from the visual effect, it looked like a tentacle that was thousands of meters long had been cut off, and Princess Helen looked even more like a god. "Hello, cursed queen. I finally see your true face." "I really did not expect it to be you at first," Xianxia said. "After all, there are too few records about you." The scene in front of them was really creepy. There was a person in the giant octopus stomach. A woman living inside the octopus. This woman's face could not be seen, because her face was completely covered by her long hair. Her entire body seemed to have grown inside the octopus stomach, and she was completely motionless like a statue. "I saw your name in my father's diary, but my father retreated before entering the cursed sea, so he did not really see you, but he sensed your existence," Xianxia slowly said. "After that, he went to look through many ancient books, but there were still very few records about you. You were once the princess of a lost country, right? Your body is dead, but your soul has lived for thousands of years. Even if you were the princess of a newly lost country 3,000 years ago, you felt that the mental power of the human body was still too weak, so you chose to live inside an octopus, but the average lifespan of an octopus is only 4 years? I don't get it. But this octopus must have lived for a very, very long time, or it wouldn't be so huge. Ordinary octopuses are already more than 50 kilograms, but the octopus you lived in is tens of thousands of kilograms. Octopuses are one of the most intelligent species in the sea. Its brain has 2 memory systems, but they are still not comparable to human neurons. But it has a very heaven-defying thing, and that is its brain and nervous system can continue to evolve. This octopus has lived for so long and grown so huge, so its brain must have evolved to an extremely shocking level. That's why you can rule countless sea monsters through this octopus, and you can create terrible illusions to completely rule the sea. Now I have a question that I don't understand. We are humans, but you didn't kill us, but you trapped us in this ruin forever. Why? Xianxia asked. Xianxia's guess was correct. This giant octopus was called the Lost Mother Monster, and the one living inside it was the Cursed Queen. The two combined to become the overlord of the sea. This is my country. I can't live without my people. I'm too lonely. A woman's voice sounded. So anyone who enters the ruins of the lost country can't leave. Xianxia, if that's the case, why did you create Ghost Weep to make people depressed and even commit suicide? The Cursed Queen said, "My country is destroyed. Shouldn't I cry? Shouldn't my people grieve with me?" Xianxia, Your Highness, your experience is pitiful. But I have to leave. I have to leave with my fleet of skeleton party. You can't leave, you can't leave. The Cursed Queen in the body of the octopus roared. As long as you enter the lost country, you will be my people. Don't even think about leaving. Everyone who wants to leave will die, all of you will die. Xianxia, then I'm sorry, Your Highness of the newly lost empire. I'm going to kill you. Ha 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 ha. The Cursed Queen laughed. Kill me? Do you really think you can kill me? I've never seen a man as weak as you. You can't win. Although those 2 women are very strong, especially the blonde one. She actually cut off more than half of my tentacles, but they are surrounded by countless sea monsters. Her combat chi will run out sooner or later. When that time comes, it will be her death. And your skeleton party pirates, they have regained their fighting spirit and become very brave. But they only have 50,000 to 60,000 people. Can they defeat my army of hundreds of thousands of sea monsters? Since you want to leave, then all of you can die here. Die here, the Cursed Queen said crazily. Xianxia, Your Highness of the Lost Empire, I'm afraid you want to kill us all because we have seen through your true colors. You are not as terrifying as you appear. You're right. The Cursed Queen said, all those who have seen through my true colors must die. Xianxia, Your Highness of the Lost Empire, why are you not moving? Your body is clearly very powerful. Why can't you kill me? I think the reason should be very simple. Since you control the octopus's body, you can't move. Once you want to move, you will lose control of the octopus's body, right? The cursed queen sneered and said, smart, smart. I've never seen anyone smarter than you. A few decades ago, that Eastern man almost entered my domain, but he retreated at the last moment. I didn't expect his son to come after a few decades. Should this be considered fate or reincarnation? This bloodline will eventually die in my hands. Xianxia, unfortunately, you won't have the chance to kill me because you can't move. Also, your illusions don't work on me at all. Xianxia had the artificial intelligence system. Any brainwave could be filtered and cleared by the artificial intelligence system. Therefore, the illusions worked on him at the beginning, but he would soon regain consciousness and would no longer be able to interfere with Xianxia's brain. Xianxia slowly pulled out the black sword, walked in front of the terrifying cursed queen, and stabbed her in the chest. Ah! The cursed queen screamed. Ha 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 ha. Then, she let out a burst of laughter and said, I'm immortal. You can't kill me at all. Beautiful Eastern man, it's my turn to kill you now. As expected, she was still safe and sound. But you're going to die soon. The cursed queen suddenly roared, and then a strange scene appeared. Bang, 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 the giant octopus on the surface of the sea suddenly broke off 3 of its tentacles and escaped from Princess Helen's pursuit. It then dived to the bottom of the sea. At this time, Helen and Gila were fighting against countless sea monsters while killing this giant octopus. Suddenly, this giant octopus broke off its tentacles and ran away. Not good. Princess Helen exclaimed and then chased to the bottom of the sea. However, in the next second, countless sea monsters surrounded her. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Princess Helen slashed with her big sword, instantly killing hundreds of sea monsters. However, in the next second, thousands of sea monsters surrounded her. After breaking free from Helen's pursuit, the octopus quickly swam away from this area. Then, the cursed queen released her control of the octopus's body and regained control of her own body. Therefore, at this moment, the woman inside the octopus moved. She slowly raised her head, but her face still could not be seen. Her hair covered her face, making her look like a female ghost, Sadako. She slowly walked towards Xianxia. Her body released an extremely powerful murderous aura. She slowly stretched out her hand. Her nails were like knives, and her fingers were like hooks. The martial arts of this body were also very strong. She could kill Xianxia 100 or even 1,000 times with just a little finger. What a handsome and beautiful little head. It's a pity that I'm going to crush it with my claws. The cursed queen laughed coldly. Your name is Xianxia, right? Don't you want the loyalty of the Skull and Bones party? Then let them die with you, okay? Tens of thousands of people will die with you. How about that? The cursed queen walked in front of Xianxia like a malicious spirit. Her sharp claws slowly placed on Xianxia's head. With a gentle squeeze, his head would be crushed. Die, die, beautiful Oriental man. The cursed queen roared, and a terrifying green light appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Xianxia pressed a certain button. Buzz. The black sword that Xianxia had stabbed into her body suddenly emitted a ball of electricity. Then, the cursed queen's body instantly froze. This sword was specially made. There was a nightmare stone embedded in it. It was a nightmare stone that had been modified by Xianxia. The cursed queen's body began to tremble violently as if she had a split personality. Her entire body seemed like it was about to be torn in half. She desperately wanted to crush Xianxia's head, but at the same time, she desperately tried to stop her hand. Xianxia reached out and pushed aside her long hair, revealing the face of the cursed queen. It was a beautiful face. Auntie Angela, this is the first time I've met you, but you are my father's first wife. You are my sister's mother, so you are also my family. Xianxia said with a passionate gaze. Instantly, this body trembled even more violently. Kill him, crush his head. Go, child, go. The cursed queen let out 2 different voices, as if she had completely split. The other voice belonged to the previous leader of the Skull and Bones party, Angela. Angela had charged toward the lost demon mother at sea burial. In everyone's eyes, she had been swallowed by this giant octopus, as if she had been crushed by countless teeth. However, in reality, she had also entered the body of this octopus. Jiang Li's diary had recorded that the cursed queen's body would continuously die, but her soul would not. Therefore, she needed to change her body every few decades, and Angela's party leader was so powerful that she could become her new body. Moreover, Angela knew a little about the lost demon mother and the cursed queen because she was Jiang Li's woman. She knew as much as Jiang Li knew about the cursed queen. This was why she had chosen to fight the cursed queen and charge toward the giant octopus. However, she had failed and become the new body that the cursed queen's soul had taken over. After being taken over, Angela's party leader became a vegetable. Her body was alive, but her soul was asleep. This made it easier for the cursed queen to control her. Just now, Xianxia had used the nightmare stone to awaken Angela's soul. Therefore, there were two souls fighting intensely in this body. Kill him, child, go quickly, go quickly. The cursed queen continued to let out different voices. Xianxia continued to say, Auntie Angela, I will take Sister Gila back to the Eastern world. I will take the skeleton party and leave this place alive. Do you know this place? Xianxia took out a sea map. There was a pyramid symbol on it, and Xianxia drew it in red. This was a small ancient pyramid with an energy core, and its self-destruct sequence had been activated. Angela nodded and said, I understand, I know what to do. My child, kill your way back to the Eastern world and take revenge for your father. For my child, for my family, for the skeleton party. Angela roared madly, and her strong will continued to rise. This is my body, and I am the master. You are just a passerby. Cursed queen, so what if you are strong? You are just a pessimist. You are just a person in pain. Inside this body, Angela's soul was fighting with the cursed queen with all her might. However, the soul of the princess of the Lost Empire was too strong, and it gradually suppressed Angela's soul. Her sharp claws slammed down again, trying to crush Xianxia's head. Auntie Angela, the opportunity is coming, Xianxia yelled. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The mirage appeared. In an instant, countless sea monsters fell into a daze. The cursed queen's soul also fell into a temporary daze. The so-called cursed empress was only the princess of the newly lost empire, while the Medusa Empress on the mirage was the true empress of the ancient lost empire. She was the supreme ruler. Angela seized this opportunity and took control of the body. Child, go, go. She grabbed Xianxia's body and threw Xianxia out of the stomach of the octopus, back into the sea. Then, Angela controlled this giant octopus and swam toward a certain location at the bottom of the sea. Xianxia yelled, Auntie Angela, live on. No matter what, live on. I will definitely come and pick you up in the future. Leave this octopus and live on even if you have to share a body with the cursed queen. However, his voice could not be heard. However, Angela's voice sounded beside his ear. Thank you, child. Take Gila and the skeleton party away. Go back to the Eastern world for revenge. From now on, you will be the new leader of the skeleton party. Angela controlled the octopus and swam crazily toward a certain pyramid at the bottom of the sea. At this time, the cursed queen woke up and started to take control of the soul. Turn off the mirage, turn off, turn off. The cursed queen released an extremely powerful mental wave, which was amplified by this 1,000-year-old octopus and spread throughout the ruins of the lost empire. Very soon, the pyramid at the top of the mountain received this message. Swoosh. A blinding light shot out from the pyramid at the top of the mountain. Following that, the gigantic light screen of the mirage disappeared, countless of sea monsters awoke, and continued to attack the skeleton party. Die, die, kill all the skeleton party. My sea monster army will kill everyone, everyone. The cursed queen shouted crazily. She controlled countless sea monsters and killed the skeleton party. She also ordered tens of thousands of sea monsters to chase after Xianxia. The skeleton party must die, Xianxia must die, everyone must die. At this time Angela did not care at all. She controlled the body of the octopus and charged toward a certain pyramid at the bottom of the sea. she saw the pyramid at the bottom of the sea. Very soon, the cursed queen reacted and screamed, "No, no, no." The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. 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 Boom, the ancient energy core of the pyramid at the bottom of the sea exploded. An earth-shattering explosion, and a shocking fireball shot out from the bottom of the sea and into the sky. The giant octopus, the terrifying body of the lost demon mother, was instantly blasted into pieces. Note, first update, brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? Continue to give them to me, the desserts are crazy. Thank you to Fallen Flower Water, Amy 1216, Shuyu 201904041600278864, Astroin, Shuyu 1505101506149973 for your tips. The battle was hot-blooded, the process was bitter, and the ending was despair. This was the best description for the skeleton party's battle. Their fighting spirit was reignited, but when the battle truly started, other than rising from the ashes, it was basically mutual destruction. The sea monster army was truly too many, there were more than a few 100,000 of them. The group of sea monsters were extremely powerful individually, they had speed and strength that far surpassed ordinary warriors, their only weakness was that they did not know how to cooperate. Although the skeleton party's pirates were few in numbers, they knew how to cooperate and cover for each other. 60,000 against a few 100,000 sea monsters. At the start, the skeleton party's line of defense was still able to hold on, but very quickly, they could no longer hold on, because the sea monsters seemed to have gone crazy, and became even more bloodthirsty. They fought from dawn to dawn, and then until the sky brightened again. The skeleton party's pirates felt as though they were in hell, they had never experienced such a bitter battle before. Even though they had killed countless sea monsters, they still could not see the end, as countless sea monsters continued to charge forward. They were not like Princess Helen, even though she was the strongest pirate in the world, she was still immortal. In this battle, Princess Helen displayed a fighting strength that caused people to suffocate. Others, even a peak powerhouse like Sea Dream, could only kill sea monsters one at a time. However, Princess Helen's greatsword blossomed with golden light. With a single slash, swathes of sea monsters were cleaved in two. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Every slash of her sword would take the lives of dozens of sea monsters. She was also using Do Chi, but it seemed to be endless. It was a pity that she would not help the skeleton party, because she wanted to kill her way out of the encirclement to find Shenlang. No one could see her figure, she was surrounded by tens of thousands of sea monsters at all times, they could only sense her powerful existence through the countless sea monsters flying in the sky, as well as the golden sword radiance. In this battle, how many sea monsters did Helen kill? No one knew, but the number was uncountable. And at this time it was already impossible for the skeleton party's pirates to retreat back to Lost Nation ruins, because they were surrounded by sea monsters from all directions, they could only die in battle. Just after the sun rose, the huge light screen of the mirage appeared. All the sea monsters were stunned. They stopped fighting and stared blankly at the Queen Medusa in the mirage. They began to cry. This scene happened almost every day, but today was especially precious. The skeleton pirates heaved a sigh of relief after surviving. Then they could not help but look at Douglas Silent on the shore because the mirage only appeared after he arrived. Douglas was overjoyed to see this. He raised his arms and shouted, "Do you see that? I am the one who saved you, I am the one who saved the skeleton party, Shenlang will only send you to your deaths." However, in the next moment, a strange roar suddenly sounded on the sea. Then, the pyramid on the distant snow-capped mountain flashed, and the huge mirage on the sea disappeared. Countless sea monsters came to their senses and once again launched a frenzied attack. The hopeless situation had finally arrived. He didn't feel it when he was fighting, because the blood in his body was surging. But after a while everything changed. His whole body was sore, and he couldn't even lift his knife. The skeleton party army started to suffer heavy casualties, as more and more people died, and the entire defensive line was on the verge of collapsing. Jack Tang was covered in blood, and even his fake iron hook had fallen off. The machete in his hand was already chopping mechanically. The skeleton party soldiers fighting at the front lines felt that they might die in the next second, but the sea monsters were endless, and they could not see the end of them. did the miracle not happen? Is the skeleton party army going to be annihilated? This might not be a bad result. Even if we die, we will die on the battlefield. It's better than suicide. Even if we die now, we will have the face to see King Loki and the leader of Encourage. Even if we are annihilated, the skeleton party is still the strongest pirate in the world. However, at this moment, boom 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 boom, a huge fireball suddenly surged from the distant sea, and there was a series of earth-shattering noises. This huge fireball with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters rushed out of the sea and directly flew into the sky. At the same time, everyone clearly saw a huge black shadow being thrown into the sky, then torn into pieces and scattered on the sea. That seemed to be the body of the lost demon mother. At the same time, all the sea monsters stopped and turned to look at the huge fireball, standing there in a daze. Then, the countless sea monsters retreated like the tide, and madly rushed towards the place where the fireball exploded. This was because their leader, the lost demon mother, was dead. Whoosh 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 whoosh. These sea monsters were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. All of the skeleton party pirates stared blankly at the scene. They were in complete disbelief. The battle was over? Were they saved? Did the miracle happen in the end? However, Helen was even faster than these sea monsters. She did not even swim anymore, but used her combat energy to step on the surface of the sea and dash forward. Because she was so fast, she actually left a long trail of waves on the surface of the sea. Very quickly, Helen saw Xianxia. He was floating on the surface of the sea, far away from the explosion, and the shockwaves did not reach him. Rushing to Xianxia's side, Helen pulled Xianxia up and lightly held his hand, which was enough for him to stand on the surface of the sea. Gila's mother did not die before, but she was possessed by the cursed queen. I woke her up, and in order to save us at the last moment, she controlled the giant octopus to go to the pyramid that I set to self-destruct, so my plan succeeded. Therefore, it was not me who saved the skeleton party, it was still Angela who saved the skeleton party. When Xianxia said this, there was no joy at all, only infinite shock. Princess Helen immediately pulled Xianxia back to the center of the explosion to look for Angela, but she could not find anything. Pieces of the lost demon mother's body were floating on the surface of the sea, and some were even burning. Countless sea monsters surged over like a tide, but they did nothing. They just stared blankly at the sea, at the lost demonic mother's corpse, and did not attack Xianxia and Princess Helen. After searching a few more times, Helen and Xianxia could not find Angela. They did not see her, nor did they see her body. Very quickly, Gila caught up. She looked at Xianxia and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Xianxia did not tell Gila the truth. He had to leave now. During this period of time, the sea monsters were performing a mourning ceremony. Once the ceremony was over, they would regain their bloodlust and madness. At that time, the skeleton party would not be able to hold on anymore, and they would all be wiped out. From Xianxia's vision, it was not clear, but if he looked from the sky, he would see hundreds of thousands of sea monsters surrounding the lost demon mother's body and forming a circle that kept spinning. "Let's go," Xianxia said. "Gila, when we have time in the future, can we come back here?" When they returned to the area where the skeleton party's fleet was, the scene was shocking. There were countless corpses and wreckage floating on the surface of the sea. The battle just now was too intense, and even the surface of the sea was dyed red. There were many corpses of the skeleton party's pirates, but there were even more corpses of the sea monsters. 1/3 of the battleships had sunk, and another third had been damaged. This was the most unforgettable battle in the history of the skeleton party. Seeing Xianxia's appearance, Jack Tang was stunned for a moment, as though he couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone thought that Xianxia had sacrificed himself to save the skeleton party, but now Xianxia had actually returned alive. Actually, Xianxia had wanted to bring back a piece of the lost demon mother's corpse to prove his merit. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to do so. He appeared in front of everyone in such a pitiful state. Opening his mouth, Xianxia wanted to say something, but he did not say anything in the end. Jack Tang did not say anything either. He used his scimitar and knelt down on one knee. Next was Hai Meng. She looked at Douglas who was on the shore, then looked at her brother Hai Meng's corpse, and then looked at Princess Helen. She also used her scimitar and knelt down on one knee. Like dominoes falling, the countless skeleton party soldiers knelt down one after another. Thousands, tens of thousands of people knelt down in front of Xianxia without making a sound. After a long while, Xianxia spoke in a hoarse voice, "If you follow me, you will not gain any freedom. I will kill my way back to the Eastern world. My enemy is the entire Eastern world, and that is an existence much stronger than the Xiluan Empire." The tens of thousands of skeleton party pirates continued to kneel on the ground without making a sound. Xianxia said, "Many people have died in today's battle, it is extremely tragic. But I do not dare guarantee that it will be the most tragic battle you have ever fought, and I do not even dare guarantee how many of you will die. Are you sure you want to follow me?" The tens of thousands of skeleton party soldiers lowered their heads and remained silent, kneeling on the ground quietly. Many of them had died, but their hearts were filled with joy. All of the gloominess and depression had disappeared completely, and they felt an unprecedented pride. Their broken spines had once again straightened, and their souls had once again returned. It truly proved Xianxia's words, humans must save themselves, only then can the heavens save them. Xianxia said, "Since it is so, then swear loyalty to me. I will continue to bring you to battle, and bring you to become stronger. What #1 pirate in the Western world, that is far from enough. I want you to become the #1 navy in the world, the #1 navy in the universe. No matter what enemies you meet in the future, you will kill them all. Long live the skeleton party! The skeleton party will never be extinguished." No one shouted out these slogans, but it was roared in the hearts of the skeleton party pirates. The powerful skeleton party was back, and was going to shock the world once again, and sweep and conquer the entire ocean. At this point, Xianxia's plan to conquer the skeleton party army had succeeded, and he had finally obtained the strongest pirates in the world. "Then, let us go home now." Following Xianxia's order, the skeleton party fleet raised the sails of the remaining warships. Woo 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 woo, the old horn sounded, and the remaining skeleton party fleet headed north, leaving the ruins of the lost nation. This time, they had truly left. On the skeleton party's huge flagship, Xianxia had already become its new owner. He stood at the back of the ship, looking at the lost nation ruins that were getting further and further away, looking at the pyramid on the peak of the snow mountain. From the start to the end, this mysterious organization did not appear, but it played a crucial role. From the looks of it now, they did not have good intentions when they gave the battle horn to Angela. It was not to save the skeleton party, but to give the cursed queen a new body. In these countless years, there were not many people who came to explore the ruins of the lost nation, and the cursed queen had to change her body every few decades. How did she do it? Perhaps she had some kind of unspeakable contract with the mysterious organization on the peak of the snow mountain. "I really want to charge up there and see what is going on, to see who exactly is inside this pyramid," Gila suddenly said. But what she said was Princess Helen's heart. If it was before, Helen would definitely charge up without hesitation. But now, she could not, because she had someone to protect and a responsibility to fulfill. "Helen, after going through such a crazy and tragic battle, why is there not a single trace of blood on you, and you are still as pure as a saintess?" Gila could not help but ask. "My dear sister, if you were taught all kinds of noble etiquette from the age of 3, you would also be able to do it," Princess Helen said. "Too hypocritical, I just can't stand it," Gila said. "I don't like it, but I can accept it and abide by it," Princess Helen said. "Just like that *T noble contract of yours, bringing Douglas back to the Xiluan Empire and handing him over to the royal court for trial, and not directly killing him? If it was me, I would have skinned this *starred long ago." Princess Helen was stunned. "My dear sister, if I am not wrong, he should be your brother." Gila was stunned. I almost forgot. But I can't smell the scent of family on him. Only on the two of you, I smell the scent of family, and it makes me infatuated." Then, Gila went up and hugged Helen again. Princess Helen frowned, but she did not refuse. Since young, her godmother had told her that even a royal princess must be proud and humble, and she could not hurt the sincerity of others. "Hugging you is so comfortable. You smell so good," Gila said. "Xianxia, you are a wise man. Can you answer a question of mine?" Princess Helen asked. "Of course," Xianxia said. Helen asked, "What is your dream?" what is your mission? Oh my god, I really can't stand such a serious topic. I'm going to drink. Gila patted her head and left, leaving Helen and Xianlang alone. Xianlang said, my dream is to have no enmity in the world and to kill all my enemies. Is that so? Helen said. Although I have heard about you from my family, I have always been confused. Can such an unambitious person become a king? Now, it seems that this is one of the greatest ambitions. In the words of the Easterners, the dragon has 9 sons, and each son is different. I can tell, Xianlang said with a smile. Before I met you, I thought you were like Gila, energetic, rebellious, and adventurous. But when I met you in person, I realized that you are so contradictory. Helen asked. You are indeed rebellious and adventurous, Xianlang said. Not only are you not afraid of death, but sometimes you even actively seek death. But you are also like a model of royalty. Every word and action is elegant, calm, tolerant, and full of responsibility, even to the point of being pedantic. Dogmatism, is it? Helen said. Yes, you are full of the rules of the royal family. You can't say a word that is out of line, and you can't have any imperfections. But your heart is so wild and adventurous, Xianlang said. These 2 characteristics are actually perfectly combined in you. I take that as a compliment. Princess Helen smiled. Then, Princess Helen said, I have been adventuring for more than a decade just to find one thing, the meaning of life. Sister, this idea of yours is a bit extravagant for me, Xianlang said. When I first arrived in the Eastern world, I lived among the common people. I came from an extremely poor peasant family. My only dream was to live off a woman and live a luxurious and wealthy life. This goddamn world actually forced me to become some *T human emperor. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, Princess Helen said. Stop, stop, stop. Xianlang said. My dear sister, every time I am with Gila, I am worried that I will be led astray by her. But now, when I am with you, I always feel like I have met a political teacher who has to teach me all the time. Princess Helen smiled embarrassedly and said, sorry, I am really used to it. I grew up like this. But don't be angry, in these few months, Xinmi has been with me, and this is how I taught her. And her mother, Bing'er, seems very happy to see this scene. Of course, Bing'er dreamed of making Xinmi a real princess. In order to achieve this goal, she could even sever the mother-daughter relationship with her baby daughter. No one could be stronger than Bing'er in her desire to see her daughter become a phoenix. Then does Xinmi like it? Xianlang asked. He could not help but think of Xinmi. It has been almost a year, is her little face still so serious? Are her big eyes still so lively? Very much, she is born like a princess, quiet and smart, elegant and pure, Princess Helen said. Princess Helen said, sometimes, I even wonder if I can make her my daughter. That's fine, all my children can become your children. Xianlang said, sister, what do you want to do after returning to the Xiluan dynasty this time? You said you want to have no enmity in the world. This is a goal and also a mission. Princess Helen said, and I can no longer avoid my own responsibility. My great-great-grandmother Queen Helen completed half of the empire, and I want to complete the remaining half. The entire south of the empire is waiting for me, and I can no longer pretend that I can't see or hear anything. Xianlang was not such a person, but he respected such people. It was as if they were born with the responsibility of saving the people. At this time, he also felt the charm of the dragon's 9 children. Every child of his father, Jiangli, was different. Princess Jining was pure and beautiful, Gila was wild and bold, Helen was elegant and full of mission. Xianlang saw the temperament of a king in her. Every one of them had inherited a part of Jiangli's personality, and every one of them was so cute. Xianlang suddenly said, sister, do you know Duke Debus? Her? I know, Princess Helen said. She's strong and smart, and she has a flexible vision. Wouldn't it be better to just say that she was a purely political creature who only cared about profit? Xianlang found that this sister of his really had the best upbringing, and it was very difficult to hear her speak ill of others from her mouth. In order to get her money and resources, I married her, Xianlang said. She is now my legal wife in the Western world. Ugh. Princess Helen was speechless for a moment. After a long time, Princess Helen said, "In that case, I will give you my blessings." But after saying this, Princess Helen felt that it was very strange, because most of the Western world had a monogamous system. Men would have many lovers, but there would only be one true husband and wife, and if they wanted to take another, they would have to divorce first. And Xianxia already had more than one wife, and now that he married Debus, it really went against her. Morals. However, everything was reasonable, and she had to tolerate some things she didn't understand. "You don't know how much she longs to see you," Xianxia said. "When you appear in front of her, she will definitely be ecstatic. I also long to see her, but her position might be somewhat contrary to mine," Princess Helen said. "She used to be, but now she's on the same side. You also said that her field of vision is very flexible." This was not false at all. After Xianxia told her that he was Princess Helen's brother, Debus immediately adjusted her mentality, feeling that she and Xianxia were a match made in heaven. One day later, the skeleton fleet officially left the Cursed Sea region, because they saw the human-faced Snake Island again. This was the boundary line of the Cursed Sea region. The last time they passed by this place, they thought that they had already escaped, but they didn't expect to return to the starting point and collapse in despair. And this time, when they saw the boundary line pirates, the countless skeleton fleet only glanced at them, no one prayed, and the fleet didn't stop. It was really strange. The last time, countless people told them that they had already escaped, but they still felt uneasy and prayed. And this time, no one told them that they had already escaped, but they knew clearly in their hearts that they had already escaped. Perhaps when they raised their blades again and reignited their fighting spirit, they had already escaped the Cursed Sea region. Because this curse was not only on the surface of the sea, it was also in their hearts. This time, they were really going home. The final list was out. At the start, the skeleton fleet had 120,000 people. When Xianxia went to the Lost Nation ruins, there were only 60,000, and now there were 40,000. Not long ago, in the decisive battle with the sea monsters, a total of 20,000 people died. "Enough," Xianxia said in his heart. It was indeed enough. This was the strongest pirate fleet. 40,000 people was enough. This was a seed that would soon grow into a towering tree. He believed that in a few years, this fleet would expand to 100,000, 200,000. As long as the fighting spirit existed, the skeleton fleet would be the strongest fleet in the world, regardless of the number. "My dear brother, why do you seem to be more eager to go home than us?" Gila laughed. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, did you forget what I said before I went to the Lost Nation ruins? I want to wipe out the Bloody Baron's pirate fleet. Not even a blade of grass will grow. I want to eliminate the House of Menlo." After coming to the Western world, Xianxia actually did not have many enemies. There were only two people whom he hated the most. One was Adolphe, because he had evil intentions towards Queen Ida, and as Jiang Li's disciple, he had betrayed his father Jiang Li. The other was the Bloody Baron Xiao Menlo. Xianxia's hatred for him was even stronger. This person changed his attitude like flipping a book, twice sealing Xianxia's Mulan city, attacking Xianxia's ships a few times, sinking a total of 6 ships, and killing hundreds of Xianxia's sailors. This was bullying Xianxia for not having a strong fleet, and not having control over the sea. Xianxia needed a large amount of saltpeter and volcanic ash, but the sea route was completely blocked by the Bloody Baron, and they had no choice but to hole up in Mulan City, not daring to go out to sea, and even had to be careful when fishing. It was really too cowardly. This person was loyal to Deborah at first, but then he betrayed her and sided with Adolphe. "Don't worry, although the Bloody Baron claims to have an army of 100,000 pirates, the 40,000 of us can easily wipe them out," Gila said. "Just you wait for the skeleton fleet to take revenge for you. I guarantee that we will wipe out this idiot's fleet, and there will not be a single enemy within a few thousand miles of the sea. I guarantee that the entire southern sea of Xiluan will become your internal sea. We, the skeleton fleet, are invincible." "I'll wait and see," Xianxia said. "How many more days until we return to Baijin City?" The reason why it was said to be Baijin City and not Mulan City was because the fleet was too big, and the small port in Mulan City could not accommodate it at all. Only a port in a super big city like Baijin City could accommodate it. 4 days. Gila said. My treasured sword is already restless, ready to go on a killing spree, Xianxia said. Bloody Baron, this is the end of you, idiot. Inside the castle at the top of Beijing City, Deborah was in an absolute frenzy because everything was bad news. In the past 2 months, bad news came one after another, each worse than the last. The entire Russo family's fleet had rebelled, and Beijing City was actually under a sea blockade. The Bloody Baron and Dodge Russo's fleet had actually sunk dozens of her merchant ships. Beijing City was a sea trading city, and almost all of its resources came from trade. This blockade was a fatal blow to the entire city, and now the entire city was in turmoil, almost out of control. However, the bad news on the sea was not big enough. The real bad news came from the land, from the northern nobles, and from Sauron the Great. Her union with Xianxia still caused a huge uproar, even though she had executed the rebellious vassals. However, she still could not suppress the rebellious thoughts of the vassals. At this moment, Beijing City was completely isolated and surrounded. Duke, 5 of our ships were sunk today. Even though the route we took was very secretive, the Bloody Baron seemed to know everything like the back of his hand. He took away all the silk on our merchant ships, hung hundreds of sailors, and threw them into Beijing City with a catapult, Deborah said coldly. The Bloody Baron is not such a person. He is very cunning, but he does not have the guts. He should be under Adolf's orders. In order to become the Navy Vice Admiral of the Empire, he tried his best to curry favor with this person, and did not hesitate to slaughter our merchant ships. Duke Deborah said, did he reply to my letter to Sauron the Great? I have already explained the benefits of my union with Xianxia to the Empire. Xianxia is Princess Helen's younger brother. Count Baiting said, I believe this, but no one can prove it. In the eyes of all the nobles, Xianxia is only an Easterner. It is a disgrace for you to marry such an Easterner. He claimed to be Princess Helen's younger brother, but all the nobles feel that it is a complete lie. No, this is not a lie, Deborah said. Duke Baiting said, of course I also believe in Lord Xianxia, but we cannot convince these people. You know how stubborn these nobles of the Xiluan dynasty are. Unless Princess Helen really appears, even the whole south is longing for her return. That bastard Xianxia still hasn't returned? Duke Deborah said angrily, that liar, he lied to me and said that Princess Helen had already arrived, but in the end, he disappeared. He said something about going to the Lost Nation ruins, but he left all the mess to me. Not yet. Count Baiting said. He did not finish his words. The Lost Nation ruins was so dangerous, anyone who went there would most likely be met with misfortune. Although Xianxia was extremely intelligent, the entire Skeleton Party fleet had completely disappeared there. This bastard, this bastard. Duke Deborah suddenly stood up. At this time a female doctor opened her mouth and said, Your Excellency, you may not be able to get angry again. This is not good. Deborah trembled and said, Why? The female doctor said, Because you are already pregnant. Note, today's update is more than 17,000. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Can you vote for me and help me sleep peacefully? Pregnant? She's really pregnant? After hearing this news, Duke de Bus was stunned for a moment. Although she was already mentally prepared, she hadn't had her period for 2 months. But at this time, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. First of all, she was definitely happy. After all, this was her first pregnancy, which meant that the Russo family had an heir. De Bus was a political creature, and her desire for an heir was unparalleled. The reason why she hadn't given birth before was because she couldn't find a suitable candidate. Moreover, people of her status couldn't casually give birth. The child would be born the eldest son or daughter of the first wife. As for the child in her belly, she had been looking forward to it for a long time. The child's bloodline was almost perfect. The father was the Eastern Emperor's descendant, and he was also Princess Helen's younger brother. To put it bluntly, the child had the bloodline of the Eastern and Western royal families. But who could prove the child's bloodline? That bastard Xianxia didn't come back, so where was the Princess Helen he spoke of? Count Baiting bowed and said, Congratulations, my lord. Another proud son of heaven is about to be born. This child will have the noblest bloodline in the entire Russo family. Duke de Bus couldn't help but fantasize about what the child would look like when he was born. She even reached out and touched her belly. This was another mixed-blood child, and a mixed blood at that. Originally, she would be excluded and discriminated against. But the Eastern Emperor's bloodline was enough to offset everything. Moreover, Jiang Li's identity was recognized by the entire Western world. Wasn't Princess Helen a mixed blood? The northern nobles kept saying that they rejected her, but didn't they have no choice but to recognize her right to inheritance? The entire South regarded her as the supreme monarch. Everything was supposed to be perfect, but now, no one could prove it. Everything has a price. The current difficulties may be the price for the Russo family's nirvana. I am willing to bear it for this child. Duke de Bus sonorously said, "What is the attitude of the vassals of the Azure Wave province? I have already issued several official documents. Why haven't these vassals come to see me yet? Why haven't they come to congratulate me on my wedding?" Count Baiting said, "They seem to find this matter harder to accept than expected, even though we have already killed a rebel." De Bus said, "Don't tell me they want to rebel again?" Count Baiting replied, "They wouldn't dare to do that. Without a noble leading the way, these vassals wouldn't dare to rebel. They would only isolate us or even lock us up." "What about the governors of the provinces in the south?" De Bus asked. "My official documents should have arrived by now. Why haven't they made any statements?" Count Baiting said, "The governors of the southern provinces are indifferent. They are the nobles who were defeated by us in the first place. Now, they can only gloat over our misfortune. They are even filled with hostility." Duke de Bus said, "All the southern nobles are loyal to Princess Helen and even surrendered to Queen Medusa, and Xianxia has a close relationship with both of them. They should be celebrating my marriage with Xianxia. Why are they so indifferent?" Count Baiting said, "Because they don't believe it. Some people are going around saying that all of this is a lie. They say that Xianxia is an Oriental man who only knows how to live off a woman. They say that he is just an Oriental whore who only knows how to live off a woman. They say that he is faking his noble background. Taking advantage of the fact that Princess Helen isn't here and no one can prove it, they flaunt their identity and claim that he is Princess Helen's younger brother. In fact, the two of them have no relationship at all." "What is the current situation in the city?" Count Baiting said, "People are panicking. People are spreading rumors everywhere, saying that Emperor Sauron is furious and wants to label you as a rebel and send an army to annihilate you. But we killed too many people last time. Still, no one dares to openly rebel. It's just that most of the trade has stopped. Our daily losses are astronomical. Is there enough food and supplies?" Count Baiting said, "Originally, we had an astronomical amount of food. This is all because of your foresight. But we used up too much food in the last expedition to the Witch Empire. Now, the food in Baijin City is only enough for about half a year. Now, the entire Baijin province is isolated and sealed off. No vassals are sending food over. The most important thing is that the entire sea trade has been sealed. Even if we have gold, we can't buy anything. The goddamn bloody Baron, the goddamn Dodger Russo. Not only that, Lord Xianxia, all the food and supplies in the Empress City are supplied by us. So, the consumption is even faster." De Bus said, "In these 2 months, how many supplies and people did Xianxia's Empress City ask us for?" Count Baiting said, 30,000 people, 300,000 bags of food, 5,000 cows, 3,000 carts of iron, millions of kilograms of copper, tens of thousands of kilograms of gold, hundreds of thousands of gold and silver, hundreds of thousands of bolts of cloth, tens of thousands of bolts of silk, and countless other supplies." Hearing these figures would cause one's heart to palpitate. Xianxia had almost emptied out the entire Baijin city. Of course, most of the supplies here were from merchants and needed to be bought. Since Xianxia had no money, he took it directly from Duke de Bus's treasury. The wealth that the Russo family had accumulated for hundreds of years was suddenly reduced by a little. Duke de Bus sneered, "Those people are right. Xianxia is just a gigolo who lives off a woman." "Then, should we continue?" Count Baiting asked. "What should they do when Milan City continued to ask for supplies?" "Continue." Duke de Bus said, "Since we've already given so much, it doesn't matter if we give more. Since we've already made a bet, let's bet until the end." As long as we win, we can earn 10 times or even 100 times more in the future. Just treat it as my investment in Xianxia. If he succeeds in the future, my future son will be a prince. A prince title. Even if we spend all the Russo family's treasury, it's still worth it. For thousands of years, which family of a different surname has become a royal family in the whole Xiluan dynasty? Not even one. This was a situation that only happened in a world that was extremely particular about honor. A prince title was the dream of an entire family for several generations. If it were the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the streets would be filled with kings. How's the development in Xianxia's Queen City? After receiving our countless manpower and supplies, the development is very fast. The population has already expanded to nearly 100,000. Various developments are advancing by leaps and bounds, but many of the processes are kept secret from us. However, I heard that they've also encountered trouble. Because the development speed is too fast, the volcanic ash and saltpeter are far from enough. Moreover, they've also encountered a sea blockade, so the key development is even facing a halt. Another sea blockade. Faced with a series of bad news, Debus could still bear it. In her opinion, everything was still within her control. In fact, it was even within her expectations. As long as Xianxia could really bring the Skull Island back, not only would the Milan city's development problems be solved, but the Beijing city's crisis would also be solved. Count Baiting said, "Your Excellency, I believe in Sir Xianxia. However, the ruins of the Lost Nation are really too dangerous, so I'm very pessimistic about Sir Xianxia's trip." "Beloved master," said Debose, "I do not think the same as you do on this point. He's a bad person, and an extremely cunning one at that. This kind of person can do anything, and any miracle can happen. As his former enemy, I really have too much experience." At this moment, the eunuch Talon quickly walked in, his expression very ugly. "What's wrong? Did our merchant ship sink again?" Debus asked. The eunuch Talon handed over a secret intelligence report. "No, there's even worse news than this. Duke Russell has come, and he's brought an army of 100,000. As soon as this was said, Duke Debus' expression changed drastically. The previous bad news was nothing. This was the real bad news. In the Battle of Queen City, Duke Russell was defeated by Queen Medusa, causing the entire battle to fail. However, he was still the greatest hero of the Third Empire of Xiluan. His attitude was very important. Now that he had actually led troops here, this was simply a huge nightmare. What was he doing here? To clean up the family. As mentioned before, in the Second Empire of Xiluan, there was an intense conflict within the Russo family, and they supported different people to inherit the throne. In the end, Duke Debus' ancestor won. And Russell's ancestor lost, and had no choice but to leave the Russo family. He had to fight from the beginning, and changed his surname to Russell. But in terms of bloodline, Russell and Russo were actually a family. Debus was the main family, and Russell was a branch family. However, Duke Russell was too strong, and he developed this branch family to be incomparably powerful. Especially in the battle to destroy the Witch Empire, 1/3 of the territory was fought by Duke Russell. Although the Third Empire of Xiluan had not been officially established, Duke Russell's official position had already been decided. He would be the Empire's first army commander and guardian of the eastern region, and he might even become the Empire's prime minister in the future. So in terms of official position, Duke Russell was slightly higher. But he was still a branch of the Russo family. Now that such a big thing had happened to Debus, Duke Russell felt that the Russo family's reputation had been greatly damaged, and Debus was no longer fit to be Duke Russo. Was the friendship I gave him previously not enough? Debus said angrily, "It was I who disregarded the former enmity and gave him a large amount of resources, which allowed his army to break through like a hot knife through butter, and he was the first to attack the Queen City. What does he want to do? Does he want to set things right, or does he want to replace me and take back the Russo family's emblem?" Eunuch Talon said, "We don't know yet. Duke Russell has not publicly expressed his position. But his army of 100,000 is already approaching the Jade Wave province, so the situation will worsen further." "Of course it will worsen further." Debus sneered, "Those vassals who are dissatisfied with me were originally a group of dragons without a leader, and they only dared to be angry at me, but they did not dare to say anything. And with the arrival of Duke Russell, he will obviously become their backer. This group of vassals might rise up one after another, and follow Duke Russell to overthrow me, and establish a new master. This is the trouble of being a woman. If I were a man and married a woman of a different race, although the vassals would verbally condemn me, they would not really feel that it was disgraceful. Immediately seal off by Jean City. Except for military operations, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Also, how is the progress of our slave army training? How many troops belong to me now? 30,000. Count Baiting said. In addition, there are 5,000 Amazon troops. We have a total of 35,000 troops. Duke de Bus said, Teacher, go and meet Duke Russell on my behalf, and ask him why he is here. Of course I can, but I am your only general. If I leave, there will no longer be anyone to command the army. Count Baiting said. I will do it myself. Duke de Bus said, My beloved teacher, although I am pregnant and on the verge of death, don't forget that I am also a powerful warrior. But don't forget that I'm also a powerful warrior. My martial arts are not inferior to Princess Dora's, and not inferior to yours. Count Baiting said, Very well, I will set off immediately. De Bus really did not wish for a war, especially a civil war within the Russo family. At this time, perhaps only one person could stop the war from happening. No, it was two people. After receiving the material support from de Bus, the development of Milan City could only be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. The number of blacksmiths had risen from the original dozens to as many as 1,000, and there was no need to refine iron from iron mines. It was much faster to directly refine pig iron into steel. After a few months of trial and error, the casting skills of Xianlong's blacksmith team had also greatly improved, and the conformity rate had greatly increased. Before, they could only cast 5 or 6 cannons a month, but now they could cast hundreds of cannons every month. Moreover, these steel cannons no longer needed to use primitive black gunpowder, but could use a large number of more powerful explosives. A large number of soldiers of the Eastern Knights began to transform into artillery. It was not because they were the smartest, but because they were the most loyal. They longed to kill their way back to the Eastern world, so they were willing to abandon everything before and start from scratch. They learned ballistics, various explosives, and various artillery shells. But because of the rapid development, the originally sufficient resources had become extremely scarce, such as volcanic ash and saltpeter. Volcanic ash was fine, there was no cement, and it was the same to build a house with wood first. But saltpeter was indispensable. In order to improve their combat skills, the Eastern Knights conducted secret tests every day. Hundreds of cannons were tested, and a large number of explosives were consumed every day. Moreover, as more and more cannons went offline, more and more new artillery soldiers joined. They could not stop training, could they? Artillery soldiers had to test fire, and simply learning the theory was not enough. After hundreds of cannon tests, they would naturally be accurate. Seeing that the stockpile of explosives was dwindling, and that they were about to run out of supplies, the Black Pearl decided to take a risk. She led a fleet to secretly go north along the coastline, detour around the Amazon Sea, and land on the north side of the Saltpeter Island to transport a few ships of saltpeter back. Because the Bloody Baron's fleet blockade was generally far from the coastline, they were all in the deep sea. But this way, the big ships of Milan City could not be dispatched, because the coastline was mostly shallow, and the waterline could not be too deep, otherwise it would be easy to run aground. But the small ships had a small capacity, so they could only go back and forth a few more times. The Black Pearl almost did not sleep or rest, and had already smuggled saltpeter 3 times in a row. Everything was relatively smooth, and they barely managed to supply the saltpeter. Because the previous 3 times were relatively smooth, this time the Black Pearl decided to dispatch 50 ships to carry out the smuggling, transporting a total of more than 700,000 kilograms of saltpeter, which was enough to last them for a long time. She led the fleet to avoid the Bloody Baron's naval fleet, and took a long detour, secretly heading south along the coastline. They were very careful, as if they were treading on thin ice. We are finally home, there are still more than 500 kilometers to the Jade Tide Peninsula. I wonder if the Lord has returned. Do you think he can bring our skeleton party back? I have already forgotten what my parents look like. The Black Pearl was also overwhelmed with emotions. Almost every day, she prayed that Lord Xianxia could successfully save the skeleton party, because her parents and relatives were also there. More than 1,000 of her subordinates were all descendants of the skeleton party, and she had not seen her parents for more than 10 years. "Alright, don't talk, don't be sad, and be vigilant," the Black Pearl ordered. Because she realized that once she started to miss her parents, her emotions would not be sharp, and this was very dangerous. At this time, 200 kilometers south of the Black Pearl's fleet, the Bloody Baron's pirate fleet had already laid out an inescapable net, waiting for the Black Pearl's fleet to walk into the trap. "Lord Baron, you are really smart. Previously, you clearly discovered the Black Pearl's group transporting saltpeter, but you pretended to know nothing, and instead made them lower their guard. As expected, they are getting more and more daring. At first, there were only 5 ships, then 8, and now there are dozens of ships. The 2,000 Navy under Xianxia's command should be able to come out in full force." Dodge Russo complimented, "Very soon, we will be able to completely annihilate them. From then on, Xianxia will not have a single navy under his command, and he will not be able to go to sea." This cousin of Debus was still very young, and his elder brother Doyle Russo had already been executed, so he had to rely on the Bloody Baron in all aspects. The Bloody Baron only smiled faintly, and did not speak. The purpose of laying out this inescapable net was not only to completely annihilate Xianxia's fleet in Mulan City, but there was a deeper purpose. This was the secret mission that Adolf had given him. Quietly annihilate Xianxia's fleet, and completely capture the Black Pearl's group. Then, disguise themselves as the Black Pearl's fleet, transport saltpeter to the Jade Tide Peninsula's secret base, steal Xianxia's new explosive formula, and steal Xianxia's secret weapons. It would be best if they could kidnap dozens or hundreds of people who were manufacturing gunpowder and secret weapons. This was only the first step. The Bloody Baron also knew that in the shipyards of Beijing City, Xianxia's people were secretly modifying the new warships. However, those shipyards were near the docks, and were guarded by the Amazon army. No one could enter. However, the Amazon army would not be able to protect the shipyards very soon. Soon, hundreds of thousands of troops would come to attack Beijing City. At that time, the shipyards would be empty, and he, the Bloody Baron, could lead the most elite pirates to rush in and steal all the new warships. Anyway, Xianxia was already dead. These explosives, secret weapons, and new warships would no longer be of use. However, he, the Bloody Baron, was very willing to accept new things. Only when his fleet grew stronger could he become a vice-admiral of the Empire's navy. He knew very well that once the Third Empire of Xiluan was established, the golden age of the pirates would be over, and the ocean would return to order. He had to wash his name clean in the shortest time possible, and change from a pirate to a navy. "Baron Menlo, your house of Menlo will rise very soon. Perhaps soon, we will call you Viscount Menlo, or even Count Menlo." Dodge Russo complimented, "You rose by stepping on Xianxia's corpse. This is the glory of the West." The Bloody Baron said, "Sir Dodge, Duke Russo has already led the army into the Azure Wave province. As a side branch of the Russo family, he feels that Duke Debus has completely tarnished the family's honor, and is no longer worthy of being Duke Russo. So, your chance has come." Dodge Russo's gaze was complicated. "Duke Russo is a man of virtue and prestige. I am willing to let him return to the Russo family. Our family needs a strong leader like him." The Bloody Baron said, "You have underestimated Duke Russo's honor. He will never fight for the position of Duke Russo. He is here to set things right and clean up the family. So, he will support the new Duke Russo. So, Dodge, your chance has come." Dodge Russo's heart was beating fast. "I still have Uncle Austin. He is more suitable to be the new Duke Russo than me." The Bloody Baron said, "But he is now a prisoner of Xianxia, and his honor has been tarnished. Xianxia is an ominous being. Those who have been tainted by him are not qualified to inherit the title of Duke. So, Sir Dodge, after Debus falls, you will be the best candidate for Duke Russo. I will still need your care in the Empire." Dodge Russo said, "Sir Menlo, you must be joking. You have the support of Master Adolf, and your future is already bright. In the words of the Easterners, Sir Adolf is the real Emperor's close aide." The Bloody Baron smiled reservedly and did not speak. The Black Pearl fleet under Xianxia will be here soon. Let's prepare for war. No, not war, but slaughter. Dodge Russo laughed. They only have 50 boats that can't fight, and only 2,000 people. On the other hand, we have 300 warships and 40,000 warriors. We can easily annihilate them all. It's best if we can capture them all, the Bloody Baron said. Dodge Russo said, Sir Baron, have you ever tasted a black woman? I heard they taste great. Their bodies are the most voluptuous among the races. Although Black Pearl is black, she is also a beauty. I believe you will not miss such a special delicacy. Dozens of Black Pearl's boats kept moving south along the coastline. They were getting closer and closer to the Bloody Baron's net. A few hours later, an ear-piercing bell rang on the sea. The scouting boats of the Black Pearl fleet discovered a large enemy fleet. Enemies, enemies. There are countless enemy fleets. They are flying the flags of the Bloody Baron and the Russo family. Instantly, Black Pearl felt a chill down her spine. She thought she was lucky that she was not discovered the previous 3 times she smuggled. It turned out to be the Bloody Baron's plot to catch her in one fell swoop. What should she do next? Her boats could not be used for battle. They were very fragile. Abandon the boats and land immediately? No, there must be Bloody Baron's troops lying in ambush on this land. Since they chose to ambush here, they would not let the Black Pearl Navy escape on land. At this time, protecting the people in the fleet was the most important. Black Pearl decisively ordered, change direction and head north at full speed. Enter the Amazon Sea. Throw all the saltpeter into the sea and travel light. Our boats are small and have an advantage in speed. Following Black Pearl's order, all 50 boats changed direction and went against the current. Splash. Bag after bag of saltpeter was thrown into the sea. After a pause and change of direction, the Black Pearl fleet still slowed down. The Bloody Baron's huge fleet chased after them frantically. Quick, 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 full speed north. Finally, because of Black Pearl's decisiveness, her fleet escaped the Bloody Baron's encirclement at the last moment. She made full use of the advantage of being a small boat and escaped quickly. The Bloody Baron sneered, this black woman is really cunning. She actually managed to escape from such an inescapable trap. Pass down the order. All the surrounding fleets are to gather and join in the encirclement and annihilation of the Xianxia fleet. Following that, they engaged in a crazy chase across the vast ocean. Since they had been discovered, Black Pearl did not need to stick close to the coastline anymore. Instead, she directly entered the deep waters and headed north at full speed. Behind her, the allied fleets of the Bloody Baron and Dodge Russo increased in number. More and more fleets from the surrounding blockade joined in one after another. At first, there were only 30,000 people. Later, it increased to 40,000. 50,000, 60,000. A total of 700 warships joined in the encirclement and annihilation of the Black Pearl. The Bloody Baron's fleet stretched for hundreds of miles on the surface of the sea. They were like giant beasts in a mad chase. They had to catch up to the Black Pearl fleet before they escaped into the Amazon Sea and completely annihilate them. The Black Pearl fleet was a small ship and had a huge advantage in terms of speed. Within a few days, they had escaped further and further away. However, the Bloody Baron's fleet also had fast ships. They chased relentlessly like hungry wolves, maintaining a distance of 20 miles. The Black Pearl fleet could not escape from their sight. However, as long as everything went smoothly, they could still escape. As long as they entered the Amazon Sea, they would be safe. After all, that was the absolute ally of the Lord Xianxia. At this time, they could only pray that the heavens would be on their side and that there would not be a storm. They were only small ships and could not withstand the baptism of a storm. However, the Black Pearl's luck seemed to have ended. Dark clouds had appeared in the northern sky. They were getting lower and lower, as though they were truly black clouds. Not only that, the wind was getting stronger and the direction of the wind was getting worse. The stronger the wind, the bigger the waves. The Black Pearl fleet began to sway violently, and it became harder and harder to control. Dark clouds rolled and spread continuously. The sun in the sky had disappeared. Within 1,000 miles of the sea, dark clouds were everywhere. The sea wind howled and huge waves rose. Every pirate under the command of the Black Pearl was highly skilled, but they could not withstand the power of the heavens and earth. They gradually lost control of their ships. The strong wind was like a giant hand that dragged the small ships, tossing and turning them around. Even the Bloody Baron's large ship had begun to sway violently, let alone the small ships. Their fleet is out of control. It stalled. Dodge Russo was overjoyed. Chase them and annihilate Xianlang's navy. In the strong wind, the Black Pearl's small ship swayed in the wind and rain. They moved forward with difficulty, their speed was slow and almost out of control. The Bloody Baron and Dodge Russo's fleet opened up their huge arcs and pounced forward ferociously. The Bloody Baron stood on the deck, feeling the increasingly strong sea wind. He looked at the dark clouds rolling in the sky. The only fleet under Xianlang's command was finished. The remnants of the skeleton gang were finished. The Bloody Baron's fleet had been gathering more and more ships over the past few days. The number of ships that joined in the chase had already reached a scale of 600 ships and 60,000 people. This was because it was more difficult to encircle the enemy on the surface of the sea. A battle with such a great disparity was not honorable, but it was a pirate's favorite. A few hundred wolves biting dozens of sheep was the most tragic and bloody scene. The Bloody Baron disliked evenly matched enemies the most. A one-sided massacre was his favorite. The more beautiful the performance, the happier Adolf would be. In order to make Adolf happy, the Bloody Baron spared no effort. Just like how he wanted to make Debus happy, he could not wait to use his charm. However, his flirting failed. Debus acted as if she did not see it. Now, in order to please Adolf, the Bloody Baron gave it his all to perform. Pirates, wolves, start your little feast. Skin the pitiful Xianlang's small fleet and eat their flesh. However, at this moment. Dang 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 dang. Intense bell sounds came from the surface of the sea again. It was extremely ear-piercing and sharp. This was the warning of an enemy attack. It was the most dangerous enemy situation, and it came from the rear of the Bloody Baron's fleet. The Bloody Baron was shocked. What enemy could there be at this time? The thousands of miles of sea was his world. There could not be any enemy. Could it be that they came from the sea? Or did they fly down from the sky? Someone must have made a mistake and sounded the bell. Let's continue to chase and give Master Adolf an explanation. Dodge Russo said, his order was very clear. By the end of this month, he wants to see the Xianlang fleet destroyed. Dang 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 dang. However, the warning of an enemy attack was still coming from the rear, and it was getting sharper and more urgent. Against the strong wind, a warrior quickly climbed up a mast that was dozens of meters high and looked back. However, he still could not see anything. The Bloody Baron's fleet was too huge. He could not see the end of it at all. All he could see were his warships. Dang 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 dang. The bell sounded like it was going to kill him. This was definitely not a mistake. The fleet behind must have discovered the enemy. The Bloody Baron's heart trembled as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Xianlang had returned with the Skeleton Island fleet? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Master Adolf had already said that Xianlang would definitely die in the Lost Nation ruins this time. He would not be able to return. Adolf could not kill Xianlang directly, so he had to kill him indirectly and send him to his death. Impossible, Xianlang would definitely not be able to obtain the loyalty of the Skull Party, and it was even more impossible for him to bring them back. As he thought about it, he jumped into the sea and swam toward the ships behind. Half an hour later. The Bloody Baron's illusion was shattered. His worst fear had come true. Standing on the mast, he saw the Skeleton Island's flag, then the second, and the third. One after another, ferocious-looking warships rushed into his field of vision. Dozens, hundreds of ships. The Skeleton Party's fleet had arrived. It was endless and dark. There were still some burning wreckages floating on the sea. They were the scout ships that had sunk. They were the ones who had sounded the alarm. The nightmare of the sea had arrived. The most powerful fleet in the Western world had arrived. The Bloody Baron felt his scalp go numb. He felt a chill run down his spine. He took a deep breath. So what if it was the Skeleton Island fleet? You have been trapped in the Lost Nation ruins for more than 10 years. Your combat power should be exhausted, right? Besides, your warships are old and broken. My warships are brand new and powerful. There was a saying in the East, the new generation will replace the old one. The new will replace the old. Your skeleton party's fleet is outdated. I, the Bloody Baron, am the true ruler of this sea. Soon, the Bloody Baron could almost see Xianxia on the skeleton party's flagship. It was him, the pretty boy. Why was he not dead? Why was he not dead? If he had known this would happen, he would have killed him that day. However, he and Xianxia did not have such great enmity back then. Closing his eyes, he recalled the rise and fall of the House of Menlo. His battle intent surged up again. The Bloody Baron roared, the enemy only has half of our numbers. Their warships are damaged, and they are all old and weak. We will win this battle. He wasn't wrong. At this moment, the fleet of the Skull Island looked miserable. The sails and warship were in tatters, and the pirates on the ship were also in tatters. Everyone was injured, either with bandages on their heads or hands. There were bloodstains everywhere. It was like a broken army worshipping a general. The Bloody Baron roared, this battle is the will of God. God has decided everything. The new king must step on the corpses of the old king to rise. After this battle, the Bloody Baron's fleet is destined to be famous all over the world. We will become the overlord of the entire Xiluan Ocean. For the glory of the overlord, for the glory of the pirates, prepare to fight. Countless horns sounded, and countless flags were waved. Bloody Barons and Dodge Russo's fleets turned around and faced the Skeleton Island's fleet, arranging their battle formation. Looking down from the sky, the Bloody Baron's fleet was even bigger. It was twice the size of the Skeleton Island's fleet. The sea breeze was getting stronger, and the dark clouds were getting thicker. They covered the surface of the sea. It was daytime, but it was like night. The two fleets were like giant beasts on the sea, approaching and approaching. Soon, they entered the battle range. It was like Mars hitting Earth. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, thunder rumbled in the sky. The Bloody Baron pulled out his sword and roared, for the new overlord of the ocean, kill, kill, kill. As for the Skull Party fleet, they did not shout out anything, and just quietly rushed forward. Then, it was a one-sided massacre. There was no intense battle at all. The Skeleton Island ships just charged forward and annihilated them one by one. It was like a tiger army charging into a pack of wolves, or a shark charging into a school of fish. This was a battle between adults and children. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky, making the battle on the sea silent. They could only see the huge fleet of Bloody Baron and Dodge Russo burning one after another and sinking one after another. In front of Skeleton Island, they didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. There were more and more corpses on the sea. There was nothing to write. It was just a massacre, and it was going to end soon. Note, the first chapter was written in the hotel. I ordered takeout and continued to write. Brothers, give me your monthly votes. Instead of going to dinner with my author friends, I buried my head in writing and asked for everyone's support. Thank you to Falling Blossom Broken Water for your 10,000 coins. The end of the world came so quickly, that was the only thing the Bloody Baron felt. Everything that was happening before his eyes was like a dream. Of course he knew that the Skeleton Party was powerful, because he had heard countless legends about them since he was young, but most of them were fake. Even now, the entire sea was filled with the legend of the Bloody Baron, praising him as if he was a god. He had risen to power over the past decade, so he had never fought with the Skeleton Party. However, the Black Pearl was the descendant of the Skeleton Party. Although they were powerful, they were not much stronger than the Bloody Baron's fleet. Hence, for a long time, the Bloody Baron felt that the Skeleton Party was a myth. Even if their fleet was stronger than his, it would be limited. Yet now, his powerful allied forces could not fight back at all. Only wars on land would happen, but he did not expect a war on the sea to happen as well. In less than an hour, his entire fleet was dismembered, and he could not do anything about it. At this time, all efforts and commands are useless. They can only watch helplessly as their ships catch fire one by one and sink one by one. His entire body turned cold, and he lost all his senses. It was unreal. He could only watch as his pirate fleet disappeared, waiting for the moment of destruction to arrive. Not only did the Bloody Baron think so, but Xianxia too. He was shocked by the scene before him. How could they fight like this? He thought that both fleets would first shoot at each other with giant crossbows, then arrows. Who knew that there was no such thing? They were jumping off the ships to fight. The skeleton party's fleet was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. They used top-notch technology to approach the enemy's warships, then jumped onto the enemy's ships to kill and set them on fire. How was this a war on the sea? It was clearly a battle of cold weapons on land. The skeleton party's archery was actually very good, and they could shoot a target from 100 steps away. However, they did not like bows and arrows, and preferred to jump onto the ships with blades. After killing everyone, they would start to set the ships on fire, and enter the bottom of the ship to cut through the ship. Xianxia thought that he was fighting 1 against 2, but he did not expect that a few dozen skeleton party members would dare to charge into the enemy's ship and chase after a few hundred people. The crucial point was that the few hundred people were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They were so ferocious that they were inhuman. It was too easy, too easy. This was the feeling of the skeleton pirates. Were the pirates now also disappointing? How could he kill them so effortlessly? It was not that the Bloody Baron's pirates were too weak, but that they were too strong. Over the past few years, they had fought against the most ferocious sea monster legions. This was a hell mode dungeon. Now that they had entered a normal mode dungeon, they felt as if they had entered a beginner's village and started a massacre. At first, the pirates under the Bloody Baron looked down on the skeleton army. Many of them were old, and they looked terrible. They could not even stand properly and were swaying unsteadily. But when the skeleton party rushed over, they felt like ordinary people seeing a sea monster. Their legs trembled, and they were completely intimidated by the other party's terrifying aura. After nearly 20 hours, the battle ended. In the 16th and 17th centuries, it was normal for naval battles to last for days and nights without a ship sinking. It was not that Xianxia had never fought in a naval battle before. He had even destroyed Xueche's fleet of tens of thousands, but it had also lasted for a few days and nights. It was a game of cat and mouse. In this world, naval battles were more like those on land in the Eastern world. Both sides set up their formation and madly attacked each other. The Bloody Baron's fleet also wanted to escape, but it was almost impossible. Although the skeleton party's ships could not be seen through, their speed was simply too fast. In the end, only a few ships managed to escape the pursuit of the skeleton party. This battle could be said to be a complete annihilation. It ended just like that? Xianxia said in disbelief. He originally thought that this kind of battle with tens of thousands of ships would last for a few days and nights. Yes, it ended, Gila said. But let me correct you. This was not a battle at all. It was just a massacre. Yes, a massacre. Countless corpses floated on the surface of the sea, as well as the burning wreckage of ships. The entire surface of the sea was almost burning, and there was blood and flames for hundreds of miles. How many casualties did we suffer? Xianxia asked. I don't know, but there were very few casualties, Gila said. Xianxia asked, then how many casualties did the enemy suffer? I don't know, but it must be a lot. Gila said, we used to fight like this before. We just charge forward and kill until we can't see the enemy or the enemy ships. Awesome, you guys are awesome. Dang 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 dang. The ear-piercing bell rang again, but this time it was no longer the enemy. Instead, it was the last carnival of the skeleton party, like a cat playing with a mouse. The skeleton party's fleet surrounded a ship, the flagship of the Bloody Baron. Hundreds of warships surrounded it mercilessly. Because this battle was too easy, the skeleton party did not attack the enemy's flagship but stayed to play with it. Many of the bigger ships were not even sunk but captured. Large warships were very precious. The Bloody Baron's flagship was very big. It had a displacement of 2,000 to 3,000 tons, and there were more than a few hundred sailors. But now, these sailors stood on the deck with blank faces, not knowing what to do. Because they were surrounded by tens of thousands of skeleton party members, they did not move at all. Xianxia's flagship slowly approached the Bloody Baron's flagship. The two ships were dozens of meters away from each other, and then they entered a state of relative stillness. This group of people's control skills were really amazing. Bloody Baron, how have you been? Shenlang smiled. Sha Menlo still stood there, not moving, as if he had not woken up from a nightmare. His fleet of tens of thousands was gone just like that? More than a decade of hard work was gone just like that. Wasn't it a little too fast? He still had to rely on this fleet to build his career. He still wanted to become a vice admiral, and he still wanted his family to rise. Now, it was all gone? Do you still want to fight? Shenlang asked. Hearing this, the Bloody Baron could not help but be stunned. What did you say? Shenlang asked, do you still want to fight? Shall we continue? Hearing this, the pirates on the Bloody Baron's flagship all shook their heads and threw away the machetes in their hands. Do you want to live? Shenlang asked. The enemy pirates nodded desperately. Of course, they wanted to live. Shenlang said, if you jump into the sea and swim back home, you will be able to live. *CK your grandpa, this place is thousands of miles away from the nearest land. Why don't you try swimming back? Do you want me to repeat myself? Shenlang asked. Either you jump into the sea and swim back, or I will order the skeleton army to rush over and kill you all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, plop, plop. Suddenly, like dumplings in water, the surviving pirates all jumped into the sea. Swim, swim back. If you don't, we will shoot arrows. The skeleton army drew their bows and aimed at the enemy pirates on the water. This group of people desperately swam, desperately swimming, crying as they swam. In the past, they could only see such a tragic scene when they killed others. Now, it was their turn. The Bloody Baron came in front of Shenlang and stared at him for a long time. His face was very serious, which reminded Shenlang of the first time he met him. He was meticulous like a noble. Shenlang said, what goes around comes around, Bloody Baron. When you locked me up, sank my ship, and killed my sailors, did you think this day would come? The Bloody Baron still stood straight and motionless, as if he was full of pride. Shenlang said coldly, Monroe Shaw, when you were chasing Black Pearl and the others, did you ever think that one day, the hunter would become the prey? The Bloody Baron still stood with his head held high, not saying a word. Shenlang was stunned. Was this man so stubborn? Even at this point, he still wouldn't admit defeat and beg for mercy. It didn't seem like it at all. Although the Bloody Baron liked to put on airs, he was the most cunning and shameless person. His ability to recognize a thief as his father was very strong. However, in the next second, the Bloody Baron knelt down and kowtowed. Your subject, Monroe Shaw, greet your majesty. Long live your majesty. You're even speaking Chinese. What kind of show are you putting on? You're too good at flattery. Did Shenlang really not know that this person could speak Chinese? Then, the Bloody Baron still said meticulously, I, Monroe Shaw, have wasted decades, and only now have I met a wise ruler like you. The heavens have pity on me. From now on, I am His Majesty Shenlang's lackey. Your will is the direction of my battle. Please accept my allegiance. After that, the Bloody Baron's forehead touched the ground, and he remained motionless. That's more like it. Bloody Baron, you should always be this shameless. When Duchess Deborah was powerful, you knelt in front of her and pledged your allegiance. You even made eyes at her and tried to become her gigolo, but Deborah didn't respond. Then, when Deborah was unlucky, he knelt in front of Adolphe and showed his ferocious face to Deborah, biting back a few times. Now, he knelt in front of Shenlang and pledged his allegiance. But it's good that you're begging for mercy. Now, I can happily kill you. Shenlang hated it when his enemies were stubborn and scolded him before they died. That was too annoying, and the victory was not complete. The enemy would first kneel in front of him and cry bitterly, begging bitterly, and then kill him. That would be perfect. Shenlang said, Bloody Baron, do you know that I have a nickname in the Eastern world? The Bloody Baron said, I'd like to hear the details, Your Majesty. Shenlang said, the Heartless Castrator. As soon as this was said, the Bloody Baron's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled. After a long while, he smiled and said, It's my honor to be His Majesty Shenlang's eunuch. Shenlang said, Then, will you do it yourself? This was too much. He even wanted me to castrate myself, Clang. A sharp knife was thrown in front of the Bloody Baron. The Bloody Baron made a difficult choice, then clenched his teeth and picked up the knife on the ground. He said in an aria tone, "Every time I see eunuch Talon, I deeply feel that perhaps being a eunuch is also a kind of honor. Loyalty is priceless. Now, I will use my actions to express my infinite fear and loyalty to His Majesty Xianxia. Talon used his life to prove his loyalty to Duchess Deborah, and I will use my life to prove mine in the future." Then, the Bloody Baron swung his sword and castrated himself. Xianxia immediately looked away, but Hila was watching with great interest. Her scalp went numb, and even Xianxia felt a chill down his spine. This person was too powerful. He was definitely a werewolf to be able to do such a thing to himself. After castrating himself, the Bloody Baron trembled all over and continued to kneel on the ground, motionless. He was crying. That was his lifeblood, something he needed to carry on his family line, and even half of his life's goal. He had never married until now. Although he had many illegitimate children, he did not have any legitimate children. He had always wanted to find a noble lady to marry. He had dreamed of restoring the glory of the House of Menlo. But now, everything was over. Even his lifeblood was gone, so how could he talk about carrying on his family line? Fortunately, he had an illegitimate child, so he could choose one to inherit the family business. As long as he could keep his life, everything would be fine, and he might even have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Although he had lost, Adolf had not, and Sauron the Great was like the sun in the sky. He might even have a chance to take revenge in the future by castrating Xianxia and cutting him into 1,000 pieces. As long as the Bloody Baron survives, he would take revenge 1,000 times over for everything that happened today. Xianxia sighed. "Monroe Shaw, it has not been easy for you. I know you have always wanted to restore the glory of the House of Menlo. Everything you have done is for this dream." The Bloody Baron cowed out and trembled. He cried, "Your Majesty knows me well." "But," Xianxia said, "what glory does your broken family have? So what if it has recovered? Don't pretend to be a prince of a fallen country, okay? Your shitty family, if it is destroyed, then so be it. Do you think you're Morong Fu? Who knows how many trashy clans like yours have perished? Don't act like your ancestors are so rich, okay? You usually act like a decent person, but since you are a pirate, you should act like a pirate and act like a noble. What's wrong with that? Do you have any professional ethics?" The blood-type baron was taken aback. What did he mean by that? But he still kowtowed respectfully. "Thank you for your teachings, Your Majesty. I will never forget it." Xianxia said, "Since you have knelt and been castrated, I am satisfied. Now you can die in peace." Someone, cut off the Bloody Baron's tongue and hang him on the mast. He must be executed after we return to Baijin City. If he dies before that, I will punish him. After Xianxia gave the order, he left without saying anything else. The Bloody Baron was left kneeling on the ground. F***CKME, is Xianxia so despicable? I am already so despicable, and you still want to kill me? If I knew I would not live, why would I humiliate myself like this? All of a sudden, he wanted to curse out loud. But the next second, an old man appeared in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He first cut off the Bloody Baron's limbs, then stuck a knife into his mouth and twisted it. The Bloody Baron's tongue was crushed. He wanted to curse out loud, but he could not make any sound. Remove the chin and stitch up the wound. Don't bleed to death. Next, a few doctors came over and meticulously stitched up the wound on the Bloody Baron's tongue. They even used extravagant medicine. Hang it up, hang it up. Under the cheers of the skeleton pirates, the Bloody Baron was raised to the pole like a flag. Another skeleton pirate quickly climbed up and took out a small knife. He was very nervous. He had been out of practice for many years, and he didn't know if he would be able to pick it up again. He definitely couldn't lose face in front of His Majesty Xianxia and Her Highness Helen. This was a job that would allow him to show his face. I need to practice first to get the feeling. This skeleton pirate was an Asian. He picked up a sharp knife and cut the Bloody Baron's body to get the feeling. The Bloody Baron let out a series of miserable howls. Xianxia, F***CK your mother. I can't wait to kill you. You beast, you bastard. You deserve to be cut into pieces. Why don't the heavens strike you to death? Master Adolf will avenge me. The bloody baron roared with all his might, but he could not say a word. He regretted not cursing in the beginning. Good, good, countless skeleton pirates cheered and applauded, watching the executioner's performance. Another person stood in front of Xianxia. It was Dodge Rousseau. He really did not know what to do. He wanted to kneel down and cry. However, after witnessing the bloody baron crying and begging for mercy, Linley wondered if he should take another path. Lord Xianxia, please treat me like a noble. I'm a member of the Rousseau family, and I'm the cousin of Duchess de Bus. Dodge Rousseau said arrogantly, I'm different from Monroe Shaw. He's just a lowly pirate, and I'm the son of a noble for hundreds of years. I hope your actions will not bring shame to your family. Xianxia looked at him silently. I won't say anything. I'll just watch you act cool. Please give me a cabin, a few servants, and inform my family. They will pay me something of equal value to redeem my freedom. Lord Xianxia, please follow the rules of the nobility. Otherwise, you will not be able to do anything in the Western world. Xianxia finally spoke. He said directly, kneel. Okay. Dodge Rousseau knelt down without another word. Close your eyes, Xianxia said. Dodge Rousseau's body trembled. He closed his eyes, but tears gushed out. Finally, he could not hold it in any more and cried, My dear brother-in-law, I was forced. I didn't want to rebel. My subordinates forced me to rebel. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. Sister de Bus thinks very highly of me, and once gave me a sword. Xianxia said, Oh? Really? Which sword? Can I see it? Dodge Rousseau untied the magnificent sword at his waist and handed it to Xianxia with both hands. Good sword, good sword. Xianxia took a deep breath, and then he exerted all his strength to suddenly slash down. Dodge Rousseau's body slumped to the ground, twitching as he died. His eyes were wide open, unable to rest in peace. Then, a few skeleton pirates walked in and dragged Dodge Rousseau's body away. Salute to you, Your Majesty. One of the pirates suddenly said, I realized that although you don't have the strength to truss a chicken, you're a true pirate. You're not like a noble, nor are you like a king. Xianxia said, Isn't that good? That's great, this is our skull party's favorite leader. After a while, Princess Helen walked in. What's wrong? Sister, are you going to blame me for being temperamental and not having any noble honor to speak of? Xianxia asked. No, this is your territory. Whatever you say is the rule. Princess Helen said, We are family, but there are some things we can only seek common ground while reserving our differences. I won't preach to you. I just want to say that I understand what you mean by there is no enmity in the world. Xianxia said, Sister, enjoy the voyage from now on. When we reach Beijing City, you will receive the cheers of tens of thousands. You can't understand how the entire Southern Empire is looking forward to your return. Especially de Bus, she is looking forward to your return. At this time, outside, there was a drama of recognizing relatives. The 1,000 pirates under Black Pearl were all descendants of the Skeleton Party. When the Skeleton Party went south to explore the ruins of the Lost Nation, they were still children. Today, some were lucky to find their parents, but more were unfortunate. That was because the 120,000 Skeleton Party soldiers were only left with 40,000. Black Pearl went crazy and searched the warships one by one, looking for her parents. Daddy, Mommy. Daddy, Mommy. While searching with all their might, Xianxia stood on the deck and looked at everything. Black Pearl seemed to be destined to be disappointed. Among the 40,000 survivors of the Skeleton Party, there were only a few black people. Most of them were Caucasians, Quita tribesmen, and a small number of Asians. However, in the next second, the Black Pearl suddenly rushed towards an old pirate and hugged him fiercely. Following that, a female pirate rushed over, and the three of them hugged each other tightly. It was a family reunion. However, Black Pearl's father was a Caucasian, and her mother was a Quita tribesman. How could she give birth to a black person? Not biological, adopted, Gila said. This situation is very normal. When the Skeleton Party goes out to fight, they will bring back children to raise them. In fact, a large number of children are not biological. Daddy, Mommy, I dream of you. Black Pearl hugged the two old pirates and cried tears of joy. After the battle, a portion of the skeleton party fleet went to Saltpeter Island to transport saltpeter, while the rest returned to Baijin City. They originally wanted to go directly to Baijin City, but they chased after the Bloody Baron's pirate fleet for thousands of miles. After the fleet left, countless pirates were left on the surface of the sea, and Xianlang ordered them to swim back home. Your Majesty Xianlang, save us. We are willing to surrender, we surrender, save us. Xianlang turned a deaf ear and ordered the fleet to continue forward, leaving these pirates on the surface of the sea. After a moment, the sound of crying shook the sky, and these pirates sank one after another, dying silently. Xianlang had once said that he would not leave a single captive, and that he would wipe out the Bloody Baron's fleet without leaving a single person alive. As a person, he had to do what he said. After sailing for a few days and nights, Baijin City was already in sight. Xianlang smiled. Sister Helen, how does it feel to be returning to your homeland after more than a decade? Princess Helen replied, at this time, should I say that I'm afraid of returning home? Xianlang replied, you can't imagine how warmly the entire Southern Empire will welcome you. When Duchess de Bus sees you, she will definitely feel relieved and overjoyed. Princess Helen said, my dear brother, perhaps you shouldn't say that about your wife. Xianlang wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. De Bus, this political creature, was always longing for Princess Helen's return and for her to acknowledge Xianlang as her younger brother. This way, she would be able to regain all her honor. The fleet was getting closer and closer to the magnificent Baijin City. Looking into the distance, Xianlang's expression couldn't help but change. Baijin City had changed, something big was happening. Quick, speed up. Xianlang ordered. My dear sister Helen, we must speed up. Perhaps Baijin City needs to wait for you, the ruler of the Southern Empire, to reverse the situation. Note, today's update is 16,000. We will depart for the airport at 6 in the morning tomorrow. I will be riding at all times. Brothers, if you have any monthly votes, remember to give them to me. Jade Gold City was indeed in great trouble. Duke Russell, who was full of honor, could not stand de Bus's behavior. He felt that she had tarnished the family's honor and was no longer fit to lead the Russo family. She was even less qualified to be the southern guardian of the empire. As an elder of the Russo family, Duke Russell felt that it was his duty to come to the Azure Wave province to uphold justice. As expected, everything changed after his arrival. Previously, the vassals were angry with de Bus, but they did not dare to say anything. They only dared to isolate and lock her down. They did not dare to openly rebel, nor did they dare to mobilize their troops. This was because Duke de Bus was too cruel. The last time they rebelled, they were suppressed and killed. However, after Duke Russell's arrival, the vassals of the Azure Wave province seemed to have found their backbone. They all welcomed Duke Russell like a family member. In Eastern terms, it was, Your Excellency Duke, you are finally here. We look at you like a baby looking at its parents. Some Westerners said, after Your Excellency Duke, the sky of the Azure Wave province can finally see the sun again. It is no longer shrouded by dark clouds. Then, many vassals sent their troops to follow Duke Russell. After entering the Azure Wave province, Duke Russell's army grew in numbers. In the end, they gathered to a huge number of 250,000. Especially the Russo family's branch forces, they were extremely enthusiastic, trying their best to show off in front of Duke Russell. They thought that they might be able to compete for the position of Duke Russell. At this time, Jade Gold City had really become an isolated island, a few days before the decisive battle between Xianlang and the Bloody Baron. In Jade City, less than 300 miles away from Jade Gold City, Count Bating met the stubborn and honorable Duke Russell. Good day, Your Excellency Duke Russell. I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You seem to be in a better state. It is obvious that you can walk out from the shadow of the past, Count Bating said. My old friend. Duke Russell stepped forward and hugged him. Because I realized that some failures are not shameful. In this world, there are always some people who are especially strong, and ordinary people can't even look up to them. And because of their existence, this world may become more beautiful. Every order needs one or more leaders. Your heart is as broad as the ocean, baiting Count Russell said. How is Queen Medusa? How's the situation over at Queen City? At this time, millions of soldiers are surrounding the city, waiting for the arrival of Sauron the Great. However, Queen Medusa still hasn't appeared. She is still like this, unwilling to meet ordinary people like us. Duke Russell said, Of course, I have to tell you the truth. It's best for mortals not to see her too often. If they do, they will lose their confidence, and even lose their fantasies about any woman. Some people belong to some people. Count Bating said, From your words, it seems that you do not intend to stop the union between Sauron the Great and Queen Medusa. A match made in heaven. Duke Russell said, Although I sent troops to attack the Witch Empire, I have no enmity towards Her Majesty the Queen. In fact, I am filled with admiration. Of course, it's impossible for her to rule the Xiluan Empire. Xiluan will always belong to Xiluan. However, if she could marry Sauron the Great, it would be the best result. In the entire Western world, perhaps only Her Majesty Queen Medusa is worthy of Sauron the Great. Count Bating said, Your Excellency, your vision is indeed very broad. You can see deep and far. What do you think of the union between Xianxia and Duke Debus? At this time, Count Bating finally got to the point. Since Sauron could marry Queen Medusa, why couldn't Debus marry Xianxia? Duke Russell did not directly respond to Count Bating's words. Instead, he slowly said, Old friend, what kind of person do you think of me? Count Bating said, Of course you are dignified and just. There are not many people in the world who have a sense of honor like you. I have always regarded you as my role model. Duke Russell said, Although my Russell family has left the Russo family, I have always regarded myself as a member of the Russo family. However, I have never thought of living in Duke Russo's palace. Our two families are a family. That is emotional and blood. But in politics, Russo will always belong to Russo, and Russell will always belong to Russell. Count Bating said, Then what do you mean? Duke Russell said, Debus's behavior has indeed tarnished the honor of the Russo family. She is no longer worthy of being Duke Russo. Count Bating said, Is it because she married Xianxia? No. Duke Russell said, I do not have a good impression of His Excellency Xianxia, but I have no right to interfere with Debus's marriage. Although it is not an honor for her to marry an Eastern man, it is also her freedom. However, after she lost to the Eastern Xianxia, she was murdered by him. She was seriously ill and almost dying. That was why she knelt down and humiliated herself to become Xianxia's wife. At this point, Duke Russell was very angry. He tried his best to suppress his anger and said, What is this? This is dragging out an ignoble existence. This is kneeling and begging for mercy from a foreign race. For her own life, she did not hesitate to sell the entire Russo family to Xianxia. This is Debus's crime. She even went on a killing spree and handed Baijin City over to the foreign races. This is simply a great humiliation. With this kind of behavior, not only does she not have the qualifications to become Duke Russo, she is not even worthy of being a noble of the empire. When these words were said, Count Bating found it hard to refute. What the other party said was true. The reason why Debus had announced her marriage with Xianxia was not because of love or marriage, but to preserve her life. This was indeed not courageous and dishonorable. Duke Russell said, Therefore, as a member of the Russo family, I will definitely not allow such an ugly thing to happen. First, I will lead my troops to take back Baijin City from the hands of the foreign races. Next, Duke Debus must step down and be replaced by another member of the Russo family. Count Bating said, In your opinion, who is suitable to be the new Duke Russo? Duke Russell said, Although Austin Russo has this and that problem, he at least has the dignity of a noble. Although he has been captured, he has never done anything against his family's honor. Count Bating thought for a moment and said, Duke Russell, we can't forget one thing. Duchess Debs was married to Sir Xianxia before. My old friend, are you going to become dishonest too? Duke Russell said, We all know what an ugly farce that marriage was. It was a sacrifice that Debus carried out in order to defeat Queen Medusa. She was bewitched by the fire god religion. Count Bating said, Your Excellency. Can we change our way of thinking? Duke Russell frowned and said, My old friend, I admire your loyalty very much, so I am willing to listen respectfully. Count Baiting said, if Duchess de Bus surrendered to Lord Shenlang in order to preserve her life, and offered by Jean City and herself, it would be a disgrace and absolutely disgraceful. But if Sir Shenlang is Princess Helen's younger brother, then wouldn't it be reasonable? Princess Helen is the most direct heir of Queen Helen and has the support of the whole South. Wouldn't it be reasonable for Duchess de Bus to be loyal to Princess Helen? Duke Russell couldn't help but frown. This reason was very far-fetched. But if one asked if this sentence was valid, then it was definitely valid. Although Sauron was popular now, the throne was still undecided. Any noble of the empire could support anyone who was qualified to inherit the throne. It was true that all the nobles in the north could not support Princess Helen, but all the new nobles in the south supported Princess Helen. This was a power that could not be ignored. Once this power was denied, it meant that the north and the south would fall into a civil war. Count Baiting said, Your Excellency, do you think that Princess Helen is an illegitimate daughter, so she is not qualified to be the heir of the Xiluan Empire? Duke Russell frowned. This matter had long been decided. Although Princess Helen's mother did not have a public wedding, she privately held a small wedding in the Queen's palace and married Leon. Although the wedding was small, there were people who witnessed it, including nobles, commoners, and members of the Holy See. Therefore, you can despise the wedding, but you can't question its legitimacy. Therefore, Princess Helen is definitely not an illegitimate daughter. Even in the history books of the Xiluan Empire, Princess Helen was listed as the heir of the Xiluan Empire. Although the history books were biased towards the position of the nobles in the north, so Princess Helen was only ranked 5th, the whole empire thought that she should be ranked 3rd. She should be the first heir of Queen Helen. Of course that's fine. Duke Russell said, but Shenlang's identity is just his own words, who can prove it? Everything is just a rumor, no one can prove it. Count Baiting fell into silence. Other than Princess Helen, no one could prove this matter. No matter who said it, they would not have enough authority. Is there really no other way? Must there be a civil war in the Russo family? Count Baiting said bitterly. My old friend, I definitely don't want to see this scene, but Baijin City must not be ruled by a foreign race. De Bus betrayed her honor and mission. Duke Russell said, Can you help me pass a message? Count Baiting said, Please speak. Duke Russell said, The East belongs to the East, and the West belongs to the West. The Western world does not welcome Sir Shenlang. Please ask him to return to the Eastern world immediately. De Bus is no longer qualified to be Duke Russo, she will also be exiled. She can follow Shenlang back to the Eastern world. Also, please tell the people of Milan City to release Count Austin Russo unconditionally. For humanitarian reasons, I can temporarily not attack Milan City. I am willing to give them 5 days to completely leave the Western world. If they don't agree, my army will recapture Baijin City and destroy Milan City. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you. This is my ultimatum. Shenlang's army must retreat from Baijin City, Milan City, and the Western world within 5 days. Otherwise, it means war. After Count Baiting returned to Baijin City as fast as he could, he conveyed Duke Russell's will to De Bus. De Bus was furious at the stubborn and inflexible thing. Want to kick her out? Want to exile her? Let Austin Russo inherit the Duke's position, simply daydreaming. Even if she, De Bus, died, she would never give up the Duke's position. Go inform Milan City to prepare for war. Duke De Bus said, Now we have 5,000 Amazon soldiers and 30,000 slaves. Although it is far less than Duke Russell's army, I don't believe we can't win this war. Count Baiting said bitterly, Yes. Once the Russo family's civil war breaks out, there are bound to be countless casualties. Duke Russell is a man full of honor. He will definitely fight to the end. Now that the vassals of the Azure Wave province have gone to welcome Duke Russell, once the war starts, the army we face may not only be Duke Russell's 100,000 army. Count Baiting said. So what? De Bus said, Haven't you seen the power of the Amazon army? Count Baiting said, We have lost control of the sea, so we may face a pincer attack from the north and the south. The length of the wall we have to defend may be more than 20,000 meters. No matter how strong the Amazon army is, 5,000 people may not be able to fight against 200,000. Let's say 300,000 soldiers, they also can't defend such a long wall. Debus said, is there still no news from Xianxia? There are movements on the sea. The Bloody Baron's fleet is heading east. Did something happen? Count Baiting said, the navy of Milan City has been smuggling saltpeter. Did the Bloody Baron's fleet find out? So they are going to surround and annihilate the fleet of Milan City? Debus' beautiful face was as cold as frost. Xianxia, if you still don't come back, everything will be over. However, at this time, Xianxia's skeleton fleet had just discovered the Bloody Baron's fleet and was pursuing them for thousands of miles. After Duke Debus rejected Duke Russell's ultimatum, it basically announced the outbreak of the Russo family civil war. Duke Russell publicly announced that his negotiations with Debus had officially failed, so he planned to use military means to interfere with Debus's immoral affairs. He wanted to use force to overthrow Debus, drive away the foreigners, and support an upright person to become the new Duke Russo. Duke Russell's official document was very formal and conservative, but in the end, it was still a declaration of war. Immediately, the entire Azure Wave province was boiling. Many of the Russo family's vassals dispatched their troops to follow behind Duke Russell. Before they reached Beijing City, the number of troops under Duke Russell's command increased, finally reaching an astonishing 250,000. When these 250,000 troops finished their final assembly and were still 100 miles away from Beijing City, Duke Russell sent someone to negotiate with Debus, asking her to abdicate and expel Xianxia's troops from Beijing City and Milan City. Duke Debus rejected once again. Finally, the door to the negotiation was completely closed, and Duke Russell led 250,000 troops towards Beijing City in a grandiose manner. The entire Beijing City was like a surging tide, and the previously dormant opponents also secretly moved out. The order of the entire Beijing City was extremely chaotic, completely losing its previous reputation as a golden city. At this time, Xianxia's skeleton army was engaged in a decisive battle with the Bloody Baron thousands of miles away, carrying out a one-sided massacre. 3 days later, Duke Russell's 250,000 troops finally arrived at the city, surrounding the northern city wall of Beijing City. They were black and boundless. Duke Debus gave the order to prepare for war. 4,000 Amazon soldiers and 10,000 slave soldiers defended the northern city wall. 1,000 Amazon Fury soldiers and 20,000 slave soldiers defended the southern city wall near the sea. A great battle was about to break out. At this time, Duchess Debus welcomed another guest, a mysterious enemy. Emperor Sauron's personal advisor, the mysterious Master Adolf. He was still dressed in a white robe that was whiter than snow, and he looked like an immortal. Your Excellency, His Majesty Sauron has remained silent on your matter, and has not officially expressed his position. Hence, there is still a chance to salvage the situation. Adolf said slowly, Duke Russell is very powerful, but he still has to obey His Majesty Sauron's will. Duke Debus said, Master, what do you mean? Couldn't he be more straightforward? At this time, we cannot make any misjudgments about the other party's intentions, right? Adolf said, Duke Debus, do you think that the 5,000 Amazon soldiers can defeat Duke Russell's 250,000 troops? Can they defeat the endless army behind His Majesty Sauron? If there is a need, we can mobilize 500,000 troops, or even more. How long can your Beijing city resist? Duke Debus frowned. Adolf said, this is a desperate battle. From the moment you formally surrendered to Xianxia, you became the public enemy of the whole Western world. You are the enemy of the whole world. His Majesty Sauron has not expressed any opinion yet, but once he shows his will, everything will be too late. Duke Debus, you will die without a burial place. Master Adolf, what exactly do you want? You can say it more clearly. Duke Debus said. Adolf said, I want to capture the entire Amazon army. I want to get all the secret weapons in Milan City. Duke Debus said, but what does all this have to do with me? Adolf said, now the Amazon army trusts you very much, doesn't it? So as long as we add some spices to their food, they can sleep more soundly. They are really too tired during this time, aren't they? Then, Adolf took out a bottle. Just one bottle is enough to make thousands of Amazonian female warriors fall asleep silently and painlessly. Adolf said, then, you also need to make a public declaration that your marriage with His Excellency Xianxia is false and invalid. Everything you have done in the past was just hypocrisy. You sacrificed yourself for the Russo family. In this way, Duke Russo is not here to clean up the family, but to invite you to drive away the foreign army of Shenlang and take back Beijing City. Duke de Bus smiled. Adolphe said, in this way, your reputation can be preserved, and your title of nobility will naturally be preserved. The whole Western world will be moved by your dedication. In order to protect the family, you have to feed the tiger with your own body. What a great spirit it is. And this is your only chance, and also your last chance. Duke de Bus smiled and said, Sir Adolphe, in your eyes, am I such a shameless person? No, no, no. Adolphe said, you are an extremely intelligent person. I have never dared to doubt your wisdom and courage. He really knew how to speak. It was obviously sarcastic, but it sounded like a compliment. But the truth was as he said. When the Witch Empire was powerful, de Bus let Beijing City fly the flag of the Witch Empire and was nominally loyal. After that, she secretly formed an army to attack the Witch Empire and became a great hero of the Third Empire of Shiluan. Then, she surrendered to Shenlang. In these few years, she was like a chameleon. She did not change her role, so she was a political creature that put interests first. In that case, how could Adolphe possibly reject his life-saving straw? He was already de Bus' last hope. Grandmaster Adolphe, I understand your opinion, de Bus said. If I understand correctly, you need me to betray Shenlang again, help you poison the Amazon army, let you get all of them, and get all the secret weapons in Milan City, right? Moreover, you'll be able to obtain all the secret weapons in Milan City, right? This means that you'll be taking over all of Shenlang's achievements, right? De Bus said, is this also the will of His Majesty Sauron? De Bus said, is this also the will of His Majesty Sauron? Adolphe said, you can think of it that way, if you want. You are a very wise man, Duchess de Bose, and you have always known what to choose, and this time will be no exception. On one side is the despicable and shameless Eastern Shenlang, on the other side is your precious life and the expensive title of Duke. Duchess de Bose said nothing. Adolphe said, there's a saying that goes, there's no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world, it's just that the weight of betrayal isn't enough. Yes, this sentence was the absolute truth. What choice should Debs make? That asshole Shenlang said that he wanted to subdue the Skull Party army, but he is nowhere to be seen. He also said that he was Princess Helen's younger brother, but he had no way to prove it. Outside, Duke Russell's army of 250,000 soldiers had already arrived at the city gates. The battle was about to begin, and she was already facing a calamity. Should he betray Shenlang again? Or should I trust him till the end? She firmly believed that he could create another miracle, but de Bus knew that this choice was fatal, and there was no room for regret or redemption. Once he chose to betray Shenlang, what would happen when Shenlang returned? But if he chose to continue to trust Shenlang, what if he never returned? Or what if he came too late? At that time, Beijing City would have already fallen. Debs knew that this was the most important decision of her life. It concerned her fate and life and death. She closed her eyes. At this time, she couldn't use reason, nor could she think deeply. Instead, she had to find a feeling. She began to recall every scene with Shenlang. Of course, she wasn't recalling their love, but rather, she wanted to understand this person more deeply. At a time like this, who would still care about love and affection, she especially recalled every miracle that Shenlang had created, and then her mind couldn't help but become more and more profound. However, she still couldn't refuse. Then, her hand instinctively touched her belly, and she said with a sigh, I refuse. Adolphe was startled, and then sneered, you're pregnant? It seems that the saying that pregnancy makes women stupid is true. Then, he immediately stood up and said, Debs, you've already refused the last path of survival. You've closed the door to heaven, so what awaits you is only hell. But you don't have to worry that your child will see this tragic scene, because it's impossible for him to come to this world. Just like Shenlang, he shouldn't have been born into this world. This sentence was the most vicious of curses. Wait for hell to devour you, Your Excellency Debs. Adolphe turned and left. With Adolphe's departure, the situation worsened to its greatest extent. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a series of explosions rang out in Beijing City, and balls of flame soared into the sky. Someone was causing trouble in the city, and they wanted to work together to defeat Debs and take over Baijin City in the shortest time possible. Boom boom boom, then, barrels of fish oil exploded one after another. The entire city was covered in flames, and countless slaves and commoners screamed as they rushed out. The entire Baijin City was in complete chaos. At this moment, all of Debs's troops were on the city walls, and she had no spare power to maintain order in the city. Come on, let it all come a little more fiercely, Duke Debus said, gnashing her teeth. In this raging inferno, I, Debs, will either be reborn, or I will be completely destroyed. Then, she put on her golden armor, mounted her warhorse, and charged towards the northern city wall under the protection of thousands of knights. Because this time, the one who came to attack the city was Duke Russell, and their identities were already matched. She, Debs, could personally go into battle, on the northern city wall. Debs, Princess Dora, and Count Bating led an army of 15,000 to defend the city wall that was more than 10 miles long. Below the city wall, there was an endless army of 250,000. Adolf appeared beside Duke Russell and said a few words. Duke Russell instinctively turned his head away and frowned, expressing his displeasure towards Adolf. Duke Russell never had a good impression of this kind of people who pretended to be mysterious. What was the meaning of someone who was not part of society, but always playing politics? Looking up at Duke Debs on the city wall, Duke Russell really did not want to fight this battle. However, he had no other choice, because he would not allow the Russo family's city to fall into the hands of Xianxia of a different race. They had already negotiated, so there was no need to continue. Moreover, this was a civil war within the Russo family, and there was no glory to speak of. Thus, there was no need to mobilize the troops before the battle. Duke Russell suddenly pulled out his greatsword and shouted, "Army, attack the city!" Following his order, the army of 100,000 surged towards Baijin City like a tide. A great battle broke out. In the southern sea region of Baijin City, Xianxia could already hear the deafening sounds of fighting from far away. He could also see thick smoke billowing everywhere. He felt that something was wrong, so he ordered the Skeleton Islands fleet to speed up. Faster, 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 he had to prevent the situation from worsening, or at least prevent the worst situation from happening. At this moment, Princess Helen frowned as she looked at everything. Then, she moved even faster, grabbing Xianxia's body and jumping into the sea. A breathtaking scene occurred once again. Princess Helen walked on the waves. This was an ability that only Princess Jixian and Princess Ninghan possessed. Princess Helen carried Xianxia and sprinted along the surface of the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace as she charged towards the battlefield of Baijin City. Kill, 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 Duke Russell's army of 100,000 charged crazily. They neared the city wall by 500 meters, 300 meters, boom, 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 boom. The countless catapults on the city wall unleashed their might once again, hurling countless packets of gunpowder. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out, and countless corpses flew everywhere. However, many of these 100,000 people were once the defenders of Baijin City, so they had a sufficient understanding of these gunpowder packets. They could either get down or continue charging. Charge, charge, charge. Duke Russell's elite guards were extremely fast, charging towards the city wall as fast as lightning. Adolf laughed and said, "This Xianxia is indeed an inauspicious being. Anyone who touches him will perish. Queen Medusa will perish soon, and now it's Duke Deborah's turn. No matter how strong the Amazon army is, they won't be able to defend against an army of 250,000. Duke Deborah looked at the enemy surging towards her like a tidal wave. She clenched her teeth and pulled out her longsword. "Xianxia, you bastard. There's still no sign of you even now. Looks like I made the wrong choice this time? I lost the bet, that's nothing. Although I, Deborah, am a political creature, I will definitely not tarnish the honor of the Russo family at this crucial moment. Kill, kill, kill." Princess Dola pulled out her sharp sword, and the 4,000 Amazon soldiers pulled out their troops. Facing an army of 250,000, they were still fearless. Even if they were to face a true test of life and death, even if the Amazon army would suffer heavy casualties. However, the Amazon tribe would never retreat, never betray. At most, they would kill their way into a river of blood. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the two armies started fighting fiercely, and the smell of blood filled the air, and at this moment, a golden figure appeared at the top of the mountain. To be precise, there were two of them. She was still sandwiching a person. Princess Helen put Xianxia down. The sun shone on her body, causing her body to be enveloped in a layer of holy light. Duke Rousseau, I am Helen of the Xiluan family. I order you to stop the battle. Duke Deborah, I am Helen of the Xiluan family. I order you to stop the battle. All troops of the Rousseau family, all troops of the south, as the third successor of the Xiluan dynasty, I order you to stop the battle immediately. Then, Princess Helen pulled out her greatsword and slashed at a boulder beside her. Bang! In an instant, the boulder, which weighed over 10,000 kilograms, was smashed into pieces and splattered everywhere. Immediately after, Princess Helen jumped down from the cliff that was 100 meters high. Bang! The moment she jumped down, her whole body emitted a golden light. That was the golden bloodline battle energy. With a loud bang, she landed safely, but the entire ground was blasted open with a huge hole. So powerful. Princess Helen slowly walked out of the hole and faced the thousands of troops towards Duke Rousseau. She said, Duke Rousseau, I am Helen. Xianxia is my younger half-brother. Our father is the Eastern Human Emperor, Xianxia. So, Duke Deborah gave Beijing City to my younger brother for the sake of the empire. What wrong is there? Can't she be loyal to me? Helen's posture was incomparably elegant. Every step she took was incomparably graceful. However, the intense battle energy emitted from her body pushed all the troops aside. Like a ray of golden light, she pushed away the tide-like troops and arrived in front of Duke Rousseau. Duke Rousseau, as the third successor of the Xiluan Empire, I order you to stop the battle immediately. Will you obey? Princess Helen asked slowly. Duke Rousseau dismounted from his warhorse and knelt on one knee in front of Princess Helen. Your subject Rousseau greets your highness. Your subject will obey your highness will and stop the battle. Note, I only slept for an hour last night. Today, I flew to Japan and rushed all the way. I practically clenched my teeth and exhausted all my willpower to write this chapter. I didn't eat for a day, so I went to eat first before writing the second chapter. Brothers, give me your monthly votes. Otherwise, I might not be able to hold on. Please encourage me. Cease fire, cease fire. Duke Russell shouted. His martial arts were too powerful, and his voice reverberated throughout the battlefield like thunder. As if there was a delay, the two armies fought for a few seconds before coming to a complete halt. The entire battlefield seemed to have been frozen. Everyone was motionless, and countless people looked towards Princess Helen. Many of the soldiers present had heard of Princess Helen, but this was the first time they had seen her. They hadn't expected her to be so shockingly beautiful and powerful. Duke Russell said coldly, What are you all standing there for? Kneel and greet Her Highness. Then, he took the lead and knelt on both knees. In the Western world, it was rare to kneel on both knees, especially for nobles. At most, they would kneel on one knee. But to show his respect, Duke Russell still knelt on both knees. Then, the other nobles also knelt. Greetings, Her Highness. Then, all the soldiers knelt and shouted, Greetings, Her Highness. The Rousseau family civil war had just begun, but it had already ended. Hundreds of thousands of people knelt down neatly, leaving only Xianxia and Adolphe standing. At this moment, everyone could feel Queen Helen's immense influence in the south. As long as she returned, she would be the undisputed leader of the south. On the city walls, no words could describe the ecstasy in Deborah's heart. She had finally won her gamble. Of course, she had won every time before, but this was the only time she had used her life as the wager. But there was more than one piece of good news. Eunuch Talon sprinted over, pretending to be out of breath as he climbed up the city walls. But when he reached the top, he was shocked to find that everyone was kneeling on the ground. He couldn't help but be startled, and then knelt down as well. He didn't dare to do anything else, he would be in big trouble if he didn't kneel when everyone else was kneeling. Greetings, Her Highness? That princess of the Xiluan Empire had come? They didn't seem to be worth that much. He couldn't help but look outside the city, and then he saw the incomparably beautiful Princess Helen, as well as Xianxia, who was still standing at the top of the mountain. This was Helen, that's right, which other princess of the Xiluan Empire would have such unparalleled influence? This was because she was Empress Helen's only successor in the south of the empire. She could represent the new nobles of the south and the interests of most of the Vader clan. Talon the eunuch was overjoyed. Mistress de Bus had finally won. This time, she had thrown caution to the wind and finally won the gamble. The huge price they had paid before could be earned back tenfold, 100-fold. The Russo family was about to soar once again. Respected mistress, I have another piece of good news. Talon said, the skeleton party's fleet has returned. The Bloody Baron is dead, and so is the traitor Dodge Russo. That disgusting fleet has almost been wiped out. Duke de Bus said, is that so? That's really good news, but I already know. She was not acting cool, but she really knew. This was because Xianxia was standing at the top of a cliff not far away. He had gone to the Lost Nation ruins to save the Skull Island fleet. Since he had returned, the Skull Gang must have returned as well. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with emotions, and even felt her hair stand on end. She did not expect Xianxia to actually succeed. He actually saved the Skull Gang and obtained their loyalty. That was the #1 pirate legion in the Western world. It was really unimaginable how he did it. The gates of Beijing City slowly opened, and Duke de Bus leisurely walked out, holding on to Xianxia's arm. You really moved fast. In such a short time, not only did you change the golden armor on your body into a luxurious dress, you also tidied up your hair and put on makeup. You look completely gorgeous. Xianxia had also changed into an embroidered robe. He and Duke de Bus looked like a perfect couple standing next to each other. He was still on the mountain just now. It was Princess Dora who took over. Under the gazes of the army, the luxuriously dressed Duke de Bus arrived in front of Princess Helen. She knelt down on one knee and kissed her ring, saying, "Greetings to the beautiful, noble, pure, and fearless princess." After a meticulous salute, Duke de Bus stood up and went forward to hug Helen. She performed the public salute first, then the private salute. It is an incomparable honor and joy to be able to meet you, my dear sister. Her tone became even more affectionate. She was indeed a political creature. She called her sister very naturally, as if Helen was her biological sister. One must know that she used to be a pure northern aristocrat, and was opposed to Princess Helen. It is also an honor and joy to be able to meet me, my dear sister-in-law. Princess Helen passionately returned the hug. The few of them discussed intimately on Duke Russell's high platform. Of course, only Helen, Duke de Bus, and Duke Russell were talking. The rest were just listeners. The only common topic the three of them talked about was Queen Helen. Many people think that I am a pure northern aristocrat, but I am not. Duke Russell said, I think everyone in the empire should be grateful to Her Majesty the Empress for everything she has done. Although everything she has done has indirectly led to the disintegration of the Second Xiluan Empire, the Xiluan dynasty has become stronger and ushered in new possibilities. Duke de Bus said, I have been a southern aristocrat for a long time. Xianxia couldn't help but glance at her beautiful face. Dear Duchess de Bus, is this how you show your face in front of a superior? All along, Duke de Bus had been cold and arrogant, almost stingy with every word she spoke. Now, her beautiful face was like a blooming flower. In the past, it made people suspect that her face could not smile, but now it made people suspect that it was difficult for her not to smile. Duke Russell said, every birthday before Her Highness the Princess, all the aristocrats in the south would go to celebrate your birthday. So for a long time, I could see Her Highness the Princess every year. In the words of the Easterners, time is like water, but some scenes seem to be frozen forever. The last time I saw Her Highness the Princess more than 10 years ago seems like it was yesterday. Helen replied, this is also what I wanted to say. After more than a decade, Sir Russell is still as valiant as ever. Ha ha ha. Duke Russell said, Her Highness the Princess has undergone a huge transformation and growth in these 10 years, but I have always been wasting time. Princess Helen said, the Empire absolutely should not forget Lord Russo's great contributions in these 10 years. It is precisely because of a hero like you that the Xiluan dynasty is not in chaos even though it is scattered. The greetings between the aristocrats were very long, and the more urgent the situation, the more so. now was no exception. After exchanging greetings for more than half an hour, Duke Russell said, "Your Highness the Princess, I need to formally confirm something. Is His Excellency Xianlang really your younger brother? This is especially important." "Of course," Princess Helen said, "Duke Russell can look at our eyes. Perhaps there will be an unexpected discovery." Duke Russell carefully and respectfully observed the eyes of Xianlang and Princess Helen, and very quickly discovered something. These two people's eyes looked no different from ordinary people, just much more enchanting. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that they were completely different from ordinary people. The structure of their pupils was much deeper and more complicated. Although their pupils were slightly different, they were essentially the same, as if the two of them were a separate species. He did not dare to test Xianlang, Hila, and Helen. They had all inherited Jiang Li's special eyes. In ancient China, Xianxia was said to have double pupils. Of course, this sounded a bit scary. Then what was up with Jiang Li's unique eyes? Upon closer inspection, one would find that Xianlang's eyes seemed to have double shadows, appearing especially three-dimensional and deep. This situation was practically 1 in a billion, but it appeared in Xianlang, Helen, and Hila at the same time. "I wonder if this evidence can prove our brother-sister relationship?" Princess Helen said. "Also, there is another thing here, a gift from my father." Helen took it out. It was a pendant made from a very simple metal. It was actually a word that she had never seen before. On the left side of the word sky was the word Emperor. This was Jiang Li's special symbol. "Brother, you should be very familiar with this thing, right?" Princess Helen said. Xianlang said, "This is my father's special symbol. In the whole world, only he can use it." Duke Russell said, "Your Highness's words are like golden jade, and there has never been a single lie. From now on, I will be one of the witnesses. In the entire Western world, in front of anyone, I will prove your brother-sister relationship with Lord Xianlang." This Duke Russell was really born with integrity. Not only did he directly admit the relationship between Xianlang and Helen, he was also willing to prove it in front of the world. Princess Helen said, "In this case, Duchess Deborah marrying my brother and supporting him without compensation shouldn't be a despicable act, right?" Duke Russell thought for a moment and said, "Your Excellency Xianlang, may I ask what your intentions are in developing in the Western world?" Xianlang said, "To lead the army back to the Eastern world, so I am only temporarily borrowing the Western land to develop." Duke Russell said, "Of course, as Princess Helen's younger brother, you should receive a sizable piece of land. I ask this because I want to know if Duchess Deborah is sharing Beijing City with you without compensation to support your great cause?" "Without a doubt," Xianlang said. "The two of us are well matched, a match made in heaven. My cause is Brooke's cause, so for Deborah to share Beijing City with me, isn't that a despicable act? Isn't it betraying the interests of the Russo family? Of course not. If Xianlang succeeded in his great cause in the Eastern world, Duke Deborah's son would become a prince of the Eastern Empire." Due to the relationship between Xianlang and Princess Helen, the Eastern and Western worlds might mutually recognize each other as nobility. This would be a huge boost for the Russo family, so this could be considered a huge investment by Duchess Deborah. The risks were great, but the rewards were equally great. Afterwards, Princess Helen and Deborah both looked at Duke Russell, waiting for his final judgment. Duke Russell pondered deeply for a while before saying, "I won't comment on whether Deborah's actions are noble or not, but this action does not harm the interests of the Russo family. Moreover, Lord Xianlang's status is enough to become Deborah's legal husband and have the right to share everything in Beijing City. However, I must say that your future career will also include a part of the Russo family." Xianlang said, "Of course, I will write this into the annals of my family." Duke Russell said, "In this case, I admit that Deborah is still a duke of the Russo family. She can still represent the highest interests of the Russo family. Then this battle will be completely over. I will summon all the vassals of the Russo family and announce this decision." In the Western world, having a noble bloodline really meant having everything. Once Princess Helen proved Xianlang's identity, all of Deborah's crimes would vanish into thin air. A moment later, over 100 vassals of the Russo family knelt on the ground. Duke Russell said, "My lords, I renounce my previous accusations against Duchess Deborah. I am willing to recognize her legal status." Duke Deborah said, "My lords, you didn't know the truth before. Your actions were all for the benefit of the Russo family, so you are loyal and righteous. I can forget about everything that happened before. From now on, we will continue our relationship of several hundred years. How about it?" The several hundred vassals present glanced at Duke Russell and then at Princess Helen. Afterwards, they all knelt on the ground in unison. "Greetings to the Duke, please punish us." "Not guilty, not guilty." Deborah said loudly, "I swear on my parents and ancestors that I will absolutely not punish any of the lords because of the recent matters. I will let bygones be bygones. At least, none of the lords present today are traitors. All of you are upright vassals of the Russo family. I am proud of all of you, my lords. To be able to pledge loyalty to the Russo family is our honor," the several hundred vassals said in unison. Afterwards, these several hundred people in turn knelt in front of Deborah, once again carrying out the loyalty ceremony. Duke Deborah held a gorgeous sword and lightly knocked on each person's head, indicating the re-establishment of the loyalty contract. This time, the crisis that Duke Deborah faced had officially vanished. This Grand Duchess once again wielded the power of the entire Jadewave province. As for whether or not she could keep the throne of the protector of the southern border, it would depend on Princess Helen's ability. Princess Helen and Duke Russell had a secret discussion. "With regards to the establishment of the Third Empire of Xiluan, what does your highness think?" Duke Russell asked. Princess Helen replied, "I'll support you unreservedly, but we can't reverse history. The reforms in the south can't be destroyed, and Empress Helen's efforts can't be wasted. Something as ugly as the slave trade can't be allowed to revive. Also, the assimilation and tolerance of the Xiluan people towards the Quita race must continue. Otherwise, there will be a day when the Xiluan Empire will truly be destroyed, and there will be no hope of rebuilding it." "Someone as wise as you," Duke Russell said, "the establishment of the Third Empire of Xiluan is absolutely inseparable from your highness' will. As long as you express your stance, the entire South will agree and support it. Also, may I ask very boldly, will you fight for the throne of the Xiluan Empire?" Princess Helen said, "Lord Russell, I have two answers to this question of yours. First, I have no interest in power. The so-called throne is completely an endless pain and responsibility for me. I have been wandering for more than 10 years in an attempt to avoid this responsibility." Duke Russell nodded heavily. He was an upright and noble person. In his heart, Princess Helen was undoubtedly such a person. Even though they were from different generations, the two of them admired each other and saw each other as the pillars of the Xiluan Empire's great cause of revival. Second, whether or not I fight for the throne of the Third Empire of Xiluan doesn't depend on myself, nor does it depend on my brother. It completely depends on the interests of the Xiluan Empire. Duke Russell heard a key point. Princess Helen didn't mention the will of the people. If it was a politician, they would definitely say whether or not I fight for the throne completely depends on the will of the people. However, everyone knew that Princess Helen had the support of the Empire's south, especially the support of almost all of the Quita race. And Emperor Sauron had the support of pure Xiluan people and the northern nobles. But in terms of who had more supporters, it should be Princess Helen because 80% of the Xiluan Empire were Quita people. Princess Helen's meaning was very clear. She would definitely not use the will of the people to threaten the Third Empire of Xiluan, nor would she use the will of the people as a weapon to fight for the throne. "I understand, Your Highness." Duke Russell said, "You are as noble and upright as ever. The Empire South is fortunate to have a leader like you." Princess Helen said, "Duke Russell, please help me pass a message to Sauron." "Please," Duke Russell said. Princess Helen said, "I am the master of the Queen City. Queen Medusa is just a passerby, a righteous passerby, a hero who is tied down. So Sauron shouldn't choose her as his final opponent. His final opponent should be me. I will soon go to the Queen City to have the final battle with him." Duke Russell said, "I understand. I will definitely pass on the message. When the time comes, I will also respectfully await your arrival. You will always be the master of the Queen City, and you will always be one of my sovereigns." Duke Russell's words were also very clear. His loyalty was to the Xiluan Empire, and not to a specific person. The reason why he chose to be loyal to Sauron was because he felt that this was the master of destiny, and most in line with the Xiluan Empire's interests. Time is of the essence. I hope he won't waste too much time on the road, and quickly go south to the Queen City to have the final battle with me, Princess Helen said. Duke Russell said, time waits for no man. This is also my opinion. The earlier the Xiluan Empire is established, the better. Then, I will take my leave. I wish you a pleasant journey, my lord, Princess Helen said. May God bless you, your highness. Your return is the Empire's fortune. Following that, Duke Russell was about to leave with 100,000 troops. I will leave with you, my lord, Adolphe suddenly said. Debus said coldly, you can't leave, Sir Adolphe. Adolphe said, I want to know, what reason do you have to make me stay? What do you want to use to make me stay? This question really stumped people. Adolphe ordered the Bloody Baron's fleet to encircle Shenlang's fleet, and to rush into Milan City to steal all of Shenlang's achievements, including all the explosives and cannons. This time Adolphe threatened Debus to betray Shenlang, and poisoned all of the Amazon army, attempting to use despicable methods to capture thousands of Amazon female warriors. However, these things did not violate the Empire's laws, because before this, Shenlang's Milan City was not protected by the Xiluan Empire's laws, and the Amazon tribe was not protected by the Xiluan Empire. Therefore, even if Adolphe poisoned all of the Amazon female warriors, to a certain extent, it was for the Empire. Of course, he also had another crime, which was to betray His Majesty Jiangli. However, this could not be used as a crime, because Jiangli was not protected by the Xiluan Empire. Duke Russell and Princess Helen were very particular about the rules of the aristocracy, and it was impossible for them to abandon the public for personal reasons. It could not even be said that he murdered Shenlang, because he never did it himself. Although he wanted Shenlang to die in the ruins of the lost nation, it was Shenlang's own will. Therefore, Adolphe was not guilty of any crime. Even with Princess Helen's status, she couldn't punish him. Helen and Duke Russell were very particular about the rules of the aristocracy, full of dogmatism, and paid attention to absolute justice. Helen thought for a while, then pulled out her sword, and said slowly, Sir Adolphe, you are my father's disciple, but you used a conspiracy to deal with my brother. This is a betrayal. As my father's daughter, as my brother's sister, I challenge you to a duel. Since she could not use her official identity to deal with Adolphe, she would use her private identity. Princess Helen was still very particular about the rules of the aristocracy, but she also wanted to protect her brother. Adolphe looked at Princess Helen, and his heart flashed with incomparable greed and fanaticism. This was the noblest woman in the Western world, and in a sense, she was his junior sister. If he could get her, he would instantly reach the peak of the Xiluan Empire. I refuse to accept your duel, Adolphe said. When this was said, everyone was stunned. He actually refused to accept the duel? But in this way, he could not force others to duel. Adolphe bowed and said, then I will return to His Majesty Sauron's side. Farewell, everyone. Your Highness, we will meet again in the Queen City very soon. Goodbye. Then, his figure quickly disappeared into the distance. Everyone present could only watch him leave in an impudent and unrestrained manner. And at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Sir Adolphe, Princess Helen cannot keep you, but I can. This woman was the other most powerful and perfect woman in the Xiluan Empire, the woman that all the men in the West dreamed of. Queen Ida of the Amazon tribe. She suffered a shameful defeat in front of Adolphe more than 2 months ago. She felt that her perfect image and powerful aura had been destroyed, so she decided to go into seclusion until she found a way to defeat Adolphe. She did not expect that she would come out after only 2 months. Queen Ida walked over slowly and said, Adolphe, you have humiliated me many times with words. I have also sworn to defeat you and castrate you. Now that I am here, please accept my duel. Duke Russell said, Your Highness Queen Ida, may I ask if his words to humiliate you involve the privacy of a man and a woman? Of course, Queen Ida said. Duke Russell said, Sir Adolphe, in this way, you do not have the right to reject Queen Aida's duel invitation. Even if the Western world had once expelled the Amazon tribe, you should not tarnish a woman's reputation like this. Queen Ida quickly climbed up the cliff and directly climbed to the top of the cliff, which was more than 100 meters high. Adolphe, let's duel right here at the top of this cliff, so that everyone can see it clearly. If I can't defeat you today and castrate you, I'll die on this cliff. All people of the Amazon Queen's kingdom, listen up. This is a duel. No one is allowed to help. Even if I die, no one is allowed to take revenge. If I die, you will continue to fight for the new queen according to the original tradition. When these words were said, everyone was shocked. This Queen Ida was actually so resolute. Either she defeated and castrated Adolf, or she would die. Adolf looked at Queen Ida, who was full of magical temptation at the top of the cliff, and bowed meticulously. He smiled and said, "If that is the case, as you wish, you and I will fight to the death." Then, like a kite, Adolf stepped on the cliff and floated to the top of the mountain. Note, the second chapter is finally written. Today's 2 chapters are 15,000. I am so tired that I want to vomit blood. Brothers, please give me 10 million monthly votes. Let me have a good sleep and recover. Duke Russell did not leave for the time being. He waited for the battle between Adolf and Queen Ida to end. Lord Russell, do you think the martial arts of the East or the West are better? Duke de Bourgh asked. Duke Russell said, "What do you think, Lord Xianxia?" Xianxia said, "I do not have the strength to truss a chicken. Asking me is equivalent to asking the blind. Moreover, I came to the West alone, so I do not even have a reference. However, there is one thing that might prove a thing or two." "What is it?" de Bourgh asked. Xianxia said, "In the East, there are 6 transcendent forces. Even the white jade capital has to obey the emperor of the great Yan Empire. In the West, I only see the embryonic form of the transcendent forces. For example, the fire god sect that has just emerged, and the pyramids on top of the snowy mountains in the ruins of the lost nation. I do not know if the white jade capital and the white jade capital are related, but how is the white jade capital in the West?" Luosu said, "High and mighty, overlooking all living things like a god." Xianxia said, "There's one more thing. I rarely encounter unnatural things in the Eastern world, and I've practically never seen those extremely profound and mysterious things. Whether it is the ancient energy core, the big explosion in Nightmare Mountain, the lost demonic mother in the ruins of the lost nation, or the hundreds of thousands of sea monsters, everything is mysterious and unfamiliar. This instinctively makes people feel that the West is more powerful and mysterious. However, if you think about it carefully, it is not the case. It is the complete opposite. It is terrifying." Duke Russell said, "I would like to hear the details." Xianxia said, "These mysterious things all come from the ancient civilization, so they must have appeared in the East on a large scale. However, why can't they be seen in the East now? It is because they are all sealed." His words hit the nail on the head. A few decades ago, before Zhongli rose to power, the entire East rarely heard of ancient ruins. The people did not even hear of ancient secret books. It was Zhongli who tore open a crack and let the powerful ancient civilization shine in. This further proved that the mysterious and powerful places in the East were controlled and hidden. They had completely lost their places of adventure. Powerful places like the ruins of the lost nation had become the territories of the 6 transcendent forces. Under their blockade, of course, the people couldn't hear or see anything. These powerful forces were all controlled by the 6 transcendent forces. However, the 6 great transcendent forces were so powerful. Why would they still obey the emperor's orders? This was something Xianxia couldn't understand at the moment. In that case, we might be able to determine something. Xianxia, the Western world is still in the early stages of developing the ancient civilization, so it should be many years behind the Eastern world. After a few hundred years, when the mysterious lands of the Western world are gradually explored and controlled, the transcendental forces of the Western world will rise and monopolize the entire ancient civilization. If it was anyone else who heard this, they would definitely be unhappy. How dare they say that the Western world was a few hundred years behind the Eastern world? But after Duke Russell heard this, he nodded and said, "What Lord Xianxia said is also what I am thinking. Dark clouds are coming. Is it going to rain?" Duke de Bourgh suddenly said. Sure enough, dark clouds began to cover the sky. At the top of the cliff, Queen Ida and Adolf stood 20 meters apart, facing each other in silence. "Your Majesty, you've chosen a very smart place. The area of this cliff top is very small, no more than 100 square meters." Adolf sneered. But it's useless. This area is more than enough for me. It's only been 2 months since our last battle. Your seclusion won't change anything. Whoosh, when Adolf said this, he had already changed his position 3 times. At first, he appeared in front of Queen Ida. Then, as if he had teleported, he appeared on her left, and finally, he appeared behind Queen Ida. Seeing this scene, Duke Russell's pupils involuntarily shrank. Such an unfathomable speed? How did he do it? Such rapid movements were impossible to guard against. Duke Russell knew that if he were to fight, he would probably be killed by Adolf in a second. This is the power of the ancient civilization. Xianxia, Adolf is equipped with a device from the ancient civilization. Coupled with the ancient civilization's skills, he can move at such a speed. Queen Ida slowly pulled out a scimitar. The scimitar was very light, like a willow leaf. Queen Ida, it's the same as last time. If you can even hurt a strand of my hair, I'll consider it my loss. Adolf said, otherwise, you'd better give up resisting and obediently lie there waiting for me to conquer you. Queen Ida closed her eyes, then opened them, gathering all the power in her body. Kill. Her figure struck out like a bolt of lightning. She was simply fast to the extreme. She wasn't cheating. She was relying on her own strength to achieve extreme speed. However, when Adolf saw this scene, he was incomparably shocked. As expected of the woman that he coveted, as expected of one of the most powerful women in the Western world. In just 2 short months, she had made such progress. But it was still meaningless. So what if she was fast? There was a limit to human strength. How could it compare to ancient cultivation techniques? How could it compare to ancient civilization equipment? Once again, Adolf began his performance, easily blinking away. However, in the next second, the hairs on his body stood on end, and his body instantly turned cold. Swoosh! A gust of wind swept past, and his face burned with pain. He retreated frantically, quickly staying 10 meters away from Queen Ida. Then, he reached out to touch his face, and it was stained with blood. He was actually injured. Adolf looked at Queen Ida in disbelief. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Impressive, impressive." Queen Aida's speed had increased, but she was still far from Adolf's shifting shadows. So, she could only predict Adolf's movement trajectory in advance and intercept him in advance. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to actually do it. She had to completely capture the pattern of Adolf's shifting shadows, and she had to use feints to confuse him. But Queen Ida had actually done it. Originally, Adolf had said that he would lose if a strand of his hair was hurt. Now that his face had been slashed by the wind from the blade, all his hair was cut off, and even a layer of his skin was scratched. But now, he did not mention admitting defeat. Queen Ida, you've really impressed me. But this is already your limit. You still can't hurt me, let alone defeat me. Adolf sneered. But next, I will no longer be merciful. Then, Adolf slowly pulled out his weapon. It was a rapier. Previously, he had always been very pretentious with his hands behind his back. This was the first time he had taken out a weapon. Queen Ida took a deep breath. Although her first move was effective, she still could not defeat Adolf. She had only scratched a layer of his skin. Next, watch my performance, Your Majesty, Adolf sneered. Then, a magnificent scene appeared. Adolf's figure was like light and shadow, constantly flashing around Queen Ida like smoke or a flying bird. His shifting shadows was at its peak. Swoosh 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 swoosh, his rapier attacked like a rainstorm. Queen Ida entered a full-scale defense, and the lancet in her hand slashed wildly to block. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. In a short period of time, their swords had crossed and collided thousands of times. Their figures could not be seen at all. Only 2 white shadows could be seen. 3 minutes later, the 2 figures retreated like birds and stopped 10 meters apart. Queen Ida looked at the lancet in her hand. It was already full of nicks. Crack. In the next moment, the saber in her hand was torn apart and fell to the ground. Then, blood oozed out of her body continuously, and dozens of wounds appeared. In just 3 minutes, Adolf's rapier had slashed her body hundreds of times. Of course, the wounds were not deep. They had only scratched the skin. It was not that Adolf was merciful, but that Queen Aida's counterattack was too fast and too timely. This was the most she could do. However, there were no wounds on Adolf's body. There was only a tear in his robe. He was really too fast. His shifting shadows was simply impossible to defend against. Your Majesty, you are indeed very powerful, but you are still too far away from me. Adolf sneered and said, I have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I cannot bear to leave scars on your perfect body. Otherwise, it will not just be shallow wounds. Then, Adolf looked at his rapier. There was still Queen Aida's blood on it. He actually stuck out his tongue and licked it gently. Ida, give up. Adolf said, although you are very powerful and one of the most powerful women in the entire Western world, you are still no match for me. So, just wait for my conquest. Queen Ida threw away the hilt of the sword in her hand and looked at Adolf with an extremely unwilling gaze. Could it be that there was no solution to this shifting shadows? Bring it up. Queen Ida shouted. Then, a black shadow was thrown up the cliff of the mountain and Queen Ida grabbed it. You still want to fight? Adolf said, then next, I will write my name on your perfect body, forever engraving it. As soon as he said that, Aida's expression changed drastically. Deborah, who was watching the battle from below, squeezed Xianxia's hand tightly. She even secretly stepped on his foot, but she still leaned on Xianxia's shoulder very intimately. Xianxia's face twitched. It's going to break, it's going to break. This woman was really one thing on the surface and another in the dark. Because Xianxia had once branded on Deborah's body 4 words, slave of Xianxia. The scum's thoughts were indeed the same. This Adolf was indeed Xianxia's senior brother. Swish, Queen Aida's new weapon was suddenly flung out. It was a metal whip that was more than 20 meters long and weighed more than 200 to 300 pounds. It was completely black. Kill, the whip in Queen Aida's hand swung wildly. Suddenly, like a swimming dragon, it danced wildly on the mountain peak. Adolf's expression changed slightly. An inch longer was an inch stronger. Queen Aida's weapon was really too long. It almost covered the entire area of the mountain peak. Swoosh 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 swoosh, Queen Aida's whip danced faster and faster. Finally, like a gust of wind, it swept through the entire mountain peak. Almost every inch of this whip was moving and moving. Every inch was agile. Adolf's figure became even more bizarre and flashing. He shuttled between the shadows of the whip, and the thin sword in his hand stabbed madly at Queen Ida. He wanted to carve the word Adolf on her body. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. The third attempt failed. Because Queen Aida's long whip was too terrifying. Its trajectory was completely unpredictable. Like a real venomous snake, it would bite every inch. Even if he could shift his position, he could still be scratched at any time. Moreover, this whip was full of sharp barbs. Once he was scratched, he would bleed profusely. Queen Ida, you're the one who forced me to destroy this flower. Adolf no longer pursued the idea of carving words on Aida's body. He was no longer merciful. Pfft, the first sword pierced half an inch into Queen Aida's shoulder. However, his back was swept by Queen Aida's whip, and a piece of flesh was torn open. The second sword pierced half an inch into Queen Aida's stomach. However, his leg was hit by the whip. The third sword was aimed at Queen Aida's chest, where her heart was. The power of the ancient technique and ancient equipment was released to the extreme. His shift was also at the extreme. In an instant, he completely turned into a ghostly shadow. Die, Ida. Even if I can't have you, I won't let Xianxia succeed. He's destined to get only a corpse. Adolf's sword was like a shadow. It pierced towards Queen Aida's chest. Pfft. Blood splattered. Half an inch was pierced. And at this moment, boom boom boom, thunder rumbled in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down. Queen Aida's whip curled towards Adolf's neck like a venomous snake. She actually wanted to perish together. A battle between top-notch experts only took an instant. If he continued to stab, of course, he could pierce through Queen Aida's heart. However, his head would also be broken by the whip. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Adolf once again chose to move and retreat, shifting his position. Queen Ida was willing to perish together with him, but he was not. Boom boom boom, the thunder in the sky struck down in a frenzy. The lightning constantly tore apart the dark clouds in the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, bolts of lightning seemed to strike down from the side. It was frightening and frightening. This was the top of the mountain. It was a very high place in this area. It was the easiest place to be struck by lightning. Especially Queen Ida. With such a long metal whip in her hand, the probability of being struck by lightning was greatly increased. However, Queen Ida became more and more frenzied as she fought. The whip in her hand came closer and closer. In the end, it completely enveloped the top of the mountain like a black wind. Every round of attack was like ink being splashed from the sky. She was not afraid of lightning. She was ready to be struck into charcoal at any time. However, Adolf was different. These lightning bolts disturbed him. He knew very well that if he was struck by such shocking lightning, he would definitely die. Pa 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 pa, another bolt of lightning that was 10,000 meters long struck down in a frenzy. Adolf saw it clearly. This bolt of lightning cracked in front of him. It was as if it was going to completely tear apart the entire sky and the cliff of the mountain. His heart trembled. He instinctively wanted to dodge. Swoosh, another bolt of lightning. From this angle, it looked as if it had exploded on top of Queen Aida's head. He could not fight anymore. If he did, he would really be struck to death by the lightning. Adolf's figure retreated quickly. He wanted to jump down from the top of the cliff. Rise! Queen Ida suddenly shouted loudly. Then, the whip in her hand spun violently. Pa pa pa, a bolt of lightning struck the whip. The electric light flashed violently. All of a sudden, Queen Aida's whip produced an incredibly powerful electromagnetic suction force. As it spun wildly, it formed a magnetic vortex. It actually wanted to suck Adolf in. Adolf was extremely shocked. What was going on? Pa pa pa, another wave of concentrated lightning struck down. The whip in Queen Aida's hand suddenly straightened like a cobra. It stretched high into the air. Another bolt of lightning struck the whip. However, Queen Ida was still safe and sound. This was because her whip handle was insulated. Her gloves were insulated. Her boots were insulated. Swoosh, Queen Ida's whip swept towards Adolf once again. This magnetic force became even stronger. Like a wall of air, it suddenly pushed him away. Pa pa pa. A burst of electric sparks appeared on Adolf's body. Then, his entire body twitched continuously. This was because the nightmare stone device on his body could not withstand such a huge magnetic field. It directly caused a violent conflict. Adolf's shifting shadows was interrupted. His entire body stiffened for 0.1 seconds. Although it was very short, it was enough. In the next moment, Queen Aida's whip coiled around his entire body. Pa, Queen Ida lifted Adolf's body and slammed him down. He fell hard on the cliff at the top of the mountain. Adolf's white robe was torn apart, revealing a special device on his chest. This was the ancient device. It was the key to his shifting shadows. It had already malfunctioned. Queen Ida curled her whip abruptly and pulled out the ancient civilization device from his body. Adolf screamed. This device was implanted in his body while he was still alive. Now that it was pulled out, of course, he was covered in blood. Queen Ida did not even look at this ancient device. She suddenly threw it in the direction of Xianxia. Princess Dora stepped forward and caught it. She wiped off the blood on it and then handed the device to Xianxia. Xianxia caught it and treated it like a treasure. This was the first time she had received a complete ancient civilization device. As long as Xianxia was given enough time, he could research many new and powerful results. Adolf, now that your ancient civilization device is gone, let's continue fighting, Queen Ida said. Then, she suddenly threw away the whip in her hand and put on a boxing glove. Adolf looked down at the hole in his chest. His ancient device was gone. It was as if the most important part of his life had been lost. How many years had it been? This ancient device seemed to have become a part of his body. It was not only the source of his strength, but also the source of his confidence. Now, it had been taken away. Ah, Queen Ida said coldly, Adolf, stand up. I want to see what kind of martial arts His Majesty Jiangli taught you, and how much you have learned. Are you completely useless without the ancient civilization's equipment? This was a very ordinary sentence, but it caused many thoughts to run through Shenlang's mind. If there was no beauty camera and Photoshop, would some people's looks be completely useless? If there was no powerful high-tech device, would the army be useless? Adolf stood up slowly and stared at Queen Eda with bone-chilling hatred. Why do you think Jiangli took me in as a disciple? I don't need it at all. He gave me a broad vision and taught me some things, but these things have become the source of my pain. Adolf coldly said, as for me losing my ancient equipment, does that mean I'm useless? Then you will see clearly. If you are willing to give me a chance, I will perform better in bed. Then, he picked up the sharp thin sword again and said slowly, this sword was personally forged by Jiangli and given to me. It is indeed very good. Queen Ida, do you know why I am determined to have you? That's because I've seen your mother. I was there when Jiangli infiltrated Amazon Island. I was still very young then. When I saw your mother, I felt that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. I swore that I would get her. Of course, when I became strong, she was already dead. And how much do you look like your mother? So I must have you. This is my obsession. A man must sleep with the most beautiful woman in the world. I am a genius. The explosion on Nightmare Mountain was delayed by more than 3 hours. That was my masterpiece. Of course, I did this not to save the Amazon tribe, but to make the destruction more complete. I wanted Nightmare Mountain to accumulate more energy before exploding. Originally, I was about to succeed. It was Shenlang who destroyed everything. He shouldn't have appeared in this world from the start. He is an ominous being. You took away my ancient equipment. Now, I can prove my true strength. With a loud roar, Adolf dashed towards Queen Ida. Kill, 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 his thin sword stabbed wildly. Without fulgurating shadows, his movement speed was not as fast, but the speed of his sword was still extremely fast. Bam, 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 Queen Ida did not use her sword. Instead, she swung her steel gloves. Loud sounds were heard. The two figures shuttled back and forth on the top of the mountain, plowing a ravine on the hard stone cliff. One by one, the stones cracked open. Queen Ida punched out with her fist, and the stones shot towards Adolf like cannonballs. Adolf swung his thin sword wildly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless rocks drew long arcs in the air and flew hundreds of meters away. Rise. Queen Ida abruptly lifted a boulder that weighed a few thousand kilograms and smashed it violently towards Adolf. Pushing 1,000 kilograms with little effort. Adolf's move was amazing. He bent his body and used the force of the thin sword in his hand to lift it in the air. Then, the 1,000-kilogram boulder changed direction and flew toward the foot of the mountain. Even without the ancient equipment, this person's martial arts skills were still amazing. However, at this moment, Queen Ida descended from the sky, because when she threw the rock at them, she jumped onto the boulder and threw it at them. Bam! Queen Aida's iron fist smashed down from the sky. Adolf blocked it with the thin sword in his hand. Bam! The thin sword could not withstand Queen Aida's strength and broke. Adolf's figure retreated quickly. But he no longer had the ancient equipment and the fulgurating shadows. Bam! Queen Eda punched him hard in the shoulder. With a loud sound, Adolf's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away like a cannonball and fell toward the foot of the mountain. Ah! Queen Ida let out a crisp roar. Her figure rushed up and caught up with Adolf in the air. Then, a fierce and breathtaking scene played out in the air. Bam, 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 her fists smashed forward like a storm. Adolf raised his fists to block, but his strength was not as strong as Queen Aida's. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, Queen Aida's fists smashed on his body. Every hit was extremely fierce. But when they hit Adolf, it was like hitting a stone man. The sound was shocking, but there was no blood. Bam! Adolf's body landed on the ground. He flipped over and was about to stand on the ground. Bam! Queen Aida's fist cannon struck him again. Adolf blocked it with both his palms, but his entire body was sent flying dozens of meters away. Kill! Queen Aida's figure caught up with him like a cannonball. Her fists rained down again. Bam, 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 bam. Adolf was indeed extremely powerful. Even without the ancient equipment and the thin sword, he could still fight evenly with Queen Aida with his fists. The two of them were like beasts in human form, crashing all the way. Boom, boom, boom. Along the way, Duke Russell's military camp was pierced and shattered like paper. Everywhere the two of them passed, all the houses, wood, and trees were broken. This was not like two people fighting, but more like prehistoric beasts. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had charged thousands of meters away and rushed into the dense forest. At this moment, the two of them could no longer be seen, but they could see trees falling one after another, and patches of the forest were razed to the ground. Duke Russell couldn't believe what he was seeing. He didn't expect Adolf to be so powerful. Even if he didn't have any equipment, he, Russell, was far from being his match. After losing the ancient equipment, the battle between the two of them reached its climax. After fighting for 3 hours and ravaging hundreds of acres of forest, it was as if they had been run over by a tank army. 3 hours later, the situation finally changed. The King of Dawn had the golden bloodline. Although he did not have battle energy, he was born with great strength. Adolf, on the other hand, used his inner energy. After fighting crazily for 3 hours, his inner energy was finally exhausted. Bam, 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 Queen Aida raised one tree after another and fiercely smashed them towards Adolf. After a short while, Adolf was drowned by countless trees. Then, there was no more sound. Could it be that he was smashed to death? Queen Aida's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly chased after him. Come out! Queen Aida let out a loud cry. She slammed her fist into the ground and directly penetrated 2 feet into the ground. Then, she grabbed it and lifted it up. Adolf was actually trying to escape through a tunnel because he found a pangolin's cave. Then, he used his powerful force to shrink his body. How awesome! However, he was still discovered by Queen Aida and was lifted up alive. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, the moment Adolf was lifted up, countless poisonous needles shot out from his body and pounced at Queen Aida like a storm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Queen Aida was already prepared. A thin whip in her hand swept out violently. Instantly, all the poisonous needles were absorbed by this small whip with magnetic force. Not a single one hit Aida. Swoosh, Aida's whip lashed out fiercely, and countless poisonous needles shot toward Adolf. Adolf's inner energy surged and burst forth wildly. All the poisonous needles bounced off as if they had encountered a wall of air. This person's martial arts was extremely powerful. Even though he had little inner energy left, he was still so powerful. However, in the next second, Queen Aida's iron fist came crashing down again. Adolf blocked with his palm again and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Bam, 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 Queen Aida's iron fist once again smashed down like a storm. Adolf couldn't hold on any longer. His heart was truly exhausted. His defenses had been breached. Bam, 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 Queen Aida's iron fist became fiercer and fiercer, smashing Adolf's body madly and pushing him 3 to 4 feet into the ground. Blood spurted out. Bam, another series of iron fists. Adolf's inner energy was exhausted and he could not hold on anymore. A few of his ribs were broken. Hee, I still lost. But... before Adolf could finish his words, he let out an extremely shrill scream. That was because Queen Aida had aimed at his crotch and kicked him with her boot. In an instant, Adolf's family jewels turned into mush. His balls exploded. Adolf screamed crazily. This was not castration. It was stomping and kicking him until he exploded. Queen Aida said coldly, I said I would castrate you. I will definitely do it. Then, Queen Aida swung her whip and wrapped it around Adolf's neck. She dragged him outside. Bam, Adolf's bloody body was thrown in front of Xianxia. I have castrated him. He is your father's disciple. You can do whatever you want with him, Queen Aida said. Ha ha ha. Adolf laughed maniacally. Then, blood gushed out of his mouth. His Majesty Jiangli's disciple? I don't dare to think so. I'm just a small follower of his. How can I be worthy of becoming his disciple? Also, no one has ever acknowledged me as his disciple. His disciple is Ingwuming. I'm just an insignificant nobody, Adolf said with a shrill smile. That's right. Then, he tore off the white hair on his head, revealing his brown hair. He tore off the skin on his face, revealing his brown skin. He was not that old, nor did he look like an immortal. He was a member of the Vita clan. Adolf laughed pitifully and said, I am a genius. But so what? I am a Vita. I was born a lowly person. Adolf said, it took me so much effort to become Sauron the Great's subject. I was just about to rise. But now, I have been beaten back to my original state. What a great irony. Jiangli, I hate you. I was originally just a thief with no ambition. Even though I was at the bottom of society, I didn't have any ambition. It was you who kept saying that all life was equal, that all races were equal, that I was a genius, that there should be a place for me in this world. You brought me out to explore the world and see the real world. The more I know, the more painful it is. The more ambitious I am, the more painful it is. Shenlang, do you know who your mother is? Shenlang, do you know how your father, Jiangli, became the emperor of the East from a wastrel? Because he discovered a shocking secret that forced him to not roam the world anymore. Instead, he had to bear some kind of enormous responsibility. Do you know where he underwent the Nirvana transformation? At that moment, Duke Debus suddenly said, Look, it's snowing. Shenlang could not help but look in the direction that Debus was pointing. The place where Queen Ida and Adolf had fought was indeed covered in white snow. Places with snow belonged to the White Jade Capital's sphere of influence. But there was still no sign of the White Jade Capital. There was only snow. Your Excellency Shenlang, I trust you have been well. Miss White Jade Capital, I trust you have been well. Are you not going to let me see you this time? Shenlang asked. When necessary, we will meet. Shenlang said, Miss White Jade Capital, are you here to save Adolf? No, I came here especially for you. Note, the first chapter is here. Today, there will be 3 chapters with more than 20,000 words. I must be crazy. I haven't even gone out to play for an hour since I came to Japan. Brothers, can you give me your monthly votes? I need encouragement. Shenlang didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he asked, Is Adolf from the White Capital? He used to be. Back then, Jiangli introduced him to us. Jiangli introduced Adolf to the White Capital, and the White Capital accepted him as a disciple? Back then, Jiangli and the White Capital had a close relationship. What other identity did Jiangli have other than the Crown Prince of the Deqian Empire? Shenlang continued to ask, Is the White Capital the White Jade Capital? No comment. Shenlang said, when the Nightmare Mountain exploded, the Amazon tribe was facing a disaster. At that time, a small snowy boat floated over. May I ask if that was the will of the White Capital? No, the destruction of the Amazon tribe is not worthy of the White Capital's small boat appearing. This sentence was boundlessly arrogant. Shenlang said, then, Adolf secretly forged the White Capital's small snowy boat to create a feeling of the end of the world, making it even more shocking that he saved the Amazon tribe? From the looks of it, he was indeed a genius. He relied on his own power to delay the destruction of the Nightmare Mountain for 3 hours. Moreover, he secretly forged the White Capital's small snowy boat. Just from this point alone, he was indeed worthy of being Jiangli's disciple. What role does this Adolf play in the White Capital? Shenlang asked again. The other party's silence was his answer. Ha ha ha. Adolf let out a shrill laugh and said, This is a world that pays attention to bloodlines. I, a member of the Quita tribe, am a lowly person no matter where I go, even if I am a genius. Shenlang said, Missy, how do you want me to deal with Adolf, or should I hand him over to you? Torture him however you want, but leave him to us. Right now, there is a boat floating over the sea. You can put him on that boat. Hearing this, Debus's expression suddenly changed. The White Capital's small snowy boat had come to the waters of Beijing City? This was an ominous sign. Previously, every time the White Capital's small boat appeared, a powerful empire would be destroyed. Shenlang looked at Adolf and said, I can understand you a little now. Although my father introduced you to Beijing, he didn't take you with him, so you lost his protection and became a lowly person again. It seems that no matter how hard you work, it's useless, right? That's why you changed your name to a Shiluan person. You even had white hair and made your face whiter than a white person. Laugh at me to your heart's content. Adolf laughed bleakly. Your father helped me, but he also destroyed me. Why didn't he bring me along when he returned to the Eastern world? Why don't you bring me along? Isn't it because he still has a true disciple in the Eastern world, and that disciple is his adopted son? Ing Wuming. I don't think that's the reason, said Xianlang. If that's not the reason, then what is it? Adolf said, so what if he treated his adopted son well? Didn't he still suffer a shameful betrayal? Your Jiang clan's kindness to Ing Guang and his son was as heavy as a mountain, but what was the result? Not only did he surrender to the Great Yan Empire, but he also killed all the members of your Jiang clan and usurped the Great Qian Empire. This is the real betrayal. What do I count as? Ha 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 ha. Xianlang, you are Jiang Li's son. You have tortured me to my heart's content. If you have the ability, go and torture the real traitor. What kind of betrayal am I? Xianlang didn't speak anymore. At this moment, he somewhat understood why Adolf hated Jiang Li so much. It was because Jiang Li had once brought him a whole new world and a whole new hope. However, when he returned to the Eastern world, he didn't take him with him. Instead, he introduced him to Beijing. Because of his race and bloodline, no matter how outstanding Adolf was, he couldn't stand out. He was always a marginal figure. He felt that Jiang Li had abandoned him at the critical moment. Xianlang drew his saber and stabbed Adolf's limbs, directly destroying his tendons and veins. Then, he used the dagger to carve a few words on Adolf's face, traitor. Suddenly, Adolf's face was bleeding profusely. Ha ha ha, cool, cool, cool. Adolf laughed maniacally and said, Xianlang, you only know how to show off your power to a lowly person like me. If you have the ability, go and kill Ing Guang and his son. Xianlang said, Adolf, if I'm not wrong, that ancient civilization equipment that can shift forms should have been modified by you yourself. Since you've already left Beijing, then all the ancient equipment will be taken back. Moreover, you can forge a small snowy boat in Beijing. You are indeed a genius who was held back by martial arts. Then, I will destroy your tendons and destroy your face. Next, you should think carefully about what you should do for the rest of your life. I believe you will definitely think it through. Goodbye, Your Excellency Adolf. Take him away. Following Xianlang's order, an Amazon female warrior dragged his hair and walked toward the seaside. At a remote corner of the seaside, there was indeed a small boat. Wherever it floated, there would be white snow. Floating in the air. However, it was different from the legendary Doomsday ship. This ship was green and not white. What did that mean? Did green represent peace? Did white represent death and destruction? Fortunately, no one saw it. However, it would still bring about a destructive public opinion. Regardless of whether it was a white or green boat, everyone would think that the end of the world had come. The Amazon female warrior threw Adolf, whose tendons were all destroyed, onto the small boat. Soon, the small boat floated north. Little Missy, can you tell me why you're looking for me? Xianlang asked. I have a suggestion. Xianlang asked, what suggestion? Go to Beijing, the white Jing of the Western world. She did not speak much, but Xianlang still understood. She wanted him to give up all grudges and seek refuge in White Jade Jing. That way, he would be able to keep his life, and the Great Yan Empire would not pursue him anymore. Xianlang smiled and said, of course I want to go. I will go one day, even if it's just to see little Missy. However, it's definitely not now. I've conveyed my message. Goodbye. Her voice disappeared. Then, the snow on the mountaintop stopped falling as well. Until now, Xianlang had not seen anyone from White Jade Jing. Goodbye. Duke Russell said, Your Royal Highness, Lord Xianlang, Emperor Sauron and I will be waiting for you in Queen City. Then, Duke Russell led an army of 100,000 and left in a grandiose manner. Queen Ida looked at Xianlang and said, My injuries are very light. I will recover within 10 days. You know where to find me. Goodbye. Then, she left as well. Debus said, "Your Royal Highness, let's enter the city. Please allow me to host a grand banquet to celebrate your return. I will invite all the nobles in the southern part of the empire. The lords of the Russo family not only welcome you to the banquet, but you are also welcome to bring your wives and children along." Debus did not immediately invite these vassals into Beijing City because the atmosphere between the two sides was still somewhat awkward. Moreover, if she invited them into the city now, these people would probably not feel at ease. "This is our greatest honor. We will return to our families to prepare everything and come to Beijing City to participate in the banquet in the grandest and most devout manner to welcome the return of your Royal Highness." Then, these vassals led an army of 100,000 and left in a grandiose manner. Debus said, "My dear sister, my dear husband, let's go home now." Princess Helen said, "My dear sister-in-law, the crisis in Beijing City has already been resolved. Since you have already prepared a banquet for me, how about we wait for that day to visit your duke's mansion?" "No, I will arrive a day earlier. At this moment, my brother should be more eager to return to his Milan city. I also want to see this simple and brand new city." Duke Debus said, "Your Royal Highness, we are a family. How about this, please rest at my house at night. Tomorrow morning, I will go with you to visit Milan city. How about it?" She had already put it this way, so what could Princess Helen do? "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you," Helen said with a smile. "We are a family, aren't we?" Debus said. Then, Debus used the highest etiquette to welcome Princess Helen into Beijing City and headed to the duke's mansion at the top of the mountain. When they entered the city, Princess Helen saw Debus's slave army and couldn't help but frown slightly. Immediately, Debus shouted, "All people of Azure Wave Province, all people of Beijing City, listen up. From today onwards, there will not be a single slave in my Azure Wave Province. No more slave trading is allowed in my territory. Once discovered, regardless of who it is, they will be executed immediately. All the slaves of Beijing City, from today onwards, remove your shackles. You are free. From today onwards, there will not be a single slave in my Azure Wave Province." When these words came out, countless people were astonished. Was this true? They had been slaves for so long, yet they were suddenly free. All the slaves still stood there motionless, even somewhat stupefied. They had been slaves for too long, and their minds had already become numb. Duke Debus stepped forward and used her sword to cut off the leather collar on a slave's neck. "You are free. This is all thanks to Princess Helen's kindness. All troops, immediately move out and cut off the collars on the necks of all the slaves." Immediately, Debus's army moved out in an orderly manner and started a large-scale collar-cutting operation in Beijing City. "Your Highness, let's enter the city," Debus said. Princess Helen nodded, then mounted a snow-white warhorse. Then, waves of cheers rang out in the entire Beijing City. The crowd surged, and countless vadis came out, kneeling on the ground one after another. "We pay our respects to your Highness. Long live Her Highness Princess Helen, long live Empress Helen." At first, only a portion of people came, but in the end, even the entire population was mobilized. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of vadis swarmed onto the streets to welcome Princess Helen. The cheers of the masses were truly like a grand festival. Xianxia even saw a familiar figure. It was her former lover, the Black Widow Hill. She was also among the cheering crowd, waving her hands wildly at Princess Helen, shouting Princess Helen's name with all her might. As long as she had a reason, she could definitely stand beside Xianxia and Helen and receive the cheers of countless people. Moreover, this was rather meaningful. After all, she was a vadis. However, she did not do that. She would rather stand among the crowd and be like the other vadis, becoming an ordinary zealot. Duke Debus said, "Do you see them? My dear sister, these are your people, and there are countless people like them. The entire South is your people, and they are willing to die for you." Princess Helen smiled politely, but seeing this scene, she felt a great sense of responsibility at the same time that she was excited. In this world, there was no love without reason, nor was there hatred without reason. Countless vadis supported Helen not because of her person, but because of her position. Everyone felt that Helen could represent their will and protect their interests. To a certain extent, this was also the awakening of the vadis. However, this awakening was mild, and they were still willing to elect a Xiluan person as their supreme ruler. If there was not even such a Xiluan person, then their awakening might become a revolution. My dear sister, thinking is a good thing, but don't think all the time. You will grow old very quickly. You have to bear responsibility, but you also have to enjoy life, right? Shenlang laughed. Princess Helen smiled, and then extended her jade hand towards Shenlang. Shenlang was startled. They were riding on a horse. If they were to hold hands, what would happen if he was pulled over and fell to the ground? My horsemanship is rather ordinary. Princess Helen approached Shenlang's warhorse, and then directly pulled his hand, raising it high. Immediately, the crowd of hundreds of thousands of people once again let out a tsunami of cheers. Long live Empress Helen, long live your highness. Long live Duke Shenlang. Duke Shenlang, Duke Shenlang. These Badis immediately sensed Princess Helen's thoughts, and immediately cheered Shenlang's name. This was equivalent to everyone acknowledging Shenlang's identity. This made Shenlang involuntarily think of his time in the Eastern world. After his identity was exposed, everyone instinctively worshipped him. Everything he did was correct. And in the south of the Xiluan Empire, Helen completely enjoyed the same treatment. The distance from the northern gate to the Duke's mansion was less than 10 miles, but it took them a whole 3 hours. This was because the crowd was too enthusiastic, and they surged over like a tide. However, no one dared to block the way, and only dared to cheer and kneel on the sides of the road. After entering the Duke's mansion, Duke de Bus said, "My dear sister, I have prepared a bath for you. I wonder if I can have the honor of bathing with you. This is because I have a huge piece of good news to tell you." Of course, Princess Helen said, and then she looked at Shenlang. "Little brother, is Hela not willing to go ashore?" Shenlang shook his head. "They are not willing, because the first land they land on must be Skeleton Island." At night, Duke de Bus warmly received Princess Helen, and the two of them whispered to each other, appearing very intimate. "Husband, my uncle Austin is still unmarried. What do you think about him marrying a Vadis woman?" Duke de Bus said. "There are a few very beautiful Vadis in Beijing City, pure and brimming with talent. You really are a political creature." She had previously said that the people of the Quita tribe were gray animals, and now she wanted the second in command of the family to marry a woman from the Quita tribe. In order to show that she was on the same side as Princess Helen, she really did everything she could. "That couldn't be better," Shenlang said. In Queen Helen's era, it was very easy to prove whether one was a noble of the north or the south. All one had to do was marry a Vadis woman, and their descendants would have the Vadis bloodline. Countless Vadis would also see them as one of their own. After a sumptuous dinner, de Bus said excitedly, "Dear sister, dear husband, I wonder if I have the honor of playing a few songs for you." Princess Helen said, "I look forward to it." Then, Duke de Bus played for the two of them with absolute enthusiasm. This was not just to curry favor, but she was truly happy from the bottom of her heart. This situation was the best, even better than becoming Sauron the Great's mistress. After all, it was not good to be a mistress, and regardless of whether Shenlang had a wife in the east, she was his only legal wife in the west. This was already the most noble husband she could find. Not to mention that this husband was so handsome and extremely intelligent. The next day, de Bus actually put down everything in Jade Gold City and accompanied Princess Helen to Mulan City. At this time, Mulan City was already very big, with a population of 100,000. Of course, this city was still very unartistic, like a neat and tidy square. When they were still a distance away from the city, Duke de Bus said, "My husband, this city is really unique, at least it is unique in the West. You really know how to talk." Princess Helen entered Mulan City. There was no ceremony, and there were no cheering crowds, but it was very comfortable and natural. Almost as soon as she entered the city lord's mansion, Hela still came up to her and said, "Dear sister, how about we spar?" She was a martial arts fanatic. Duke de Bus said, "Dear sister, I wonder if I have the honor of practicing martial arts with you." Hela said, "Aren't you afraid of damaging your luxurious dress?" This was because she did not understand de Bus. Once this political creature put on a battle suit, she would be the most ferocious female beast, and Hela's martial arts were only comparable to hers. Princess Helen said, "Let me do it." Then, she looked at Duc de Bus' stomach, even though there was no bulge there. Duc de Bus met Count Austin again. This second-in-command of the Rousseau family had been held captive for a few months. He had lost a lot of weight, but he was still in good spirits, his face serious and cold. De Bose told him all that had happened. Count Austin's face twitched, from shock to surprise, and finally acceptance. "Uncle, as the second-in-command of the Rousseau family, I have another request," Duc de Bus said. "I want you to marry a Quita-race woman. Of course, I will definitely choose a young, beautiful, and pure Quita-race lady for you." Austin did not say anything. He did not fly into a rage, but his face still twitched a few times. "Is there no other choice?" Count Austin said. Once he married a Quita-race woman, it would mean that he had completely broken off relations with the northern nobles and became a southern noble. "Of course we have no other choice." Duc de Bus said, "1,000 words are not as good as a small action. We must use practical actions to support Her Highness Helen." Count Austin said, "In that case, as you wish." Duc de Bus said, "Thank you, uncle. It's great to have you here." Count Austin said, "Brooke, are you happy with the current situation?" De Bus thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Of course, I am happy. Also, I have good news for you. I already have a nephew or niece in my stomach. I have decided that when the child is born, I will give him 2 surnames, Xianxia. If it is a boy, I will name him Leon Xianxia. If it is a girl, I will name her Helen Xianxia." This was how the West was. They often had the same name as their grandfather or someone else in the family. Xianxia only stayed in Milan City for 4 days before taking a boat to Saltpeter Island. When he landed on the island, he was slightly stunned because there was a castle on it, and it was in the shape of a snow-white pyramid. Was this a gift from the Amazon tribe to Xianxia? Xianxia walked in and discovered that there was a huge bath inside. A peerlessly beautiful woman was swimming inside like a mermaid. She was, of course, one of the most powerful women in the Western world, Queen Ida. She had more than 100 shallow wounds on her body, but now they had all disappeared without a trace. Her whole body was flawless. Xianxia didn't say anything as he took off his clothes and walked into the bath. Soon, the two of them were entwined and kissed. "Is today your cycle?" Xianxia asked. "No, it's 3 days later." Queen Ida said, "So you may be very tired in these 3 days." Xianxia said, "For you, I am willing to give my all until my death." Then, he was really about to die. This queen of the Amazon was too fierce. 3 days later, Xianxia was so tired that he lay there panting like a dog. His limbs seemed to be cramping and he could not even lift his hands. "Your Excellency Xianxia, you're leaving soon, right?" Queen Ida asked. "Yes." Xianxia said, "I will go to the Queen's city in a few days to pick up my daughter. Then, after the matter with Helen and Sauron is settled, I may return to the Eastern world." Queen Ida said, "How many troops can you bring with you?" Xianxia said, "About 50,000. Queen Ida said, "Isn't this number a little too little? From your brief conversation, I can tell that the Great Yan Empire is much more powerful than the Xiluan Empire. There are also 6 transcendental forces, each of them as mysterious and powerful as the White Capital." Xianxia said, "Ida, I came to the Western world just to take a breather. My 1,000,000-strong army is in the Eastern world, not the Western world. I can bring the Amazon army and the Skull Island army back because these people did not have attributes before. Now, they are completely loyal to me. I cannot bring a single person from the Xiluan Empire's army. I cannot give people the illusion that I am borrowing troops from the Xiluan Empire to attack the Great Yan Empire. I cannot give the impression that the Western world is invading the Eastern world." Queen Ida said, "Do you have enough cannons?" "Not yet." Xianxia said, "But I will have enough by the time I leave." Queen Ida said, "I will give you this Saltpeter Island. I will build a castle on it and send people to guard it in turns." Xianxia could not help but kiss her and said, "When I return to the Eastern world, seize a piece of land, gain a foothold, and completely gain control of the sea, I will send a continuous stream of fleets to the Saltpeter Island. I will restore the sea trade with the Western world. Of course, the most important thing is that I will write to you often and send you gifts." Queen Ida said, "Gifts for our child. This is the future Amazon Kingdom's new queen. Shenlang kissed her belly and said, "Greetings to the future queen." Queen Ida said, "Sir Shenlang, from now on, I will come here for 10 days every year. Regardless of whether you come or not, I will come here for 10 days. I will also bring our child along, the queen city of the Xiluan Empire." 10 months had passed since Shenlang left this place. In these 10 months, the little baby Yao Yao woke up less and less. Recently, she could only be awake for about 15 minutes a day. She was silently counting the time in her heart because her father had promised her that he would come and pick her up within a year. Then, they would never be separated again and he would bring her to meet her younger brothers and sisters. Yao Yao used all her energy and strength to support her weak life force. Even when she was sleeping, she placed the portrait of her family beside her and hugged the Rubik's Cube that her father had given her. That way, she would not be lonely when she slept. It was as if her family was always accompanying her. Her sleep was very deep and she was dreamless most of the time. However, when she occasionally dreamed, she would dream of being with her father, mother, brothers, and sisters. This kind of dream was so blissful that it was intoxicating. Even when she was sleeping, Yao Yao would smile. At this time, the Witch Empire had actually been destroyed. The entire army of the Queen City did not exceed 20,000 people. Outside the Queen City, the army of the Third Empire of Xiluan was constantly surrounding it. At its peak, there were almost 1 million soldiers. Even now, there were still hundreds of thousands of them. They completely surrounded the city. Ever since Queen Medusa's last descent, she had not appeared again. Even the most loyal Queen Castellan and several commanders had not seen her. In fact, Queen Medusa had never woken up and had been in a long sleep. Her life force was already very limited and she was in her final moments. Previously, she had said that if she fell into a long sleep, she could still hold on for a year. There was no war in the Queen City. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the great Emperor Sauron. Then, the two peerless experts would have the final battle. The great Emperor Sauron had already announced that Queen Medusa would either become his queen or die. In the underground tomb of the palace, Queen Medusa was still in a deep sleep. She was still as beautiful as a demon and did not look like a human. Just one look at her would make people want to completely fall into her. At this time, a voice rang out. Although it was very far away, it sounded as if it was ringing in her ears. "Queen Medusa, Sauron requests an audience." Queen Medusa's delicate body trembled slightly. Then, she opened her eyes. In that instant, it was as if stars had bloomed. Has the final moment finally arrived? Shenlang, I am about to return the complete Chou Yao to you. Note, the second chapter has been sent. I will continue to write the third chapter. Brothers, do you have monthly tickets for me? I am really tired. His Majesty Sauron was here. He came 2 months earlier than expected and did not alarm anyone. Otherwise, the outside world would have been cheering for him. Queen Medusa, I'll wait for you at the top of the mountain 300 miles north of the Queen's City. It's snowing there now. Maybe it'll make you feel more comfortable. Medusa had a human face and snake body. She should like the heat and be afraid of the cold. Why would she feel more comfortable in the snow mountain? Perhaps it was because her metabolism was slow and she could maintain her vitality as much as possible. Moreover, when Queen Medusa appeared, the ground was ice. All right, see you tomorrow. Queen Medusa said. Deal. Sauron's voice disappeared. After a while, his energy also disappeared. Queen Medusa floated out of the underground tomb. The 4 giant masters guarding outside suddenly opened their eyes. It's time. Go where you should go. Queen Medusa said. The 4 giant masters knelt on one knee, then turned and left, disappearing without a trace. Queen Medusa walked through a long tunnel and left the underground tomb. She returned to the palace on the surface and appeared in front of Yao Yao. She reached out and gently stroked her delicate little face. It was almost transparent. Yao Yao opened her eyes. Queen Medusa did not speak and just held Yao Yao's little hand. The mother and daughter did not need to speak to communicate. They knew what the other party was talking about with their eyes. Suddenly, Yao Yao took out a portrait and handed it to her mother. Queen Medusa took it and looked at it. It was newly drawn by Yao Yao. It was a family of 3. Her painting skills were better. The faces of the three people in the picture were very blurry, but one could tell at a glance that it was Xianxia, Medusa, and Yao Yao. A loving family. Queen Medusa smiled. Baby, your father will come to pick you up soon. If your mother doesn't come back, do you know where to find your mother when you grow up? Queen Medusa asked. Yao Yao nodded. Good. Queen Medusa said softly. After a while, Yao Yao began to yawn. It was not that she wanted to sleep, but her vitality was about to run out. Now she could not even stay awake for a quarter of an hour. However, she still tried her best to hold on. Queen Medusa opened her little mouth and gently spat out a bead of light. It was a very strange substance. It seemed to exist and not exist at the same time. It was flowing with a green light. Baby, open your mouth, said Queen Medusa. Yao Yao shook his head hard and closed his little mouth tightly. Baby, you know where to find your mother, right? Medusa said softly, be good, be obedient. Yao Yao still shook her head vigorously. Queen Medusa gently pinched open Yao Yao's small mouth and then fed the bead into Yao Yao's mouth. Before Yao Yao's tears fell, Queen Medusa had already wiped them away. Then, she used her jade-like hands to brush Yao Yao's eyes. Go to sleep, baby. When you open your eyes, Daddy will appear in front of you, Queen Medusa said softly. Little baby tried his best to resist the drowsiness and tried his best to open his eyes, but he still couldn't resist it and fell into a deep sleep. Queen Medusa gently picked up her daughter's little body, gently swayed, gently patted, and sang a nursery rhyme. This was her first time singing. Under Queen Medusa's gaze, anyone's mind would sink and be completely unable to extricate themselves. When Queen Medusa sang, everyone would be intoxicated. Her voice was very soft, and only this dustless palace could hear it. However, this charming nursery rhyme seemed to be ringing in the ears of all the children in the Queen City. In the Queen City, countless babies pricked up their ears. The children who were originally crying stopped and became extremely well-behaved. The babies who were originally drinking milk also stopped listening. Their rolling eyes seemed to be looking for the source of the sound. After a while, all the babies in the city, no matter how mischievous they were, entered a sweet dream. Even though Yao Yao was already asleep, Queen Medusa's singing still made tens of thousands of babies fall asleep at the same time. My baby, go to sleep. All the babies in the city will accompany you to sleep. When you wake up, Daddy is already here. She reluctantly put Yao Yao on the jade bed, then bent down and kissed her on the forehead. Baby, if Mommy doesn't come back, you know where to find Mommy when you grow up, right? Queen Medusa said softly. Then, in the next second, she had already floated away. She left the palace silently and floated towards the mountain 300 miles away without alerting anyone. Xianxia left Saltpeter Island and returned to Mulan City with countless saltpeter. Then, he did not stay in Mulan City for long, because this place had entered a virtuous cycle of development. It made no difference whether he was there or not. Not only Duchess de Bus, but even the entire Azure Wave province was doing their best to support Xianxia. Since Princess Helen announced Xianxia's identity, everything had changed. Xianxia had changed from an alien from the east to half of their own people, and they all knew that he would not stay for long. Helping him was investing in the future emperor of the East. The aristocrats of the West were very arrogant, but they also knew that the East was incomparably powerful. The Xiluan Empire had only developed for less than 1,000 years, while the East had developed for thousands of years. There were more people, larger lands, more countries, and more powerful civilizations. Once Xianxia succeeded in his great cause and became the emperor of the East, it meant that the entire East would become Princess Helen's backer, and would become the friends and beneficial partners of the South. In just a few days, more than 1,000 blacksmiths entered Mulan City, and an astronomical amount of pig iron poured into Mulan City. It was ridiculous to say that the reason why Xianxia seized the Jade-Tide Peninsula was because there was an iron mine here. Originally, he wanted to use it to refine steel, but later he found that there was no need at all. This iron mine had even completely stopped production, and the pig iron shipped from Beijing City was almost used up. Cannons, cannons. This was the absolute theme of the entire Mulan City. Thousands of blacksmiths worked 16 hours a day, and more than 30,000 slaves joined the cannon manufacturing factory, causing the production to increase greatly. The original 100 cannons per month had now directly increased to 150, and the production was still increasing. After a few more months, Xianxia would possess an astonishing number of cannons, and an astronomical amount of explosives. Not only by Jin City, all the shipyards in the entire Jade Wave province were frantically busy. There was no time to build new warships, so they could only modify the existing warships. Thanks to the mighty Skeleton Party's fleet, their large warships originally had a lot of shooting holes, which were originally used to install defensive giant crossbows. Now, with a slight modification, they could be used to install cannons. Xianxia needed a large fleet of more than 500 warships. Of course, many of these fleets were transport and supply ships, and the number of warships installed with cannons would not exceed 100. The total number of cannons installed might exceed 1,500. This was already an astronomical number. Xianxia did not have money, but the entire Jade Wave province seemed to be doing everything they could to build a new fleet for him. Xianxia was originally a little worried that the Skeleton Party would be complacent, because they were used to jumping ship to fight, and would resist cannons. However, he was overthinking. After witnessing a round of cannons firing, this group of Skeleton Party pirates fell madly in love with this incomparably ferocious weapon, and excitedly joined in the research and training. There were even some inhumane things that happened. For example, the Skeleton Party pirates stuffed a captive's leg into a cannon, and then fired fiercely. The result was self-evident: they were smashed into pieces. Jack Tang hung these Skeleton Party pirates up and whipped them 100 times, then ordered that from today onwards, they would not use living people to test the power of the cannons. At this moment, Xianxia knew that the core of the Skeleton Party was not jumping ship to fight, nor was it close combat, but slaughter. As long as it was slaughter, as long as it was a powerful weapon, they could accept it. Pirates should be the most accepting of new things in this world. Duke de Bus used the shortest amount of time to gather almost all the nobles in the southern part of the empire, and held an unprecedentedly huge banquet to welcome the arrival of Princess Helen. After that, Jin City welcomed an unprecedented moment of glory, and almost became the core of the southern part of the empire. More than 1,000 nobles poured into Jin City, and even brought their wives and heirs. In a short period of time, the entire Jin City was filled with rich and powerful nobles dressed in luxurious clothes, and any random carriage on the street had a family emblem. For hundreds of years, Jin City had never had such glory, and neither did the Russo family. Duke de Bus entered an unprecedented state of excitement, and she took out all the precious things to entertain this group of nobles. Every day, she spent gold coins like flowing water. Every day, there would be a few hundred merchant ships entering Jin City's pier, transporting all kinds of goods, and soon, there would be more than 1,000 ships. Jin City welcomed an unprecedented prosperity of trade, and as long as it was something that the Western world had, it would all appear in Jin City. This was a glorious and huge responsibility, and this banquet represented that Princess Helen would officially step onto the political stage of the Xiluan Empire. The number of nobles attending represented how many people supported her, and represented how much power this faction had. The result was innumerable, and all the new nobles in the southern part of the empire came. The Queen City was currently under siege, but the city lord had also sent a personal envoy. Even the southern cities that were conquered by Duke Russo and Duke de Bus came one after another. The south belonged to the southerners, and only Princess Helen could represent the interests of the new nobles in the south. The old nobles in the north were all stubborn, and every day, they would think of ways to disintegrate the power of the south, and once again enslave the entire south. They were not trustworthy. That Sauron the Great might be very great, and he might talk extravagantly, but he was elected by the northerners, and he would only serve the interests of the nobles in the north. That night, the banquet to welcome the return of Princess Helen officially began. Duke de Bus's mansion was filled with people, and it was splendid. It was unprecedentedly grand, unprecedentedly successful. More than 3,000 people attended the banquet. Princess Helen and Xianxia attended the banquet, and they became the focus of the entire banquet. Previously, the entire Xiluan Empire was hostile towards Xianxia, and they treated him as a swindler, even calling him the Clown of the East. But now, everyone kept calling him Duke Xianxia, and they all treated him as a competitor for the Emperor of the East in exile. My lord, I heard that you need a large amount of iron. Coincidentally, my family produces iron, and even more coincidentally, I brought 10 ships this time. May I ask if I should transport them to Beijing City or Milan City? My lord, I brought you 3 ships worth of gifts this time and I hope you won't mind. I don't have any requests of you, just that you remember my surname and name. My lord, the entire South supports you. We are extremely eager for an enlightened monarch like you to ascend to the throne of the East. His Majesty Jiangli's greatness is still fresh in our memories. If His Majesty Jiangli had ascended to the throne, the friendship between the East and the West would have long been deep, and the previous embarrassing situation would not have occurred. My lord, I heard that a man who calls himself the Bloody Baron offended you, so I did something very presumptuous. I've captured all the remaining members of the House of Menlo, and I've already sent them to you. This despicable family should not exist in this world. I can't imagine that such a family was once a noble of the Xiluan Empire, it's simply a stain. Shen Lang's hands were sore from receiving the gifts, and he didn't even need to spend a single cent. The only thing he was worried about was where to put the gifts, because there weren't that many warehouses. All the nobles in the south didn't directly send gifts to Princess Helen, but instead gave them to Shen Lang, because they knew that this would make Princess Helen truly happy. Not only that, in order to curry favor with Shen Lang, they almost finished everything that Shen Lang wanted to do in the west. Not a single member of the House of Menlo escaped, and all of them were captured by these southern nobles, just because Shen Lang said that he would exterminate the House of Menlo. It had to be said that sometimes it was really pleasant to deal with smart people. The words that came out of the mouths of these nobles were very pleasant to hear, and they never repeated themselves. Their words of praise were simply endless, praising Shen Lang from head to toe, and even praising his hair could be found in it. Moreover, the conversation between the nobles definitely didn't exceed 5 sentences. This was to ensure that they were warm and respectful, but not to make others feel like they were harassing him. The higher the rank, the more words they spoke, and everyone was very particular about etiquette. Apart from Shen Lang, who was the core of tonight's banquet, the other core was actually Austin Russo Count. This was because he had already decided to marry a Quita woman, the daughter of a high-ranking officer. She was beautiful, talented, and meticulous in her etiquette. Moreover, Austin Russo Count Russo had brought his fiancée to attend the banquet tonight. There was no mockery or unhappiness. Almost all the southern nobles came to congratulate the newlyweds, using implicit and warm words to compliment Austin's taste, and complimenting the Quita lady's beauty and wisdom. Austin Count Russo also spoke eloquently, completely different from his previous harshness and indifference. He behaved exceptionally affectionately with his Quita fiancée. Love, of course it's because of love. I, Austin, have lived by the creed that I'd rather have nothing than have a woman who makes my heart race. I will never marry unless I find a woman who can make my heart beat faster. My dear fiancé, please turn your face a little, or my heart will jump out of my chest. Every time I see you, I'll suspect that this woman is actually my fiancé. How can I be worthy of her? The moment I saw her, I knew it was over. My wandering life has come to an end, and from now on, this wild horse of mine will be imprisoned in the prison of love. Austin and his fiancée's performance won the applause of the entire hall. This was because the Second Empire of Xiluan, Queen Helen's benevolent policy was to liberate slaves and intermarry between the two races. It could be said that many of the southern nobles present had more or less Quita blood in their veins, because their families had risen during Queen Helen's development of the South. As long as this policy continued, their position would be stable. Austin Russo Count Russo marrying a Quita woman was the strongest political signal. Princess Helen would definitely protect the interests of the entire South and protect the status of all the new nobles. The entire banquet did not discuss any conspiracies, not even the matter of the throne. But everyone knew that from that night onwards, the entire Southern Empire was no longer in a state of disunity. Instead, it had become a powerful interest group, led by Princess Helen. And Duchess de Bus suddenly became the #1 hero of this interest group. This time, her gamble was a great success, and the previous investment had been paid back tenfold tonight. Duke de Bus, I heard that you're pregnant? Yes, but my body must not go out of shape. At least, the later, the better. No, 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 your body is still so graceful that it makes people feel inferior. Oh my God. This belly is pregnant with a prince. Your Grace, I am also pregnant. Can I touch your belly? That way, I can also feel the nobility of the future prince. Madam Count, your words make me feel shy. 300 miles north of the Queen's City. This mountain was about 3,000 meters above sea level, but the top of the mountain had begun to snow. Queen Medusa, who had a magical charm, gently floated up the mountain. Her bare feet stepped on the white snow, but not even a footprint was left. Heavy snowflakes fluttered all over the sky. The snowy mountain seemed to have become her background. The only thing that could be seen in the whole world was her beauty, a beauty that almost did not belong to humans. When she was about to reach the top of the mountain, Queen Medusa's bare feet finally stepped into the white snow. When she pulled them out again, there was a pair of shoes on her jade-like feet, shoes made of white snow. She arrived at the top of the mountain. There was one person who had been completely covered in snow, like a snowman. Sauron, a great emperor who had returned from the far north of the continent, was known as a great figure in the past 1,000 years, second only to the Emperor of Xiluan. He's here? He's here. So, shall we begin? Let's begin. Queen Medusa stretched out her jade-like hand, grasped the flying snow, condensed it into a sword, and slashed out. In an instant, a storm swept through. The snow in the sky turned from white to blue. A moment later, the entire top of the mountain was completely shrouded in flying snow. A moment later, the white snow on the entire top of the mountain was cut off layer by layer. A moment later, the entire top of the mountain was bare. The heavy snow flowed backward, drifting from the ground to the sky. The entire sky seemed to be solidified into layers of prisms. Finally, the ice and snow on the entire mountain all collapsed. Countless snow rolled down like a shocking tide. The sky shook and the earth shook. The sky changed color. The final battle between Sauron and Queen Medusa ended. In the earth-shattering avalanche, a figure slowly walked out. Her face could not be seen clearly, as if she was an iceman, as if she was made of ice and snow. The only thing that could be seen was her magical figure. Slowly descending the mountain, her face continued to change, and her figure also continued to change. Wherever she walked, it was as if a small tornado had rolled up, sucking away the snow on her body, and also something on her. Xianxia, I have returned her to you. I have returned her to you in one piece. Note, the third update has been sent. Today's update is 20,000. It's finally completed. The pastry was in tears. My lord, can you give me the monthly ticket? Long live the parents. By Jean City, Russo Count House. The banquet was still going on. As the absolute protagonist, Princess Helen rarely spoke. Most of the time, she was listening and getting to know people. However, she was able to accurately say the name of every person who came forward to greet her, as well as the time of their last meeting. This made everyone feel flattered and overjoyed, because this was something that happened more than 10 years ago. Occasionally, some nobles who were close to their birthdays would get Princess Helen's blessings, which made them even more excited. Husband, come here for a moment. Duke de Bus walked to Xianxia's side and said in a low voice. After that, she brought Xianxia to a secret study room and said, "There's a mysterious guest who wishes to see you." Xianxia said, "The high priest of the Church of Fire, right?" Duke de Bus said, "As clever as you, my dear husband." Then, she kissed Xianxia, but did not immediately take Xianxia to meet the guest. Instead, she asked, "Husband, do you know why I chose to believe in the Church of Fire?" Xianxia said, "Why? Is it because your figure is especially hot?" "That is also one of the reasons, and you know this the best." Duke de Bus said, "But the most important reason is because I have seen the powerful mysterious power of the Church of Fire." Gunpowder? Xianxia asked, "Hellfire bugs?" "It's not just that." Duke de Bus said, "There are some other things. For example, they said that my son will become a prince, and I almost saw all of this very clearly in my dream. It was incomparably real." Xianxia said, "It's not just that." Duke de Bus was a political creature, and without absolute power, she would not choose to fully cooperate with the Church of Fire, or even choose to convert. So the prophecy that her son could become a prince would only have a slight effect on her. Husband, do you know that there is no true transcendent force in the entire Western world? Duke de Bus said, the white capital is high up and has never come into contact with us. The Vatican was supported by the former Emperor of West Luan to control the minds of the Vader people, and suffered a fatal blow from Queen Helen more than 100 years ago. So the Church of Fire is the closest to the transcendent force. They are equivalent to the embryonic form of the transcendent force in the Eastern world. Xianxia understood what de Bus meant. In the Eastern world, the 6 transcendent forces and the Great Yan Empire monopolized the entire ancient civilization and ruled the Eastern world, de Bus continued. This shows that the connection between the transcendent forces and the secular power is very deep. So de Bus took a fancy to the church. She fancied the mysterious power of the other party, and the other party fancied her worldly power, so they hit it off. Husband, de Bus said, the Eastern world and the Empire, Xianxia said. Xianxia said, the Eastern world and the Great Yan Empire are so powerful. Why don't they invade the Western world and conquer the New World? Duke de Bus nodded. She knew that the Great Yan Empire was very powerful, but after everything she had experienced recently, she realized that the Great Yan Empire and the Eastern world were much more powerful than she had imagined. Since that was the case, why did the Eastern world not invade the Western world, and even completely cut off trade with the Western world? This seemed somewhat illogical. In fact, not only de Bus, but even Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. The 6 transcendent forces of the Eastern world fought openly and secretly for the ancient ruins, and the Western world clearly had some ancient ruins that had not been explored. Why did they not come to the Western world? Could it be that these ancient ruins also had attributes? The Western only suited the West, and the Eastern only suited the East? This didn't make sense. It seemed that this world was much more mysterious than he had imagined. Well, Lord Husband, are you ready to meet the High Priest of the Church of Fire? De Bus asked. Of course. Xianxia said. Then, de Bus walked out, and a moment later, the mysterious High Priest of the Church of Fire walked in. This was a mysterious woman wearing a red hood. When the hood was lifted, a beautiful middle-aged woman with fiery red hair could be seen. Her eyes were especially different from those of ordinary people. It seemed to contain some kind of special spiritual power, as if she could see through people's hearts with a glance. At that time, it was this high priest who used the hellfire bug to assassinate Xianxia. Greetings, Lord Xianxia. Xianxia said, Here, I formally apologize to you for the unpleasantness a few months ago. Xianxia frowned and said, That was not just unpleasantness. I had 39 Amazon warriors sacrificed their lives. They did not die on the battlefield, but in your conspiracy and assassination. If you do not account for this matter, I will not forget about it. Of course I will account for it. The High Priest of the Church of Fire clapped his hands. Immediately, someone carried in a few large boxes. When they opened them, they saw that they were densely packed with human heads. Here are 99 human heads, all of which belong to the Church of Fire. The High Priest said, Because they have offended you, they are willing to commit suicide to redeem themselves. Of course, if it is not enough, you can name a number. How ruthless. But was it suicide, or was it suicide? Xianxia could not help but look at the High Priest. The culprits who assassinated Xianxia that day were de Bus and the High Priest in front of him. De Bus had already become his wife, so how could this High Priest redeem herself? This mysterious High Priest did not say anything and directly pulled off the hood on her body. It was empty inside. She was not wearing anything, revealing her attractive and compact body with undulating curves. Of course, if you feel that this is not enough, you can also say it. As long as I can get your forgiveness, I can do anything. The High Priest of the Church of Fire said. The High Priest of the Church of Fire in front of him was very beautiful, but Xianxia had slept with enough beauties in the Western world. Moreover, he was really powerless. He was squeezed by Queen Ida on Saltpeter Island. After a few days of hard work, he was squeezed by the lioness de Bus when he came back. He only hated the fact that the Western world did not have the Guifu Di Huang pill that could nourish the kidneys. Of course, it was still very pleasant to look at the body of a beauty. Since you can't wear clothes, then let's chat like this. I think you probably have no appetite now. The High Priest of the Church of Fire said. Then, she took out a box and opened it. There was an ancient book inside. This is a gift for you. Please accept it. Otherwise, we will feel uneasy. The high priest of the Church of Fire said. This was a precious gift. It was the first time that Xianxia had seen an ancient book in the Western world. The Church of Fire had mastered some mysterious and powerful ancient powers. Then, Xianxia might be able to research some more mysterious weapons from this ancient book. I will accept it. Xianxia said, May I ask why Your Excellency High Priest has come to see me? I have to tell you that Helen and I are indeed brother and sister. However, I will never interfere with any internal affairs of the Xiluan Empire. I will not agree to any request on her behalf. Of course. The high priest of the Church of Fire said, Everything we do is just to make up for our previous mistakes. There are absolutely no conditions. She was indeed a smart person. Then, the high priest of the Church of Fire took out a piece of silk and put it on the chair. She asked Xianxia, May I? Of course. Xianxia said, Please take a seat. The high priest of the Church of Fire sat down gracefully. After organizing her words for a while, she said, I know that Your Excellency Xianxia had a lot of unhappiness with the transcendental forces in the Western world. The transcendental forces in the Eastern world are very powerful. Compared to them, we are like newborn babies. However, it is also because of this that we are malleable. At least we are not that arrogant and conservative. Our attitude is quite open-minded. Xianxia smiled and said, How many years has your church developed? The high priest of the Church of Fire said, If we talk about history, I can say it has been 500 years. However, in front of you, I choose to be honest. It has only been 100 years since we found the holy altar and started to develop. Moreover, we have been walking unsteadily. Xianxia said, But I have seen the power of your church. The high priest of the Church of Fire said, In the words of the Easterners, you are making a fool of yourself. Following that, the two of them chatted aimlessly. The meaning of the high priest of the Church of Fire was very clear. She was here to make friends. Everything was for friendship and not benefits. Therefore, there was no negotiation. In short, there was only one meaning in her words. She must not have any prejudice against the Church of Fire because of the transcendental forces in the Eastern world. Also, she must not adopt a hostile attitude because of the unhappiness that happened before. Xianxia's guess was right. This Church of Fire was equivalent to the embryonic form of the transcendental forces in the Western world. However, it was far from becoming the overlord. In fact, there was also a mysterious transcendental force that had already been born. It was the pyramid on the top of the snowy mountain in the ruins of the lost nation. The force that was temporarily completely isolated from the world. I have disturbed Your Excellency Xianxia for a long time. Thank you for taking your precious time to meet with me. I will not forget this kindness. The high priest of the Church of Fire said, Finally, I would like to invite you to visit our holy altar at a suitable time. Xianxia, I will. When I feel that the conditions are suitable, I will send an application to your church. I have fully felt your friendship. The high priest of the Church of Fire stood up and asked, May I? Of course. Xianxia, thank you, Your Excellency, for the grace of letting me talk while looking at the beautiful scenery. It is my honor that my humble body can be appreciated by a man like you. The high priest of the Church of Fire said, Then I will take my leave. Here, I wish you a smooth journey back to the Eastern world and to be able to achieve your final wish. Xianxia, thank you, thank you. Here, I also wish your church a smooth development. May I? The high priest of the Church of Fire asked and opened his arms. Of course. Xianxia also opened his arms. The two of them hugged gently, and the high priest of the fire god sect even kissed Xianxia's cheek lightly. When walking out of the door, the high priest of the Church of Fire said, Your Excellency Xianxia, may I ask if you are going to the Queen's city? Xianxia said, That's right. The high priest of the Church of Fire said, I personally suggest that you go as soon as possible. As soon as this was said, Xianxia's eyes trembled slightly. What did this mean? The Church of Fire should have their own intelligence organization, and they were also very close to the northern nobles, so they could get some relatively secret information. Thank you for telling me. Then, Xianxia did not return to the banquet hall. Instead, he stood directly outside the balcony and looked in the direction of the Queen's city. Of course, he could not see anything. It was more than 10,000 miles away from the Queen's city. Shenlang promised Yao Yao that he would pick her up within a year. Even if he had to crawl, he would crawl to her. Now there were still 2 months left. However, Shenlang decided to leave for the Queen's city tomorrow. The sooner the better. It was not enough for him to go alone. The key was Princess Helen. But before that, Princess Helen must hold a meeting with all the nobles in the south. She must confirm the establishment of the whole South's new noble faction before she could go north to the Queen's city. Only then would she have absolute confidence in the next negotiation with Soren. "My dear, what's wrong?" Duke de Beauce hugged Shenlang from behind. "Shenlang, how long until the banquet ends?" "About 2 hours, Duke de Beauce said. "Shenlang, then I won't go back. I'll go to the Queen's city first. Helen's martial arts are high. She can catch up with me in 2 days." Duke de Beauce said, "What's wrong? Are there any changes in the Queen's city?" "Shenlang, changes that don't count as changes." De Beauce said, "Husband, then I'll go with you." Shenlang, "No need. You haven't been pregnant for long, so it's not suitable for you to travel long distances. And whether it's by Jin City or Mulan City, it's inseparable from your overall planning." Duke de Beauce said softly, "My dear, we haven't been together for long, are we going to separate?" This sentence came from her political instinct, but it also came from her emotional instinct. She was a political creature, but not without feelings. It was just that before she invested her feelings, she would be absolutely rational and absolutely put interests first. When it was in line with interests, she would also invest her sincere feelings, because she also knew how to make herself happy and sweet. No matter how strong she was, a woman without love might not be complete. Shenlang patted her waist gently and said, "Dora, let's get ready. We're leaving immediately." "Yes." A quarter of an hour later, under the protection of 1,000 Amazon troops, Shenlang boarded the fastest ship of the skeleton party, left the waters of Baijin City, and sailed in the direction of the Queen's city. They would arrive in about 12 days. Standing at the bow of the ship, Shenlang looked at the sky in the north, and Queen Medusa's words seemed to ring in his ears once again. "Shenlang, I will return Chou Yaoru to you. I will return her to you in one piece." Shenlang sighed in his heart. He knew clearly in his heart. In fact, when he saw Queen Medusa for the first time, he knew that although the two of them were Yao Yao's parents, they were not fated to be together, at least until now. "Little darling Yao Yao, Daddy is coming to pick you up." The journey was silent, and 12 days passed quickly. Shenlang's ship still hung the flag of the skeleton party, but it did not encounter any obstructions. Along the way, it encountered many merchant ships, fleets, and sporadic pirates. Not only did it not encounter any trouble, it even received unanimous cheers and respect. The pirates shouted, "Long live the skeleton party," while the ships of the nobles and the merchant ships of the Quitta clan shouted, "Long live the princess." News spread very quickly in this world, as if it had a mouth, especially on the seas. Whether it was pirates or sea merchants, they could all obtain new news from the taverns and brothels of the city. Of course, it was unknown if it was 100% true, as pirates were the profession that loved to brag the most in this world. Long live Princess Helen. Long live the skeleton party. Long live Duke Shenlang. 12 days later, the warship had traveled more than 12,000 kilometers and arrived at Shiwa City, which was 200 kilometers southeast of the Queen's city. The owner of this city, the Shiwa family, was Queen Helen's most loyal subject, and the strongest supporter of the Queen's two benevolent policies. Because of this, he was strongly suppressed by the nobles of the north, and could barely survive. So when Queen Medusa attacked, he also declared his loyalty and hung the flag of the Witch Empire. After that, Duke Russell's 200,000 troops attacked Shiwa City, and the Duke chose to surrender after losing. 10 months ago, Shenlang had followed Hill's merchant ship to Shiwa City. At that time, the entire city had been a huge military camp. It was still the same now, but the smoke and bloodstains were no longer there. As soon as Shenlang's warship neared the dock, 3 ships immediately came up to welcome them, waving flags of respect. As soon as they landed, they saw the orderly honor guard of the Third Empire of Shiluan. The leader was Duke Russell, and the second should be Duke Xiwa. A month ago, Duke Russell led 100,000 troops back to Xiwa City. Of course, even if they went by sea, 100,000 troops would not be able to completely return and retreat in a month. It was Duke Russell who returned first on a ship, and he also made a trip to the Xiluan Empire before heading south to Xiwa City to take charge of the situation here. This was because the real battle between Princess Helen and Sauron was about to happen, and this battle would decide the fate of the entire Xiluan Empire. Welcome to the eastern land of the Empire once again, respected Lord Xianlang. Duke Russell extended his hand towards Xianlang. Xianlang extended his hand and shook his hand, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you again." Next, he intended to extend his hand to shake Duke Xiwa's, but the other party went forward to hug him. He seemed especially excited. Respected Lord Xianlang, due to certain reasons, although I could not attend that night's banquet, the Xiwa family will always stand by Princess Helen's side. Even if we lose all our land and troops, the Xiwa family will still be the princess's subjects. Duke Xiwa said this in front of Duke Russell, even though his city had been completely occupied. "I thank you on behalf of my sister for your loyalty." Xianlang said, "My lords, I am very happy to visit Xiwa City, but I need to rush to Queen City as soon as possible, so I will take my leave." Respectfully sending off Lord Xianlang. "We have already prepared all the resources for you on the way to Queen City." Then, under the gazes of the two dukes and 5,000 honor guards, Xianlang led the 1,000 Amazon troops towards Queen City at lightning speed. Just a few hours later, Xianlang arrived at Queen City. He once again saw this magnificent pink city. It was still surrounded by an army, with at least 300,000 troops surrounding Queen City. The large open space outside the city was filled with all kinds of defense lines and military camps. Xianlang and his party were still unobstructed. The hundreds of thousands of troops of the Third Empire of Xiluan silently opened up a path. But not a single officer or noble came to welcome Xianlang, because these were the troops of the northern nobles. Once again entering Queen City, there was no more joy here, but it was not gloomy and hopeless. This city was no longer as romantic, but everyone's eyes were still filled with spirit. Because everyone knew that Princess Helen had returned. This master who had once left them had finally realized her power and responsibility. Queen City's lord, Duke Hall, came to welcome Xianlang. His emotions were extremely complicated. No one could compare to his feelings for Queen Helen, and no noble could compare to his loyalty and feelings for Princess Helen. From a young age, Duke Hall had been filled with infinite expectations for Princess Helen, but in the end, she left and chose to wander. Duke Hall felt that he was only Helen's general manager and did not have the ability to protect this great city, so it was very likely to fall into the hands of the greedy northern nobles. It was also at this time that Queen Medusa appeared and protected the city. Protect, not occupy. Duke Hall was infinitely loyal to Princess Helen. As for Queen Medusa, Duke Hall worshipped her with unparalleled reverence. He treated her like a god. At this moment, his expression was extremely complicated. "We meet again, esteemed Lord Xianlang." Duke Hall opened his arms. Xianlang went forward and hugged him. "Lord Hall, this is how the world is. It's always full of disappointments, but there's always a pleasant surprise." "Isn't that so?" Duke Hall said. "But this might be the best ending, even though it's a little emotionally devastating. But God won't care too much about our mere personal feelings, right?" Xianlang said, "There's a saying in the East, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old." As the two spoke, they galloped towards the palace. After passing through a long tunnel, Xianlang entered the underground tomb of the palace. Queen Medusa was gone, and even the 4 mysterious experts guarding her were gone. Xianlang looked at the empty underground palace and sighed inwardly. Although he had expected all of this, it was still a pity when it actually happened. Closing his eyes, it was as if he could still feel the aura of Queen Medusa's existence. Her enchanting fragrance was deep in the bones, and as long as she stayed in a place, it would not dissipate for a long time. Or perhaps her fragrance had been engraved in Xianlang's memory. It was as if he could smell it whenever he thought of it. "I knew this would happen, but it's a pity that I can't say goodbye." Then, Xianlang overturned this view. It was better not to say goodbye. Because once they said goodbye, it might really be goodbye forever. After leaving the underground tomb, they returned to the palace. When did Her Majesty leave? Xianxia asked. About the night of 13 days ago. Because that night, all the children in the Queen's city seemed to have heard a nursery rhyme and became very obedient, Duke Hall said. It was on the night of the banquet, when all the southern nobles came to celebrate the return of Princess Helen. It was as if the entire southern part of the empire was destined to have only one woman. When Princess Helen announced her return, Queen Medusa left. Of course, Queen Medusa was never the owner of this land. She was only a temporary protector. Xianxia walked into the dustless palace and saw the snow-white jade bed from afar, as well as the little person sleeping on it. Almost a year had passed, but his little baby didn't seem to have grown up. She was still so delicate and exquisite, like a transparent jade figure. Xianxia came to the bed and looked at the side of the baby, which was filled with portraits. Some were drawn by Xianxia, while others were drawn by her. The latest drawing was especially good. Although the faces of the three people were blurry, they were the most similar. A family of three: father, mother, and baby. In the past 10 months, this little baby had relied on these portraits and Xianxia's promise to survive. Xianxia went forward and gently stroked baby's hair. He said in a hoarse and gentle voice, "Baby, baby, Daddy is here." A moment later, baby opened her blurry eyes and opened her arms to hug Xianxia's neck. Xianxia picked up her tiny body and looked at her carefully. She had changed, her gaze was no longer that tired, and her breathing was a little more powerful. Her heartbeat was also much stronger. Queen Medusa had said that before she left, she would give her daughter something to support her, at least for a few years. "Baby, Daddy will take you to find Mommy in the future, okay?" Xianxia asked. Yao Yao nodded his head vigorously. Baby, do you know where Mommy is?" Xianxia asked. Baby nodded, but then shook her head. Xianxia understood. She couldn't say it now, but when she grew up, she would know. Hopefully, Queen Medusa wasn't lying to her. Hopefully, she wasn't really leaving completely. Xianxia carried baby and walked out of the dustless palace. This was the first time in a few years that the little baby had left the palace and come to the outside world. Standing at the highest point of the palace, baby's big eyes greedily looked at the colorful world. She was lucky. The first time she saw the outside world was this beautiful Queen's city. She wanted to draw it all immediately. Queen Medusa had left for more than 10 days. There was no news at all and she never came back. Xianxia didn't stay in Queen City and left with baby. He didn't go to Shiwa City's pier either. Instead, he kept going east. There was no pier, only a reef and a narrow beach. The Amazon army had built a beautiful thatched hut here for Xianxia and baby to live in. The father and daughter waited here, waiting for a certain figure to appear. 3 days later, a tired figure slowly came from the north, wading through the water. The waves almost submerged her body. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Xianxia and baby. Then, she started running. She was Chou Yao Air, that heroic-looking heroine. The 100% Chou Yao Air was exactly the same as when they separated a few years ago. Note: changed location today. I was on the road during the day. They went to the hot spring, but I was still in my room writing. We're leaving the Western world soon. Brothers, give me your monthly tickets. Pastries are bowing to you. What was Chou Yao like in the past? She was a hero with no desires and was filled with romantic feelings. She was righteous and merciless. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles unstoppable. Even this poem was not enough to describe her heroism. She was a genius with the golden bloodline. She did not need to practice martial arts to become extremely powerful. She was brave and invincible. Even when facing thousands of soldiers, she would press forward and emerge victorious. Xianxia could not forget her heroism even now. Perhaps there were people who were stronger than her, but there had never been anyone like her who pressed forward and was invincible. She didn't want anything. She just wanted to see the outside world. She just wanted to wander around. Princess Helen also wandered, but her wanderings were a process of self-torture and self-awareness. Chou Yao's was much simpler. She wandered because she wanted to wander and see different worlds, but she was often tied down by heroism. Thus, on the way to the Western world, she continued to save and liberate. In the blink of an eye, Chou Yaoer was in front of him. Shenlang could not help but think of her from a few years ago. Short hair, sexy body. The two demon head blades turned around and smashed down, killing all the enemies. Sister Heila's personality was also rough and bold, but her heart was actually scarred. She was weak. And Chou Yaoer was truly strong, even though a few years had passed, it all seemed like yesterday. In that moment of shock, Chou Yaoer rushed over and hugged Shenlang and Yao Yao. At that moment, she was so excited that she was about to suffocate. The three of them just hugged each other silently. They did not say a single word, but it was better than 1,000 words. "Mom!" Yao Yao called out. N. Chou Yaoer did not know how to express herself and could only hug the two of them tighter. In these few years, another soul had lived in her body, but she knew everything. She could see and hear. Thus, there was no need to explain anything. But what happened after the battle between Medusa and Sauron? What she did not know was that Queen Medusa's departure had also taken away this memory. When she woke up, she was thousands of miles away in the ocean. Then, she used all her strength to rush back. For 12 whole days, he ran along the coastline without resting or sleeping. Relying on her 2 long legs to walk more than 10,000 miles, such a powerful existence was simply like a bug in the system. Even if there were many top experts who possessed powerful dou qi, they did not have such astonishing physical strength. Shenlang looked at Chou Yaoer's face for a long time. Queen Medusa left without leaving a trace. That magically charming and beautiful face also disappeared. However, in exchange for a complete Chou Yaoer, she had fulfilled her promise. This was good, this was the best. Everyone was unique, especially a woman like Chou Yaoer. "Let's sleep." Shenlang said, "Let's have a good sleep first." Chou Yaoer nodded. She went straight to the grass hut by the sea and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but it wasn't long either. It had only been a day and a night. Chou Yaoer woke up and opened her eyes. She saw her angel-like little baby staring at her with wide eyes as she drew. Chou Yaoer was stunned. What should I do now? Should I continue to pretend to be asleep, or should I stay still and let Yao Yao finish painting? But if I did that, it would be very unnatural. Chou Yaoer went forward and nestled in her mother's arms. She handed the painting to Chou Yaoer. She saw 2 women on the white paper. One was Chou Yaoer. She looked very similar and majestic. The other was Queen Medusa. Her face was still blurry, but it revealed a mysterious and magical beauty. Yao Yao was a genius. She was so young, but her painting skills had already surpassed Shenlang's. Shenlang had never seen a better artist. She drew 2 mothers. One mother gave her body, while the other mother gave her soul and spirit. After reading her daughter's painting, Chou Yaoer said after a long time, "You drew really well." Then, she looked at her precious daughter silently, unable to find anything to say. Yao Yao handed over a Rubik's Cube. It was the Rubik's Cube that Shenlang had given to her family. It had been messed up, so she asked Chou Yaoer to reassemble it. Chou Yaoer tried, but she failed. She really wanted to give up, but looking at her daughter's pure and flawless eyes, she couldn't bear to give up. At this moment, Shenlang came in with a sumptuous meal. Chou Yaoer let out a sigh of relief and quickly handed the Rubik's Cube to Shenlang. She picked up the steak and ate it. Shenlang quickly finished assembling the Rubik's Cube. At this moment, Chou Yaoer had already finished 3 steaks. She ate half of the steak in her hand before remembering that she should feed her daughter first. Then, she handed the remaining steak to Yao Yao, asking her if she wanted to eat it. Yao Yao stuck out her little tongue and licked the juices. Her delicate little face immediately lit up with happiness. "You eat. Your daughter wants to eat special food," Shenlang said. "Baby, it's time to eat." Then, Yao Yao crawled into Chou Yaoer's arms and happily ate the food her father fed her. Chou Yaoer was startled. Then, she hugged her daughter a little tighter. Kissing her unique smell and feeling her soft little body, Chou Yaoer's heart was filled with endless happiness. Of course, she still couldn't say it out loud. She couldn't even express it with her eyes. The food that Yao Yao's baby ate was very special. It was made from more than 10 different ingredients. It was almost completely bland and tasteless. She had to eat this every meal. She couldn't change it. When Queen Medusa left, she left behind a few years' worth of food recipes. She had to strictly follow the recipes without any mistakes. However, even if the food was tasteless, Xiaoyao still ate it with relish. She was a baby that was so obedient that it broke one's heart. At this moment, Shenlang discovered that Yaoyao's personality was actually very similar to Chou Yaoer's. The two of them didn't like to talk. It wasn't that they didn't know how to speak, but that they treasured their words like gold. However, she also inherited Medusa's wisdom and temperament. Especially those big, expressive eyes, which seemed to be able to express almost any meaning. She herself was a spirit of life, a miracle of life. Yaoyao obediently followed Princess Dora to see the sea. Only Shenlang and Chou Yaoer were left in the straw hut. Chou Yaoer finished bathing and looked at herself in the mirror. She still became more beautiful. At least her hair had grown longer. She wore a tight bra and leather shorts. Her figure was extremely sexy, especially her two long legs. They were simply lethal. She shook her hair slightly, as if she was looking for the feeling that belonged to Queen Medusa. That kind of demonic charm. However, she quickly gave up. That wasn't her style. Then she hesitated for a moment. Should she cut off her hair? She wanted to be herself again. However, she still decided not to cut it. It was quite good this way. Being unique for the sake of being unique, being different. For the sake of being different, was a kind of vulgar in itself. Next, the two of them sat quietly and faced each other without saying a word. They were the most familiar strangers. This was very suitable for the two of them. After a long while, Chou Yaoer broke the silence. Have you finished writing Battle Through the Heavens? Ugh. You're still thinking about this? Yes, I'm done. I'll show it to you when we return to the Eastern world, Shenlang said. Although Jin Muzong wrote it, he actually wrote it more passionately than I did. Okay, Chou Yaoer said. Then, the two of them were silent again. After a while, she asked, when are we going back? Shenlang said, after Helen and Sauron's duel, when the situation in the Western world is settled. Chou Yaoer wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she only nodded. The two of them fell into silence again. After a while, Shenlang's hands began to be knotty. Chou Yaoer's breathing gradually became heavier. Shenlang kissed her lips. Then, she suddenly turned around and pushed Shenlang to the ground. Since the atmosphere was awkward and they couldn't find anything to say, they would do it another day. Chou Yaoer and Shenlang laid on the mat, once again silent and speechless. She actually had a lot to say, such as about her life's mission. She had experienced too much in the past few years, but the meaning of life seemed to be even more blurry. But if she couldn't figure it out, she shouldn't think about it, and she shouldn't ask. But Shenlang was still thinking about it. Chou Yaoer was indeed special. So Shenlang asked, do you want to try again? Chou Yaoer was startled, then nodded and said, sure. Another long time passed. Shenlang was as dispirited as a dog and rested for a whole hour. Let's go back to Queen City first? Shenlang said. Okay. Chou Yaoer jumped into the bathtub to take a bath. More than 2 hours later, Shenlang brought Chou Yaoer and the little baby back to Queen City. Chou Yaoer was still the same Chou Yaoer. No matter what happened, no matter where she went, her personality wouldn't change. At this time, the entire Queen City welcomed an absolute craze. This was probably the greatest moment in the Xiluan dynasty's 100-year history. Two kings were about to have a historic meeting here. Princess Helen entered Queen City from the south, while Sauron entered Queen City from the north. The two of them did not take a single step more, nor a single step less, and finally met at the central axis of the palace. Long live Her Highness Helen, long live, long live. Countless southern nobles shouted, and the citizens of Queen City shouted, as if they were demonstrating. Long live Her Highness Sauron, long live, long live. The northern nobles and the northern army did not show any weakness either, shouting with all their might. The voices from both sides became louder and louder, until it was deafening, like thunder. More than 1 million people witnessed this historic meeting. Because this meeting would completely decide the fate of the entire Western world. For this meeting, the North and South had used almost all of their strength. On the southern sea, an astronomical number of ships were majestically gathering in the direction of Xianxia city. Countless southern nobles came out in full force, leading their family armies and gathering in the direction of Queen City. The northern nobles did not show any weakness either. Every family was frantically gathering their troops, wishing they could take away every single warrior. Not to mention others, just Duke de Bus had frantically gathered 230,000 troops in the Azure Wave province. The entire southern part of the empire was frantically supporting Princess Helen, definitely not willing to let her lose her confidence. If this negotiation did not come to an agreement, then they would immediately start fighting. Once the war started, the entire south would not be like the Witch Empire, which was like a plate of loose sand. They would definitely unite and bleed to the last drop of blood for their own interests. Once the war started, it would be the most terrifying civil war in the history of the Xianxia Empire. The number of troops involved would exceed an astronomical figure, and this kind of war would definitely not stop without a few years of fighting. It could even be fought until the Xianxia Empire was completely destroyed. But only by daring to fight would there be room for peace talks. Long live, long live, long live. The hundreds of miles of ground were like a tsunami. Princess Helen rode her warhorse, advancing step by step towards the central axis of the palace. When Xianlang and Chou Yao arrived, Princess Helen was walking towards the palace under the protection of hundreds of thousands of people. He did not show his face, instead quietly watching from the sidelines. Although he was Helen's younger brother, he had no say in the internal affairs of the Xianxia Empire. At this moment, he deeply felt that the West belonged to the West, and the East belonged to the East. Even the most distinguished guest was still a guest, and could not usurp the host's position. However, his group was still very outstanding. Under the witness of millions of people, Helen and Sauron entered the palace at the same time and met at the central axis. The lineup behind the two was exactly the same. On one side there were thousands of northern nobles, and on the other side there were thousands of southern nobles. Both sides were courteous, but also at odds with each other. Helen, long time no see. Sauron, long time no see. You and I will fight? All right. All spectators, please leave. Immediately, the northern and southern nobles all left the palace, and the entire palace was handed over to Helen and Sauron. Because this was a competition, and not a duel. The Queen's Palace was the architectural miracle of the Xianxia Empire, a treasure of art. No matter who became the emperor of the Xianxia Empire, they could not destroy the Queen's Palace, or else they would be the sinner of the Xianxia Empire. To some extent, this also limited the rules and scope of the competition. Please. Please. Helen and Sauron fought. This was a special battle, witnessed by millions of people, but no one saw it with their own eyes. When Sauron and Queen Medusa fought, it could be said to be earth-shattering, a spectacle of the world. Although no one saw it, heaven and earth were the witnesses, and the snow mountain had not yet recovered. But the battle between Helen and Sauron seemed so calm. Not to mention that there was no shaking of heaven and earth, there was not even the sound of swords clashing. However, everyone could feel the intensity of this battle. Because the air was trembling, and even the scene above the palace had a certain degree of distortion. Of course, this was not because the two of them were so awesome that they could distort space, it was not like this. When we lit a fire, we could also see this distorted scene in the air at the top of the flame, because the air was heated. Bang, 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 the air trembled. It was like a silent explosion, but also like a small area, and the power of an earthquake was also very small. The ground could be felt trembling, but it was like a hurricane in a teacup. Millions of people looked up at the palace, waiting for the result of this battle. The little baby even widened his eyes and watched with great interest. After a full hour, Sauron appeared first. He appeared in front of the northern nobles and hundreds of thousands of northern troops. Long live Royal Highness Sauron, long live, long live. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of people shouted. Sauron slowly said, I did not win this battle. All the northerners were stunned. What did this mean? Did not win? Wasn't Royal Highness Sauron invincible in the west? Destroying an entire city by herself. Could it be that Princess Helen was actually that powerful? Then, Princess Helen appeared in front of hundreds of thousands of southerners. Long live Princess Helen, long live, long live. Like a tsunami, they desperately tried to suppress the momentum of the north. Princess Helen slowly said, I've lost this battle. She and Sauron said very different results. The hundreds of thousands of southerners were stunned. Then, they shouted even more fiercely, long live Princess Helen, long live, long live. Perhaps in the hearts of the southern people of the empire, they never thought that Princess Helen could defeat Sauron. They only hoped that she could fight. Just like how the Vader tribe did not want to overthrow the rule of the Xiluan people, they even worshipped the Xiluan people in their hearts. They just wanted to fight for their dignity and power. Long live Princess Helen, long live. Even though she said that she had lost, she was even more supported by the people. After the battle, it was time to start the negotiation. This was not a diplomatic negotiation. There was no need for a team. This was a conversation between two kings. Princess Helen and Sauron returned to the palace and started the negotiation. There was still no witness, and no one knew what the two talked about. This negotiation would completely decide the fate of the Xiluan Empire. Could the Third Empire of Xiluan be established? Would the North and South split, or would the North and South unite? Would it be a civil war or peace? If the negotiation did not come to an agreement, an unprecedented civil war would break out. Actually, that day on the beach, Qiu Yaoer wanted to tell Shenlang that Princess Helen was no match for Sauron. But after thinking about it, she did not say it. She did not know how strong Helen was, but no matter how strong she was not as strong as Sauron. Princess Dora suddenly said, Your Highness, this is different from what I imagined. She thought that Helen and Sauron would fight to the death. Only one of them would survive, and the one who survived would become the Xiluan Emperor. Who knew that this was not the case, but it was exactly what Shenlang had imagined. Your Highness, what will happen when we return to the Eastern world? Princess Dora asked. Fight to the death, and bleed to the last drop of blood. Either our army will be annihilated, or the great Yan Empire will be annihilated. Shenlang said, even though there is a huge rift and conflict between the north and south of the Xiluan Empire, they are still one family. If it were people who were greedy for power, of course they would fight to the death. But as long as one of them is talented and bold, they will tolerate each other for the sake of the country, because they have common interests. And the conflict between us and the great Yan Empire is irreconcilable. Unless the world is destroyed, we will fight to the end. Because there is not only enmity between us, but also a conflict of ideologies. The conflict between Helen and Sauron was ultimately an internal conflict of the Xiluan family. Shenlang did not know much about Sauron, but she knew Helen well. At this moment, the interests of the Xiluan Empire came first, the interests of the South came second, and her own interests were negligible. So this negotiation had already come to an end. From one thing, it could be clearly seen that Duke Russell's army had retreated from Xiwa City. All the troops had returned to the north of the Queen's City, and Xiwa City had been completely returned to the Duke of Xiwa. Not only that, almost all the northern troops had retreated from the south. There was a saying that all important negotiations were settled before they were even on the table. Another half an hour later, Helen and Sauron's negotiation had ended, but it was different this time. Two people appeared at the same time. First, Princess Helen followed Sauron to the north. Sauron said slowly, the Xiluan Empire wants peace, not civil war. I declare the establishment of the Third Xiluan Empire. Princess Helen said, I am willing to serve Sauron as the Emperor of the Third Xiluan Empire. The entire South is willing to be loyal to Sauron. As soon as this was said, the hundreds of thousands of people in the north cheered. Long live Emperor Sauron, long live, long live. Long live the Third Xiluan Empire, long live, long live. The northerners got the information they wanted. Then, Sauron and Helen went to the south of the palace, facing the hundreds of thousands of people in the south. The hundreds of thousands of people held their breath and stared at Sauron. Sauron shouted, Nobles and people in the south, I declare the establishment of the Third Xiluan Empire. The hundreds of thousands of people were still silent. Sauron continued, all the nobles in the south are legal and honorable. Queen Helen of the Second Xiluan Empire has made great contributions to the empire. The entire Xiluan Empire, be it the north or the south, must give a fair evaluation. Everything you have before, you will continue to have, and even more. The hundreds of thousands of people in the south were still silent. Sauron continued, Helen, I implore you to become the deputy emperor of the Xiluan Empire and rule the entire south. Princess Helen bowed and said, Yes, your majesty. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of people in the south knelt down neatly like a wheat field blown by the wind. Long live Emperor Sauron, long live Emperor Helen, long live, long live. Now, they got the result they wanted. Long live the Third Xiluan Empire, long live, long live. Millions of people in the south and north of the Queen's palace shouted at the same time. It was truly deafening, resounding through the clouds. Not only did Xianxia foresee this ending, even Debus had made a judgment a few months ago. She concluded then that Helen would become the deputy emperor of the Xiluan Empire. This was equivalent to an empire temporarily implementing two policies. If she did not guess wrongly, the policies in the north would gradually change and lean towards the south. They would use a dozen years to abolish slavery, use a dozen years to gradually break down the barriers between the races, and then implement intermarriage between Xiluan and the Vader clan. Finally, the north and south were officially unified. Would this kind of intermarriage integration be effective? To put it crudely, if it was between the white and black people, it would almost certainly fail. However, the success rate of the Xiluan people and the Vader clan was very high. Even though one was white and the other was brown, the races of both sides were similar. The color of their hair and the contours of their facial features were all similar. This was probably equivalent to the Europeans and South Americans. Purely based on appearance, the obstacles to racial integration would be much smaller. For example, in Marica, the South Americans were still discriminated against, but there were also many intermarriages with white people, and many of them had even become the mainstream of society. However, there were very few intermarriages between white people and black people, and there were also not many intermarriages between yellow people and white people. The East belonged to the East, and the West belonged to the West. At this point, the Third Xiluan Empire was officially established. The world that had been united for a long time must be divided, and divided for a long time must be united. After the collapse of the Second Xiluan Empire for a few decades, it finally moved towards unification once again. At this point, the division of the Xiluan Empire had officially ended. Xianxia looked at the countless cheering people. This day should be the national day of the Third Xiluan Empire. Sister Helen's great cause had already been completed, and she had achieved a stage of success. Then Xianxia's great cause of revenge should also enter the next stage. Xianxia hugged Yao Yao and said, Baby, we're going home. We're going back to the east. Let's go see our brother and sister, okay? Yao Yao nodded vigorously. Go home, note, today's 2 chapters are 14,000, but I'm even more tired than yesterday, and I'm writing even later. Tomorrow, Xianxia will be going back. Benefactor, can you give me your monthly ticket? Tears, please heal me. Was this the end of the Western world, for the time being, but there was still hatred left? Xianxia and Sauron's hatred. Sauron once said that Queen Medusa would either kneel down and become his queen or die. It was true that Queen Medusa was not Xianxia's wife, but she was the other mother of Yao Yao. As a narrow-minded man, Xianxia must bear grudges and revenge. However, it was not now. Before, Xianxia had thought of helping Princess Helen fight for the throne, but after meeting her, he saw Helen's will clearly. Helen did not have the will to become the emperor of the Xiluan Empire. She only wanted to protect the south of the Xiluan Empire, protect the reform of her great-great-grandmother, Queen Helen, and prevent the division of the Xiluan Empire. In other words, Helen did not need Xianxia's help, at least not now. The East belonged to the East, and the West belonged to the West. This was not only Duke Debus's idea, but also Princess Helen's. Helen was a person with strong self-will and would not be changed by anyone. She was not like Ningjing. In the beginning, Ningjing was very weak. Xianxia, I supported him step by step. Helen was very strong at the beginning, and was popular in the whole south of the Xiluan Empire. After seeing this clearly, Xianxia immediately avoided arousing suspicion and did not interfere in any internal affairs of the Xiluan Empire. When in the state of Yu, Xianxia became enemies with the Shui family and the crown prince Ning Yi. In order to revenge, he supported Ning Jing and used Ning Jing's name to destroy the Shui family and cripple Ning Yi. So if he wanted to take revenge on Sauron, he must also use the name of Princess Helen. Defeat Sauron in the battle for the throne, and then completely destroy him. But now Helen did not need his support. Even as a younger brother, Xianlang had to know when to advance and retreat, and cross the line. Remember the pirate battle with the Bloody Baron? Xianlang killed the Bloody Baron and his tens of thousands of pirates. His actions went against Princess Helen's conscience, but she never interfered or questioned Xianlang's actions. This was because she felt that this was Xianlang's internal affairs. No matter what Xianlang did, she had no right to interfere. In other words, Xianlang had no right to interfere with Princess Helen's decisions in the Western world. In this case, Xianlang had lost the qualification to take revenge on Sauron. Who was he now? He was just an Easterner living in the Western world. His official identity was the exiled monarch of the Deqian Empire. Moreover, he was now under the protection of Princess Helen and had received the favor of the Xiluan Empire. Sauron was the master of the Xiluan Empire, and Xianlang was a guest. Does a guest have the right to avenge himself on the host? He didn't have the qualifications. Since when did Xianlang have this authority? When he returned to the Eastern world, conquered a piece of land, became a legitimate monarch, and had the same status as Sauron, then he could take revenge. His goal was to have no enmity in the world, which of course included Sauron. Next, Sauron and Helen collectively summoned the ministers of the Xiluan Empire in the palace. The nobles of the north and the south gathered together to discuss important matters. For example, after the capital was set in the north, the Queen's City would become the second capital of the Xiluan Empire. And where would the coronation ceremony of Sauron the Great be held? When would it be held? When he ascended the throne. What kind of ceremony should Princess Helen perform? Both of them would ascend the throne at the same time, half a rank apart, or the ceremony of a monarch and a subject. And so on. There were a lot of things waiting to be discussed and negotiated. These specific details needed the nobles of the north and the south to desperately quarrel. But the basic tone had been set. Sauron was the monarch, and so was Helen. The focus of the quarrel between the two sides was whether the coronation ceremony should be carried out separately or together. The south felt that it should be carried out separately. Sauron the Great would ascend the throne in the north, and Helen would ascend the throne in the Queen's City. But the nobles of the north seriously disagreed. They said that Princess Helen was the deputy queen of the Third Xiluan Empire, and not the queen of the South Xiluan Empire. This was a unified empire. Why did they need to carry out two coronation ceremonies? The nobles of the south compromised on this point and settled for the next best thing. They demanded that Helen and Sauron ascend the throne together. Moreover, the height of Sauron the Great's throne should not be higher than Helen's by 1 meter, and the volume should not exceed 20%. And during the coronation ceremony, Queen Helen did not need to kneel to Sauron. And so on. Regarding these specific details, the two sides quarreled. Xianlang lived in a courtyard in the Queen's City. This manor was once built for the ambassadors of the Eastern dynasty. He did not enter the Queen's palace, even though it was the place where the youngest lived for a long time and was also the palace of Queen Medusa. Sir Xianlang, His Majesty Sauron invites you to attend a banquet. Duke Russell stepped forward and presented a visitation card with both hands. This was according to the etiquette of the Easterners because the Western world did not have a visitation card. Xianlang said, "Thank you very much, but I want to accompany my daughter, so I'm sorry." Duke Russell said, "Little Princess Xiaoyao is very welcome to attend. She will definitely be the focus of the entire banquet." Xianlang said, "My apologies, my baby daughter is very shy. She should not be used to seeing so many people." Duke Russell pleaded, "Sir Xianlang, for the sake of our friendship, can you please attend?" Xianlang said, "Sir Russell, I will definitely remember your friendship. I very sincerely invite you to visit the Eastern world at your convenience." Duke Russell said, "In this banquet, His Majesty Sauron wants to publicly announce his friendship with the Eastern world and express his open policy. And as the younger brother of Princess Helen, you should be conferred the title of Duke." Xianlang said, "Thank him for me, but I don't have any merits in the Xiluan Empire, so I am not suitable to be promoted to Duke." He didn't care about the title. When his identity had not been revealed, King Ning Yuanxian had wanted to confer the title of duke on him several times and then marry Princess Ning Yan to him. In the end, Shenlang refused and said that he could be the son-in-law of both the Kim family and the Ning clan at the same time. At that time, Ning Yuanxian was almost angered to death. He wanted to slap him to death and never mention the title of duke again. As for the title, Shenlang was very open-minded and didn't care at all. But now, he completely represented the face of the Eastern world. No matter what, he, the son-in-law, was the real monarch of the Deqian Empire and the competitor of the Eastern Human Emperor. How could he become the Duke of the Xiluan dynasty? Of course, Shenlang didn't care about this at first. His father Zhongli could become Lion and Loki, so it didn't matter if Shenlang became the Duke of the Xiluan Empire. The European royal families also conferred titles to each other. But now that someone wanted to be so clear, the East belonged to the East, and the West belonged to the West, then Shenlang didn't intend to accept any title from the Western world. That's a pity. Duke Russell sighed. Then Duke Russell chatted with Shenlang for a while and then left. The banquet was over. Princess Helen came to the manor where Shenlang lived and held her baby in her arms. She's more beautiful than everyone else. I've never seen such a beautiful child. Princess Helen said, "Dear brother, I heard that you refused the title of Xiluan Empire." "Yes," Shenlang said. Princess Helen was silent for a moment and said, "Sauron said some disrespectful words to Queen Medusa. I asked him to apologize to you personally, but he refused." Of course he would refuse. He was now the emperor of the empire who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Xiluan emperor. Who was Shenlang? He was just a stray dog exiled to the Western world. What qualifications did he have to make Sauron apologize? When Shenlang became the king, the two of them would have the space to talk equally. For Duc de Bus, he was the noble son of the emperor and the most noble husband she could find. But for the nobles of the Xiluan Empire, Shenlang was just Princess Helen's brother. Moreover, they felt that the Xiluan Empire sheltered Shenlang, so the Xiluan Empire was indebted to Shenlang. "Dear brother, I know you're unhappy about some things." Princess Helen said, "I know I want to support me to become the emperor of the Xiluan Empire. I even know that if you're given enough time, you'll have the ability to do so. But for me, peace is more important than anything else. The Xiluan Empire has been divided for too long. Nothing is more important than unity." Shenlang said, "My dear sister, your choice is correct. No matter if it's in terms of righteousness or personal virtue, you're perfect. But you know, I won't let Sauron's disrespect to Medusa go. He must pay for this in the future." Princess Helen said bitterly, "Brother, I finally understand what you mean by no enmity in the world." Shenlang said, "Dear sister, I'm different from you. You're a king. What you think about is the great cause of the Xiluan Empire. But I don't care about this. I only want revenge. My goal has always been the same. No enmity in the world." "Then I wish you success, my dear brother." Princess Helen said, "When you're going to leave, please tell me. I'll go with you to the Devil's Triangle and pick up our family." Shenlang thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "No, dear sister, the Xiluan Empire can't do without you. And when you were in the Devil's Triangle, you couldn't find a way out. You even killed your way out from the bottom of the sea." Princess Helen did not speak again. Instead, she gently hugged him. "Dear brother, always remember that you and Hela are my only family. I love you very, very much." Queen Medusa had disappeared. What about the leaders who followed her? Where should they go? First of all, the thousands of people of the Eastern Knights would definitely follow Shenlang back to the Eastern world. They were only saved by Queen Medusa, but their real master was Shenlang. No matter what, they would follow Shenlang. Although the Eastern Knights had the word Eastern in their name, they had little to do with the Great Yan dynasty. Most of them were from the Southeast continent, which was the country south of the Great Yan Empire's southern sea, which was the area where Xueche monopolized trade. There were dozens of large and small countries. The Eastern Knights had a total of thousands of people, led by General Mo Chen. He stood in front of Shenlang at this time. "We will stay in the Western world and become a mercenary army. Then, we will search for Her Majesty." In other words, the Eastern Knights would not follow Shenlang back to the Eastern world. Shenlang, I understand. Next was the Roland Knights. They were abandoned by the Amazon Empire. Because they were too weak, they were exiled. Previously, some of the Roland Knights had pledged their loyalty to Shenlang, led by Dream Roland. At this time, the leader of the Roland Knights, Violet, stood in front of Shenlang. She was in a deep dilemma. She did not know if she should follow Shenlang back to the Eastern world because he had such a close relationship with the Amazon Empire. General Violet, you don't have to be in a difficult situation. Everything is up to you, Shenlang said. Violet pondered for a moment and said, then we want to stay in the Western world and find Queen Medusa. I don't believe that she really disappeared from this world. She is so powerful, like a god. I absolutely do not believe that she would die. Even if we have to go to the ends of the earth, we must find her. Shenlang nodded and said, I understand. Bless you, General Violet. Bless the Roland Knights. It is good that you have found your mission. Queen Medusa had unparalleled charm. Although the so-called witch empire was only under her banner, there were still countless people who truly believed in her. They were willing to give up everything for her, even if she had disappeared. There was no need to mention the Black Pearl pirates. They were all descendants of Skull Island, so they would definitely follow Shenlang. The last person had a very special identity. She was the Grand Scholar of the Xianxia Pavilion, Anning. After being captured by Queen Medusa, she also became the Grand Scholar of the Witch Empire. After Queen Medusa disappeared, she also lost her allegiance to someone. Goodbye, Your Excellency Shenlang, Grand Scholar Anning said. She could not follow Shenlang, and Shenlang would not believe her. After all, she was from the Xianxia Pavilion. Even Shenlang did not want to bring them back. Goodbye, Grand Scholar Anning. The next day, Shenlang left the Queen's city with thousands of people. After walking for dozens of miles, Shenlang thought of the time when he took him to the top of a mountain to look at the Queen's city. From that angle, the Queen's city was the most beautiful. Therefore, Shenlang carried Yao Yao to the top of the mountain. After all, this was the place where Yao Yao grew up. Before leaving, he would take one more look. In the past few years, Queen Medusa and Yao Yao lived in the Queen's palace. But they were not the masters of this city, nor were they the masters of this Queen's palace. Princess Helen was. In the past few years, Princess Helen was not around, so Queen Medusa temporarily protected the city. Now that Princess Helen was back, they naturally had to leave. Although this place was good, it was not their home. Yao Yao stared at the beautiful city with wide eyes, as if he wanted to remember every detail in his mind. Little baby, Daddy will give you a task, Shenlang said. Yao Yao stared at Daddy with wide eyes, full of anticipation. Shenlang said, we are going back to the east. I want to build a city for Yao Yao, a city more beautiful than this Queen's city. But Daddy's imagination is average, unlike Yao Yao who is a genius, so Daddy will leave the task of designing this city to you, okay? Yao Yao nodded excitedly. Shenlang said, after we build this city, we will go find another mother, okay? Okay. Yao Yao kissed Daddy, then raised his little mouth to kiss Cho Yao's mother. What a clever little baby, always remembering not to neglect his new mother. But Cho Yao was an extremely forthright woman, she would not care about these details. At this moment, Cho Yao looked at the Queen's city. After a long time, she suddenly said, no need for Helen, I can protect you into the Devil's Triangle. Shenlang was stunned. Big sister, your reaction arc is too long, isn't it? This is something that happened yesterday, and you're only saying it now? This made Shenlang think of a certain joke. Shenlang, I don't think I am wrong, Cho Yao said, I wanted to wander and see a new world, that is not wrong. But now that I have stopped, I want to return to the east, not because I want to go back. But because with my ability, I can only wander here and see this strange world in front of me. If I want to see a more mysterious world, I must become stronger. Shenlang nodded, yes, big sister, you are right. Cho Yao said, I want to be free and not be tied down by any world, that is not wrong. But before that, I must take revenge for our father, and take back the Deqian Empire that belongs to you. Only then will I have the right to continue wandering. Otherwise, it will not be free and unrestrained, but a kind of escape and selfishness. Very well said, big sister. Shenlang said, but I have to say that you are my adopted sister and we are not related by blood, so it is legal for us to sleep together. Chou Yaoer, shut up. This man was too dirty. She was being serious, but he was talking about relationships. Summer insects really could not talk about ice. But this did not matter, it did not affect her loyalty, and it did not affect the two of them sleeping together. Let's go. Shenlang took advantage of the fact that Yao Yao's attention was on the Queen City to quickly slap Chou Yaoer's shocking waist. If this happened a few years ago, Chou Yaoer would definitely slap Shenlang to the ground. But now, forget it, Yao Yao giggled and then used her small hands to cover her eyes, indicating that this scene was not suitable for children. Shenlang thought that she did not see it, but Yao Yao's eyes were very bright, and she still saw the scene. Following this, Yao Yao opened her arms towards Chou Yaoer. Chou Yaoer was stunned and hugged Yao Yao's small body as if it was weightless. Shenlang said, "Baby, do you dislike daddy?" Yao Yao hugged her mother's neck and smiled shyly. Princess Dora could not help but say, "Your Highness, your physical strength is too weak. Yao Yao is afraid that you will tire yourself out if you keep hugging her." Damn woman, why are you saying the truth? And you are so weird. Could it be that you are itching somewhere and want to be beaten? But Yao Yao is really a fairy that fell from the sky. She is actually so considerate and smart. They boarded the Skull Party's fleet from the Shiwa City dock and left majestically, returning to Baijin City. The moment they boarded the battleship, Gila almost rushed up and snatched Yao Yao away. "Oh my God? Are you an angel? I can't believe that you are my little brother's daughter. How could he give birth to such a beautiful baby like you? Our Yao Yao is definitely not human. Tell Auntie, where did your wings go? Can you fly for Auntie to take a look?" Yao Yao was very shy after being praised. "Call me Auntie," Gila said. "Auntie, good. Call me Auntie again," then Gila said, "My dear little brother, don't blame Helen. Only a small part of her belongs to you. Most of her belongs to the Xiluan Empire. But I am different. I belong to you completely. Big sister swears that one day I will come back with you and kill this bullshit T Emperor Sauron." Then, she covered her mouth and said, "Will my words make Helen seem immoral?" Of course, Helen was moral. She was even more moral than anyone else. From a certain perspective, she was even very perfect. Thus, she knew how to tolerate each other for the sake of the country. She would not ignore the public for personal reasons and would not even fight with Sauron for the throne. Shenlang was right. 80% of her inheritance belonged to the Xiluan family, and the other 20% belonged to Shenlang's sister. This was because everything she inherited was given to her by Empress Helen of the Xiluan family, not by Jiangli. East belonged to East, and West belonged to West. When it was time to leave, there was no need to rush. After a full 20 days, Shenlang's ship finally arrived at Baijin City's pier. "East belongs to East, and West belongs to West, so I will not go up." Princess Helen said, "Now I am an Easterner. My mother betrayed the Xiluan Empire. My father is an Easterner, my brother is an Easterner, and my youngest is an Easterner. So I am also an Easterner." Gila seemed to be using all her strength to heal the non-existent wound in Shenlang's heart. She actually blamed Helen a little. Why did she not stand firmly on her brother Shenlang's side? Why did she not fight with Sauron to the end? However, she knew that she could not blame her. Helen's decision was also a sacrifice for herself. She carried the entire Xiluan Empire south on her back. Not everyone could be like Shenlang, who only cared about his own happiness and did not care about the flood. Us pirates are still the best. We can do whatever we want. If we want to be Easterners, we can be Easterners. If we want to be Westerners, we can be Westerners. Gila hugged Yao Yao and said, "Little brother, go and say goodbye to Debus. Our Yao Yao will not go either, lest that woman has to rack her brains to think of compliments. Chou Yaoer will not go either. I am the big sister, so I have the final say." Chou Yaoer was dumbfounded. "Since when did you become the big sister? However, forget it, you have the final say. This kind of thing could not be decided by martial arts. Otherwise, she, Chou Yaoer, would be the big sister." Thus, Chou Yaoer and Gila brought Yao Yao directly to Mulan City, while Shenlang went to the Duke's mansion in Baijin City alone. He would probably need to say goodbye to her for a few days. After all, she was Shenlang's only legal wife in the Western world. However, Shenlang very quickly regretted it. This lioness Debus was too ferocious, almost causing Shenlang to lose half his life. Please, you are still pregnant. In the end, Debus laid in Shenlang's arms and said gently, are you leaving so soon? According to the plan, shouldn't we stay for a few more months? That way, you can have a few hundred more cannons. Shenlang said, the earlier I leave, the less Helen owes the Shiluan Empire. Right now, it looks like I am a bug, lying on the land of the Shiluan Empire and desperately sucking blood. No, I am that bug. I will desperately suck your blood dry. Then, will there be a rift between you and Princess Helen? Debus said in an incomparably tender voice. No. Shenlang said, she did not do anything wrong. Furthermore, up until now, I am the only one who owes her, not the other way around. Debus looked at Shenlang, then held his hand and rubbed her stomach. My dear, although Princess Helen can give me a lot, whether or not our child can obtain the highest honor, whether or not our Russo family can produce a prince will all depend on you. However, whether or not our child can obtain the highest honor, whether or not our Russo family can produce a prince, all depends on you. When you return to the Eastern world, you must do your best to win. You must make me look up to you. This sentence was too realistic, but it was also incomparably true. Perhaps saying such words was the only way Debus could be sincere. The day to return to the Eastern world was getting closer and closer. The whole of Beijing City and Milan City were preparing for this day. The scale of Shenlang's fleet was getting bigger and bigger. Although there were only 50,000 troops following Shenlang back to the Eastern world, there were more than 10,000 craftsmen and blacksmiths. There were even 4,000 Amazon warhorses. Therefore, countless ships and rations were needed. Whether it was the docks of Milan City or Beijing City, the supplies were all piled up like mountains. Duke Debus had prepared more than 5 ships. She had prepared gifts for every member of Shenlang's family, including Jin Hui and Xianxia. She had asked Shenlang to make a list of over 100 people in advance and informed them of their identities. All the workshops in Milan City were operating at full capacity, doing their best to manufacture cannons. It was the same for the explosives workshop. They were frantically manufacturing explosives, and all of them were mainly made of TNT because it was too stable. Not only that, Shenlang had also allocated a total of 30 ships to transport saltpeter because he would not be able to obtain a source of saltpeter for a long time. The next step was to wait for these warships to be completed and all of them to be equipped with cannons. Time flowed like water, and another 20 days passed. Today was a great day. Shenlang's 100 warships had all been completed, and a total of over 1,300 cannons had been installed. Although it was 200 less than planned, it was still an astonishing number. The port of Beijing City was completely sealed, and no one was allowed to approach. Set sail. Following an order, the 100 warships that had been modified majestically left the port and sailed towards the vast sea. Not only the port, but even the sea outside had been sealed today, and no ships were allowed to pass through. They sailed to the sea a few hundred miles away. Tear off the cloth. Following an order. All the asbestos cloth covering the cannons were torn off, revealing the black cannons. They were densely packed, and countless. Over 100 cannon warships. Of course, there were only 20 truly large warships, and the rest were small and medium-sized cannon ships. But it was already shocking enough. They were finally built. Shenlang had stayed in the Western world for a year and a half just for these, and now he had finally succeeded. His invincible fleet was finally born. It was unimaginable that there was any fleet in the world that could be a match for it. It was destined to sweep across the entire ocean and completely shock the entire world. Fire. Following an order. Hundreds of cannons were fired at the same time. Boom 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 boom, an earth-shattering sound was produced. Hundreds of cannons were shot out like meteors, easily shooting out a few hundred meters. Then, a target ship in the distance was instantly pierced through, shattered, and completely torn apart. In an instant, it was as if it had been completely torn apart by a giant's hand. Seeing this, Shenlang couldn't help but be stunned. Did someone cheat? Although the cannons were much more accurate than the catapults, it was almost impossible to hit the target in the first round. It would take at least dozens of rounds of test shots to gradually become more accurate and hit the target. Did someone place explosives on the target ship and then detonate it? Very quickly, Xianxia realized that it wasn't cheating because the skeleton fleet and the Eastern Knights cannoneers were also stunned. They looked at each other. Damn, did they just see a ghost? They hit the target in the first round, and the target ship was directly torn apart, but according to the plan, there were still dozens of rounds of test shots to be carried out. The target ship was about to sink, and without a target, there was no need to test shots. This was really God's will. The Eastern Knights were extremely excited. What did this prove? It proved that even God was helping His Majesty. This time, when he returned to the Eastern world, he would definitely succeed. God's will. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of people cheered in unison. God bless His Majesty, God bless Qian. Long live, long live, long live. 7 days later, on an auspicious day, the day of departure had officially arrived. Xianxia led the Amazon army, the Skeleton army, and the Invincible fleet to leave the Western world. Note, after leaving the Western world, brothers, remember to give me your monthly votes. Cheer for Master Lang. Oh, please. The pastry continued to immerse itself in writing. Dear husband, don't forget my words. Whether our Russo family can advance further depends on you. Whether our children can be promoted to prince or not depends on you. Also, don't forget to write to me. These were Duke de Bourd's parting words. Xianxia stroked her belly, then walked towards the flagship of the skeleton party. Set sail. Following Xianxia's order, the huge fleet sailed towards the Eastern world. At this time, a figure appeared on the ground. Princess Helen rode a white horse and chased after him. Oh no, she should be called the Deputy Emperor of the Xiluan Empire now. With her cultivation, she could walk on the waves directly to Xianxia's flagship, but she didn't do so. Instead, she rode parallel to Xianxia's fleet. The faster Xianxia's fleet sailed, the faster her horse would be. Just like that, she kept sending him off, all the way to the end of the Azure Wave province. After sending him off for more than 200 miles. Then, she waved at Xianxia. Goodbye, my dear brother. Don't blame me, I really love you. Xianxia hugged his baby and waved at Princess Helen who was on land. Goodbye, my dear sister. I really don't blame you, really. At this time, on the westernmost lighthouse of the Azure Wave province, a woman looked at the sea and silently waved. She was the Black Widow Hill, Xianxia's former lover. Goodbye, my dear lover. Hill murmured to herself, I hope that going to the Eastern world can truly fulfill your wish. In the future, I'll be satisfied if you can occasionally think of me. Then, she watched Xianxia's fleet disappear at the end of the sea. The capital of the state of Yu, Tianyu City. In a cold palace of the royal palace, the former king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, sat there shivering. His Parkinson's disease had become more serious. Not to mention walking, he couldn't even stand up at all. He couldn't even lift his hands. They were trembling all the time. He was just a man in his 60s, but he looked like he was in his 80s. Not only was his hair all white, but there wasn't much left. A woman wrung out a hot towel and gently wiped Ning Yuanxian's dry body. She was not Bian Fei, but Su Fei, the mother of the 6th prince. At this time, Ning Yuanxian was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. After wiping his body, Su Fei carefully helped him put on all his clothes and then read to him. Ning Yuanxian seemed to have no reaction at all. His eyes were dull, and his body kept trembling. Occasionally, he would salivate. After reading for more than an hour, the woman frowned slightly. Why hadn't the food been delivered yet? It was already half an hour late. After another quarter of an hour, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside. A figure walked in, knelt down in front of Ning Yuanxian, and said, Greetings, father. He only had one arm, the former deposed crown prince Ning Yi, the Ning Yi who had been held captive by Jun Jin for a long time. Mother Su, I'm bringing food to father, said Ning Yi. Su Fei cautiously said, Ning Yi, you have the heart. Let me do it. Ning Yi said, as his son, of course I have to be filial to Lord Father. What is feeding Lord Father? Su Fei timidly retreated to the side. Then, Ningyi took out a bowl of porridge with one hand and put it on the table. He scooped a spoonful of porridge and fed it to Ning Yuanxian. Ning Yuanxian still had no reaction. He opened his mouth and ate it instinctively. He seemed to be in a daze and didn't respond to anything around him. "Father, did you know? Do you know? The state of you has undergone a reform. From now on, there will no longer be a minister, only a cabinet. Zhu Hongzhu has once again become the prime minister of the cabinet." Ning Yuanxian still did not respond. Ning Yi continued to feed Ning Yuanxian the porridge, one mouthful after another. Ning Yuanxian also swallowed mechanically. "By the way, Lord Father, the Chang kingdom has been destroyed." It was the barbaric kingdom of Arunana. Not long after Queen Arunana left, a civil war broke out in the Chang kingdom. The war lasted for more than a year. The tribal leaders fought fiercely for the throne. The new Qian kingdom sent troops to destroy the Chang kingdom. Now, it has become an enclave of the new Qian kingdom. The Chang kingdom has completely disappeared in the long river of history. If I remember correctly, you have poured a lot of effort into the Chang kingdom. How do you feel now that it has been destroyed? Ning Yuanxian still did not respond. And Prince Jin's Danan kingdom has also been destroyed. The entire Nan kingdom and the Danan kingdom have fallen. The primordial relic in the Sand primitive tribe has also been occupied by the Sky Sea Pavilion. You probably don't know this, but the reason why Prince Jin rose to power was because he accidentally entered the primordial relic. He entered it effortlessly because the primordial relic had been explored by Jiangli. I was wondering how Prince Jin, a descendant of the Sand primitive tribe, could rise so quickly and unite the entire Sand primitive tribe in just a few years. However, Prince Jin is really amazing. After Shenlang ran away, he led hundreds of thousands of people to resist for a year. The Nano kingdom had fallen, so he retreated to the Sand barbarian tribe's vast forest. That was the home ground of the Sand primitive tribe. They were like monkeys, hiding in caves and forests. It was very difficult to defend against them. In the beginning, Ning Qi led 300,000 soldiers on an expedition to the south. They fought for more than half a year but still failed to conquer the Sand primitive tribe. But they knew nothing about the power of the Great Yan Empire. They knew nothing about the power of the Sky Sea Pavilion and Stupa Mountain. How could the forests of the Sand primitive tribe stop them? Zhu Hongxue led the Blood Soul army south to the Sand primitive tribe. He was invincible. Prince Jin suffered a crushing defeat. Countless henchmen loyal to Shenlang died. The entire Sand primitive tribe suffered a disaster. I was saved by Zhu Hongxue. I really have to thank him. But I can't curry favor with him now. Did you know? Prince Jin fled to the southernmost part of the Sand primitive tribe and fled to the Ghost Mountain. In the end, Zhu Hongxue burned for a few months. I'm afraid Prince Jin has been burned to ashes. Shenlang's henchmen have also been burned to death. That fire was truly devastating. Thousands of miles of the Sand barbaric tribe's forests were burnt to a crisp. Even a few heavy rains couldn't extinguish it. If it wasn't for that torrential rain that lasted for more than 10 days, the entire Sand barbaric tribe would have been scorched. Zhu Hongxue is really ruthless. He killed hundreds of thousands of people and burned down the forests that were thousands of years old. That's the fate of following Shenlang. The extinction of the tribe. Ning Yuanxian still didn't respond. It was as if he didn't hear anything. Oh, and Bian Shao. Do you remember him? He was your most loyal henchman. Didn't his 100,000 soldiers claim to be the strongest in the state of you? In the end, he was destroyed in less than 3 days. It was still Zhu Hongxue. He led less than 10,000 Blood Soul army and easily defeated Bian Zhao's 100,000 soldiers. He knew nothing about the power of the Sky Sea Pavilion. But if the Sky Sea Pavilion is so strong, why did they sit back and watch me suffer a crushing defeat? Shenlang thought he had a deep understanding of bloodlines. He had the first Nirvana army and the second Nirvana army. But the Sky Sea Pavilion has been studying bloodlines for thousands of years. They even have a life research department. Shenlang's ability to modify bloodlines is laughably childish in front of the Sky Sea Pavilion. Bian Shao is in prison. Zhang Chong is also in prison. Ning Yuanxian still didn't respond. Ningyi said, no way. Father, you even forgot these two people? That can't be. You really can't remember anything? Ning Yuanxian's eyes were still unfocused and completely scattered. Ningyi said, Royal Father, is your dementia real or fake? Others might not remember, but you must remember Ningxing. You are your most loyal son. Ningxing, the one who would rather die than betray Shenlang. The one you regard as the new king of the state of Yu. Ning Yuanxian's scattered eyes suddenly moved when he heard Ningxing's name. He seemed to be lost in memory. Ning. Ningxing. Ning Yuanxian mumbled. He couldn't even speak clearly. Yes, yes. Ningxing, your most beloved son. Do you know what happened to him? Ningyi asked. Ning Yuanxian seemed to be trying very hard to remember, but he still couldn't remember. So he gave up and his eyes became scattered again. He is being tried in public, but he refuses to admit that Shenlang is the traitor of the Eastern world. He doesn't want to admit that he is the public enemy of the world. So he should be beheaded very soon. After all, Ning Han will save your life, but she may not be willing to save his life. Father, wake up. Your most beloved son is about to be beheaded. Don't tell me you're indifferent? Well, behead. Ning Yuanxian mumbled. Ningyi squinted and stared at Ning Yuanxian's old face. Was his father really suffering from dementia? He scooped up another spoonful of porridge and put it into Ning Yuanxian's mouth. Ningyi suddenly said, by the way, father, do you know Shenlang? Do you know his whereabouts? He is dead. He was struck by lightning in the Demon Triangle Sea. Shenlang? Dead. Ning Yuanxian's pupils moved again. He tried hard to recall, but his memory was scattered. Ningyi stared at Ning Yuanxian for a long time. Father, do you still want to eat? Ningyi asked. Yes. Ning Yuanxian said instinctively. Ningyi fed him another spoonful of porridge, and Ning Yuanxian ate it again. Yes. Ningyi said, Father, this porridge has been left there for several days. It has gone bad and moldy. Do you still want to eat it? Yes. Ning Yuanxian said. Ningyi laughed ferociously and said, do you want to eat the **T? Yes, Ningyi said, then eat it yourself. Then, he poured the rancid porridge on Ning Yuanxian's head. Ning Yuanxian desperately raised his head and stuck out his tongue to lick the rancid porridge. He ate with relish. Inside the palace, King Mingxiao asked, is he really suffering from dementia, or is he faking it? Ningyi said, he should be. Moreover, what's the point of pretending to be a fool? Do we really have to wait for Shenlang to come back? Wait for him to come out of the Demon Triangle Sea? The unlucky Shenlang is long dead. His corpse has already rotted. King Mingxiao remained silent, as if he was deep in thought. He had always been like this, a man of few words, making it impossible for others to know what he was feeling. Ningyi said, Your Majesty, Shenlang is already dead. He will never come back. You have the support of Zhu Hongxue, the Sky Sea Pavilion, the Tongtian Temple, and the Empire of Great Yin. So go ahead and do it. Don't interrogate Ningxing. Just kill him. And Bian Shao, Zhang Chong, and the rest of Shenlang's henchmen. Kill them all. If you don't want to do it, leave it to me. After Shenlang left, the state of Yu carried out an unprecedented arrest. At first, there were a few thousand people. Then, there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. In fact, even the entire clan of the directorate students who had a slightly better relationship with Kaneki Satoshi had been captured. In short, everyone who had a slight relationship with Shenlang was uprooted. Ningxiao said, How many troops do we have in the new Tiao city, in the former Marquis Xuanwu's residence, and in the Tiannan province? Ningyi said, The state of Yu has 200,000 troops. There are also other allied armies, which add up to more than 300,000. Ningxiao said, What about the navy? Ningyi said, 150,000, and 2,000 different warships. The state of Yu naturally didn't have that many navies. This was made up of several fleets. They were just named the state of Yu's navy. Your Majesty, you or the Yu prince personally conferred the title by His Majesty. Just be at ease and be the king. Shenlang is already dead. He can't come back. Your position is as stable as Mount Tai. Your Majesty, just give the order. Kill all of Shenlang's henchmen. What's the point of keeping them? Are they just wasting food? The Yu Prince Ningxiao was silent again. Ningyi was furious in his heart, but he didn't say anything. This throne used to belong to him, but now it was Ningxiao, the son of a palace maid. But Ningyi was filled with fear towards Ningxiao. He didn't even know where this fear came from. New Tiao City, it was once the core of the Marquis Xuanwu's residence. It was Shenlang's first and proudest work. It was the spoils of war from the strategy of becoming the king across the sea. It was originally the foundation of the Kim family's new century. But because of that earth-shattering change, the Kim family lost New Tiao City and all their territories. Now, New Tiao City had become the base of the State of Yu's navy. A year and a half ago, the Great Yan Empire used an astronomical number of navies to seal off the sea for 20,000 miles. In the end, this fleet sailed south and sealed off Shenlang's escape route. This navy was formed by a coalition of dozens of countries and factions. After Shenlang disappeared, this fleet dispersed. But a third of them were still entrenched in the Eastern Sea, spreading out an inescapable net. Because Shenlang had finally disappeared in the Devil Triangle, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The 150,000 Marines had to constantly monitor this sea area, not letting go of even the slightest sign of trouble. If Shenlang appeared again, the 150,000 Marines could easily extinguish him. Who was the commander of this navy? Yan Nanfei, the Grandmaster of the State of Yu, the leader of the South Sea Sword sect, the second-in-command of the Shui clan, and the leader of Stupa Mountain's forces in the State of Yu. During the great naval battle between Shenlang and the Shui clan, Shenlang used the huge tsunami to annihilate the Shui clan's fleet. After the tsunami, Shenlang conducted a large-scale search and successfully captured the Shui clan's heir, Shui Pan. However, he did not find Yan Nanfei at all. Where did Yan Nanfei go? He planned to sneak into New Tiao City with the rest of Stupa Mountain's venom and destroy the entire Kim clan to deal a fatal blow to Shenlang. However, he was stopped before he could do anything. Soon, that earth-shattering change happened. After Shenlang disappeared, most of the Great Yan Empire's navy dispersed. The remaining 150,000 stayed to guard this sea region to prevent Shenlang from returning. Yan Nanfei relied on his relationship with Stupa Mountain to become the commander of this fleet. After Shui Che died, Yan Nanfei became the Wuan Count and changed his name to Shui Nanfei. Of course, the outside world still called him Yan Nanfei. The Shui clan's South Island could not be taken back because Stupa Mountain had made a huge discovery in the underground world. Hence, South Island had completely become Stupa Mountain's territory. However, they could not disappoint Yan Nanfei. Hence, they conferred New Tiao City and the Laizhou archipelago to the Shui clan. Hence, Yan Nanfei was not only the commander of the 150,000 navy but also the owner of the Laizhou archipelago. Not only was he the commander of the State of Yu's navy, but he was also the deputy of the Privy Council. He was considered the second-in-command of the State of Yu's military. Previously, because of Shenlang, New Tiao City had become the trading center of the Heavenly Dao Association. Now, the Heavenly Dao Association had lost the trading rights of New Tiao City and had completely fallen into the hands of the Yinyuan Association. Not only New Tiao City, but the Yinyuan Association had also taken away the mirror craftsmanship. The Heavenly Dao Association was just about to rise, but it was immediately thrown into the dust. They were bound together for good and bad. Now, New Tiao City was still the trading center of the State of Yu's maritime trade. It was even the trading center of the southern part of the Great Yan dynasty. It was more prosperous than before. However, none of this had anything to do with the Heavenly Dao Association. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Dao Association under Huang Tongyi were all arrested and imprisoned because of their relationship with Shenlang. Inside the castle of New Tiao City, Yan Nanfei stood at the highest point and looked toward the southeast. Because Shenlang had disappeared in the Devil's Triangle, Yan Nanfei believed that if Shenlang returned, he would definitely appear in the Devil's Triangle. Lord Yan Nanfei, why are you frowning? Shenlang is already dead. He can't possibly return. The woman who spoke was also someone familiar. She was Zhuo Zhaoyan. On the surface, she was the mistress of the former crown prince of the state of Yu, Ning Yi. However, her real identity was Princess Ning Han's representative. Her mission was to continue searching for Jiang Li's remaining members. Zhuo Xiaoyan also played a part in the revelation of Shen Lang's identity, so she was rewarded after the incident. The Zhuo family regained their title, and the Anting Count house was revived once again. Zhuo Xiaoyan's younger brother, Zhuo Yisin, became the new Count Anting of the state of Yu. However, he was only Count Anting in name. The real decision-maker was still Zhuo Xiaoyan. Where was the Zhuo family's new fief? It was the original Marquis Xuanwu mansion. It was the castle that the Kim family had lived in for centuries. Now, it was owned by Zhuo Xiaoyan. After receiving the former Kim family's fief, Zhuo Xiaoyan immediately became political allies with Yan Nanfei. She often visited New Tiao City. Count Shui, did you hear that? You can focus on New Tiao City's trade now. Shen Lang is dead. He'll never come back. Can we continue our trade then? Zhuo Xiaoyan said. After the Zhuo family received the Kim family's fief, they also received a large amount of mulberry fields. They were now the biggest silk merchant. She wanted to sell the silk to the countries in the Southern Sea through Yan Nanfei's trade fleet. People are so forgetful. Shen Lang has only disappeared for a short while. Have people already forgotten how many miracles he created? Yan Nanfei sneered. All of you will slack off, but I won't. My 150,000 sailors won't slack off. Zhuo Xiaoyan could not help but vomit blood from jealousy when she heard the words 150,000 sailors. The 150,000 sailors were the state of Yu's fleet in name, but in reality, they were the allied forces of many countries. Many of them were pirates and mercenaries from the southeastern and northern countries. Now, Yan Nanfei had become the commander of this navy. This navy was 5 times stronger than the Shui family at its peak. Even the military expenses were paid by the Yinyuan Association. Dang, 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 at that moment, the sound of bells could be heard on the surface of the sea. Then, a fleet appeared in their field of vision, covering the entire sky. This was the state of Yu's navy in name. They only had one mission, which was to constantly monitor and lock down the tens of thousands of miles of sea, especially the direction of the Devil's Triangle. As soon as any ships appeared, they would be mercilessly destroyed. Yan Nanfei seemed to sense an extremely powerful force when he saw the fleet that blotted out the sky. Shen Lang, I don't know if you are already dead. However, regardless of that, I have already set up an inescapable net for you. As long as you appear, my 150,000 Navy members will immediately make you die without a burial ground. The distance between the Eastern world and the Western world was too far. Shen Lang's fleet had been sailing for more than 3 months. All they could see was the vast sea, as if it would never end. Almost anyone would break down under such circumstances. This was when the power of the Skeleton Party and the Amazon army was shown. They did not seem to be affected at all. They were still in high spirits every day, filled with the desire to fight. Not only that, the Amazon female warriors still had to train in the sea every day. Especially Princess Dola, she had to go to the bottom of the sea to practice her sword every day. The closer they were to the Eastern world, the crazier their training became. They thirsted for battle. Especially the Skeleton Island army, they were calculating the mileage and dates almost every day. They only hated that time was too slow. They could not wait to rush to the Eastern world and start a massacre. Especially when they had brand new weapons, cannons, and warships. Hurry to the Eastern world. I want to destroy all the visible warships on the sea. I want them to know when to be destroyed and what despair is. This was Gila's mantra. The biggest surprise of this voyage was none other than little baby Yao Yao. After Mulan was injected with the ancient marrow cleansing essence bloodline and transformed, she had the ability to sense nature and could predict earthquakes and storms in advance. And Yao Yao seemed to be even more amazing in this aspect. It was as if she belonged to the sea. Shen Lang did not notice it at first, but Gila discovered it. There were whales and dolphins following their fleet along the way, and there were more and more of them. Dolphins naturally liked to chase ships, and many people thought that it was normal. However, there were too many dolphins and whales in the chasing fleet. They were so densely packed that they could not be counted. Not only dolphins and whales, but also other sea creatures. Then, Gila discovered that these sea creatures were all heading toward the flagship. And every time Yao Yao appeared, these sea creatures were especially excited, especially the dolphins. They desperately rushed out of the sea and cried out excitedly. Then, Xianlang thought of a scene. In that mirage, when the statue of Queen Medusa appeared, countless sea monsters were mesmerized and looked at the statue in a daze. Yao Yao had two mothers, one was Qiu Yaoer, and the other was Queen Medusa. Her soul and intelligence were completely inherited from Queen Medusa. Therefore, Xianlang could not help but think of a certain possibility. Yao Yao's body was very weak, and Xianlang was very worried because they would be sailing for a few months. Even adults could not stand it, let alone a child like Yao Yao. However, he did not expect that after going out to sea, Yao Yao did not become dispirited. Instead, she became excited and energetic. At this time, Yao Yao was being hugged by Gila and drawing. On the surface of the sea in front, there were a few dolphins dancing on the surface of the sea, letting out waves of happy cries. She was drawing these dolphins. Her drawing skills were simply superb, and Xianlang was already too embarrassed to pick up a brush at this time. She especially liked to use the simplest lines to outline the inner world. Although she could not draw as lifelike as Xianlang, she was full of infinite vitality. She was drawing. Suddenly, Yao Yao stopped. "Daddy!" Yao Yao shouted at Xianlang. "Baby, what's wrong?" Xianlang took her over. Yao Yao pointed her little hand forward. Xianlang was stunned. There was nothing in front. However, a few hours later, a strange scene appeared in front of everyone. They had arrived at the Demon's Triangle. Xianlang once again saw this shocking scene. It was as if they had reached the end of the world. Endless darkness shrouded the sea in front, as if the dark wall of the world was between the sky and the sea. It was boundless, spanning thousands of miles. Countless lightning flashed like dragons. Even the sun could not shine here, and it was as if it was eternal darkness, as if doomsday had arrived. The Devil's Triangle was a triangle. Last time, Jean Mulan's fleet had entered the Devil's Triangle from the north, and this time, what Xianlang saw was the east side of the Devil's Triangle. Baby Mulan was in the Devil's Triangle. The Kim family, Shenmi, Shenyi, Shenli, and everyone else were in this Devil's Triangle. "Uncle Jack Tang, you stay outside and command the entire fleet," Xianlang said. "Yes," Jack Tang said. Then, Xianlang would change to a special ship that could defend against all lightning. Gila and Qiu Yaoer would accompany him, and hundreds of the bravest skeleton party sailors would control this special ship to enter the Devil's Triangle. Suddenly, Yao Yao firmly opened her arms toward Xianlang. Xianlang hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, baby, you can't go. Daddy will bring little brother and sister to see you soon, okay?" However, Yao Yao directly hugged Xianlang's leg, and her eyes that could speak revealed an incomparably determined light, making people forget that she was only 7 years old. Gila suddenly said, "Little brother, Yao Yao seems to belong to the ocean. Also, the Devil's Triangle is the same as the Lost Country ruins. They were once ruled by Queen Medusa, so Yao Yao coming here might be heaven's will." But Xianlang really could not bear to let Yao Yao take the risk. Gila said, "I love Yao Yao the most, but Shenli, Shenyi, and Shenmi have all entered the Devil's Triangle before. Aren't they in danger?" Xianlang hesitated for a long time. Of course, he knew that Gila was right, but that was rational. Emotionally, he really could not bear to. "Baby, are you really going to follow Daddy in?" Xianlang asked. Yao Yao nodded vigorously and opened her arms toward Xianlang. Xianlang clenched his teeth, carried Yao Yao, and headed toward that special ship. "Hopefully, a miracle will happen. Baby Yao Yao, you might really be a spirit sent by the heavens for Daddy. Set sail." Under Xianlang's command, the special ship slowly headed toward the Devil's Triangle. "Baby Mulan, husband is here. Note, today's update is 15,000. Need to wake up early tomorrow and head to Osaka. Writing until now, can only sleep for a few hours. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets for me? Let me sleep peacefully. Please." If one were to ask which woman was the most unfortunate after Xianlang came to this world, without a doubt, it would be Xianxia. She was simply the embodiment of misery. Her family was ruined by Zhang Chong and his son, and she went bankrupt because of Shenlang. After that, she finally made a comeback with Shenlang and Xianwu Mansion, restoring the glory of her family business. But in the end, Shenlang got into trouble. When Shenlang's identity was revealed, Su Qianqian's reaction was exactly the same as others. What? This scumbag Shenlang is actually the son of Emperor Jiangli? Is the Kami blind? He is a complete hooligan. How can such a person be worthy of the identity of Emperor Jiangli? He is not even worthy of Jin Mulan. At most, he is worthy of me, Su Qianqian. A bitch and a dog will last forever. Then, Su Qianqian was faced with a choice. Should she escape with the Kim family? But in the end, she did not do that, because she was not anyone to Shenlang. If she was alone, she might choose to escape with Shenlang. But she still had her family, so she could not be selfish. She chose another way to escape, abandoning all the family business that she had worked so hard to manage. At that moment, her heart was broken. Shenlang, you bastard, you were born to be my nemesis. She escaped to the countryside with a few of her family members and lived in seclusion in a house in the mountains. In such a remote place, the enemy should not be able to find them. Moreover, she felt that she had nothing to do with Shenlang. However, Su Qianqian had underestimated the will of some powerful figures. It was terrifying to link all of them together. Not to mention Su Qianqian's connections, even those in the Imperial College who had spoken to Kaneki Satoshi had been arrested by their entire families and locked in prison for more than a year. So far, they had killed more than 10,000 people, and there were still more to be killed. Not to mention Shenlang and Jin Muzong, they could not even be related to Bitter Joy and the others. In less than 3 months, Su Qianqian's family was caught. Shui Zhaoyan had personally sent people to capture them. Su Qianqian was a smart person. Of course, she knew what to do to protect her family. She said that she and Shenlang had nothing to do with each other in the past, and that they were enemies, mortal enemies. But these words still could not save her. At that time, the governor of Xuanwu, Zhu Wenhua, sentenced her to be beheaded. That's right, it was Zhu Wenhua, the son of Lanshan Viscount. He was once a great scholar and wrote a book called Lover's Dreams. But in the end, he was beaten to the ground by Shenlang's endless romance. After that, Viscount Lanshan's residence was flooded by Shenlang, and Viscount Zhu Lanting was killed by Shenlang. After his family was destroyed, Zhu Wenhua participated in the imperial examination and became a 7th-rank imperial censor. As soon as he took office, he denounced Shenlang and accused the Kim family of colluding with Wu state to rebel. As a result, he was almost killed by Shenlang. He was first flogged by Ning Yuanxian, and then sent to the Supreme Court's prison. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Wenhua would spend the rest of his life in prison. He wouldn't be able to get out. But after Shenlang's identity was exposed, everything changed. All the enemies of Shenlang who were still alive became the absolute heroes. As long as they were not dead, those in prison were all acquitted, and those who were dismissed were all restored to their posts. Zhu Wenhua was released and transferred to the Black Tortoise City to be the Castellan. He could be considered as the official of Shenlang's hometown. Of course, there was another person who had a more magical experience. That was the Tang family of Jinhai Count House, which used to compete with the Kim family for Jinshan Island. After Shenlang's strategy of ruling from across the sea succeeded, Ning Yuanxian slapped the Jinhai Count House to death, and almost all the family members were beheaded. Count Jinhai knew that a disaster was coming, so he asked the Crown Prince Tang Yun to expose him in advance, which saved Tang Yun's life. To be exact, Zhu Yong, the governor of Tiannan province at that time, saved him. But when Ning Yuanxian was on the throne, this Crown Prince Tang Yun never had a chance to rise. He was always unknown, and it seemed that he would never rise again in this life. But no one expected that such a great change would happen. After Shenlang became the biggest traitor of the Great Yan dynasty, Tang Yun also became a hero because he had been his enemy. And his starting point was too high. He passed the general examination a few years ago and was ranked 3rd. The most important thing was that he was backed by Zhu Yong. After Ning Shao ascended the throne, Tang Yun stayed in the capital for a few months, and then became the governor of Nujiang Prefecture. He was almost the youngest governor of the whole state of Yu. Everyone could see that the Zhu family wanted to focus on training Tang Yun. Within 20 years, he could enter the cabinet and become one of the prime ministers. The world was really full of ups and downs. Of course, back to Su Xianxia. She was supposed to be beheaded along with her entire clan, but she managed to survive. Because she offered all of her family's assets to Zhu Zhaoyan. Of course, her Su Xiu was already gone, so the so-called offering wasn't important. But the key was that she had the talent for management, and could bring great benefits to the Zhu family. Zhu Zhaoyan had contributed to the revelation of Shenlang's identity, which was why the Zhu family had risen to power. However, it was still considered a comeback, and they needed a lot of capital. Hence, Zhu Zhaoyan accepted Su Qianqian's offer of allegiance, which saved the lives of the Su family. But from then on, Su Qianqian had to work hard for the Zhu family to earn money. She worked hard to manage the mulberry fields and spin them into silk, but the money she earned from selling them had nothing to do with her. She cursed Zhu Zhaoyan almost every day, but it was no use. She was just a weak woman, and she had family to protect. She could only be exploited. But now, she once again felt danger. The shopkeepers Zhu Zhaoyan sent could gradually replace her, and they could take over many of the businesses. Once Su Qianqian lost her value to Zhu Zhaoyan, it was time for her to die. Zhu Zhaoyan was a woman with a dark heart. No matter how respectful and loyal Su Qianqian was, she couldn't gain her trust. Recently, Su Qianqian clearly felt that she was in trouble, but there was nothing she could do. In this world where tigers and wolves ruled, she was like a lamb. And at this time, someone came to find her. Did Shenlang touch you? Xuanwu City Lord Zhu Wenhua was very direct. Su Qianqian said directly, of course he did. How could a scum like him let me go? She lied. Shenlang had never touched her before. Up until now, she was still pure and flawless. But she was worried that if she said she was still a virgin, it would make Zhu Wenhua drool. That's great. Zhu Wenhua said, I want to have a taste of Shenlang's women. That Shimin Qianqian in Endless Romance was you, right? I can't stop looking at that picture. Su Qianqian's face paled. Zhu Wenhua said, you know, my Zhu family has a manor with thousands of acres of land, so I can also do the silk business. I'm lacking a shopkeeper, someone who can build a business empire from nothing. You're a good choice. Su Qianqian understood. As the city lord of Xuanwu, Zhu Wenhua wasn't willing to let the silk business in Nujiang be monopolized by the Zhu family, and wanted a share of the profits. After all, who didn't lack money? Especially if Zhu Wenhua wanted to climb up, he would need a lot of money. Zhu Wenhua said, your situation with the Zhu family isn't good, right? Your value is about to run out. As long as the Zhu family shopkeepers smoothly take over, you'll be killed after you've outlived your usefulness. Zhu Zhaoyan is a vicious woman, especially to beautiful women who had a relationship with Shenlang. So you're dead meat, and your whole family is dead meat. Su Qianqian didn't say a word. Zhu Wenhua said, come and rely on me, earn money for me, and I can protect you and your whole family. Most importantly, I'm a man, and I won't kill you after you've outlived your usefulness. So, not only will you be my shopkeeper, you'll also be my concubine. This way, the money you earn will be for your family, so of course you'll be more diligent. Su Qianqian's heart felt like it was about to explode. Was the world really so dark? Was there really no way for her to live? Zhu Wenhua said, what? Is it a grievance to be my concubine? I'm a Jinshi of the state of Yu, and the Castellan of Xuanwu, the son of the Lanshan Viscount. Su Qianqian was a typical Oriental beauty. She used to be plump, but she'd been overworked for the past 2 years, so she'd lost some weight. Her delicate figure was even more alluring, and she was already 27 years old, the most beautiful and mature age for a woman. It would definitely make one salivate. Because of the sins committed by Shenlang, Su Qianqian was still considered a goddess in the eyes of the world. Zhu Wenhua glanced at her figure greedily, fantasizing about how wonderful it would be to have this woman. Taking a deep breath, Su Qianqian said, Lord Zhu, I'm now a member of the Anting Count House. Zhu Wenhua said, have you signed a contract to sell yourself? Su Qianqian said, of course not. I'm the head shopkeeper of the Zhu family's silk business. I'm a free person. Zhu Wenhua said, then that's it. You're a free person, and you're not married either. It's only right and proper for me to take you as my concubine. Shui Zhaoyan can't say anything wrong. As for our silk business in the future, that's our own business. Su Qianqian was about to speak again, but Zhu Wenhua stopped her with a wave of his hand. Stop, I don't want to hear any explanations. You only have two choices. First, obediently become my concubine. Second, your entire family will die. I'm going to Raging Tide and will be back after a while. You must give me an answer when I return. Su Qianqian, no one can save you. Even big shots like Ning Jing, Bian Xiao, and Zhang Chong have to die, not to mention a small shrimp like you. Of course, it's precisely because you're a small shrimp that I can manipulate you. You won't have to die as long as you become my woman. Go back and think about it. Do you want your entire family to die? Su Qianqian left the Xuanwu City Lord Manor and returned home like a walking corpse, her heart filled with despair. She felt as though the entire world was in complete darkness. She couldn't help but look towards the eastern sky. When would the east be bright? What if dawn arrived, the Devil's Triangle? A specially made ship gradually entered the forbidden zone of this dark world. In an instant, it was as though they'd entered hell. Dark clouds shrouded everything. Crackle. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the darkness. There were tornadoes everywhere, filled with heaven-destroying power, wreaking havoc everywhere. There was no way to avoid the lightning because there were simply too many of them. Ordinary ships would be destroyed if struck by lightning. However, Shenlang's special ship had been modified to resist lightning, so the next step was to avoid the tornadoes. The tornadoes here were extremely powerful. Even if Shenlang's ship was huge, it could easily tear it apart. Previously, Mulan was able to avoid the tornadoes by relying on her ability to sense nature. And now, Shenlang had to rely on a secret weapon. The skeleton pirates had obtained many treasures from the ruins of the Lost Nation, one of which was a special compass that could sense tornadoes. Along the way, Shenlang's fleet relied on this to avoid a few huge storms. Of course, it could not predict in advance. When the tornadoes were still 10,000 meters away, it could sense special fluctuations and give directions. The ship would avoid that direction. Of course, if the tornado suddenly formed nearby and swept towards them, then they could only blame it on their bad luck. Basically, it would be difficult to avoid the fate of the ship being smashed into pieces. As for the reefs that were everywhere, they had to leave it to Princess Dola and the other powerful Amazon rankers. They jumped into the sea and led the way. Of course, even so, it was still extremely dangerous. The probability of the ship being destroyed and the people dying was not small. But in order to reunite with his family, Shenlang could only take the risk. But, unexpectedly, all the preparations that Shenlang had made were all unnecessary. His ship had just entered the wall of darkness of the Great Devil Triangle when a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was like a special bird that directly drilled out of the sea, its body emitting light like a firefly. It first flew a few circles around Yao Zhao's head, then flew in front to lead the way. Just like that, Shenlang's ship easily avoided all the tornadoes and reefs, and calmly headed towards the world inside the Great Devil Triangle. Yao Zhao's baby was really amazing. The surrounding world was still like hell. Lightning struck desperately, and the nearest tornado was only a few hundred meters away. Shenlang's ship seemed to be smashed into pieces at any time, but it was safe and sound. After an entire day and night, Shenlang's special ship passed through the wall of the forbidden zone that was shrouded in darkness and entered the Great Devil Triangle, seeing a new world. Then, he was stunned, even though he had heard Princess Helen's description. That's right, the architectural style here was the same as the ruins of the Lost Country. It was just that this place was even more dreamy. Half of the Endless City ruins were above the sea, and the other half had been submerged by the sea. Shenlang had never seen such a big city. He couldn't see the edge at all. Even the world on Earth didn't have such a big city. The birds seemed to live in the darkness. After taking Shenlang's ship out of the terrible dark fog, it disappeared without a trace. Shenlang's ship carefully passed through the ruins of the city. It was so beautiful. A dreamy city. Moreover, this place was different from the ruins of the Lost Country. There were no traces of the existence of later civilizations here. It was directly left behind by the ancient world. A civilization was born in the ruins of the lost country 3 or 4,000 years ago, which was named the New Lost Empire by Xianxia. This place was still the same as it was before it was destroyed 10,000 years ago. But isn't it a bit too quiet here? According to Helen, there were sea monsters everywhere, more than in the lost country, and there were all kinds of powerful sea monsters. Why can't I see a single one now? However, Xianxia knew that he was still more than 5,000 miles away from the base where his family lived. He was now in the east of the Great Devil Triangle, while Milan's base was in the west. Xianxia's ship sped up and sailed towards Milan's base. The feeling in Xianxia's heart was getting worse and worse. For the past few days, his ship had been shuttling through the ruins of the Great Devil Triangle, and he didn't even see a single sea monster. This was definitely not normal. It was too strange. Quick, speed up. Following Xianxia's order, the special ship no longer moved cautiously and quickly sailed towards its destination. After sailing for 6 days and 6 nights, they finally reached their destination. After that, Xianxia saw a scene that made his blood run cold. He finally knew why there were no sea monsters on the way. They were all gathered here. The scene in front of him was much more shocking than the scene in the ruins of the lost country. Within 100 miles, there were all kinds of sea monsters. The small ones were the size of humans, and the big ones were as huge as a ship. It looked like a nightmare. It was like a hell of dense terror. An ocean of monsters. The astronomical figure was boundless. At least over 1 million, definitely over 1 million. It was simply suffocating. Furthermore, the sea monsters here were much stronger than those in the ruins of the lost country. With just a glance, Xianxia saw at least a few types of sea monsters, unlike the ruins of the lost country, which only had one type. Gila trembled. "Brother, tell me, this is an illusion. This isn't real." Xianxia also hoped that it was an illusion, but it was a pity that it was all real. This astronomical number of sea monsters surrounded a pyramid. That place was called the Lost Temple by Princess Helen, and it was also the place where she settled Xianxia's family. This was because this pyramid was like a forbidden place to these sea monsters, and they did not dare to enter. This pyramid was very tall and huge. There was soil and a sky garden on it, which could provide a huge amount of food. Even from hundreds of miles away, Xianxia could see the magnificent figure of this great pyramid. "Oh my God, this pyramid is much bigger than the Amazon tribe," Princess Dola exclaimed. "It's like a mountain." Xianxia estimated that the part of this pyramid that was exposed above the sea was more than 700 meters long. No wonder it could easily settle a few thousand people. But now, more than 1 million sea monsters surrounded this pyramid, turning it into an isolated island. And the deeper they went, the bigger and more shocking the sea monsters were. His family was inside this great pyramid, but there were millions of sea monsters in between. How was he going to get in? What was the difference between breaking in and entering hell? "My dear brother, I am willing to fight for you and die for you," Gila said. "But in this situation, I would rather die than fight these sea monsters," Gila said. Gila did not want to, and Xianxia did not want to either. There were less than 100 people on this ship, and there were millions of sea monsters. It could easily tear them into pieces and eat them up, turning them into feces. But why were these millions of sea monsters surrounding this great pyramid, and they did not attack, just quietly surrounding it? It was a creepy sight. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Break in, go to the Great Pyramid." Yes. The skeleton pirates controlled the ship and rushed into the sea of millions of sea monsters. Then, a strange scene occurred once again. The countless sea monsters actually opened up a path for them. This wasn't like what happened in the ruins of the Lost Nation, where countless sea monsters were attracted by the mirage and were completely obsessed. But this time, the sea monsters were awake, but they did not attack. Instead, they opened up a path. This was too magical. Could it be that our little one is the little sea king, or did something happen in the Devil's Triangle that caused these sea monsters to lose the will to kill? Just like that, wherever Xianxia's ship passed, countless sea monsters would give way. They were getting closer and closer to the Great Pyramid. At this point, Xianxia almost suffocated because the sea monsters were getting bigger and bigger, until they were even bigger than his ship. From the looks of it, they could directly overturn his ship. But these sea monsters still did not move. As Shenlang's ship arrived, they also opened up a path. These sea monsters seemed to have some intelligence, and Shenlang actually saw their eyes filled with despair. It was the kind of eyes that looked like the end of the world had arrived. Why is this happening? But Shenlang knew that the reason why the millions of sea monsters did not attack was not entirely because of baby Yao Yao, but because something big had happened in this pyramid. I don't know why, but my heart is beating faster for no reason, Hila suddenly said. Shenlang closed his eyes, and very soon, he felt a special wave. It was still inaudible, but he could feel it. Beep 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 beep. After analyzing it, Shenlang found that the frequency of this wave transmission was about once per second. But it was getting faster and faster. The frequency was getting higher and higher. Very soon, Shenlang made a judgment. This was a countdown to destruction. Not good, this is not good. This pyramid was about to explode, or more accurately, its underground energy core was about to explode. Once the big pyramid in the Amazon kingdom exploded, the entire Amazon island would completely melt and disappear. But this pyramid in front of him was several times bigger, and the power of the explosion was many times stronger. Once it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. No wonder all the sea monsters would gather here. This pyramid could be considered their holy temple. And now, it was about to be destroyed, and the sea monsters could not stop it at all. Therefore, they chose to gather around the temple of the pyramid and perish together with it. They were planning to die, no wonder they had lost all their aggression. When the end of the world came, even if the countries on Earth were mortal enemies, they would probably stop fighting. However, Shenlang's family was still inside. If the pyramid were to explode, his family and several thousand people would all be annihilated. Quick, 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 without saying anything else, Cho Yaoer carried Shenlang and rushed toward the gate of the pyramid. Hila carried Yao Yao and followed closely behind. Princess Dola led a few Amazon experts and quickly rushed in. The entrance of the pyramid was huge, more than dozens of meters wide. There was a relief on the door, Queen Medusa with a human face and snake body, but Shenlang could not be bothered to look at it and directly rushed into the entrance. After passing through the long tunnel, Shenlang entered the Great Pyramid of the Lost Temple. The millions of sea monsters outside still did not stop him. Their eyes were still filled with despair, quietly waiting for the arrival of destruction. As he ran through the long tunnel, Shenlang prayed in his heart. Please, 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 please. This tunnel was really long, and he could not even see his fingers in front of him. Suddenly, the dark tunnel ended, and a ray of light dazzled his eyes. He entered the lost temple. The top of this pyramid was actually transparent, so sunlight shone in, illuminating the entire temple as if it was daytime. Then, Shenlang saw his family. He saw the big fool, goddess Shuayin, sword king Li Qianqiu, princess Ning Yan, and so on. In an instant, everyone was stunned. They all did the same action in unison, which was to rub their eyes. Because they all suspected that they were dreaming. How could Shenlang suddenly appear in front of them? Over the past 2 years, they had had this kind of beautiful dream countless times, to the point that they could not even tell whether this scene was real or a dream. Princess Ning Yan asked cautiously, "Scum? Big fool?" Shenlang replied. Then, the countless people on the other side fell into a state of complete chaos. This was not a dream, this was not a dream, Shenlang had really come, a miracle had really happened. The heavens had really sent Shenlang to them. A moment later, Ning Yan and Shuayin rushed over. Shuayin's martial arts were still a bit higher. She directly rushed in front of Shenlang and threw herself into his arms. But very quickly, she felt that something was wrong, so she switched places and hugged Shenlang. "MHM, this is much more comfortable." She was so happy that she felt like her heart was about to explode. Shenlang's family was reunited, but there was no time to celebrate. Beep 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 beep, the countdown in Shenlang's brain was getting more and more intense. "I have to leave quickly, this great pyramid will soon explode. If I don't leave now, I will be turned into ashes. Go, go, go. Immediately leave this great pyramid, immediately leave the Great Devil Triangle." But, soon, Shenlang got an answer, it was impossible to leave. According to the frequency of the countdown, the explosion would happen in 15 minutes at most. Just 15 minutes, where could they run? How amazing was the explosion power of this great pyramid, even millions of sea monsters chose to die together with the pyramid. Not to mention 15 minutes, even if it was an hour, 5 hours, Xianxia and his family would not be able to escape the range of the explosion. Beep, 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 the countdown of the great destruction was getting faster and faster. Now, Xianxia only had one choice, and that was to stop this big explosion. This way, not only could he save his family, but he could also save millions of sea monsters outside. What the hell, Xianxia did not expect that he would have to save sea monsters one day. There was no time to explain. He had to race against time. Xianxia ran toward the bottom of the pyramid. Because all the energy core was underground, he had to stop it from exploding. But this time, Xianxia did not have the password to enter the underground energy core, let alone the password to stop the explosion. But he had no choice. In order to save his family, he had to risk it all. Either he succeeded or he was smashed to pieces. Chou Yaoer hugged Xianxia and ran toward the bottom of the Great Pyramid. Suddenly, Hila caught up with Yaoxiao. I have to bring Yaoxiao baby, because she is our miracle angel. Note, I slept for less than 4 hours last night, and I feel like my eyes are about to burst. Writing until now, there is no food to eat outside. I will make a bag of instant noodles and continue writing the second chapter after eating it. Brothers, give me your monthly votes and help me maintain my willpower. Please. Lang'er, what's wrong? Goddess Xueyin quickly caught up, followed by Li Qianqiu. Xianxia said, it's urgent, there's no time to explain. Auntie, where's Mulan? Xueyin said, she's fine. At this moment, both sides had huge questions, but they had no chance to ask. They could only run for their lives towards the bottom of the pyramid. This pyramid was really too big, and they couldn't see the bottom. After going more than 200 meters deep, they reached the bottom. In front of them was the entrance to the underground energy core, and there was a statue of Queen Medusa. However, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded because he didn't know how to open it. Previously, he could enter a password at the entrance of the pyramid in the Amazon country, but how could he enter the password for this one? There was no light screen, and there wasn't even any mechanism. This Medusa statue was made of stone, and it looked ordinary. There was nothing special about it, and it was less than 3 meters tall. How could there be a mechanism to open it? Xianxia carefully observed it, but he still didn't discover anything. 7 inches, arms, tail, there was no reaction. However, the strange thing was that this Medusa statue's eyes were closed. Xianxia knew that the most magical thing about the Medusa was her eyes. Any creature that looked at them would sink into oblivion. Legend had it that if the Medusa looked at someone, that person would turn into stone. So why was this Medusa statue with its eyes closed? So the key to opening the entrance was the eyes. Xianxia reached out to touch the Medusa statue's eyes, but it was still useless. There was no reaction. Time passed minute by minute. There were still 13 minutes before the Great Destruction, but Xianxia still couldn't open the entrance. Xianxia carried Baby and said, Baby, go and touch its eyes. Although Baby was a little confused, he still listened to his father's words. He reached out with his 2 little hands and touched the Medusa statue's eyelids. However, there was still no reaction. Could it be that Baby's miraculous time had ended here? Beep, 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 beep. The countdown became more and more urgent. Xianxia calmed down and closed his eyes to calm himself down. After a full minute, Xianxia opened his eyes again and looked at the statue of Medusa. One of her hands fell to the ground, while the other opened up, as if she was holding something. What was it that she was going to touch with her palm? They should be the same kind? Or a descendant of Medusa, then how should it sense the blood? Or his spirit and soul? Our little baby has completely inherited the soul and spirit of Mother Medusa. Xianxia held Yaoxiao and put her forehead on the palm of the Medusa statue. Immediately, Medusa's eyes slowly opened. These 2 were carved from precious stones, releasing a soul-stirring and beautiful radiance. Like a finishing touch, the originally ordinary statue became incomparably charming at this moment. Rumble, a miracle happened. After a series of loud noises, a hole appeared in the incomparably hard wall. This was the entrance to the underground energy core. My little darling is indeed a fairy gifted to Xianlang by the heavens. She is too amazing. This was heaven's will. Xianlang first took a deep breath and realized that this place was different from the pyramid in the Amazon country. Although this place was already below sea level, there was still plenty of air. After running for a full 2 minutes, they finally reached the energy core of the Great Pyramid. Then, Xianlang was dumbfounded once again. There was no energy core at all. It was completely different from the Great Pyramid in the Amazon country. There was a huge metal ball there, and there was only a huge Medusa statue here. This statue was unimaginably large, more than 100 meters tall, equivalent to the height of a 30-story building. After Xianlang came in, he stood on her palm. Beep beep beep, the terrifying countdown continued, becoming more and more intense and urgent. There were less than 9 minutes left. But Xianlang could not even find the energy core, so how could he stop the great destruction explosion? Zhou Yaoer did not say anything and ran around the huge cave with Xianlang in her arms, letting Xianlang see the entire Medusa statue clearly. Because it was too big, he could not see the whole thing just by standing on her palm. Now Xianlang could see it clearly. This Medusa statue was even stranger. She still had no eyes. It was not closed, but there were no eyeballs. Then where were her eyeballs? On her left and right hands. This was too strange. The eyes were Medusa's weapons, but did she dig out her own eyeballs? Because this statue was too big, both palms were more than 10 meters long, and the eyeballs in the palm were more than 3 meters. What did this mean? Xianlang racked his brains. This was completely a blind spot in his knowledge. He had read very few ancient books about the Lost Empire. Beep beep beep. The countdown continued. Next, Xianlang thought of various ways to let little Yao touch the eyeball in the palm of the huge Medusa statue. It was useless, letting little Yao's forehead touch the palm of the huge Medusa statue was still useless. He even carried little Yao to the forehead of the huge Medusa statue and let little Yao's little forehead touch the forehead of the huge Medusa statue. There was still no reaction. 6 minutes until the great destruction. 5 minutes. For minutes, Xianlang still did not find anything. If this was the great destruction, Xianlang's entire family would be annihilated, and the millions of sea monsters outside would also be wiped out. Xianlang closed his eyes again. First, a huge mirage had appeared in the ruins of the Lost Empire. Was this related to the great destruction in front of him? Also, this great destruction was definitely not caused by humans, because no one could enter at all. There had to be a very special reason. Stopping this great destruction was definitely related to the eyeballs in the Medusa's left and right palms. Just now, Xianlang had seen the full appearance of this huge statue and found that her opened left and right hands were like a scale. That's right, it was a scale. Xianlang closed his eyes and began to use the brain to thoroughly measure the balance of the left and right hands of the huge Medusa statue. If he used a normal naked eye, he would not be able to see anything at all. It was completely balanced, but after the precise calculation of the brain, Xianlang found that it was not balanced. The scale formed by the 2 arms of the Medusa had tilted about 0.1 degrees to the right. This kind of negligible difference could only be completed by the brain. Then the situation in front of him seemed to be clear. To stop this great destruction, he had to balance the scales in the hands of the Medusa again. It was already tilted 0.1 degrees to the right, so he needed to add weight to the left. It just so happened that little Yao and little Yao were standing on the left palm of the huge Medusa statue, but it was useless. Therefore, the added weight was not the weight of the people. Then what should he rely on? It couldn't be blood, right? At this time, there were less than 3 minutes left before the great destruction and the great explosion. Xianlang closed his eyes again to feel it. He could not just listen to the beeping countdown, he had to listen to the voice behind this sound. He had to listen carefully. Soon, Xianlang really heard it. To be precise, he felt it. Medusa's crying and singing were made with a strange sound wave. Although his ears could not hear it, his brain could feel it. This made Xianlang think of something. On the night that Queen Medusa left the Queen City, she sang a lullaby for little Yao. That night, all the babies in the city felt it, and they all fell asleep sweetly. Even the naughtiest children fell asleep. Because of this obsession, Shenlang felt the crying of this huge Medusa statue. That was right. The millions of sea monsters outside were attracted by the crying of the huge Medusa statue, and every sea monster had a sad look in their eyes. Crying, then, how to add weight to the left palm of the Medusa was very clear. Tears, and it could not be Shenlang's tears, nor could it be anyone's tears. It could only be little Yao's tears. "Baby, can you shed a tear on this big ball?" Shenlang asked. The big ball he was talking about was, of course, the eyeball on the left palm of the huge Medusa statue. Little Yao suddenly fell into sadness. This was very easy for her. She just had to think of another mother. Suddenly, a tear fell from her big gem-like eyes. Dang, this tear fell on the huge eyeball on the left palm of the Medusa statue and made a crisp sound. Instantly, a miracle happened again. The countdown ended. The two arms of the huge Medusa statue slowly fell into a new balance. Her crying stopped. Everything around her quieted down. The great destruction was lifted, and the countdown ended. Finally, everyone was saved, including the millions of sea monsters outside. But this time, it was not Shenlang who saved everyone, but Little Yao who saved everyone. Little Yao was amazing, or perhaps she was a miracle herself. Shenlang could not help but hold her in his arms. "Baby, I'm sorry. Daddy made you cry," Shenlang said softly. Little Yao's arms wrapped around Daddy's neck and snuggled in his arms. She was indeed Daddy's little angel. "Let's go back." Shenlang left the underground energy core of the huge pyramid and returned to the inside of the pyramid through the usual passage. Then, he looked outside. Millions of sea monsters still surrounded the entire pyramid. When Shenlang appeared at the door with Little Yao in his arms, the eyes of these countless sea monsters looked at Shenlang and Little Yao. They did nothing. They did not roar, nor did they fight. They just stared quietly. A moment later, millions of sea monsters retreated, disappearing without a trace like the tide. Because they all returned to the sea and returned to the bottom of the sea. "Aunt, can you tell me now? What happened to Mulan?" asked Shenlang. Although Shuayin said that everything was fine just now, it was only an emergency. Shuayin did not want to distract Shenlang. Just now, millions of sea monsters surrounded the Great Pyramid. As the family's most powerful combat power, how could Mulan not be in the hall? Shuayin said. "Lang don't worry. Mulan is really fine. Nothing happened to her. She just left and was taken away." Shenlang was surprised. Taken away? What was going on? Shuayin said, "Last time, Mulan overdrew her spiritual power and brought the ship safely into the new world of the Great Devil Triangle. She avoided all the reefs and tornadoes and then fell into a deep sleep. She didn't wake up for a few months." Shenlang knew about this, as Princess Helen had told him before. She also emphasized that when Mulan was asleep, her vitality was very stable and there was no danger to her life. Moreover, after her spiritual power broke through the limit, it seemed to be further improved and nirvana. But it was just a little bit away. She never nirvana, nor did she wake up. Princess Helen left. She went to find you. After that, Mulan still didn't wake up. We were very, very worried. Shuayin said, until one day, she suddenly disappeared. Then, there was a note in the room she was in. Shuayin handed over the note. Shenlang only glanced at it and felt like the words on it were about to fly out. "I took Jean Mulan with me. She needs to break through. It won't be long before she comes back." The content of the note was very simple. It was written in the most straightforward words. But the signature on it was shocking. Snail, Shenlang couldn't help but hand the note to Qiu Yaoer. "Yes, this is Master's handwriting," Qiu Yaoer said. Who was Qiu Yaoer's master? His Majesty Jiang Li's confidant in the Eastern world. Sky Sea Pavilion Masters was Xi's lifelong goal, Ancestor Snail. She was probably one of the most powerful people in the Eastern world. Although she is my master, she hasn't taught me for more than a few days. Qiu Yaoer said, every time, at the most crucial moment, she would come and give me some pointers. I haven't seen her in over 10 years. Ancestor Snail's background was very mysterious. At least, Shenlang, Shuiyin, and Qiu Yaoer didn't know about her background. They only knew that she was Jiang Li's confidant. Jiang Li's reputation for being infatuated with one person was mostly due to Ancestor Snail. Because of the rumors, Ancestor Snail was infatuated with Jiang Li, but Jiang Li let her down for his wife. So in the eyes of the world, Jiang Li was the most infatuated person in the world. Even Shenlang thought so. But after going to the Western world, it was an eye-opener. He didn't think that his father had been in the Western world. After meeting his mother, he became the most infatuated person in the world. Why would Ancestor Snail appear in the Devil Triangle? It wasn't hard to guess. After all, she was Jiang Li's confidant. News of Shenlang's identity being exposed would definitely spread all over the world. She immediately rushed over after finding out, but she definitely wouldn't make it in time. So she heard that Shenlang had disappeared in the Devil Triangle. So she took the risk and entered the Devil Triangle. I've followed my sworn brother for many years, but I've never seen this Ancestor Snail. She's very mysterious and doesn't interact with anyone. There are very few people who have seen her, Shuiyin said. Sword King Li Xianxia hadn't seen her either. Only Qiu Yaoer had. Following this, Shenlang discovered that there was a line of words on the back of the note. I'm taking Xinyi baby with me. I can't let down his bloodline. It's a bit too late for enlightenment. It was still Ancestor Snail. Only Shenlang and Milan knew about Xinyi baby's heaven-defying bloodline. He had just been born with a heaven-defying gold bloodline, one that was even more dazzling than the Big Fool and Qiu Yaoer. But not long after, the gold bloodline in his body disappeared. Both Shenlang and Milan knew that Xinyi baby's bloodline was heaven-defying, but they didn't think of giving him enlightenment. He only knew how to play around every day until he was 2 or 3 years old. After something happened to Shenlang, Milan brought him into the Devil Triangle, and there was no one to teach him martial arts. Sword King Li Xianxia and Grandmaster Shuiyin both tried, but they gave up in the end. They simply couldn't enlighten this mischievous baby. Now, this naughty baby was already 4 or 5 years old. No wonder Ancestor Snail said that it was a bit too late for enlightenment. Regarding the departure of Milan and Xinyi baby, Shenlang was very disappointed, because they were the most important people in his life, occupying almost half of his life. But perhaps this was also the good fortune of Milan and Xinyi baby. Next, the entire Great Pyramid was immersed in a sea of joy. There were only wrong names, but there were no wrong nicknames. Binger once again used her divine skill, and this was the only woman who could make Shenlang show off, and the only woman he could defeat. Xinyi baby was already 6 years old, and she looked at Shenlang timidly. Baby, have you forgotten Daddy? Daddy loves our Xinyi baby the most. He has always hugged you since you were young, and he even gave you melon seeds to eat. Xinyi baby opened her eyes wide, as if she was trying hard to remember, but she was still too young at that time, and she really couldn't remember. Shenlang looked at her. She really was a little princess, wearing a little princess dress, and her every move was elegant and dignified. In the few months that Helen was around, Xinyi baby stuck to her, and Helen had been teaching her various princess etiquette, and Xinyi baby learned with relish. Some girls were born to like being a princess. Our Xinyi baby is a real princess, Binger said softly. Shenlang held Yao Yao on his left, Xinmi on his right, and Xinli in the middle. In fact, Yao Yao was a few months older, but she looked more than a year younger than Xinmi, and Xinmi seemed more like an elder sister. Me, Xinli, this is your elder sister Yao Yao, her name is Xinyi. Shenlang said, call her elder sister. Sister. Xinmi shouted elegantly and naturally, and then immediately pursed her little mouth, because the little princess had already changed her teeth, and at this time, she was still missing one. This was strange. Yao Yao baby was already 7 years old, and by right, she should have changed her teeth, but there was no sign of her teeth falling out. Xinli was the youngest, and he was only about 2.5 years old. When Ming Yan was pregnant, he was very tired, and he was almost bedridden for a long time, for fear of any accidents. When he was born, Xinli was also very weak, so grandfather Ning Yuanxian named him Xinli. The environment in the Devil's Triangle was very special, so baby Xinli's physique was much better, but he was still very quiet, and even a little shy. Elder sister. His voice was very small, like a girl's. Yao Yao's big eyes stared at his younger brother and sister, and his eyes were filled with infinite sweetness and happiness. At this time, Shenlang was regretful. He rarely hugged baby Xingyi before, and now that he was taken away by Ancestor Lei, there was no chance to hug him in the future, because when he came back, he might already be a big child, and he wouldn't need Shenlang to hug him anymore. Shenlang finally saw this mirror, his substitute mirror. It was really similar, as if he was looking into a mirror. His body was very weak, and he originally couldn't live for long, but after entering the Devil's Triangle, many of the diseases in his body actually gradually disappeared, and although he was a little weak now, his life was no longer in danger. "My name is Mirror." He said his first sentence uneasily. "My name is Shenlang." Then, the two of them were silent. Even when he came to the Devil's Triangle, he stayed in his room every day, and except for a few people, almost no one knew of his existence. "I owe you a life, and I can die for you at any time," Mirror suddenly said. Shenlang shook his head and said, "No, you don't owe me." Then, the two of them were silent again. Finally, after a while, Mirror summoned up the courage and said, "Thank you." Shenlang bowed in front of his parents-in-law. He owed too much to his parents-in-law. If it weren't for him, the Kim family wouldn't have lost all their territories. Of course, it could also be said that if it weren't for him, the Kim family would have been destroyed long ago. So, a family couldn't calculate clearly at all. Even now, it's still like a dream. "Lang-er, you appeared in front of us," Su Peipei, the mother-in-law, said lovingly. "My Lang-er has suffered, and it's even more amazing. You're such a delicate person, yet you have to bear such a big mission. It's really goddamn." She originally wanted to say goddamn something, but she felt that it would be disrespectful, so she took it back. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, we'll kill our way back soon. Take back Raging Tide City, take back the territory of the Kim family." Father-in-law nodded. He didn't know how to get along with Shenlang now. On one hand, Shenlang was like his son, but on the other hand, Shenlang was the future emperor of the East, and the Kim family would also be loyal to him. He was also Jinshua's ruler, so it was really difficult to get along with him. Moreover, Jinshua was a very conservative person, and he was very particular about etiquette. Su Peipei didn't care at all. She didn't care about emperor or not. In her eyes, Shenlang was her most beloved half-son. And she saw that Shenlang hadn't changed much. He was exactly the same as before, just as delicate and considerate. "Of course, Lang-er, you have your own mission, otherwise I would feel that this place is pretty good, it's like a paradise." Mother-in-law Su Peipei said, "But for revenge, we have to kill our way back and eliminate all our enemies." These words made Jinshua's temples throb. They were clearly going to complete the great cause of the Emperor of the East, but why did his wife say that it was like a gang fight? The key was that Shenlang deeply agreed and nodded his head furiously. "Don't worry about Mulan and the wild baby, I believe they'll be back soon. Although it makes people miss them, this is also a good thing for them," Su Peipei said. Jinshua nodded, "And Xingyi is too naughty, no one could discipline him before. It's good that he has the strongest person in the world to teach him, he can also inherit your great cause in the future." He didn't expect that after 2 years, Shenlang and his father-in-law still didn't have much to talk about. Where did Ancestor Luo take Mulan and Xingyi away from? The answer was simple. Where did she leave the Demon Triangle? From the undersea tunnel. Ancestor Luo also came in and out from the undersea tunnel, but she was stronger than Helen. Not only could she go in and out by herself, but she could also bring 2 people with her. Shenlang sat quietly in the room where Mulan used to stay, as if he could still smell her fragrance. "Baby Mulan, husband is waiting for you to come back, waiting for you and Xingyi to come back. You're going to Nirvana again. You keep getting stronger. This time, husband is even less of a match for you. The next time we meet, you must be merciful, don't let husband lose too badly." At this moment, Princess Duola said from outside, "Your Majesty, everything is ready, we should go." Yes, he was going to leave. He didn't want to stay for even a day. The East should be in its darkest hour, waiting for him to tear open the darkness. Especially the state of you, it needed Shenlang to save it. "Everyone has boarded the ship, we're just waiting for you," Princess Duola said. Shenlang couldn't help but kiss the place where Mulan used to lie. "Baby, we'll see each other in the future." Xianlang left the room and the pyramid. Outside, Xianlang's family, including the Nirvana army and nearly 3,000 people had boarded the ship. Everything was ready. Xianlang ordered, set sail, leave the demon triangle, and kill our way back to the state of you. Note, I've finally finished writing. Today's update is 14,000. I'm really exhausted, my whole body was covered in cold sweat. I'm going to have a good sleep. Brothers, remember to give me your monthly votes, help me recover. Xianlang boarded his family's big ship. Although this ship did not have cannons, it was strong enough. With a displacement of more than 3,000 tons, it could carry more than 3,000 people. With an order, the two big ships left the Great Pyramid. Under normal circumstances, there was no way to leave. Helen had tried to swim out, but all of them failed. Without exception, they returned to the starting point. However, because Xianlang had successfully left the Cursed Sea with the Skeleton Party's fleet in the Lost Kingdom ruins, he could also take his family out of the Demon Triangle. At most, it would take more time. However, this place was obviously different from the Lost Kingdom ruins. There was a lost demon mother there. However, this demon triangle did not necessarily have it. Although the sea monsters here were stronger and even larger than the lost demon mother, the principle of ghosts hitting the wall seemed to be different. The reason why people couldn't leave, Xianlang felt that it was more likely because of the underwater pyramid's defense, so he might need to crack it one by one. But, it seemed that it was not necessary now. Previously, Xianlang had been worried that after the Great Destruction crisis was resolved, the millions of sea monsters would attack ruthlessly. Especially when the two ships left, would this group of sea monsters intercept them? If that was the case, it would be impossible for Xianlang's mere thousands of people to resist. However, everything was quiet. Within his field of vision, there was no sea monster on the surface of the sea. All of them had dived to the bottom of the sea. After a while, a light spot appeared on the surface of the sea. It was not a bug, but the tentacle of some sea monster. Not only could it glow, but it was also flashing, looking very cute. However, it was only the glowing tentacle on the surface of the sea that was cute, but the part under the sea would give people nightmares. It was bigger than Xianlang's warship, and it was so ugly that it could not be described in words. It led the way in front and left with Xianlang's ship. This might be their way of repaying him. Ah, kill, 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 a young voice kept coming out, but it was full of ferocity. He was a Lezwang, the son of Big Fool and Arunana. This child was only 6 years old this year, but he was more than 1.6 meters tall. It was simply outrageous. Moreover, the saber in his hand was more than 100 kilograms. He was practicing with it, and his strength was amazing. How to describe a Lezwang's combat power at this time? For people like Xianlang, he could fight against 100 of them. One must know that this child was only 6 years old. Arunana personally fed him the saber and trained him desperately. And Big Fool? He was holding a baby in his hands, only about 1 year old. That's right, she and Arunana gave birth to another one. It was really awesome to be able to give birth in the Devil's Triangle. This time, it was a daughter. Although she was only 1 year old, she was much taller than other babies her age. Fortunately, she looked like her mother and not Big Fool, so she also had delicate features and was strong like a little tigress. Seeing her mother and brother practicing their swordsmanship, she clapped her hands excitedly and cheered along. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Desha was still the same as before. When he saw Xianlang, he only smiled foolishly and said, "Second Sha, you're here." He must have made a big breakthrough, but Xianlang couldn't tell how good it was. Seeing Xianlang's gaze land on his daughter's face, Desha's mind recalled the scene where he and his wife had this child. Then, he blushed. He was really too embarrassed. After practicing for 2 hours, a Lezwang stopped. "You can go play," Arunana said. A Lezwang cheered and ran toward his friends with his saber. "Put the saber down," Arunana said. A Lezwang threw the saber on the deck with a loud bang. "I'm sorry, Arunana," Xianlang said. "I caused you to lose the Chong Kingdom." Although Xianlang didn't receive any news, he could totally guess that Arunana's Chong Kingdom must have changed hands. This barbaric country respected the strong and had no loyalty. After Aru Nana left, the leaders under her would definitely fight each other until their brains were mush. Then, the enemy country would definitely take advantage of the situation to occupy them. The state of Yu probably didn't have this chance, because all their forces were in the east to guard against Shenlang's possible return. The Chu kingdom didn't have this chance, because the new king of Chu was not favored by the empire of Great Yin. How could they dare to expand? Therefore, the Chang kingdom was probably the new Qian kingdom. After Yin Guang and his son betrayed Jiangli, they became the loyal dogs of the Great Yin emperor. After occupying the Chang kingdom, they could keep an eye on the Chu kingdom and the state of Yu. Don't talk about these useless things, Aru Nana said. She took her daughter. Mommy. The 1-year-old girl shouted happily. Shenlang asked, what's her name? Aru Nana said, Jiang Duo Duo. Good name. Shenlang said, Duo Duo, give me a hug. The little girl didn't shy away from strangers. She spread her arms and pounced on him. What a heavy little girl, but she was also very naughty. As soon as Shenlang hugged her, she used her chubby little hands to play with Shenlang's nose and eyes. Suddenly, Shenlang cried out in pain. Duo Duo, you can't pluck your eyelashes. They won't look good if you do. He he he. The little girl was so excited that her whole body was trembling. She couldn't laugh. She laughed until her whole body was shaking. The first child of the big fool and Aru Nana was surnamed Alu, and the second child was surnamed Jiang. Anyone could guess that the big fool and Qiu Yaoer should be calling Jiangli their adoptive father. Therefore, he really was Shenlang's older brother. However, the big fool and Qiu Yaoer weren't related by blood, which surprised Shenlang. Two people of the golden bloodline, but not brother and sister? What kind of secret was hidden in this? Perhaps Shenlang's father was more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. Brother-in-law, can you tell me about your experiences in the West? Jin Mutsong said. Shenlang said, Fatty, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to write it? Jin Mutsong said, after everything settles down, I want to write it down. Maybe it will be as popular as Legend of the East. Actually, Jin Mutsong wasn't that fat anymore. In 2 years, he had lost a whole 20 kilograms, from 200 kilograms to 180 kilograms. He was 180 kilograms tall and weighed 180 kilograms. It was as if to maintain this perfect figure, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lose any more weight. So now, Jin Mutsong had become a middle fat man. Shenlang sighed and said, my experience in the Western world? That's a long story. It could be written into a book. Jin Mutsong said, then tell me about it. It must be very exciting and wonderful. It can be called a difficult history of struggle. Shenlang said, after I arrived in the West, I first married a beautiful and powerful duchess. Then I met Queen Medusa. She gave me an army and occupied a territory. Then I conquered the Amazon Queen and got the most powerful Amazon army. Then I conquered the beautiful duchess mentioned earlier. She gave me thousands of people, an astronomical amount of gold, pig iron, and other unlimited resources. Then I met my sister Hela and got the skeleton party's fleet. Finally, I met my other sister, Princess Helen, and got the support of the entire southern part of the Shiluan dynasty. I gave her money and resources. Then I came back with tens of thousands of people. Jin Mutsong was stunned and said, This is not a long story. It was clearly finished in a few sentences. And you didn't struggle. It was all relying on women and living off women. Yes. Shenlang said, do people as handsome as me still need to struggle? Jin Mutsong said, previously in the East, you were living off women. Now in the West, you are still living off women? Isn't this a bit? Shenlang said, isn't it good? You are living off women. Aren't you going to eat them? I will. Jin Mutsong said painfully, unfortunately, I can't live off women. And you are the future emperor of the East. Will living off women hurt your heroic image? Shenlang patted Jin Mutsong's shoulder and said, there's no other way. God is giving you food. If you don't eat it, you will be letting God down. This has nothing to do with whether you are the emperor or not. By the way, Fat Otaku, do you have a girl who likes you now? Jin Mutsong turned and walked away. What's that? Brother-in-law, my father is looking for me. As he walked, Jin Mutsong complained in his mind. Brother-in-law, to think that I missed you so much. Why did you stab me in the chest the moment you saw me? Shenlang said, Fat otaku, in the future, when I introduce you to a girl, she will definitely not be like Juning. This time I am serious. Jin Mutsong, however, thought to himself, can't I kill my way back to the capital and make Zhu Hongzhu beg me to marry Zhu Ning in front of him? Hela became the absolute queen of the children. The children followed behind her every day, listening to her stories of countless adventures. Her Chinese was not very good, but she had to use the simplest language to tell stories to the children. Night fell. Shenlang stood on the deck. The night view here was really beautiful, so beautiful that it seemed unreal. The moon hung in the sky like a disk, and it was much bigger than other places. The entire sea was like a mirror, and the two large ships traveled through the endless city ruins. Shenlang asked, Auntie, how did Father Zhongli suddenly die? Shuiyin shook her head. I don't know. This should be the biggest secret in this world. Shenlang sighed. I at least need to know who the enemy is. Then Shenlang said, this time in the Western world, I came into contact with a completely different Zhongli. In the Western world, he was actually like me. Why did he become so great and righteous after returning to the Eastern world? What exactly happened that caused such a huge change in him? Shuiyin shook her head. I don't know because I had not hidden beside my sworn brother yet. So when I first came into contact with him, he was great and righteous, like the sun, shining on all living things. Shenlang asked, then how much do you know about my mother? Shuiyin said, none of us knew about her background. One day, your father directly brought her to everyone and said that from now on, she would be his only wife. Then, Shuiyin seemed to have sunk into her memories and said, she was really beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow and her bones as jade. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. Ordinary women's beauty is only superficial, it's only an appearance. But her beauty seemed to emanate from her bones. Shenlang asked, is she from the White Jade capital? Yes. Shuiyin said, because she is too white, really like snow. Standing beside her in the summer, you can feel the chill. Of course, this also brought her some criticism. After marrying my sworn brother, she did not have any children for many years. So many people said that she was so cold because her womb was cold, so she could not get pregnant. I think it must have been very, very difficult for her to get pregnant and give birth to you. Also, little Ning Ning was born with a weak body. Your parents were obviously so powerful, but you were born without the strength to truss a chicken. Before, all of Shenlang's attention was focused on his father, Zhongli. Now, he found that his mother seemed to be even more mysterious than his father. Shuiyin suddenly said, Lang it must have been especially difficult for you to stay in the Western world. I can see the fatigue in the depths of your eyes. Of course, she was different from Jin Mutsong. She could see deeper. Although that place is good, it is not my hometown, Shenlang said. Shuiyin said, our hometown is now occupied by tigers, leopards, and jackals. Lang it was not easy for us to have no enmity with each other. Ingguang and his son have deep hatred for us, but they are too powerful. Not only is Ingwuming your father's disciple, but he is also the young master of Stupa Mountain. Shenlang was very puzzled about this. Why did Ingwuming get the favor of Stupa Mountain? Lang you have to be mentally prepared. The Eastern world is far more powerful than the Western world, Shuiyin said. Of course, Shenlang understood this point. He could see it from Adolf alone. However, he had only followed Zhongli for a short period of time. Ingwuming was Zhongli's disciple and had been training with him for more than 20 years. Even so, other than a handful of people in the Western world, Adolf was practically the only one who could be defeated. If his ancient device had not been destroyed, Queen Ida would have been far from his match. Shuiyin said, I have tested Qiu Yaoer's martial arts. She is stronger than me. I have asked her, and she said that she is similar to Ida and Helen. In the Western world, she is second only to Sauron the Great. Shenlang said, I do not have anyone to refer to. Can you give me a general idea? Shuiyin said, Qiu Yaoer's martial arts should be comparable to Princess Ninghan's, and Ingwuming might be slightly stronger. Shenlang frowned. Strictly speaking, he had only met Ing Wuming once. It was when he came to ask for Ning Han's hand in marriage after bidding farewell to Shuiyin. At that time, Shuiyin wanted to kill Ing Wuming the first time she saw him, but she could not even touch him. Shuiyin said bitterly, "Your father raised Ing Wuming to be too strong." Shenlang curled his lips and said, "What kind of eyes does he have? The disciple he took in the Eastern world betrayed him, and the disciple he took in the Western world also betrayed him." Shuiyin said, "If he did not die, who would betray him?" This was the truth. In this world, people were either talented but virtuous, or virtuous but not talented. There were only a handful of people who were both talented and virtuous. The so-called Grandmaster title is just a title conferred by the 6 transcendental forces for fun. It is to deceive the martial arts experts of the world, Shuiyin said. In fact, the strongest are among the 6 transcendental forces, in the Great Yan Empire. Shenlang said, "Aunt, what is the relationship between the Great Yan Empire and the 6 transcendental forces? If the 6 transcendental forces are so powerful, why do they still listen to the Emperor of the Great Yan Empire?" Shuiyin said, "If we can find out about this, we will not be far from the truth of the world." 6 days and 6 nights later, Shenlang's 2 ships left the new world within the Triangle of Devils and entered the boundless black fog. The huge sea monster in front continued to lead the way. In the dark fog, its antennae appeared even brighter. The flickering light easily penetrated the thick fog. Then, Shenlang discovered something. The path this huge sea monster took was very complicated. It was not a straight path at all. Instead, it passed through the dark fog and made turns. It was like walking through a maze. At first, Shenlang wanted to remember this path so that it would be convenient for him to enter and exit in the future. However, he soon gave up because it was useless to remember it. This path was a one-time use. The energy formation within the Devil's Triangle was constantly changing and moving. Previously, when he came in, he only needed a day to pass through the dark fog. However, this time, he walked for 9 days and 9 nights. It was almost more than 10,000 miles. It was obvious how complicated this path was. If not for the sea monster leading the way, Shenlang did not know how long he would have to wait to figure it out by himself. It was all thanks to Yao Yao. This little darling was too powerful. We are all thanks to Yao Yao darling. Goddess Shuiyin hugged Yao Yao and could not help but kiss her. At this moment, Shenlang was hugging Shenmi and kissed her forehead. He was not a sage, so it was inevitable that he would be biased. However, he had to be fair in front of his child, especially in front of his daughter. Phew, they finally made it out. They had been traversing through the dark fog of the Triangle of Devils for 9 days and 9 nights. There were lightning bolts and tornadoes everywhere. That kind of pressure was too strong. Fortunately, this time was completely different from before. This time, they felt safe when traversing through the dark fog of the Triangle of Devils. They were not as nervous as before. After they came out, the sea monster disappeared. From the beginning to the end, it did not show up, nor did it bid farewell. Its meaning was very clear. Shenlang had already repaid their kindness. From now on, they did not owe each other anything. Next, Shenlang's 2 ships had to continue north for a few thousand miles. This time, they actually came out from the southernmost part of the Triangle of Devils. 3 days later, Shenlang officially met up with the skeleton party's fleet. Seeing that Shenlang's ship actually sailed up from the south, Jack Tang and the others could not help but be startled. Then, they cheered. "Long live the party chief, long live, long live." Jack Tang heaved a long sigh of relief. Everything went smoother than expected. Although Shenlang had already created a miracle, he was still worried that Shenlang would not be able to come out, or that it would take a long time for him to come out. After the 2 fleets met up, Jack Tang shouted, "East, east." Immediately, the huge fleet set off again. There were still tens of thousands of miles from here to the State of Yu. The distance between east and west was too far. 5,000 miles away from Raging Tide City, there were 3 ships patrolling the waters. They were originally pirates of the Northern Sea. However, 2 years ago, they were recruited by the Great Yan Empire and became the navy of the State of Yu. From the beginning to the end, they did not have any room to refuse. However, they probably did not want to refuse either. After all, the pay was very generous, and there was no need to fight. However, these days were too boring. Every day, they would patrol the vast sea to guard against Xianlang who might appear. The higher-ups are really crazy. That bastard Xianlang is long dead. How can he kill his way back? That's right, that's right. Every day, we patrol the empty sea without even seeing a ghost. It's so boring. But this money is easy to earn. It's all thanks to Xianlang. He fed so many pirates. Did you hear? In fact, the higher-ups' patience is almost exhausted. They all think that Xianlang is already dead. Therefore, our fleet might be disbanded. At least half of it. The Hidden Yuan Association is not willing to pay. The Hidden Yuan Association seized Xianlang's Raging Tide City and the mirror business. They made so much money, but they're not willing to pay? Xianlang is clearly dead, but they still keep 150,000 soldiers to monitor the sea. They're not idiots. Then when will the fleet be disbanded? We have to think of a way out. Look at a signal? What signal? Kill. The Navy captain said, the king has captured Mingjing, Bianshao, Zhangchong, and more than 100,000 people. They are all Xianlang's henchmen. He has already killed more than 10,000 people. However, he has not killed any of the important people. He is guarding against Xianlang's return. These people are still valuable. If we kill them, it means that the king also thinks that Xianlang is dead. Our fleet will be disbanded. Think of a way out. Xianlang is already dead. He won't be able to return. He died happily, but countless people were harmed by him. Who knows how many people will die? Hearing the conversation below, the flag-bearer on the mast was also sleepy. Sir, it's time. We can leave and return to Raging Tide City. The Navy captain glanced at the hourglass and said, wait a little longer. Not even a quarter of an hour earlier. From this, it could be seen that Yan Nanfei was very strict with his military. Even though the Navy was making sarcastic remarks, they didn't dare to leave early. Time's up. Return to Raging Tide City. With the Navy captain's order, everyone cheered. They could finally go back. They had been patrolling outside for more than a month. Their bodies were rotting. After returning to Raging Tide City, they had to have a good time. At this moment, the flag-bearer on the mast blinked. Was this an illusion? He seemed to have seen a black dot on the sea in the east. Could it be a seabird? It wasn't a bird. Soon, the flag-bearer under Yan Nanfei saw it clearly. It was a fleet. What the hell? A fleet actually appeared in this direction? Could it be a ship from the Western world? Next, the flag-bearer was completely stunned. He felt a chill down his spine. This was because the fleet that appeared in the sky was very large. There were more and more ships, and in the end, it was boundless. The most terrifying thing was, other than a skull, there was a huge word Jiang on the flag of this fleet. No, this wasn't a dream, right? This was Xianlang. He killed his way back. He really killed his way back? How was this possible? Dang 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 dang. Immediately, the three ships rang with ear-piercing bells. There's an enemy, Xianlang killed his way back, Xianlang killed his way back. These three ships belonged to the State of Yu's navy. This was because this fleet had other flags, such as Shen's and Jin's. Damn it, they must have seen a ghost. Return to Raging Tide City. Run, run, run. Hurry up and report to Raging Tide City. Xianlang really killed his way back. Then, the three patrol ships sailed towards Raging Tide City as fast as they could. They had to pass this news to General Yan Nanfei and the king immediately. Oh my god, Xianlang actually didn't die. He actually killed his way back. Note, go complete the cosmetics mission given by my wife in the afternoon. I have to wake up early tomorrow to catch a plane to leave Japan. I'll continue writing the second chapter and try to update it before 1 o'clock. Brothers, give me your monthly votes to encourage me to finish writing and go to bed as soon as possible. Xianlang watched as the three ships from the State of Yu escaped and did not chase after them. After all, there was no need to do so. They were just a few small fries. Even though he did not have any information on the east, He could easily guess that there would be a large fleet stationed at the raging tide city, monitoring the entire East Ocean, especially the north side of the Devil Triangle. After all, Xianlang had disappeared from there, and no one had found his corpse. They had to be on guard against him coming back. However, Xianlang was certain that the 6 Transcendent Forces fleets weren't in the raging tide city sea region. Their time was too precious, and they couldn't afford to waste it here. This kind of hard work of guarding against thieves for 1,000 days would definitely be left to the secular world. According to Xianlang's estimates, there should be 150,000 to 200,000 fleets stationed at the raging tide city. This was a shocking number, and it was impossible to rely on the state-of-use treasury. The Inyuan society would have to foot the bill. Xianlang's fleet only had 40,000 people. With such a huge difference, they should be able to crush the enemy. The key was how much of a crush they had. There were simply too many enemies, and they had to gather together to capture them all in one fell swoop. Only then would they be able to obtain the most benefits. As such, it was best to let these 3 ships send a message. Otherwise, Xianlang would have to chase them all over the world. Who knew how long that would take? Xianlang's ships traveled at a speed of 800 kilometers per day, and they were getting closer and closer to the raging tide city. Zhou Yaoer was not excited at all. Even though the raging tide city was her home, in her heart, the world was her home. The person who was the most excited was Jin Zhue. After 2 years, he had finally returned. The raging tide city was the foundation of the Kim family. Not just the raging tide city, but also Xuanwu City and the Xuanwu Marquis residence. Marquis Jin Zhue's heart bled every day, and he felt like he had let down his ancestors. He was haunted by dreams every day. He was different from his wife, Su Peipei. He was full of the century-old foundation of the Kim family, unlike Su Peipei, who was heartless. As long as her family was well, everything would be fine. Another agitated person was Princess Ning Yen. Previously, she kept saying that no one loved her. Her royal father loved Ning Han and Ning Yi the most. Ning Qi only felt a little guilty towards her, Ning Yan, and didn't have much love in his heart. She also said that she wanted to travel the world and leave Tianyue City. After Xianlang's identity was revealed, she had no choice but to leave. As soon as she left Tianyue City, she began to miss it. Not only did she miss the city, but she also missed her father and imperial concubine Bian. In fact, since she had been with Xianlang, Ning Yuanxian had abandoned her love and care day by day. Especially after she was pregnant, she had become Ning Yuanxian's most beloved daughter. Even when she was in confinement, imperial concubine Bian personally took care of her and enjoyed unprecedented love. For Xianlang, she left Tianyue City with Shenli and came to Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. Everyone here was very good to her, but she still felt lonely. Only Tianyue City was the territory she was familiar with. After leaving Xuanwu City and escaping to the Devil's Triangle, she felt even more so. Every day, she was worried about Xianlang, her father, and Ning Jing. She was almost depressed. She used to be a strong and tough girl, but she had lost a lot of weight in the past 2 years. The environment in the Devil's Triangle is very good. Not only is Shenli's body much better, but even your body has been nurtured well. Xianlang said, so we can still have another child. The midwife was right. It would be a pity if you don't have a few more children with your body condition. You just have to grit your teeth and stomp your feet. Don't talk nonsense. I'm very good at that. Ning Yan blushed. What do you mean? Where is it? Xianlang asked. Ning Yan didn't speak, but her face was completely red. She looked carefree on the surface, but she was actually the weakest on the inside. Previously, she was very energetic, but in the past 2 years, she didn't speak much. This ship was too big, and there weren't many waves on the sea, so it was very stable. At this moment, on the deck, Yao Yao was riding with her younger siblings. There were 6 children on this ship: Yao Yao, Xinmi, Xinli, Aluzwang, Xinqing, Xinjian's son, and Jiang Duo Duo. It seemed like only 2 children liked to study, and they were Xinmi and Xinli. They were obediently riding with their sister. Xinqing was also 6 years old, and it was the time when he was the most mischievous. He had completely inherited his father's personality, and no one knew how to discipline him. He wasn't afraid of being hit, and he wouldn't listen to scolding. His mother, Miss Lin, was such a gentle person, but she had cried many times from anger. Xianxia and Miss Lin had already decided that once they settled down on land, they would immediately have another child. Their personality had to be completely inherited from Miss Lin. Xianxia was such a bad boy that even dogs hated. However, that was only in the eyes of his parents. In the eyes of Xianxia and his wife, Xianxia was very well behaved. He had a sweet mouth, and his words were pleasant to hear. Moreover, he had a good relationship with every child. He was a good brother in front of Shenli, a good little brother in front of Shenmi, and a good follower in front of Alezwang. He was only 6 years old, but his relationship was already very good. After seeing this, even Shenlang felt that if this child were to be polished in the future, he would definitely have a bright future. He was much smarter than Shenjian. After experiencing a drastic change, Shenjian, who was previously jumpy, became calm instead. Every day, he practiced martial arts with all his might and studied with all his might. Previously, he still wanted to make a name for himself, but now, he only had one thought, and that was to not disgrace Shenlang's reputation. He couldn't drag him down. After all, his brother, Shenlang, was the future emperor of the East. As his younger brother, he definitely couldn't be too useless. However, Shenjian, you're thinking too much. Your brother's reputation is just that. It's already bad enough that you don't need to ruin it. The first thing he said when he saw Shenlang was, "Brother, I can be your centurion now." Just this sentence alone made Shenlang feel very gratified. His younger brother was really sensible. He didn't bite off more than he could chew. Although his talent was limited, he was too hard-working. He practiced martial arts with all his might every day. Therefore, it was more than enough for him to be a centurion. "Husband, I wonder how father is, how is concubine Bian, and how is Ningjing?" Princess Ningyan nestled in Shenlang's arms and said, "And Cloud Stallion? How is brother?" The former ambassador of the Great Yan Empire to the state of Yu, Dreamy Cloud Lake, was definitely unlucky. This was because he was too close to Shenlang. He was practically Shenlang's only confidant. Dreamy Cloud Lake was even the one who found out the crucial information a few times and passed it on to Shenlang. Not only that, Shenlang could also feel that Dreamy Cloud Lake was on Jiangli's side. Although he never said it explicitly, he could completely feel it when they were chatting. "I'm really worried about them," Princess Ningyan said. Shenlang said, "Soon, we will be able to rescue all of them soon." Then, Shenlang used his body to block her and began to harass her. He smiled and said, "What did you say just now? Can't I try it again? Let's have another baby. Your body has already been nursed well." Princess Ningyan's breathing immediately quickened. She shook her head and said, "No, I only have one baby." Among Shenlang's children, Shenli was indeed the most ordinary. However, he was really obedient. He wasn't extremely intelligent, but he was very reserved and very patient. "Husband, why do I feel that Shenli's personality is a little like Ning Zhang's?" Princess Ningyan said. Shenlang was stunned. Not to mention, there was indeed a little resemblance. There was a saying that nephews were like their uncles. It was indeed true. Shenlang said, "We should at least have one more child. Look at Ning Zhang's personality. Will he divorce his first wife, the Zhua family, and marry someone else?" "Impossible." Ning Yan said, "His temper is bad and stubborn. He doesn't even want to take a concubine." Shenlang said, "But the Zhua family can't get pregnant. In the future, when Ningjing ascends the throne again, it's fine if he is willing to take a concubine and have a child. But if he is determined not to, Shenli's probably going to be adopted by him as the heir." Princess Ningyan said, "I really didn't think about this." In fact, Shenlang also didn't think about it. This was the reason why Ningjing started it. He, Shenlang, didn't have any intention of usurping the Ning clan's throne. But if that day really came and Ningjing was determined not to take a concubine, then it might really come to this step. Shenlang said, "Your father and concubine Bian are getting old and will inevitably be lonely. Why don't we have a child for them to play with?" Thinking of this, Princess Ningyan's previous determination immediately melted. Her father was already old, and even concubine Bian's mother was old. Especially concubine Bian's mother, who even dreamed of having a child. Then, that's fine. Princess Ningyan said. Let's go into the cabin and have a child. Today, it was Bing'er's turn. They were about to return to the state of Yu soon. Among all of them, the one who was the least excited was Xiao Bing. As long as Shenlang and her daughter were there, everywhere was heaven. Even the sea was better. Because once they returned to the state of Yu, there would be a war. Shenlang would be busy day and night again. He wouldn't have time to accompany her and her daughter, and he wouldn't be able to enjoy her various skills. She was very clear about her position. In terms of status, she couldn't compete with others. In terms of appearance and figure, she also couldn't compete with others. Her only ability was to serve people, so of course, she had to play to the extreme and walk the path of service. Husband, do you think I should have a child or not? Bing-er was in a dilemma. When she heard Shenlang and Ning Yan talking about having another child, she was also very conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to have a child. She already had a daughter, so naturally, she wanted to have a son. However, she was afraid that after the child was born, it wouldn't be good if the child looked like her. She was a little servant girl. If the child looked like her, wouldn't he be useless when he grew up? She really didn't know what was going through her little head. In the clan temple's prison, Ningjing sat on the ground motionlessly. His hair was like weeds, and his beard was more than 3 inches long. His clothes were torn and tattered. He didn't look like a king, but a beggar. It had been 2 whole years. He had been arrested and imprisoned for 2 whole years. In these 2 years, he hadn't even seen the sun for a day. He had suffered all kinds of torture, especially mental torture. He couldn't sleep for days and nights, fed a large amount of croton, had diarrhea for a month, and so on and so forth. He had countless tricks up his sleeves. There was only one goal, and that was to make him submit and publicly draw a clear line between him and Shenlang. He wanted to announce that Shenlang was the public enemy of the entire Eastern world, and that Jiangli was the greatest traitor of the Great Yan dynasty. However, ever since he was imprisoned, Ningjing seemed to have become completely mute. From start to finish, he didn't say a single word, not even a single word. Anyway, his wife, Xianxia, had already been sent away and completely hidden. He no longer had any weaknesses. He wasn't afraid of death or torture. Creak, the door opened, and a one-armed man walked in, carrying a basket. Ningjing, let me tell you a piece of good news. We have captured your wife, and she will soon be reunited with you. Ningyi said. Ningjing turned a deaf ear, as if he didn't hear anything. Ningyi sneered, didn't you hear? Your wife, Xianxia, your first wife, has been captured by us. Can you imagine what kind of tragic fate she will suffer? 1,000 men riding on 10,000 men? Ningjing's face twitched, but he still didn't speak. He was only angry because of these words, but he knew that his wife was fine. He had hidden it very, very well. Ningyi said, Ningjing, submit. Your persistence is meaningless. Shenlang is already dead. Jiangli, who was so powerful, is already dead. What about a weakling like Shenlang? Ningjing still turned a deaf ear. Ningyi felt that he had been greatly humiliated. He didn't even know why he was doing this. In fact, it didn't matter whether Ningjing submitted or not. Shenlang was already dead, so everything was meaningless. However, King Ningxiao of Nuyu was too conservative. He felt that Shenlang might not be dead yet, so he kept Shenlang's henchmen alive and didn't start a massacre. However, it would be soon. The Yinyuan Association had already spoken, so this matter was about to end. 2 years had passed, but Shenlang still hadn't come out of the Devil's Triangle, so he would never come out. Anyone who entered the Devil's Triangle would be crushed to pieces, and Shenlang was no exception. Of course, this was because the Yinyuan Association couldn't hold on much longer. The 150,000 people fleet consumed an astronomical amount of money and resources every day, yet they didn't gain anything. Even with the Yinyuan Association's wealth, they couldn't hold on much longer. If they wanted to dissolve the 150,000 fleets in the Eastern Sea region, they had to end this matter first. In order to end this matter, they had to behead Ningjing, Bian Shao, Zhang Chong, and a few other leaders of Shenlang's henchmen. Then, they had to kill all the people they had captured. Finally, they had to erase Shenlang's name from the history books. In a few decades, it would be as if this person had never existed in this world. There was only one reason why Ningyi wanted Ningjing to submit so urgently. After Ningyi was captured by Prince Jin, he couldn't wait to break down and surrender. His willpower was so weak. Ningjing's bravery always reminded him of those humiliating days. Still not submitting? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Ningyi sneered. Your persistence is meaningless, and your bravery is meaningless. Soon, this matter will end. All of you are going to die. Then, Ningyi said, don't say that I don't take care of you as a younger brother. I brought you food. It's delicious. Then, he opened the lid of the food box. There was another lid on it, which was woven from bamboo. It was densely packed with holes, and he could see that there were many snakes inside. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was as thick as a thumb. Snake meat. Delicious, right? Ningyi grinned hideously. Do you want to eat it yourself, or do you want me to get someone to force it down your throat? What happened next left Ningyi dumbfounded. Ningjing silently opened the cover and directly reached into the food box. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, instantly, more than 10 snakes bit his hand, but he still didn't react. He grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. He used his teeth to bite and chew. Instantly, his mouth was full of blood. Ningyi's hair stood on end. He felt like he was about to vomit. You lunatic, you lunatic. A lunatic like you should just die. Of course, Ningjing wasn't a lunatic. He just had a brave heart. Count Wuan, the deputy of the State of Yu's Bureau of Military Affairs and the commander of the State of Yu's Navy, Yan Nanfei. He was comfortably sipping his tea. There was a lot of good news recently. He already had 5 sons. In less than 5 years, it could be said to be fruitful. He had just sent off the city lord of Xuanwu, Zhu Wenhua, and they had a pleasant conversation. Zhu Wenhua was very humble. He paid a huge price in exchange for a small share of the Fury Tide City's trade. Whoever controlled the Fury Tide City would control the trade rights of the entire eastern part of the state of Yu. Especially after South Continent City was monopolized by Stupa Mountain, the dozens of countries in the southeastern sea had no choice but to use the Fury Tide cities. Trade route. There were 2 reasons why Yan Nanfei agreed to Zhu Wenhua. One was because Zhu Wenhua was backed by Tang Yun, and Tang Yun was backed by Zhu Yong. Now, the Zhu family was like the sun in the sky in the state of Yu. It was practically covering the sky. The second reason was that Zhuo Zhaoyan was too greedy. Relying on her relationship with Princess Ninghan, her appetite grew bigger and bigger. She took up more and more of the Fury Tide City's trade. Zhu Wenhua jumped out to balance out the greedy Zhuo Zhaoyan. He wanted everyone to know that he, Yan Nanfei, was the supreme person in this area. Just because the Fury Tide City was in his hands, just because he had 150,000 ships. Marshal, sleep. A concubine said coquettishly, trying her best to seduce him with her eyes. You sleep first, Yan Nanfei said. He quietly drank tea and sat there waiting. What was he waiting for? To be precise, he wasn't waiting for anything. However, every day for 2 years, he would sit there until around 12 o'clock. Shenlang had already invented a clock, and it was sold by the Heavenly Society. However, it was still an absolute luxury item, even more expensive than a mirror. Don't worry, Marshal. Shenlang is already dead. He won't come back. Just sleep well. You don't have to wait until 12 o'clock every day, the concubine said coquettishly. I miss you so much. Go to sleep. Get lost. Yan Nanfei said calmly. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it sent chills down one's spine. The concubine was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Then, she ran away with her legs between her legs. Yan Nanfei told everyone he met not to underestimate Shenlang. He had created many miracles, so they must not let their guard down. He might come back one day. Not only that, he had to sit quietly until 12 o'clock every day, waiting for the patrol fleet's report. Now, everyone knew Sir Yan Nanfei's opinion. He felt that Shenlang might come back. In reality, did Yan Nanfei really believe that Shenlang would come back? No, he didn't believe it. The miracles that Shenlang had created had shocked him like never before, especially when he used the tsunami to destroy the Shui family's fleet. However, anyone who entered the Devil's Triangle would die. Shenlang was no exception. Yan Nanfei had no choice but to express his opinion because it was related to his greatest interests. If Shenlang died, the 150,000 troops in the Fury Tidewater region would have to be disbanded. Of course, they would not be disbanded all at once, but in batches. However, how could Yan Nanfei bear to lose his military power after obtaining it? Therefore, he had to keep making it known that Shenlang would definitely come back. The State of Yu's fleet must not be disbanded. In fact, in his heart, Shenlang was long dead. Even his bones were rotten. Dang 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 dang, the clock rang. It was 12 o'clock. He could finally go to sleep. The clock that Shenlang invented is really amazing. Not only is it accurate, but it can also ring the clock itself. What an exquisite person. It's a pity that he died just like that. He should have handed over everything and then let Yan Nanfei, be hacked to death. Yan Nanfei stood up and walked towards the concubine's room. However, at that moment, dang 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 dang, an ear-piercing bell sound came from the surface of the sea. It rang together with the sound of the self-chiming clock beside Yan Nanfei. For a moment, he could not tell the difference. However, after the self-chiming clock ended, the bell on the surface of the sea continued ringing. Did something happen? What happened? Yan Nanfei walked to the balcony and looked down. The 3 ships had docked, and the dozens of people on them were rushing towards the castle. Something happened. Something really happened. A moment later, a captain knelt in front of Yan Nanfei and said in a trembling voice, "Marshal, Shenlang is back. He's back. He's back with his fleet." As soon as he said that, Yan Nanfei felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not move at all. What kind of joke is God playing? Yan Nanfei, keep saying that Shenlang is not dead and that he might come back, but that's only for the sake of benefits. I have to maintain this stance. Shenlang should have died a long time ago. How is that possible? How is that possible? Yan Nanfei said angrily, Shenlang died a long time ago. How could he come back? Your eyes must be playing tricks on you. The captain said, No, it's not our eyes playing tricks on us. It's true. We saw a huge fleet with the flag of a skeleton, as well as the flags of Jiang, Shen, and Jin. Shenlang must have come back. Impossible, impossible. Yan Nanfei said, it must be someone else's fleet, or Chou Yao from the Western world has come back. Yan Nanfei, who had previously said that Shenlang would kill his way back, had now completely denied this possibility. However, in the next few days, Yan Nanfei had no choice but to believe it. That was because the bell on the surface of the sea kept ringing. Patrol fleets docked one after another and hurriedly came to report to Yan Nanfei. Shenlang has returned. The news became more and more accurate and detailed. Towards the end, the patrolling navy under him could even see Shenlang's face clearly. The closest they could get was no more than 3 miles away. The news was confirmed. Shenlang has really come back. Not only that, but even the size of Shenlang's fleet was clear. There were a total of 100 ships and 20,000 people. Why was it this number? That was because Shenlang's fleet had split up. His fleet had over 1,000 ships, but most of them were transporting supplies and not warships. In a real sea battle, these warships would not only be useless, but they would also drag down the entire fleet and become the enemy's prey. Moreover, these ships were the foundation of his development. They did not have the ability to protect themselves, so he had to send a fleet to protect them. As a result, there were only 100 warships and less than 20,000 people charging towards Raging Tide City. However, most of these 100 warships were cannons. That was amazing. What kind of earth-shattering scene would there be if more than 1,000 cannons were fired? What kind of destructive power would it be? There were no secrets in this world. Yan Nanfei was not the only one who knew. Many people in Raging Tide City knew. Shenlang is back. The son of Jiangli has returned. He will soon reach Raging Tide City. However, many people also heard that Shenlang only brought back 100 warships and less than 20,000 people. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Is Shenlang crazy? 2 years ago, 100 warships and 20,000 people were considered a huge force. However, it was nothing now. Yan Nanfei had 150,000 fleets in the raging Tide City's waters. You attacked 150,000 fleets with 20,000 people? 2 years ago, Shenlang had hundreds of thousands of troops, but they still escaped. Now that he's back, he should have brought 1,000,000 troops. Why did he only bring 20,000 people? Are you here to die? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Yan Nanfei's initial shock and disbelief turned into battle intent. Is Shenlang crazy? He actually brought 20,000 people back? Does he think Raging Tide City is still the same as before? You, Shenlang, have indeed created miracles in the past, but your navy's combat power is very worrying. You completely relied on the tsunami to destroy the Shui family's main force. Do you think there will be another tsunami now? It was completely impossible. Yan Nanfei now knew that the tsunami was completely related to Stupa Mountain's development of the ancient ruins. It had nothing to do with Jean Mulan or Shenlang. Rather than saying that Shenlang destroyed the Shui family's fleet, it was more accurate to say that it was Stupa Mountain. Without decades of training, it was impossible to train a strong navy. Your Nirvana army is very powerful, but that's only on land. They won't be able to unleash their combat power on the sea. The information became clearer. Shenlang's fleet was getting closer and closer to Raging Tide City. 3,000 miles, 2,000 miles, it was still 100 warships and less than 20,000 people. There was no time to wait for the decree from the capital. Yan Nanfei gave the order. The state of Yu's 150,000 navy gathered and prepared to fight. They were going to wipe out Shenlang's fleet. Note, there are 14,000 updates today. I have to catch an early flight tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Brothers, remember to give me your monthly votes. Let me have a good night's sleep. I just got home and was too tired to move. I made a cup of tea, ate something, and then started writing. I should update in 4 hours. In the 7 days since I left home, I had written around 120,000 words. In Japan, I didn't go out to play. Other than the company dinner, I only ate 2 meals outside. The rest of the time, I ate instant noodles and rice in the hotel. I didn't have time to go out to eat, and I wrote too late. There was no food outside. I stayed in the hotel every day to write. 7 days passed by without me knowing. If you have a monthly ticket, give it to me, I'm going to drink tea and work. See you later. The strongest son-in-law in history just arrived home. I'll update in 4 hours, I'm typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. One had to look down on the enemy strategically and pay attention to them tactically. Although this saying had yet to be born in this world, that was how Yan Nanfei carried it out. After all, he had fought with Shenlang over 2 years ago, and he had lost in an inexplicable manner. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious this time. Encircling and annihilating them was the most conservative strategy. Moreover, his navy was 8 times that of Shenlang's, and his fleet was 10 times that of Shenlang's. He could completely encircle and annihilate them. It would take a long time for a super fleet of 150,000 people to gather. Even the docks in Raging Tide City could not accommodate so many warships at once. All the large docks within a 1,000-mile radius were requisitioned. To focus on this battle, all maritime trade in Raging Tide City was halted. All merchant ships had to retreat to the docks along the northern coast. During this period of time, even though Yan Nanfei had sealed off the news still flew out as if it had grown wings. It flew to Raging Tide City and Nujiang County. Zhu Wenhua returned to Xuanwu City with satisfaction. This time, the negotiation with Yan Nanfei was a great success. From now on, Zhu Wenhua would be able to get a share of the maritime trade in Raging Tide City. Shuo Zhaoyan's behavior was too unsightly. That was why Yan Nanfei was so hurt and was forced to support Zhu Wenhua. Now that the negotiation was done, the next step was to deal with Su Qianxian. This was the most cost-effective way to build the silk business from scratch in the shortest time possible. Zhu Wenhua did not have to worry that Su Qianqian would not agree because she was a realistic and smart woman. Even if the process was painful, she could only compromise in the end. In order to protect her family, she could choose to rely on Xue Zhaoyan. Why couldn't she rely on him, Zhu Wenhua? Of course, she did not need to be slept with by relying on Xue Zhaoyan, but Zhu Wenhua would not be killed either. Someone, get Su Qianqian here, Zhu Wenhua ordered after returning to the Castellan residence. But soon, he changed his mind and said, no, I'll go to the Su family in person and ask the mother of the Su family to marry me. Then, Zhu Wenhua led hundreds of people to the Su family. If the marriage proposal was unsuccessful, they would confiscate the family's property. After all, the crime was already there. Shen Lang, your contribution is too great. You're clearly dead, but you can still be used, and so useful. The Su family's mansion had been burned down, and even if Su Qianqian worked for Xue Zhaoyan, she couldn't afford to live in the mansion anymore. The family lived in a courtyard of about 2 acres. Although it could be regarded as a big house, it was very shabby compared to the Su family's manor. After entering the Su family, Zhu Wenhua greeted the mother of the Su family and said, Grandmother of the Su family, I want to marry Su Qianqian as a concubine. Please grant my wish. This world was really broken. In the past, such a marriage proposal would never happen to nobles. Even if it was taking a concubine, they had to follow the rules. At the very least, they had to hire a matchmaker. Who would just rush to the door and force a marriage? But ever since Ning Xiao inherited the throne, the atmosphere in the state of Yu seemed to have changed. The Su family's mother was filled with grief and indignation. There was no justice in this world. The Su family had already been forced into this situation, and all their property had been taken away, but there were still people who wouldn't let them go. This was forcing them to their deaths. Old Madame Su really wanted to bang her head against the wall to avoid dragging Su Qianqian down. But when she thought of her grandson, who had just turned 12, she immediately gave up the idea. It didn't matter if she died at her age, but if her grandson died, the Su family's roots would be cut. At this moment, Su Qianqian sat in front of the mirror. She knew that Zhu Wenhua had returned and rushed into the house to force the marriage. After all, the Su family was so small now. They would definitely hear such a big commotion. Zhu Wenhua's negotiation in New Tiao City was very successful. He had already obtained Yan Nanfei's support, so he seemed even more satisfied. Could she, Su Qianqian, reject him, unless she completely disregarded the life and death of her family? But she really couldn't do that. There were only a few people left in the Su family now, and she was the pillar of support. Zhu Wenhua, that bastard, if she didn't agree, he would really kill the entire Su family. Su Qianqian picked up a sharp dagger and looked at her face in the mirror. She looked so beautiful, like a blooming flower. Unfortunately, it was going to be destroyed soon. Not only did she have to destroy her face, but she also had to destroy her body. That bastard, Zhu Wenhua, would probably lose his appetite. She carefully placed the dagger on her face. The cold feeling was really frightening. It would definitely be very painful later. Su Qianqian's dagger lightly slid across her face. Instantly, a small wound appeared, and blood gushed out. It actually didn't hurt, just a burning sensation. However, such a small wound wasn't enough. If she wanted to completely disfigure her face, the skin and flesh must be torn, and the bone could be seen. If that was the case, she would need even more courage. Bang! At this moment, the door was suddenly slammed open. A young man rushed in and snatched the dagger from her hand. Sister, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't be like this. At most, we will fight it out with them. At most, our whole family will die. In any case, living like this is too stifling and useless. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for me like this. This was Su Qianqian's younger brother, Su Yun. Although he was born into a wealthy family, he had never lived a good life since he was young. Before he could understand anything, the Su family was already destroyed. After he became slightly more sensible, he had always lived in fear. As the only male in the Su family, he wanted to protect his sister, but he was too weak and powerless. Sister, if you dare to cut your face again, I will stab myself too. Death. Su Yun pointed the dagger at his neck and shouted. Su Qianqian looked at her younger brother and felt sorrow in her heart. If her younger brother was a bastard, it would be better. She wouldn't have to sacrifice herself like this. However, this younger brother was very sensible and had a promising future. However, in this dark world, even if he had a promising future, what could he do? She didn't know how much torture and humiliation he would have to endure before he could stand out. At that time, his entire humanity would be completely destroyed. Just like Zhu Wenhua, he was once a proud genius. Now that he had finally stood out, he had completely become a beast. Therefore, some suffering, it was better for her, as his sister, to bear it. The Su family's house was too small. Soon, Zhu Wenhua heard the noise and rushed over. When he saw the scars and blood on Su Qianqian's face, he suddenly became furious. Su Qianqian, what do you mean by this? You would rather disfigure yourself than marry me as a concubine? I, Zhu Wenhua, am the dignified state of Yu Jinshi, the son of Lanshan Viscount Mansion. Am I not worthy of you? Su Qianqian, do you think you can stop me like this? Zhu Wenhua sneered, what I want is you, and your identity as Shenlang's woman. Not to mention disfigurement, even if you destroy that part of you, I will still marry you as a concubine, and I will still sleep with you dozens of times. If you have the ability, commit suicide. You can die with your whole family. Su Qianqian trembled all over. She had never felt so powerless before. That day, Su Guanyun died, and the Su family was almost wiped out. The big house was also burned, but Su Qianqian felt that she had become stronger. However, that feeling of strength no longer existed, only endless weakness. Because she had weaknesses, because she had a bottom line, and because she couldn't be absolutely shameless. Zhu Wenhua sneered, anyway, at this point, I will ask you, do you agree to marry me as a concubine or not? No. Before Su Qianqian could speak, Su Yun directly shouted, at worst, you can kill us. You can kill me, I'm not afraid of death. Zhu Wenhua sneered, little brother, you don't understand. There are things more terrifying than death in this world, ha ha ha. Then he pulled out a sword and placed it on Su Qianqian's eyelid. Su Qianqian, as long as I use a bit of force, your little brother will be blinded in one eye. Tell me, are you going to agree or not? Su Yun was very afraid, and his whole body was trembling. However, he still didn't move, nor did he take a step back. Then the tip of the sword cut his eyelid, and blood flowed out, blurring his vision. Zhu Wenhua said, Su Qianqian, I will count down from 5. 5, 4, 3. At this time a figure quickly rushed over and whispered something in Zhu Wenhua's ear. Latest news, from Raging Tide City. Shenlang is killing his way back. As soon as this was said, Zhu Wenhua's hand trembled, and the tip of the sword immediately drew a long wound on Su Yun's eyelid and forehead. Blood gushed out. What? How is this possible? Zhu Wenhua said in a shrill voice, is this a rumor? Just like before? In these 2 years, there had been news of Shenlang's return more than once or twice, but each time, it was just a rumor. The state of Yu even killed a few hundred people because of this. Only then did the rumor about Shenlang's return gradually die down. It's not a rumor, it's news from Sir Yan Nanfei, the confidant said. Zhu Wenhua's body stiffened and trembled. He couldn't believe his ears. Shenlang was still alive? How could this ominous being resist it? How could he not die? Zhu Wenhua took a deep look at Su Qianqian and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Marrying Su Qianqian as a concubine wasn't important anymore. Even the silk business wasn't important anymore. Shenlang's return would definitely cause a huge change. Raging Tidewater's sea trade would be cut off for a long time. Take down the entire Su family, Zhu Wenhua ordered. Immediately, a few hundred warriors swarmed in and began to arrest the people. An hour later, the remaining 10 or so members of the Su family, including the servants, were all captured and locked in Xuanwu City's prison. What? Shenlang is back? How is this possible? Shuo Xiaoyan's reaction was even stronger than Zhu Wenhua's. After all, she was closer to Sky Sea Pavilion and knew how dangerous the Devil's Triangle was. Shenlang actually came back alive. How many lives did he have? The world was going to change again. Let's go. Shuo Xiaoyan quickly rode her horse and led a group of knights out of the former Marquis Xuanwu residence. But where should they go? Shui Zhaoyan was in a dilemma. Should she report to Sky Sea Pavilion or to the capital? After some hesitation, Shui Zhaoyan decided to head south to Sky Sea Pavilion first before heading to the capital of the state of Yu. Half a month later, Yan Nanfei's 150,000-strong fleet had assembled and was heading south towards Shenlang's fleet. Right now, he was no longer panicking. This was because the information regarding Shenlang was getting clearer and clearer. Yan Nanfei had even sent scouts to monitor Shenlang's fleet at all times. It had been almost 20 days since they discovered Shenlang's fleet. Shenlang's fleet should have reached raging tidewater long ago. However, ever since they were discovered, their speed had slowed down and they were circling around the same sea. Yan Nanfei's scouts were getting bolder and bolder. They were getting closer and closer to monitor, and they kept sending back information. Shenlang's fleet was mainly made up of pirates, and they were a mix of races. There were Asians, Caucasians, and many brown people. At first, Yan Nanfei thought they were mercenaries, but the skeleton party's flag was too eye-catching. Most people knew nothing about the Western world, but there were always exceptions. For example, the Hidden Elemental Association, some sea merchants and nobles who escaped to the Eastern world from the Western world, and the slave masters who were killed by Qiu Yaoer. They told Yan Nanfei an important signal. This was the skeleton party, the most powerful pirates in the Western world, but they had disappeared for more than 10 years. Even though the Western slave masters had exaggerated the skeleton party's fleet, Yan Nanfei was completely relieved. Pirates loved to brag. Even if they were strong, how strong could they be? The Western world civilization started with the Xiluan dynasty. It had only been a few hundred years, and they were the underlings of the Eastern world. They could dominate the Western world, but they could only be cowards in the Eastern world. Moreover, there were less than 20,000 pirates. They couldn't do anything. It was a beautiful day on the sea. Yan Nanfei's fleet's formation was slowly taking shape. He hadn't received an order from the state of Yu, but he didn't need it. The Great Yan Empire's order was clear. If they discovered Shenlang's return, they didn't need to ask for anyone's permission. They were to destroy him with all their might. Yan Nanfei couldn't sleep for the past few days because he was excited and nervous. Shenlang's return was shocking, but it was an opportunity and contribution. Previously, in order to establish his might, His Majesty the Emperor had sent out half the world's army to encircle Shenlang. In fact, there was no need at all. He had only done it to intimidate all the countries in the world, using the name of Jiang Li's son to sweep across the world. This time around, if he was able to eliminate Shenlang, he would have accomplished a great merit. By then, he would no longer be Count Wuan. He would be promoted to Marquis, or even Duke. There was no enemy in the world that was more cost-effective than Shenlang. He was powerful enough, but weak enough. For the past few days, Yan Nanfei had been worried that Shenlang would suddenly jump out of the encirclement and escape. This was because it was too difficult and too slow to build an encirclement in the vast sea. In order not to scare Shenlang away, Yan Nanfei's encirclement was extremely accurate. He ensured that the encirclement was in progress, but he didn't enter Shenlang's fleet's field of vision. It took 5 days and 5 nights. The encirclement was successful. Yan Nanfei's 150,000-strong fleet had officially surrounded him. He heaved a long sigh of relief. He, Yan Nanfei, was about to make a great contribution. Shrink the encirclement, kill him. As Yan Nanfei gave the order, the huge encirclement slowly shrank. Looking down from the sky, it was a spectacular scene. The diameter of the encirclement was more than 200 miles. Yan Nanfei's 150,000-strong fleet was spread out over 10,000 square kilometers of the sea. The encirclement kept shrinking. There were no radios in this world, so it was impossible to command from afar. It was not easy for Yan Nanfei. He had trained countless times to complete the encirclement in a few days. Has Shenlang's fleet moved? Yan Nanfei asked while holding his breath. No. After a while, Yan Nanfei asked again, has Shenlang's fleet moved? No. Yan Nanfei was in disbelief. What kind of trick was Shenlang playing? This was the vast deep sea. It was impossible for them to run aground. However, there was a Western slave master next to Yan Nanfei. He was introducing the skeleton party. Yan Nanfei said, in other words, the skeleton party's fleet is good at jumping off ships? Did you rely on your bravery and courage? Yes. Yan Nanfei said, you said that the skeleton party's fleet disappeared more than 10 years ago. Does that mean that the average age of this fleet is at least 40 years old? That should be the case, my lord, the Western slave master said. That was even better. Yan Nanfei felt that his fleet would not give the skeleton party a chance to jump off ships. They would shoot arrows from 200 meters away. Even if they jumped off ships, how could they fight against 150,000 people with less than 20,000 people? It was impossible. The encirclement of Yan Nanfei's 150,000-strong fleet was getting smaller. Finally, both fleets entered their field of vision. Xinlang's B squadron could be considered huge to begin with. It consisted of 100 warships and nearly 20,000 people. However, compared to Yan Nanfei's fleet, it was insignificant. However, what shocked Yan Nanfei was that Xinlang's fleet did not move. They moved with the current and even retracted their sails. What was Xinlang trying to do? However, no matter what he was trying to do, what could be better than a motionless enemy fleet? In the previous naval battle, Xinlang relied on his fleet's speed to escape and kite. Otherwise, his fleet would have been annihilated. Now, he could not escape even if he wanted to. Both fleets were getting closer and closer. Yan Nanfei's 150,000-strong fleet was like a giant beast that wanted to swallow Xinlang's fleet. He could not suppress his excitement. The situation was wonderful. The current situation was too wonderful. This was also what Xinlang felt. What was the most terrifying thing about naval battles? It was that the enemy's fleet was sparse. They would need to fire dozens of times before they could master their accuracy. In order to achieve the wolf pack effect, Yan Nanfei's fleet was so crowded that it was almost less than a safe distance. Left and right wings, attack. Yan Nanfei ordered. The ships on the east and west quickly attacked the center. Raise the sails. Jack Tang ordered. All 100 of Xinlang's warships raised their sails. Yan Nanfei's fleet was shocked. Raising the sails now? Isn't it too late? Even if your fleet has wings, you won't be able to escape now. Both fleets continued to get closer. Jack Tang ordered, remove the cannons. Instantly, all the cannons on the 100 warships were removed. Yan Nanfei was stunned. What are these metal pipes? They're thick and black. Ready! Jack Tang shouted. Every commander on the warships shouted. The flag-bearers on the mast waved their flags in unison. The cannoneers from the Skeleton Gang and the Eastern Knights started loading explosives and cannonballs. They also started aiming. As the enemy ships got closer, they started to adjust the muzzles. Xinlang's cannons had already surpassed the primitive stage. There was no longer any black gunpowder in them. Instead, they were filled with shockingly powerful explosives. Although they were still iron balls, the cannons were forged from steel. Their sturdiness was astonishing. Therefore, the maximum range of the cannons was more than 2,000 meters. The effective range was also more than 1,000 meters. The sailors on the warships calculated the enemy's distance with great experience. 1,800 meters, 1,500 meters. 1,000 meters, 900 meters. Fire! Fire! As the orders were given, more than 500 cannons fired. Boom, 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 earth-shattering roars could be heard. 500 cannonballs shot out like lightning. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The cannonballs drew a beautiful arc in the air and smashed toward Yan Nanfei's fleet. Whistling sounds could be heard. Awesome, awesome. That was how the Skeleton Gang felt. In order to conserve cannonballs, they didn't dare to open fire when they were on the sea. With weapons on them, they were filled with killing intent. Now that they had these cannons, they couldn't fight a real battle. It was too stifling. Now, all their desire to fight was pouring out. On the other hand, Yan Nanfei first saw the cannonball flying toward him before he heard the deafening sound. Then, he was completely stunned. What kind of weapon is that? How can it hit so far? How can it be so earth-shattering? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sailors on Yan Nanfei's fleet were shocked. Whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. Countless black dots flew over their heads. They were extremely fast and flew a few hundred meters in an instant. At such a long distance, whether it was Xianlang or Jack Tang, they didn't even think about hitting the target. However, they were just that lucky. Bang, 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 more than 10 cannonballs hit the enemy ships. Even at such a distance, this high-speed iron ball still displayed astonishing lethality. When they hit the mast, it broke. When they hit the deck, it pierced through. When they hit the human body, it was smashed into pieces. However, before Yan Nanfei could express his shock, boom, 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 another series of loud sounds could be heard. Then, another few hundred black dots shot out from Xianlang's fleet. This was not only because of the high firing speed, but also because the left and right sides had to take turns to fire. That way, they could effectively offset the recoil. A moment later, bang, 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 more than 10 cannonballs smashed into Yan Nanfei's fleet. More bodies were smashed into pieces. "Marshal, what do we do? What do we do?" Yan Nanfei's scalp went numb. He said to the slave master from the Western world, "Is this also the skeleton gang's fighting style?" The slave master was completely stunned. He had never seen such a weapon before. No, no, no. The skeleton gang doesn't have such a weapon. The Western world doesn't have such a weapon either. Yan Nanfei gritted his teeth. Without a doubt, this was created by Xianlang again. Even though it was shocking, the accuracy was too low. As long as they got close, his fleet would be able to kill Xianlang's fleet with their advantage in numbers. Yan Nanfei gritted his teeth and ordered, "Continue to advance, continue to advance. Left and right armies, continue to advance. North and south armies, slowly approach and prepare to reinforce." Then, Yan Nanfei's left and right fleets sped up. Fire! Fire! As the orders were given. Xianlang's fleet fired continuously. Boom, 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 the loud noises from the surface of the sea were deafening. The red-hot metal balls whizzed across the sky like countless meteors. If they were primitive cannons, the firing speed would have been very slow. However, Xianlang used smokeless gunpowder. Furthermore, it was wrapped in oiled silk. After the cannons were fired, they did not need to be cleaned. They were almost burned clean without much residue. Fire! Fire! Over 1,000 cannons fired crazily. As the cannons fired, the cannoneers of Xianlang's fleet gradually felt that their accuracy was getting better. Moreover, Yan Nanfei's fleet was too densely packed. At first, the accuracy was less than 30%. Later on, it increased to a shocking 10%. More than 50 to 60 cannonballs hit the enemy ship every time. Once hit, a huge hole would be torn open and seawater would surge in. Bang, 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 one of the cannonballs was extremely lucky and hit the fish oil cabin directly. It instantly penetrated a few protective layers, and the red-hot metal ball smashed directly into the fish oil. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion was heard, and flames rose into the sky. The deck of Yan Nanfei's battleship was instantly shattered and burned. The battleship was completely destroyed. Bang, 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 the destruction of the battleship was like the beginning of some kind of prelude. Next, more than 10 cannonballs hit a ship at the same time. In an instant, everything in the path of the metal ball was shattered. The battleship seemed to have been cut in half. Most importantly, the keel was cut in half. Creak, after a series of ear-piercing sounds, the entire battleship broke in half. Yan Nanfei's second battleship was destroyed. Then, the third, the fourth, the fifth, it was a one-sided massacre on the surface of the sea. Note, I've finally finished writing. I'm so exhausted that I'm going to sleep. I'll continue updating at 15,000 tomorrow. Brothers, give me your monthly votes. Revive me with full health. End of chapter 488. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.